This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Squeak. A piercing, teeth-aching sound echoed as a bony claw reached through the slightly ajar door and desperately shook the warped wooden door. The old door, wedged in its frame, finally loosened. After a few sharp creaks and bangs, the obstructing door finally swung open. A skeletal figure stood blankly at the doorway, like a demonic spirit coming to collect a debt. But this skeleton was the true owner of this house. It sighed slowly, bent down, picked up the 2 bags of soybeans it had just thrown on the ground because they were in the way, and trudged into the house with a chuckle. This bizarre sight might have frightened a few children to death, but for Takumi-yu, it was just another ordinary day in this world. Yes, Takumi-yu was this skeletal skeleton. She was not a native of this world, but a time traveler, a soul drawn into this world by an unfortunate yet fortunate magical accident. This was Takumi-yu's 31st day in this other world, and also her 31st day as a living, magical skeleton. Before her time travel, Takumi-yu had been diagnosed with a severe congenital heart disease at birth. She had undergone 7 or 8 surgeries, but her condition hadn't improved. Even the slightest movement would cause her lips to turn blue, and she would feel dizzy and gasping for breath. The good news, her lips no longer turned blue, nor did she feel dizzy or gasping for breath, and she no longer experienced chest tightness or heartache. The bad news, she no longer had lips, a brain, or a heart. Well, after becoming a skeleton, she inexplicably developed a new hobby, telling infernal jokes about undead skeletons. In her previous life, Takumi's family had been involved in soy sauce brewing and seasonings for generations, making them a long-established family. The family's ancient recipe is said to have been passed down from the Ming and Qing dynasties, and has been listed as an intangible cultural heritage. However, Takumi is neither an heir nor does he interfere much in the family business. The doctor said she wouldn't live past 25, a fact both her family and she had already accepted. Her cousin, the true heir to the family, even shoved her through the family's precious ancestral recipes and various new products every day, urging her to memorize them, euphemistically saying, if you ever travel through time, maybe you can live a good life with these ancestral recipes. Jiangyu, There's no need to start planning for my death so soon. And is time travel so easy? Sure enough, on the eve of her 24th birthday, she got dizzy while getting out of bed and collapsed. When she woke up, she found herself lying in an unfamiliar stone coffin. Not even a heart, not a single piece of flesh on her body. She had suddenly turned into a skeleton. At first, she thought she'd been caught up in some strange scientific experiment and pondered for a long time how to explain it to her family. Well, something like, "Hi, everyone. Excuse me. Did you forget to burn me? I seem to have come back to life as a skeleton?" She lay beside the sarcophagus for a long time before accepting this unnatural fact, rehearsing the conversation with her family over and over again in her mind. But after she climbed out of the sarcophagus and left the room, she discovered that this wasn't a funeral home or a cemetery, but a world unlike any she had ever seen. Huh? Why could she jump to such conclusions? Of course, it was because there were giant dragons flying in the sky, and furry, leather-armored, and weapon-carrying orcs walking upright were passing by the doorway. Jiangyu didn't dare appear before her neighbors. After all, she was a skeleton, and in all the Western fantasy literature she had read, skeletons were associated with demons, liches, witches, and dark magic, never a good thing. So, I travel to a magical Western fantasy world and become the villain? She pondered with a healthy mindset. This was probably one of the few benefits of a heart attack. To avoid a quick death, she had to remain calm and composed in the face of all things. Another hellish joke. To understand how she had arrived in this unknown other world, and what kind of world it was, Jiangyu first examined the cabin where she had awakened and discovered many interesting clues. First, the cabin was a half-stone, half-wood European-style structure. It was a bit old, but quite large, with 3 floors above ground and a basement. If it were in her past world, it would have cost tens of millions. The basement was divided into 2 rooms. She had awakened in a stone coffin in the outer room, while the inner room was hidden behind a closed stone door. She searched the entire room until she discovered that the candlestick fixed to the wall was the switch for the stone door. Hey! This is quite interesting, a bit like the puzzle games I played in my past life. The skeleton stood with his hands on his hips, delighted at his first small victory. After the stone door fully opened, she walked into the room and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! This stone chamber was a perfect dark magic laboratory. The candlesticks embedded in the wall in front of her automatically ignited a faint blue magical flame, dimly illuminating the basement. On the hearth in the center of the room sat a massive magical cauldron, the kind you only see in the Harry Potter films. To the left, a bookcase covered an entire wall, densely packed with tomes inscribed with magical text. For some reason, Jiang could actually read these twisted, earthworm-like words. To the right, another large cabinet, compartment after compartment, layer after layer, was filled with all sorts of strange bottles and jars. The jars contained a variety of solids and liquids, presumably magical ingredients and finished potions. Takumi even spotted something resembling an eyeball or a lizard's flipper in some of the glass jars. Phew, that's a bit disgusting. Takumi wrinkled her nose in disdain. Or rather, she thought she was making that expression. Before leaving the shelf and heading to the other side of the room. Between the left bookshelf and the hearth stood a heavy, carved red cherrywood desk. A large tome lay open on it, its page open to the inscription, Lich Transmutation, Prolonging Your Life. At the bottom right corner of the page were two diagrams, the left one depicting a dried corpse with deep eye sockets, the right one a skeleton. The two images were labeled finished work and failed work, respectively. It was obvious that whoever the original owner of this house was, he or she was probably refining a lich before, and he or she was undoubtedly the one who failed. Chapter 2. Although she didn't know why she could understand the earthworm language of this world, Jianyu, with the attitude of make the best of it, carefully read the chapter on lich alchemy. Even though she knew nothing about magic before, by the time she closed the book, Jianyu felt like she had become a quick-learning genius in lich alchemy. She also understood the reasons for many of the strange phenomena that had occurred to her. A lich is actually an undead creature accidentally created by magical accidents. While the reasons for their appearance vary, the resulting effect is always quite impressive. Liches do not age or die naturally. In fact, as long as the lich's soul-holding phylactery is intact, no matter how its body deteriorates, it cannot lead to its death. The body is merely a shell, and can be replaced and repaired. Although this requires a specific and tedious process, and a huge investment of cost and materials, it is at least a practical method for achieving immortality. The short-lived ghost, Takuyu, could clearly relate to this pursuit of immortality. She herself had more than once wished for eternal life, or at least a slightly longer life. Now, she had indeed become an immortal, though her appearance was a little strange. The good news, her body could be replaced. The bad news, she didn't know how to do it yet. Whether a successful lich or a failed one, both achieved eternal life. The former was a complete life form, while the latter each had its own set of flaws. The good news, mistakes could be corrected, weaknesses repaired. The bad news, Takuyu also didn't know why she was a failure, or what her failure was. Liches are products of magic. Their bodies, or in Takumi's case, their skeletons, are magically generated, not derived from any actual living creature. This attribute grants liches a remarkable racial gift. Magic affinity. Liches possessing magic affinity can easily comprehend all aspects of magic. They can easily decipher unknown magical languages, and they can keenly perceive and grasp all magical elements. Liches are born to be future masters of magic, regardless of the world their souls originate from, or whether they have ever been exposed to magic. Wow, that's great, Takumi said sincerely. So that's why I can understand these earthworm words, and these seemingly difficult tomes of magic. So, the next step is to figure out why I transmigrated into a lich, and a failed one at that. She searched the desk again, and found a journal in a drawer, clearly a record kept by the owner. Honestly, this journal is haphazardly written, with no dates or order. It's clear the owner scribbled it down to vent his emotions. Even just a glance at a few lines makes Takumi worry about the original owner's mental health. But then again, any story-based puzzle game will inevitably feature diaries and journals. Takumi sighed softly. Who keeps a diary these days? I failed again. The instructor was right. I have no talent for the dark arts, but what else could I do? Failure. Failure. Repeated failure. Materials and money are almost gone. And my lifespan is drawing to a close. If I don't become a lich in time, I will die. I tried not to dwell on this painful reality, but it still weighed on me. I diligently traced the runes according to the book's instructions, but my hands trembled uncontrollably. I thought, this is my last chance. If I fail, then this will be my final words. I leave all my possessions, this brewing workshop, the crucible of time left by my mother, my few remaining coins, the magic books I collected over the years, and all the magical materials, to my beloved mentor, Mabucha Huntington. Thank you for your tireless efforts in obtaining the charter of the dark arts from His Majesty for a worthless disciple like me. However, I, a fool, may well betray my mentor's efforts and kindness. I know my mentor won't need my meager fortune, but if I truly fail, let it repay my mentor's kindness. Alas, I wonder who will collect my body and who will discover this will. And tucked into this page was a small note. Whoever you are, please promise to destroy my treasured box of the most beautiful men in Huntington. Please. Promise me. Save this poor man's last remaining honor. It's hidden under my bed. Takumi, She suddenly remembered the browser history she hadn't cleared before her death, and the fan art collection piled under her bed. Suddenly, she felt a surge of anxiety. Fortunately, she no longer had a heart, so she wouldn't die from a heart attack again. It hurts, sister, it hurts so much, she murmured, picking up the note with her bony claws. Your last wish, I will definitely fulfill it. Aside from the inexplicable last wish commission, Takumi understood a few things from the log. The unfortunate homeowner was clearly not adept at dark magic and was near death. Becoming a lich was her. Takumi subconsciously guessed she was a girl. Her last chance, but it was clear she had failed for some reason. Next, Takumi returned to the outer room to continue examining the coffin and quickly discovered the reason for her failure. The soul's name is written wrong. The skeleton crouched on the ground, brushing its bony claws across the crooked, clumsy magic words written in the center of the magic circle. The moment her claws touched the words, a faint soul light shone from her bones. Her instinct told her that it was the soul's codename. Every soul in the world has a corresponding magical symbol. This symbol, you could say, could be the soul's name. Inserting it into a magic circle would cast spells and curses upon the corresponding soul. Takumi scratched her skull with her claws. She felt it was similar to a birth chart. In the center of the magic circle was written the soul symbol of her, Takumi from another world. The handwriting seemed to show a few tremors in the squiggly earthworm characters, perhaps a mere error caused by the owner's trembling hand. Unfortunately, in the world of magic, even the slightest mistake can lead to drastic consequences. Chapter 3. Really? This homeowner is so bad at dark magic. Takumi flipped through the homeowner's journal and quickly found the owner's correct soul name. According to the procedures for the Lich transmutation spellbook, to transform one's soul into a Lich, one must first perform a magical ritual to print one's soul name on parchment. The homeowner's printed soul name was also tucked away in the journal, the symbol on the parchment having only 2 fewer curves than Takumi's. This shaky typo was both the homeowner's misfortune and Takumi's fortune, and the only mistake in the Lich transformation. The originally prepared Lich's body had been infiltrated by a soul from another world, and the mismatched settings led to a failed operation. Takumi smacked her lips, feeling a strange mixture of emotions. If it weren't for this typo, she wouldn't have come into this world, wouldn't have been reborn. Though she lived on in the form of bones, how could she not be alive? Because of this typo, the owner, who still tried to live, had lost her chance forever. The Lich transformation, whether a failure or not, required a corresponding sacrifice. If it was a successful transformation, the owner would sacrifice her body, transferring her soul into the new Lich's shell, and continue living. But the soul that entered the Lich's shell became her, and the owner's soul and body, as the price, vanished completely. In this other world, magic is a precise science of equal exchange. Even if Takumi wanted to, she couldn't fix this typo. The owner had already perished in the transformation ritual, an irreversible outcome. Now, Takumi is the only Lich left alive from this dark magic. It seems I can only live on in the place of the unfortunate homeowner. The homeowner couldn't be saved, but Takumi still had a chance to repair the unknown effects of this typo on his Lich body. Since the problem was caused by the incompatibility between the Lich body and the soul from another world, simply upgrading his own Lich body to match it would completely resolve the problem. Easier said than done. Takumi sorted through the homeowner's legacy according to the will in the journal. Among the few coins the homeowner mentioned, only 3 silver coins and 9 copper coins remained. Converted to local prices, this would be equivalent to about 309 yuan in his previous life. Of course, the smallest coin here isn't copper, but a small white coin called a nickel. Coins were minted at specific ratios, so their value remained relatively constant, and conversion was relatively simple. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver, 1 silver coin equals 100 copper, and 1 copper coin equals 100 nickel. However, it wasn't as draconian as the old British. Price information came from a shopping flyer found under the crack of the first floor door, likely slipped in by a passing salesman. It listed the prices of various vegetables and fruit sold at the vegetable shop next door, providing a useful reference for Takumiyu's understanding of this other world. Bankrupt from the start. Takumiyu clutched the small purse tightly, the soul fire in his skull's eye sockets dimming considerably. What era is this? Who travels through time without a system or cheat codes? Ah. Wait, as for cheat codes, magical affinity probably barely counts. The unfortunate homeowner's money was probably spent on magic books, props, and materials. While there were quite a few of these miscellaneous items, the most valuable item was probably the time crucible left by his mother. It got this strange name because it was engraved with inscriptions of advanced time magic. When brewing potions using this crucible, one can easily activate the time inscription while brewing liquids, freely accelerating the passage of time for the contents. For example, if one wanted to brew a 9-year-old wine, using this crucible, they could achieve a perfect finish in as little as 9 minutes. The only problem was, time magic could only accelerate time, not reverse it. Using time magic required a significant amount of magical energy. The longer the time span, the greater the magical energy required. And Takumiyu currently had no magical energy. As undead creatures with near-eternal life, liches have a unique way of deriving their energy. A finished lich can absorb magical energy from a combination of ordinary food and soul energy, while a failed lich can only consume soul energy to sustain its magical energy. Soul energy encompasses a creature's surface emotions, deeper feelings, and the soul itself. However, consuming too much soul energy can cause irreversible damage to its owner, a completely illegal act in this world. Incidentally, this illegal act is listed among the prohibitions in the Dark Magic License. Yes, Takumi found this Dark Magic License. Judging by its thickness, which is as thick as 2 finger joints, it truly could be called a book. It not only clearly authorizes the use of dark magic, but also clearly spells out various prohibited activities, even with the certificate. As for surface and underlying emotions, as long as they aren't consumed all at once, they will gradually recover. Of course, this recovery process takes time, and the owner's consent must be obtained before consumption. To avoid any disputes, the certificate strongly recommends obtaining a written consumption authorization before consumption. A sample authorization form is also included. Jikuyu, This Principality of Huntington is particularly particular about this strange place. Who knows what exactly happened? To Jikuyu's surprise, the Dark Magic License had a blank space for the authorized person. Attached to it was a handwritten note. Mio, after becoming a lich, please bind your soul to the magical vibrations on this Dark Magic License. After becoming a lich, your soul and magical fluctuations will change accordingly. Do not bind it beforehand. Remember, P.S. Considering your complete lack of knowledge in the dark arts, I emphasize again, regardless of whether you achieve the complete version or the failed version. I suspect it's most likely the latter. After becoming a lich, your soul and magical fluctuations will remain unchanged. Therefore, you can safely bind the Dark Magic Charter regardless of your status. P.P.S. While the Duchy of Huntington is very tolerant of the dark arts, walking around without a charter is an absolute provocation to the knights of the kingdom. Please do not provoke them. Unfortunately, you have a mentor, Mabucha Huntington Jikuyu. This mentor is quite interesting. Chapter 4. This place is called the Duchy of Huntington, and the instructor's name is Mabucha Huntington. The same surname as the country, and he was able to obtain the Dark Arts Charter from the king. So, could this instructor of the homeowner be a royal relative? Xiaoyo speculated as he plucked a small piece of paper from the Dark Arts Charter. He was surprised to find a message written on the back. Now that you have become a legal lich, I have repaid your mother's kindness. If you get into trouble in the future, don't mention your master's name. Jiangyu couldn't help but twitch his lips. So, in this mentor's eyes, just how unreliable a student was this homeowner Miyu? From the information I gathered so far, it seems the homeowner, Miyu, truly has no talent for magic. No, to be more precise, at least she's an apprentice with no talent for the dark arts. Her mentor, on the other hand, seems to be a powerful figure with royal connections. This mentor likely accepted Miyu as his apprentice in return for some favor owed to Miyu's mother. And judging by the powerful cauldron she left behind, capable of controlling the passage of time, this mother might be the true master of magic. Jiangyu put down the Dark Magic Charter and the roomful of magic books. She planned to finish her investigation upstairs first, and help the unfortunate homeowner dispose of the box of picture albums that would cause the deceased to suffer a second social death. Then, she would return to slowly study these magical masterpieces. After all, even with magic affinity, it is impossible to transform from a magic idiot into a magic master in an instant. Now that I've become a Lich, I have an insane amount of time to slowly study magic. While studying magic is much more interesting than learning other things, it's still learning after all. I put that aside for now. Let me explore the other world first. At least until I finished exploring this house. The basement houses the eerie Lich making and magic research lab, while the upstairs is much more normal. The walls of the ground floor are made of stone and plaster, solid and heavy, with a touch of ancient, cold charm. The first floor can be divided into two parts, front and back. The front hall looks like a shop. In the middle of the hall is a long, quaint stone counter, upon which sits a classic, brass mechanical hand crank cash register. A small opening is left against the wall, fitted with a wooden trapdoor that swings upward, allowing the owner to enter and exit. Takumi was particularly interested in the hand-cranked cash register. She had always loved these medieval steampunk retro gadgets, and now that she had a proper steampunk product, she couldn't let go and fiddled with it for a long time, turning over and over the crank handle and the various mechanical knobs. The cash register clanked and emptied every small drawer under her ravages. Sadly, Takumi only found 3 copper coins. It seemed that the financial situation of this brewery, which sold something unknown, was extremely precarious. The rows of empty, low shelves along the wall looked like they had been gathering dust for a long time. Takumi bent her creaking body and walked to the only dusty shelf holding a small pink bottle. She lifted the triangular-shaped label from the shelf and struggled to decipher the faint earthworm-like handwriting on it. Love potion. Takumi, Can anyone tell her if this is the only product that's selling, and they overstocked it, or if it's so unsuccessful that they can't even sell a single bottle? She put the bottle back on the shelf and turned to look elsewhere. The first floor door, including the threshold and doorframe, was made of wood, warped by the elements. Takumi tried to open the door, swearing she exerted all her strength, but the door only swung a few times and didn't budge, seemingly stuck firmly in the warped frame. Takumi, I traveled to another world, but I still have to learn carpentry on my own. Never mind, I fix it later. Behind the stone counter was a door, which appeared to be the owner's living area. The room connected to the front counter through the door was the kitchen, and on the other side of the kitchen was another door, leading to the dining room. The kitchen wasn't large, but it was perfectly adequate. The owner, presumably a foodie who loved to cook, was meticulously kept, with all the necessary pots, knives, and cutting boards. There was a stovetop powered by magical energy, and a sink with its own faucet and drain, which continuously generated pure, flowing water with the input of water magic energy. The knives were perfectly sharp, and all the utensils were neatly arranged in convenient locations. They looked frequently used, yet meticulously maintained, without a single stain. Jianyu, love it. The magical world is surprisingly convenient. Jianyu's only complaint was the paucity of seasonings in the kitchen. Besides salt and sugar, there was only pepper, not a drop of soy sauce, vinegar, or wine. Takumi, it's clearly a brewery, but they don't even make soy sauce. No wonder they're facing bankruptcy due to poor management. Wait, look at those dusty shelves and the door that can't even be opened. Maybe it's been closed for a long time. It's not a big deal. I have the recipe and the crucible. As long as I can get some magical energy, I should be able to make soy sauce. Takumi pondered as he walked around the restaurant. The restaurant wasn't large, but it had a south-facing stained glass window. The sun was shining brightly, and the light filtered through it, illuminating the square dining table by the window. The light and shadow formed a rainbow of roses. Wow, how romantic! The soul fire in Takumi's skeletal eyes lit up. Strangely, she seemed to smell a sweet, rose candy-like scent wafting from her own body. Curiously, she glanced down and saw a faint pink soul glow emanating from her ribs. Subconsciously, she reached for her ribs, and a pink soul fire appeared within her bony palm, emitting the alluring sweet aroma of rose candy. Jiang suddenly felt hungry. She rubbed her non-existent, empty abdomen, cupped the pink soul fire, and carefully licked it. Or rather, she felt as if she were licking, and her soul, clinging to her bones, suddenly transformed into a tongue, absorbing the energy and flavor of the soul fire. Chapter 5. Wow, so cool, so sweet, and with a hint of roses, it feels like eating real rose candy. Jianyu slurped down the soul fire and licked the corner of her skull's mouth with relish. Her soul tongue, graciously sucked away every last bit of soul fire lingering on the bone. Unfortunately, despite the pleasant taste, Jianyu didn't feel the slightest bit of satiety, nor did her magical energy increase at all. My soul fire is just a small snack, it won't satisfy my hunger at all. She sighed. It's not pleasant to be hungry, and without energy, I can't use magic. I guess I need to start earning soul energy. There's another small room here? She opened the small door on the right side of the dining room and found a storage room. Cloth bags were scattered on the floor. Curiously, she picked up one and opened it, and was surprised to find it was filled with soybeans. She quickly searched through the bags and found a pleasing result. Among the 10 large bags in the storage room were 5 bags of soybeans and 5 bags of glutinous rice. Or rather, something from another world similar to soybeans and glutinous rice. It looked quite similar anyway. Hey, we got the ingredients, Jiangyu exclaimed happily. It seems the products of this world are quite similar to ours. We have to test them first to see if they're usable, but at least there's hope. There was nothing more to find in the storage room. Jiangyu closed the door and ascended the stairs on the left side of the dining room to the second floor. She had previously given the house a quick tour and discovered that the second and third floors, except for the fireplace, were all wooden structures, perfectly integrated into the stone base wall of the first floor. This construction method effectively reduced the load on upper buildings, making it easier to construct all stone high-rises and lowering costs, making them more durable and more suitable for the common people. In the Middle Ages, when construction techniques were less sophisticated, this was a very effective way to cut corners and improve building quality. Later, due to the beautiful and unique finish, it became a unique aesthetic trend. There were 2 rooms on the second floor. Takumi quickly found the bedroom belonging to the owner, Miyu, and dragged a box of books and picture albums from under the bed. She pulled out a book and glanced at the title, The Tyrannical Knight Commander Falls in Love with Me. It seems this kind of thing is popular even in this era. In addition to a pile of romance novels, the box contained various explicit picture albums of handsome men. Takumi flipped through them and found that while the novels in this world were cheesy, the quality of the picture albums was exceptionally high, with oil paintings, sketches, and watercolors aplenty, each one meticulously executed. The collection of the most beautiful men in the Duchy of Huntington was truly a classic. It can be like this, she muttered, the soul fire in the skeleton's eye sockets blazing brightly, as its bony claws flipped the A3 size book over and over. There's even this kind of pose. Wow, those muscles, those looks. Is this album truly realistic? Xiaoyu was initially curious about how socially unsavory this album was, that it could make the owner of the house obsessed with it before his death, and unwilling to personally dispose of it. But after she finished flipping through it, the skeleton couldn't help but feel the urge to break her promise. She wiped the non-existent saliva from her mouth with her bony claws. I'm sorry, Miyu, destroying this book is such a waste. She thought again and silently said to the deceased owner, since you're dead, I inherit this book. I bear the consequences of any potential social demise. Anyway, I lost all my shame. Jiaoyu, having accidentally made another infernal joke, seemed to have forgotten that she was still active as the owner. But that was beside the point. Jiangyu was completely absorbed, carefully examining the album, feeling completely cleansed by the beauty of this man. The quality of handsome men in this world is so high. It doesn't feel real at all. It's more like some kind of two-dimensional O-game world. Hee. Her favorites in the album were the paintings of the Kingdom Knights. The handsome knights, sweating profusely, perhaps embodied the perfect combination of power and beauty of this era. One of the black-haired knight's emerald green eyes reminded her of cat's eyes, turquoise, and green ghosts. So beautiful. The skeleton scratched its ribs and dug out another pink soul fire, slurping it down. This time, it had a sweet strawberry flavor, and she loved it. Takumi wasn't particularly interested in romance, but she was incredibly interested in admiring handsome men. After all, who doesn't love beautiful things? Just looking at them is pleasing to the eye and brings joy. Of course, some men can only be admired from afar. The mere mention of them might lead to a chuckle. Takumi happily placed the most beautiful man in Huntington on the bookshelf in the basement. The other books and picture albums, which made one's IQ drop at the mere sight of them, were stuffed into the fireplace. She lit a match and tossed it into the fireplace. Looking at the blazing flames, she made an awkward cross on her chest. Rest in peace, Miyu. I fulfilled your wish. Well, about 90% complete. Who says it's not? While waiting for the books to burn, she explored the remaining rooms. Another room on the second floor looked like a spare bedroom, and Takuya thought it would be perfect for her own. She didn't really want to occupy Miyu's room. She wanted to redecorate it. This empty room, with only a bed frame, gave her plenty of room to experiment. The third floor also had 2 rooms, both attics with sloping roofs, cluttered with miscellaneous items. Takuya also spotted a dressmaking mannequin and a vintage sewing machine. Of course, vintage was relative to Takuya's alternate world. Here, it might be a current bestseller. While she had no idea if the machine would still work properly, she thought it might be put to good use after some research. An optimistic Takuya went downstairs, humming a song and eating soul fire. This time, the soul fire was the joyful flavor of Coca-Cola. She was already curious about how many different flavors she could create. However, simply consuming her own soul fire wasn't enough to satisfy her hunger. No matter how many flavors she tried, she only became more hungry. She had to start thinking about how to legally acquire other people's soul energy to fill her stomach. Well, if I could use the crucible to brew some food and sauces, I could sell them for energy. Chapter 6. After exploring the brewery, Jiangyu returned to the first floor. She discovered a small door behind the stairs leading to the backyard. Upon exiting, she discovered that the brewery itself also had a spacious courtyard shaped like a sun. The upper opening of the sun shape was a field near the wall, about an acre in size, sparsely planted with plants that Jiangyu recognized and didn't recognize. The lower opening was of similar size, a flat, bluestone paved drying area, covered with dried herbs. A 2-acre yard, a 4-story building, including a basement. What a lavish family. Jiangyu's eyes widened as she began calculating the house and land prices, ultimately concluding, her journey through time was worth it. Even though I don't have much money on me, this house and this land. In Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen, they'd be worth hundreds of millions. She has trees, land, and crops. Oh my god! Her bloodline talent, which she never used before, is about to awaken in this Western fantasy world. Jianyu was squatting on the ground, scooping up some dirt, enjoying herself, when suddenly someone emerged from the wall. A furry wolf head with a pink and purple bow tied around it spoke human language. At least the language of this world. The voice was that of a middle-aged woman, sounding like an older woman. Ayu. You made it. I haven't seen you in days, and I thought you failed. Huh? Jiangyu slowly raised her skull, the soul fire flickering in her eyes. Not really. Oh! The wolf woman struggled to hop a few times, then nudged her head towards the wall. Finally, she could clearly see the crouching skeleton. Ah! She cried again. He exclaimed, It's okay, Aya. For a magician, who can cause accidents even when washing a cauldron, becoming a lich is already great. It doesn't matter if it's a failure, you're still a lich after all. This head wolf knows quite a bit. Jiangyu put down his hand of dirt and scratched the back of his smooth skull. That's true, actually. But this mess is really outrageous. Ant Wolf hopped on tiptoe a few more times, her heart burning with gossip, but she was too short. She waved at Jianyu with her paw, saying, come on, Xiaoyu. If you're okay, come to my house for tea. A few minutes later, Jianyu, having finally found the backyard door, appeared on a patio chair in the backyard of Ant Wolf, his neighbor next door. She glanced at the plate of dog bone-shaped cookies on the patio table, then lifted the cup of lemon herbal tea in front of her and sipped it with relish. However, she couldn't taste a single drop of flavor, and the tea dripped through her bones and onto the chair. Jiangyu, It leaked. It leaked. Auntie Wolf waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. You just become a lich, so there must be a lot of things you're not used to. So what went wrong this time? The word again spoke volumes. Jiangyu coughed softly, hesitating for a second between lying and telling the truth. Finally, she decided to tell the truth. After all, she was a certified lich, and the mistake had been made by the original owner. It wasn't her responsibility. Ahem. The soul's name is spelled wrong, she whispered, then buried half her skull-like face behind the lemon tea cup. Oh, the name is spelled wrong. Then no. Auntie Wolf's pupils widened, finally realizing something. Wait. This isn't a trivial matter. Isn't this a huge mess? So here's what happened. Jiangyu sighed and recounted his experiences, leaving out the shocking news that he had come from another world. Hiss. Auntie Wolf gasped, searching for an adjective. She struggled for so long that the hair on her face stood on end, that she couldn't find a word to describe the strange and helpless feeling she felt at that moment, the urge to laugh, but feeling too bad for her neighbors. Forget it. Wolf Ant gave up without hesitation. She reached out a paw to adjust the bow on her hair. Maybe this is her fate. Honestly, in the few months I've been her neighbor, I've seen more magical accidents than I've seen in my entire teaching career. Not to mention, these are wolf cubs between the ages of 3 and 10. She sighed. I really doesn't have any magical talent at all. I'm talking about Mio. She's so impulsive. You know, the reason she needed to become a lich was because of that crucible incident. The one you just mentioned, that cleaning a crucible can cause an accident? Jiangyu asked. Yes. Didn't she have a magical cauldron of time, passed down from her mother? The child was simply trying to clean out the waste from a failed aging potion, but she accidentally knocked the cauldron over, spilling half the waste onto herself. That wasn't just some topical potion. Some parts of her body aged, while others remained youthful. This is an unsolvable magical accident. If she simply drank the wrong aging potion, then taking the de-aging potion would counteract its effects. But in her case, her body is practically ruined. Aunt Wolf shook her head helplessly. But she's certainly quite capable, at least in terms of her relationships. Her mentor is the kingdom's official wizard, Mabucha Huntington, King Mabley Huntington's younger brother. I don't know how she became so connected to him, but he obtained her a dark arts license and taught her how to become a lich. She glanced at Takumi. I can't believe this could fail. Takumi, It seems like this homeowner is really unreliable. Don't underestimate her as a novice magician. Her mother, Mifuna, was a formidable figure in her time. She was a true master of potions, brewing exquisite potions. Those were the days of this city's greatest prosperity. The reputation of that brewery spread throughout the duchy, and people from all over the country came to buy potions. The line of customers outside her door stretched for several blocks before dawn, always blocking my way out. She sighed deeply. It's a shame. Even the best potion makers can't save themselves from accidents and misfortunes. Chapter 7. Jiao spent an afternoon chatting with the gossipy Andy Wolf, learning a great deal about this world, this city, Mifuna, the former owner of the house, Miyu, and Auntie Wolf herself. The world, or rather the planet, that Jiangyu had traveled to was called Toshkani. It was located in a galaxy Jiangyu had never heard of, and had an ecological environment similar to Earth's, yet different. This planet orbited a star called Tani, and had 2 natural satellites. One was slightly larger, and could be observed at night like the moon, roughly translated as moon. The other was smaller, and perhaps due to the soil on its surface, or the refraction of light, it had an eerie reddish-brown color, known as the Red Devil's Moon. Science in this era had not yet developed to accurately understand the orbits of planets, stars, and satellites. People only knew that the Red Devil's Moon was not visible every night, but that when it appeared, it would inevitably have a certain amplified effect on people's magic. Despite a lack of concrete evidence, people are so convinced of the Red Moon's inextricable connection to magic. Since magic is so deeply intertwined with daily life in this world, it's no surprise that numerous religious sects dedicated to the Red Moon have emerged. Some of these sects are good, some are bad, and some are indifferent. The state religion of the Principality of Huntington, where they live, is the Lunari cult, a relatively good one, encouraging people to view all magic with a normal perspective, viewing it as a tool rather than a threat. Influenced by this doctrine, the Principality of Huntington values magic, accepts all races with ties to the dark arts, and is very tolerant of its use. The legitimate study and use of black magic is permitted, but requires prior approval and licenses. In most cases, obtaining these licenses requires a mentor who holds relevant black magic qualifications and guarantees the applicant's actions. If the applicant commits any illegal acts, the mentor who guarantees the applicant will also be implicated. From this perspective, the fact that Mentor Mabucha was willing to obtain a black magic license for his unreliable disciple, Miyu, is truly a remarkable feat. Takumi mused, so, perhaps the note that said "Don't tell me your name" wasn't a joke, but a genuine warning not to involve Miyu if anything happened? Now, due to this unfortunate or fortunate typo, Miyu, the always troublesome disciple, has become Takumi, a man who originally knew nothing about magic but possessed the natural talent of a lich. If the teacher knew this, would he be happy or sad? Continuing this line of thought seemed a bit morbid, and Takumi stopped himself in time. The city where Takumi and Auntie Wolf lived was called Eston West. It was located west of the kingdom's capital. It was a moderately sized, affordable, and leisurely second-tier city. Auntie Wolf's name was Melon Hotalia. She loved gossip but was warm and kind. She was a retired teacher from the Wolfork tribe. Aside from her gossip, Takumi hadn't found anything wrong with her. Inevitably, there are some in the Principality of Huntington who discriminate against orcs, liches, and other special groups like us. Aunt Wolf Talia shrugged. But overall, living here is quite comfortable. As the saying goes, there's no harm without comparison. Compared to other countries and regions, this city is already a very livable place. Jiangyu nodded in understanding. After all, Not everyone would accept a skeleton walking carelessly down the street. If she hadn't been forced to become a lich, she would have recoiled at the sight of a skeleton walking down the street. Aunt Talia also taught her a lot of common sense. For example, except for direct descendants of the royal family, most native residents of the Principality of Huntington have middle names that indicate their status, while those who immigrated from abroad do not. For example, Mabucha Huntington is the younger brother of King Mayberry Huntington. Both of them simply take the royal surname, without any additional names. Middle name. For collateral descendants, middle names like Vaughn, De, Van, and Liu are used. This country is home to a wide variety of ethnic groups, each with its own distinct customs. Surnames alone are complex. For example, orcs, who respect their ancestors and enjoy traveling far from home and intermingling, place their surnames first. Aunt Talia's surname is Mellon, for example. Royals and nobles share a common lineage, and since their entire family share the same surname, there's no need to distinguish them in daily life. Therefore, they prefer to place individual names first, as a sign of respect for the individual. The customs of foreign immigrants are even more numerous, and even Aunt Talia couldn't explain them all at once. So Miyu and her mother are both immigrants? Jiang Yu asked, drawing inferences from one instance. Exactly. Auntie Wolf, applauding Jian Yu's attentiveness, intensified her enthusiasm. Mifuna was a master potion master who fled from a neighboring country. Her skills were truly remarkable, but it's a shame they weren't passed on to her daughter. Ever since Mifuna was caught up in a mysterious incident and unexpectedly died, there haven't been any brewing masters as great in this city. No, in this Principality of Huntington. Mysterious incident? Jiang Yu scratched his skull and caught a whiff of the stimulating peppery aroma from Auntie Wolf. That's right, the murderer. They haven't been caught yet. Aunt Wolf lowered her voice and whispered, Mifuna died suddenly in the kingdom's capital. According to rumors, she was murdered. Whether it was a simple robbery motivated by greed, a vicious attack against the Grand Master of Potions, or a hate attack targeting a foreigner, the Kingdom Knights haven't yet come up with an explanation. The Kingdom Knights are the law enforcement agency of the Duchy of Huntington. The Knights represent the King's authority and enforce the King's warrants and the laws of the kingdom. They are not only present in the kingdom's capital, but also have bases throughout the duchy. Jiao scratched his skull again, shaking it in confusion. This country has a king and a royal order of knights, so why isn't it the Kingdom of Huntington, but the Duchy of Huntington? Shoo! The ant quickly covered her mouth, peered around the courtyard, and lowered her voice 3 notches, almost whispering, Don't speak loudly about this. Our king was once merely a duke. His territory was naturally called a duchy, but a lot of things happened later. In short, the old king, Rudolf Derman, died, the prince died, the queen died. Only the Grand Duke's line remained, so the royal family and parliament had no choice but to place our king on the throne. However, the country couldn't use either the Kingdom of Derman or the Kingdom of Huntington, so it had to continue using the duchy. This is a secret not to be discussed casually. Chapter 8. The gossip fire in Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly flared. Is that so? The German kingdom's royal family had died one after another, leaving the hostile royal family and parliament at a stalemate. They had no choice but to compromise and choose the foreign-born Duke Mayberry Huntington as the new king. From then on, the German kingdom and Duke Huntington's original duchy became one. However, the name to use became a hotly debated topic. Continuing with the name German Kingdom satisfied the German royal family and parliament, while King Huntington firmly opposed it. Using the name Huntington Kingdom also vehemently opposed the German royal family and parliament. In the end, after another compromise, the country became a strange place, a duchy despite the structure and scale of a kingdom. The German royal family, the kingdom's parliament, and King Huntington were all deeply dissatisfied with this outcome. But sometimes, the dissatisfaction of one's opponent is one's greatest comfort. Therefore, this seemingly outrageous proposal, one that displeased everyone, was unanimously passed. A little far-fetched, Takumi commented. Who says not? Aunt Wolf murmured, politics is always so confusing. Ever since Grand Duke Huntington transformed himself into King Huntington, rumors have been circulating. Some even suspect that King Huntington and his brother, a master magician, conspired to poison all the heirs of the Delman Kingdom to seize the throne. Takumi's soul fire burned even more fiercely. She was a devoted fan of mystery novels, TV series, and anime. It's not unreasonable. After all, Grand Magician Mabucha knew Grand Potion Master Mifuna and owed her a favor. And Mifuna was murdered in the capital. This definitely seems like a murder to silence her. Right. Right. Aunt Wolf nodded vigorously. I think so too. Miyu moved in from the magic school 3 or 4 months ago. Before that, she was said to have been studying at the Royal Academy of Magic, and didn't live with her mother. Just by appearance alone, anyone can tell that Miyu is Mifuna's daughter. They look so similar. But, their magical talents are worlds apart. Tell me, how did such a talentless, always messing up little girl, who couldn't even brew a proper potion, catch the eye of Mabucha and become the last disciple of the kingdom's official magician? It's outrageous. It's indeed a bit strange. Speaking of which, Aunt Wolf squinted at Takuya. What are you going to do next? You've been summoned here for no apparent reason, you're unfamiliar with the place, and you've been turned into a skeleton. How are you going to get by? Oh, I have a plan, Takuya said. I can't brew potions, but I can make sauces and drinks. I wonder if the competition in the food industry here is fierce. Aunt Wolf Talia hesitated for a moment, a constipated expression on her face that was hard to describe. Takuya, ? In fact, let alone the food industry, this country's culinary culture is extremely poor, almost like the legendary British Empire. The only two sauces are ketchup and marmalade, and the most popular dishes are mashed potatoes and stewed kidneys. Marmalade sounds good? Takuya asked tentatively. Aunt Wolf sighed, and went back to the house to retrieve a large glass jar. The jar was half filled with a dark brown stew that resembled orange peels. It didn't look very appetizing. That's it. Aunt Wolf placed the pot-bellied bottle and a spoon in front of Jiangyu with a bitter expression. Then, a sudden realization struck her. Oh, you can't taste it. Then try this. She picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful into her mouth, and shuddered, her hair standing on end and her face wrinkling. Come, taste my emotions. Aunt Wolf beckoned Jiangyu. Jiangyu hesitated, then, under Aunt Wolf's encouraging gaze, she pulled a ball of dark brown soul fire from her body. She licked it cautiously, and was instantly overwhelmed by the sour, astringent sensation that filled her soul, causing her to shudder. So bitter, so sour. She bared her teeth, her expression fierce. Is this the bitter first love you longed for but couldn't get? Yes, every time I eat this, it reminds me of my bitter first love that ended in vain. Talia Wolf was clearly a person with many stories to tell. Her ability to recreate the taste of food through the flavor of her emotions was a remarkable skill. I bet my emotions are pretty close to the actual taste of this thing. How is it? Isn't it disgusting? It's nothing like the marmalade I imagined. Jiangyu smacked his lips again, sniffing the soul fire. It smells like oranges, but tastes like badly pickled dried tangerine peel. Bitter, astringent, and sour flavors instantly washed over me, with a faint, strange, fishy odor, like a dirty rag. And most importantly, it's not sweet at all. Sugar is expensive. Aunt Talia said, this marmalade is made every year during the harvest season outside the city using whole, unsold, and nearly rotten oranges from the orchards. How can it possibly be delicious? As a foodie, Takumi imagined the taste and fell silent. Ingredients nearly spoiled, crudely processed without any treatment due to rushing, then stewed for a long time, destroying all vitamins and flavor, then left sealed in a jar for a long time, slowly fermenting and consuming the last bit of sugar, all that made this bizarre jam. Does anyone really think this stuff tastes good? Takumi asked with difficulty. Auntie Wolf shook her head. Of course not, but it's cheap. Just spread a little on some rye bread, and you can eat as much as you want. Takumi looked at her, speechless. Is it so bad that you have to use rye bread to remove the taste from your mouth? Auntie Wolf nodded vigorously. That's too bad. Jiangyu smacked his lips. But, if you look at it another way, isn't this place brimming with opportunity? Just by whipping up some sauces, drinks, and food, she could completely overturn this world's impoverished culinary culture. Besides soy sauce, fermented bean paste, and fermented tofu, she could also try mayonnaise, cheese, yogurt, milk beer, rice vinegar, and red wine vinegar. However, now that she's a skeleton, she's practically lost her sense of taste. To create products that taste like her, she need a taster. Her gaze fell on Aunt Wolf. Aunt Talia, are you interested in starting a business with me? Chapter 9. Jiangyu lived for 24 years. Although she spent most of that time bedridden, undergoing endless tests and surgeries, she had always lived with clarity. She had read countless time travel novels, as well as tutorials on farming, building houses with bare hands, and mixing cement. She had rehearsed countless times in her mind what she would do after traveling through time. Who would have thought that not only would she actually travel through time, but she would also travel to a Western fantasy world and become a living skeleton, The good news, she had learned a lot of skills from her time travel. The bad news, this was a Western fantasy world, and from the environment to the plants, animals, and people, everything was different from her original world. She wondered how much of that knowledge and skills would be useful. She would probably have to start all over again. Of course, starting from scratch wasn't a big problem. Jiang Yu was a studious person. As a Lich, she had the special gift of magic affinity, and nearly unlimited time. For her, studying magic and potions was a blessing, not a punishment. Back then, Takumi Yu was also a magic fan, muttering, "Why didn't Mayal give me my admission letter? She has talent, knowledge, and experience from another world. If she plays the card she's dealt well, she'd definitely make a name for herself." The biggest problem lies with her sense of taste. The finished Lich can taste, while the failed Lich can only taste the energy of the soul. Even though emotions have their own flavors of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty, equating the two is incredibly difficult. The Wolf Lady, who can recreate the flavors she's experienced through her emotions, is a true genius. It's not that great. Wolf Aunt Talia smiled sheepishly. It's just that I lived long enough to experience all sorts of flavors. Whenever I taste something particularly memorable, it brings back similar emotions. No, it's truly amazing. Jiang Yu said, "You're exactly the helper I need. I handle research and development, and you handle tasting. It would be even better if we had a scholar who could identify herbs and various potion ingredients." Jiang Yu excels at brewing. Whether it's yogurt, soy sauce, wine, vinegar, even fermented rice, bread, cheese, or sauerkraut, she can make them. However, brewing is the art of fermentation, and to achieve fermentation, you need various starters. Wine requires koji, yogurt requires lactic acid bacteria. Some starters she can make herself, but others require specific plants. If these plants don't exist in this world, she might need to find alternatives from this world. Not to mention, different types of rice can produce different qualities of wine, and different qualities of beans can produce different flavors of soy sauce. If we could find a scholar familiar with all the plants in this world to work with, preparing the ingredients would be much easier. You know, I actually know someone like that. Aunt Wolf hesitated, then said with some hesitation, "His name is Holly. He's a good kid, but he's been in some trouble lately." Sigh. She sighed heavily. "Let's not talk about that for now. What ingredients do you want to make? I get you some first. Let's see if we can make something, then we can talk about other things." Ahem. Jiang Yu scratched her head. She could smell Auntie Wolf's suspicion. It was a bit fishy, like fish sauce. Thinking about it, getting the next-door neighbor to trust her and start a business with her for no apparent reason did seem a bit ridiculous. Not to mention that the previous owner was incredibly bad at magic and potions, constantly getting into trouble, and probably caused Auntie Wolf a lot of trouble. If she wanted Auntie Wolf to join her, she'd have to come up with some solid products first. Jiang Yu mentally reviewed her strengths and the ingredients she had available. She had glutinous rice and soybeans on hand. If she had to make something with her current conditions that would be least likely to fail and most easily accepted by the people of this world. "Rose wine," she said. "I want to make rose wine." From Auntie Wolf's words, Jiang Yu understood that sugar was a precious condiment. Since it was expensive, it must be in short supply. There must be many people who like sweet things here. Jionyang is a naturally sweet fermented food. Adding roses makes it even sweeter and more delicious. Whether it's a drink straight from the start, added to glutinous rice balls or meatballs for a sweet soup, or used as a condiment with yogurt, it's sure to please anyone with a sweet tooth. Rose Jionyang requires only a few ingredients: glutinous rice, koji, roses, and water. As for the plant-based koji ingredients, she had just seen pepper and verbena in her own yard. As for roses, Aunt Wolf had quite a few growing. Ahem, she had no intention of taking the ingredients directly from Aunt Wolf. She was just confirming that roses did exist in this world. "I grew these roses to make perfume," Aunt Wolf said. "They're edible. I often use the petals for tea. I just gathered a basketful, so you can use them. When you make that rose wine, give me a portion to try. It'd be an equal exchange. If you fail, it doesn't matter. They're just worthless petals. Flowers bloom and fade, and not all petals are useful." Aunt Talia looked at the flowers with a hint of melancholy. Jiang Yu could smell the faint, slightly sour, sweet floral fragrance, but she didn't know the specific meaning behind it. As a newly born Lich, she still had much to learn. "If you succeed, the rose wine you make." "It's wine," Jiang Yu corrected quietly. "Rose wine," Aunt Wolf quickly corrected her mistake. "If it suits my taste, we can discuss cooperation later." She winked at Jianyu softly. Don't waste my roses. Jianyu, dazed, returned home with a basket of fresh roses. The front door hadn't been repaired yet, so she went back through the small backyard door. I have a feeling Aunt Wolf is someone with a rich story. These petals seem very important to her, she muttered, putting the roses and glutinous rice in the kitchen. Anyway, I can't waste her kindness. I must make this rose wine. I wonder what kind of story this person named Holly has, what kind of troubles he's involved in. Listening to gossip is fun, and eating all kinds of emotions is fun too. I wonder if using rose wine to make delicious soul energy. Chapter 10. Outside the north gate of Eston West City, the knights of the 1st Battalion of the Eston West City branch of the Kingdom Knights were forming a line. Boss, didn't the higher-ups say you'd be promoted to deputy captain? Why are they suddenly sending in a paratrooper? The Knight Squad's vice-captain, Weepa F.A. Dyla, muttered indignantly to their captain. So early in the morning, and you want us to lead a team to greet them? What kind of behavior is that? Captain Pyru F.A. Pertsu, a burly, rugged-looking captain like a hillock, slapped him on the back of the head. What nonsense! This is etiquette. Etiquette. They're royal. TSK just a road. A branch of the family. Grappa said disdainfully, he's only slightly better than us. The captain tugged at his ear, angrily saying, a little better? Do you want to see what you're talking about? His last name is Huntington. It's the national surname. Just based on that, he can walk all over this city like a tyrant. And you? Just a commoner. Behave yourself and don't cause trouble. Oh. Grappa rubbed his ear angrily, still mumbling, I wasn't wrong. Pierre shook his head and pulled him aside. Avoiding the others, he whispered in a whisper, you think he sent us here to greet you? You're totally wrong. Andre Lou Huntington had been transferred to 3 cities before, each time turning the local situation upside down. He hated injustices and miscarriages of justice, and he would relentlessly uncover any trace of favoritism, corruption, or deception. The 1st City's knights were inexperienced, and simply assumed he was just a figurative figurehead, so they ignored him completely. And what happened? He disguised himself and sneaked into the city, hiding there for 3 whole days. He's got a complete picture of every cat, rat, insect, ant, and thief in the city. On the 4th morning, he arrived in style, donning the imperial armor and dispatching all those involved in both the underworld and the underworld. Our boss has spoken. We can't afford to offend this great god. We're here ahead of time, fearing he slip into the city. Grappa swallowed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Could it be that he's acting on the king's orders? Whether he's acting on the king's orders or not, we don't know. The captain said, but anyone who has the courage to rely on his status as a low-ranking member of the royal family to stir up such bloodshed and escape unscathed must have the royal support behind him. There's a fight going on up there, so we should keep our heads down and behave ourselves. We absolutely mustn't cause any trouble at this critical moment. The boss said he won't be here for long. Grappa's eyes rolled, and he whispered then, what about that kid in jail? He's the genius botanist, Holly Hoax, whom we took advantage of his aunt and arrested as a follower of the evil Amun. The captain's face twisted for a moment. Why haven't you cleaned him up yet? No, he's a genius botanist after all. Besides, someone's always been facilitating his actions, so I can't do anything. Grappa argued guiltily. Forget it, just keep him like this for now. The captain gritted his teeth. There are so many people in jail anyway, Andre wouldn't just go there for no reason. Making any noise now would only draw his attention. When we transport the prisoners to the capital someday, we quietly slip that kid in there, and have someone else deal with him. That be it. He thought for a moment and asked, who do you think has been smoothing things over for him? Yes, it's a gossipy wolf lady in town, Melon Ho Talia. She's a real troublemaker, with a wide network of connections, and quite the trouble. Send someone to keep an eye on her, and don't let her complain. Okay. Everyone. Keep your eyes peeled. Don't miss him. The captain shouted, if you don't meet him, I punish you. The knights of the 1st Battalion of the Kingdom Knights Eston West City branch had no idea that the man they were supposed to meet had already entered the city under cover of darkness the night before. At this moment, he was wearing the rough leather armor favored by street thugs, a coarse cloth cloak draped over it. He folded his arms across his chest, leaning against the alley wall, one long leg bent and propped up against it. He leisurely held a piece of straw in his mouth, chewing the stem bit by bit. The coarse cloth wrapped several times around his head and face, obscuring his handsome features, but not his green eyes, as bright as the morning stars. He leaned quietly against the wall, watching the people coming and going, listening to their arguments, discussions, laughter, and gossip. In just an hour or two, He had a general understanding of the recent events in the city. Young master. A short figure emerged from the alley. It was his squire, Jericho Ho Chulin. The teenager, dressed in rags and with his face smeared with soot, looked like a wandering orphan without a home. Jericho reported in a low voice, "We found it. Let's go and take a look." Andre spat out the straw he was holding in his mouth. "Lead the way." Looking at the map, Eston West City is a nearly perfect diamond shape, with the 4 gates located at its vertices. A main thoroughfare runs horizontally, east-west, and north-south, dividing the city into 4 sections with varying levels of development. The northern half is known as the Upper City, and the southern half as the Lower City. Generally speaking, the north of the city is wealthy, while the south is impoverished, with people from both sides rarely traveling unless absolutely necessary. The northeastern area is the safest and most affluent. The closer to the central square, where the main thoroughfares intersect, the more prosperous it becomes. The headquarters of the Kingdom Knights of Eston West City are located here, and nearby is the Crescent Cathedral, the state religion of the Lunari cult. The northwest is less developed, with many businesses and several schools, and a relatively orderly environment. The southeast is even less developed, though it was once a bustling commercial center. Sadly, following the accidental death of Grand Master of Potions Mifuna in the capital 3 years ago, her brewery closed down due to lack of supervision and became abandoned. Overnight, it went from bustling with activity to deserted, rapidly declining and withering. The southwest is a complete slum, a hodgepodge of all sorts, a gathering place for assassins, thieves, mercenaries, and desperados. It is also the dark zone, where much intelligence flows and converges. Andre spent the night there, and had already gathered a considerable amount of information. The thin attendant nimbly navigated the similar streets, the tall man following behind at a leisurely pace. They soon stopped in front of a 3.5-story wooden building. The door was closed, and a half-dead sign hung on it, the words blurred by the wind and rain, "Brewery." Chapter 11. This is it. Jericho glanced up at the half-defaced, blurry sign and said, Mifuna's daughter, Miyu, had been living in the royal capital. Didn't the mother and daughter live together? Andre fiddled with the coarse cloth cloak that blocked his eyes, and asked casually. No, Miyu is Mabucha's student. She had been studying magic with Mabucha years before Mifuna's death. Rumor has it that she became Mabucha's disciple thanks to her mother's connections. Her own magical skills were not very high. She was originally Mabucha's disciple, living in Mabucha's mage tower on the outskirts of the royal capital. Later, after Mifuna's death, Miyu left the mage tower with Mabucha's letter of recommendation and went to study at the Royal Magic Academy in the royal capital. 4 months ago, she failed a magic test and was forced to discontinue her studies. According to her classmates, she accepted the situation calmly, without even a word of protest, and simply packed her bags and left. Perhaps she finally realized she wasn't cut out for magic. But she still decided to return to this abandoned workshop left by her mother, and inherit the family business, Andre said. Look, Jericho pulled a small, palm-sized notebook from his chest pocket and flipped through his notes. According to people around here, she only opened the business for a few days before disappearing without a trace. People's reactions to her potions were absolutely terrible, useless garbage. It was the same thing, without exception. Jericho shrugged. It seems this Miss Miyu hasn't inherited her mother's talent for potions. Young master, do you think she could be the follower of the evil Amun we're looking for? Andre's eyes lit up with a magical green light, as if he could see through the half-stone, half-wooden hut's exterior. I don't know. But there are traces of necromancy, summoning, and time magic in this house. I don't think this Miss Miyu is the magical idiot the rumors say she is. These are all extremely difficult, high-level black magic. If she doesn't have a black magic license, we can capture her today. He gestured to Jericho. You go around the back, I go through the main entrance, and we block her together. Jericho nodded. The two of them walked into the front yard together. Jericho took a few steps toward the small backyard door, but didn't go in directly. Instead, he cast a few more worried glances at his young master. The tall man grasped the doorknob, twisting it and pushing it. The lock clicked open with the twist of the handle, but the wooden door remained motionless. Andre, what the hell? He gathered all his strength and slammed his shoulder against the door. The heavy door shook, dust falling, but it remained motionless. Jericho returned, a worried look on his face. Master, are you all right? Watch the back door. Andre tore off the obstructing cloth covering his head and face, and tossed it aside. His translucent emerald eyes blazed with a fierce fighting spirit. I don't believe this broken door can stop me. Jericho glanced at the back door leading to the front yard. The yard was surrounded by a wall as tall as a man, separated by a low fence. From where he stood, he could see the entire backyard. He felt the woman wouldn't be able to escape, so it was more important to keep a close eye on his unreliable young master. If the prisoner escaped, they could catch him, but if anything happened to the young master, the master and mistress wouldn't let him go. Andrei's energy sank into his dance on, a golden light flashing in his green eyes, and his entire body ignited with silver-white fighting spirit. This was the physical magic unique to the kingdom's knights. By utilizing a special breathing technique to absorb magical elements from nature and the atmosphere and circulate them throughout the body, they could activate cells within the body that were normally dormant or underutilized, thereby gaining greater strength than usual. This energy could be condensed into a special kind of energy, which the kingdom's knights called fighting spirit. Fighting spirit has numerous uses. It could be used as a shield, covering the entire body and protecting vital parts in battle. It could also be unleashed as a weapon, transforming into a fist, a sword, a giant axe, even capable of splitting mountains and ripping valleys apart. Andrei wouldn't even consider a mere wooden door. Silver-white doji quickly coated his shoulders, forming a thick doji armor. Andrei twisted the doorknob with one hand and slammed it hard. Bang! The doji armor slammed into the door like a battering ram, and the deformed door finally freed itself from its jammed slot, creaking open. Andrei exerted too much force and stumbled into the room. But the battle-seasoned Kingdom Knight didn't let himself embarrass himself, quickly steadying himself with his powerful core strength. He surveyed his surroundings cautiously, finding the appearance of a defunct store. Old, dusty shelves, untouched for who knows how long, bottles covered in cobwebs, and strange marks on the dusty floor. Is this a footprint? He stared at the footprints on the ground for several seconds. They were strange, composed of thin, fragmented marks. They looked like the traces left by a pair of fleshless foot bones walking across the dusty ground. What the hell? Andrei's right hand subconsciously rested on the sword hanging from his left waist. He took 2 steps into the house, and suddenly smelled a strange odor. It was a scent hard to describe, one he had never smelled before. It had the sweet fragrance of roses, but mixed with a sweeter, richer aroma. It reminded him of the rice pudding his mother used to make, but with a completely different flavor. What was certain was that it was the smell of something, food. So, is that girl cooking in the back kitchen? No, maybe it's some kind of deceptive act. His vigilance heightened a little, and finally, there was movement inside. A skeletal head poked out from the inner door. Huh? Customers? Sorry, we're not open yet. Andrei? ? What the hell is this? He whipped out his sword. The Kingdom Knights are investigating. Come out. Don't hide there. Hey, hey. The white skeleton rushed out, a spoon in its right hand. Or rather, her eyes glowed with golden red soulfire. Why are you here? Andrei, you recognize me? No, that's not the point. Put down your weapon. Chapter 12. A weapon? Jiangyu scratched his head, glancing at the spoon in his right hand. Oh. Sorry. I was steaming rose glutinous rice. I accidentally pulled it out. She cheerfully retreated back to the kitchen. Wait a moment. I checked the fire. Mr. Knight, put down your sword too. Would you like a cup of hot tea? Andrei, no, I don't need it. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew awkward. Andrei instinctively glanced behind him, and saw Jericho looking at him with an indescribable expression. With a stony face, he sheathed his sword, displayed the insignia of his Kingdom Knights, and a warrant of inquiry signed by the king, and coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. This Lich. Could you please come out and answer a few questions for us? I'm coming. Jiangyu dimmed the magical flames on the stove, put down the spoon, took off her apron, and emerged from the kitchen. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The skeleton seemed so polite and friendly that Andrei was momentarily at a loss. He always adhered to the principle of strengthen against the strong, weaken against the weak, be kind against the good, and be evil against the evil. He never struck a smiling face, even if it was a moving skeleton. But at least it was a smiling skeleton. This Lich. He glanced at Takumi's pelvis, hesitated, and added, Miss, let me confirm, do you possess a dark arts license? Yes, yes. Takumi glanced at his badge and the investigation warrant, then cooperatively opened his skull and pulled out a book, spreading it on the counter in front of Andrei. Here. Andrei took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, picked up the dark arts charter, flipped through it, and fell silent as he looked at the king's signature. He reached out and brushed the sole signature of the authorized person below, and saw a silvery white soul light illuminate the skeleton before him. It's indeed a dark magic charter issued by the king. He finally concluded, pushing the charter back toward Takumi. Your soul vibrations are different from Mio's. May I ask who you are? My name is Takumi. Takumi smiled. As you can see, I'm a lich. For some inexplicable reason, I have now inherited this brewery. So where is Mio? Jericho asked curiously. Isn't she here? Not here. Or rather, never again. Thinking of the unfortunate owner, the soul fire in the skeleton's eyes dimmed slightly. Due to an unfortunate magical accident, she passed away, and no trace of her remains. No trace of her remains? Andre repeated doubtfully, his gaze sharpening as he stared at the skeleton. Takumi scratched his head. It was already like this when I arrived. Actually, I'm not entirely sure what happened. Would you like to check it out for yourselves? Andre and Jericho exchanged a glance, climbed over the counter, and followed her down into the basement. Takumi had been busy making koji these past few days, developing a different world version of rose wine from scratch. She hadn't had time to deal with the situation in the basement. Or rather, she didn't know what to do. With magic circles, even the slightest movement of a character or line can easily trigger a chain reaction of magical reactions. Unfortunate me, he was a prime example of this. Although Takumi possessed the gift of magic affinity, he was a complete amateur, untrained, and dared not act rashly. During the short time they spent walking down to the basement, Takumi had already recounted the entire story. Of course, she simply said she remembered nothing about her origins, only vaguely remembering that she was a skilled cook. Out in the world, one's identity and persona were self-made. Who says soy sauce and fermented rice wine aren't food? This was the utter truth. She hadn't considered concealing the fact that Miyu had become a lich. For one thing, she didn't enjoy lying. A small lie always required more lies to cover it up, and she didn't want to burden herself with so much. Secondly, she was upright and had a black magic charter signed by the king, so she had nothing to fear. Thirdly, this magical world likely held many talented individuals with special abilities. Who could possibly know how to distinguish the real from the fake? She was merely an innocent soul, drawn here by a misguided spell. The idiot magician Miyu, who had perpetrated the crime, was dead and had no witnesses. Even if the knights of the kingdom were unreasonable, they couldn't pin the blame on her. She had a hunch that the black-haired, green-eyed knight before her wasn't some unjust, barbaric villain. Look, that's where I woke up. Jiaoyu pointed to the magic circle and coffin at the black-haired knight. Andre gasped and crouched down. Lich transforming magic circle, soul summoning sacrifice. The names of the magic circles sprang out from the knight's mouth one by one. Jiaoyu might be a layman in magic, talented but uneducated, but the black-haired, green-eyed knight before him was clearly a master. Andre knelt on one knee and reached out to probe the overlapping, intertwined magic circles. The circle responded to his movements, illuminating with a dark, ominous red light. The scene was somewhat eerie, and Jiaoyu couldn't help but step back several steps and hide outside the door. Curious, he peeked out half of his head, his soul fire glowing with a curious green light. Andre was speechless. He glanced back at her, sighed, and said to Jericho, "What she said is indeed true. Mio's soul is surfacing here. This is a voluntary sacrifice, and a one-way summons. Damn, the clue is broken again." Jiaoyu? ? This knight seems to be investigating something. Could the owner of the house be involved in some terrible incident? Thinking of what Aunt Wolf next door had said about the owner's mother's mysterious death, suspected to have been assassinated to silence her, Jiaoyu shuddered. By the way, Andre stood up and looked up at Takumi. "You seem to know me?" The skeleton froze noticeably. Half hiding behind the door, she checked her fingertips guiltily. "Well, not really. I just saw you in a picture book." She wouldn't tell him that for the past few days, she'd been falling asleep every night with her hands on the huge, full-color painting in that picture book. Hee, those abs are so well delineated. I wonder if the knight himself has such beautiful muscular definition. As she thought about it, the soul fire in the skeleton's eye sockets suddenly flared, the pink flames looking rather eerie. Andre, For some reason, she felt a chill on her back. Chapter 13. Due to her frail health, caused by a fragile heart in her previous life, Takumi has always had an extraordinary appreciation and fondness for a healthy and strong body. In her eyes, those well-defined, graceful muscles, imbued with endurance and explosive power, firm yet elastic, embody the fusion of a healthy and beautiful body with a strong and resolute heart. Without perseverance, hard work, and daily persistence, strict control of food intake, and a rigorous and meticulously followed scientific training plan. Even in the magical world, it would be impossible to achieve this enviable, perfectly strong, and perfectly balanced physique. After arriving in this world and becoming a lich, left with only a skeleton, you, though temporarily deprived of the opportunity to cultivate a sculpted physique, unexpectedly discovered that as a faceless, skinless, and fleshless skeleton, she was no longer subject to the gendered gaze of others, but could instead gaze unscrupulously upon anyone. After hiding the platinum phylactery inlaid with emeralds and rubies she had found in the sarcophagus, the immortal skeleton you now felt utterly confident, unafraid. Her blazing soulfire gaze, threatening to burst into sparks, sent cold sweat streaming down Andre's back. The Kingdom Knight, always interrogating and probing others, attempting to uncover the ugly truth beneath layers of false facades, now found himself the subject of scrutiny for the first time. He paced restlessly around the room. Everything seemed suspicious. Andre pondered. A magic idiot who repeatedly made mistakes, and was expelled from the Royal Magic Academy, yet he was able to flawlessly complete this series of magic circles, sacrificing his own life and body to summon unknown souls to create a lich, and in the end, died without a single witness. He glanced at the skeleton again, and it was a failure. Speaking of which, why did it fail? The entire magic circle looks perfect. Could it be a lack of energy? Could this be part of some hidden, sinister, and grand plan of the moon with evil eyes? But this Takuyu, for now, seems ordinary enough. Aside from a slightly creepy gaze, there's nothing unusual about her. Everything she says is corroborated by the evidence left here, and it hasn't triggered any reaction from his sword. Clearly, she's speaking the truth, harboring no ill will. She looks like a kind and upright bystander caught up in this lich-like tangle. Andre's sword, a sacred artifact personally blessed by his mother, Anina de Dresden, high priestess of the Lunari cult, possesses the power to discern the hearts and words of those around it. If it detects evil thoughts or lies within those around it, it vibrates to warn. Are you sick? As the skeleton went upstairs to check on the stove, and the rose glutinous rice she'd been craving, Andre turned and gripped the hilt of his sword, whispering a question. His sword immediately vibrated several times in protest. Well, it's really not broken, so there's absolutely no problem. Andre rested his elbow on his left hand, and his chin on his right, lost in thought. Could it be that evil-eyed moon simply wanted a cook? But she's a failure, and a lich's failure is that they don't have a tongue and can't taste food? Andre was baffled. He considered everything, except perhaps the possibility that this was an accident. After all, in the eyes of a magical prodigy who had been exceptionally gifted and diligent since childhood, how could someone who could accurately draw these magic circles even misspell their own soul's true name? It must have been a deliberate and voluntary sacrifice. Andre, a gifted student with exceptional talent and memory, always able to find the right answer using the correct method, naturally didn't understand the pain of a magic noob who could complete 99% of the steps correctly but always stumbled at the last 1%. Hey, Jericho. Andre pondered, calling out casually. After a moment, no response came. He looked up and saw the entire basement was completely empty. Andre, wait a minute, where's a knight squire like me? Confused, he ascended the stairs. Halfway up, he heard cheerful laughter from the kitchen upstairs, and Jericho's exclamations of delicious. Delicious. Andre, The black-haired knight took long strides, leaping several steps at a time. He reached the kitchen in 2 steps, finding a man and a lich happily enjoying something. In one hand, Jericho held a rice dumpling, stained a pink-purple hue by the sap of rose petals, his mouth bulging with food, like a hamster hoarding food. The skeleton lich, on the other hand, held a rose-colored soul fire, slurping it up, the soul fire in his eye sockets dancing with joy. Andre, how come you're eating so soon? And you didn't even take me with you. Jericho was enjoying his meal when he looked up and suddenly caught his young master's gaze, which was 7 parts resentment, 2 parts accusation, and 1 part questioning. He felt guilty instantly. Ah, young master, I haven't eaten for most of the day, and this rose glutinous rice dumpling smells so delicious. His young master's eyes looked even more resentful. I haven't eaten anything all day either. Oh, how can that be? The lich devoured the glutinous, floral-scented soul fire in a few bites, burping with energy. She enthusiastically brought a small stool over. Please sit down. The rose glutinous rice balls will be ready soon. Andre watched as she meticulously cleaned her hand bones. Using the spoon she once mistook for a weapon, she scooped a ball of glutinous rice onto an empty plate, flattening it. She sprinkled a little salt for flavor, then wrapped a candied plum and steamed, soft, fragrant rose petals in the middle. Finally, she kneaded it into a round, plump ball that fit perfectly in the palm of her hand. Taking into account the appetite of a grown man, Takumi made 3 rice balls in a row and handed them to him on a clean white porcelain plate. Want to try it? I can't taste it, but Jericho says it's quite delicious. The skeleton said cheerfully, don't be offended. I can't eat human food myself, so I didn't buy much groceries. I steamed this rose glutinous rice to make wine, but I made a bit too much this morning, so it's totally fine to share some between you two. I also made the preserved sour plums these past few days. Made with plums from the tree in the backyard, honey, and roses from Aunt Wolf next door. It's all natural and pollution-free. At her urging, Andre washed his hands. He skeptically picked up a rice ball and bit into it. His eyes widened. Chapter 14. The crystal clear, fully absorbed glutinous rice, steamed, is soft and sticky yet slightly chewy, offering a delicious texture. The sweet syrup from the preserved fruit and the rich aroma of roses have thoroughly permeated each grain of glutinous rice. As you chew, the delicate fragrance of rice and nectar gradually blooms in your mouth. The sweetness of one, the fragrance of the other, blend into a mutually beneficial, harmonious beauty. It's a fierce and blissful assault on both the senses of smell and taste. One bites in, and the delicious rice ball instantly fills a hungry body and a weary soul with satiating energy. It's like the feeling he had when he first learned Do Chi, his entire body surging with energy, eager to run 10 laps straight. Glutinous rice is a very filling food. The first bite is supremely delicious, but the second bite often feels tedious and cloying. But he took another bite, and tasted rose and plum preserves. The tart, sweet, slightly pungent filling, overflowing with floral and fruity aromas, burst in his mouth, instantly dispelling any cloying taste. The salty flavor of the sprinkled salt, far from disrupting the harmony of sweetness and fragrance, blended seamlessly into the mix, like stars twinkling in the night sky, cinnamon on an apple tart, black pepper on a steak. The finishing touch, he murmured. This seemingly ordinary rice ball was so delicious. Before he knew it, one had inexplicably vanished from his hand. He couldn't stop, bit after bit, one after another. By the time he came to his senses, all 3 rice balls had slipped smoothly down his throat without him noticing, completely devoured, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. Andre, wait, what just happened? Why was he eating at the suspect's house, and enjoying it so much? The black-haired knight of the kingdom licked his sweet lips with relish, a rare flicker of confusion and hesitation in his emerald eyes. He silently condemned his own weakness and cast several detection spells on himself. Those that detected curses, those that detected poison, those that prevented and dispelled enchantment and mental confusion. After a series of operations, he finally concluded everything was normal. The Lich had simply given him some incredibly delicious rice balls that hadn't been tampered with in any way. He turned to look at the skeletal skeleton, only to find that she had somehow hunched over a massive cauldron, filling it with layers of glutinous rice and rose petals. For some reason, a cylindrical hole had been left in the middle of the pot of rice. When making fermented rice, the container and tools must be kept completely clean, free of oil and water. While the Lich was working, he was also trying to teach his incompetent squire Jericho. This kid had clearly been bought off by those rice balls, completely bewitched, and into a state where everything he said was right. So useless, Andre thought angrily, then he couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth, savoring the sweet rose scent. Well, he himself was a complete loser with zero self-control. He stood up and walked over to the 2 men. He glanced at the magic crucible, his pupils suddenly trembling. This is the crucible of time? This precious time artifact can manipulate the passage of time for the medicine within the cauldron. Only 3 exist in the world. One is said to belong to the elusive medicine Saint Serpha of a neighboring country. Another belongs to the moon worship cult, a treasure not even his mother has ever seen. Another one was lost in the world, its whereabouts unknown. It unexpectedly fell into the hands of this Lich. And he even used it to make sticky rice soup. Wait! He couldn't help but shout, do you know what you're doing? This is the crucible of time. I know. Jiangyu nodded, still looking cheerful. I'm making rose wine. This pot is so useful. It's supposed to ferment for a long time. She closed the lid and injected magical energy into it, activating the engraved circle. Now just do this. Turn it to minimum power and count 1, 2, 3. The pot dinged, and Jiangyu confidently lifted the lid. The aroma of sweet wine and flowers immediately wafted out. The cylindrical hole that had been left was now filled with a pink-purple liquor. The aroma was extremely tempting, not very alcoholic, but with a rich sweetness. In that era, sugar and wine were considered luxuries for the nobility. Even Andre, a member of the royal family, couldn't enjoy them at any time. Seeing this Lich simply create wine with glutinous rice, roses, and a cauldron worthy of a magical potion was simply a miracle. Andre Lou Huntington, once renowned throughout the capital, a genius who graduated from the kingdom's premier knight academy, majoring in both physical and magical skills, and the most down-to-earth, hard-working, and knowledgeable of the kingdom's knights, now felt like he couldn't comprehend the world anymore. It's not just glutinous rice and roses, the Lich kindly corrected him. I also added homemade yeast. Oh, and the yeast is also fermented in this cauldron to speed up the fermentation process. Otherwise, it would take a month or two. And besides, wine is brewed, not made. Andre felt dizzy. No, is that the point? The point is how this pot can be used to make wine. What? Wine, Koji? Koji, it's also made from fermentation. Jiaoyo pulled out a few large glass bottles from under the table. Not only have I used this pot lately to make rose wine, I also made rose and sour plum preserves. Oh, the one you just had. I also make green plum wine and green plum vinegar. The green plums are picked from the trees in the backyard, and they're also the raw material for the preserves. Andre fell completely silent. He wanted to say something like, "What a waste," but the overwhelming aroma of wine made him swallow the words back. He himself preferred sugar and alcohol to those potions with their chaotic, bizarre effects that always caused trouble and trouble. So, after a lot of twists and turns, the words that finally came out of his mouth were, "Can I try it?" The moment he said this, even he was slightly surprised, and he couldn't help but want to cast a dozen detection spells on himself to find out what poison or curse he had been exposed to today. The Lich was delighted, his entire skeleton glowing pink with joy. Of course. Mr. Knight is still on duty, right? Then I recommend trying this rose wine. Don't worry, freshly brewed rose wine has a very low alcohol content. It tastes like a sweet soup with a light hint of alcohol. It will take a while for it to gradually become richer. Then, when you filter it out, it will be real rice wine. Chapter 15. Jiangyu set up a small pot and poured in clear water. When it started to bubble, she added the pearl-shaped dumplings made from glutinous rice flour and hot water. She actually preferred dumplings made with pumpkin, mashed taro, and sweet potato. But the green plums in the backyard were just beginning to ripen. She judged it was late spring or early summer. There were a few pumpkin vines in the corner of the yard, but they were just beginning to bloom. It would take several months before we could eat pumpkin. The conditions were insufficient, so she had to give up for now. Fortunately, as long as the rose wine was good enough, simple glutinous rice dumplings would be delicious. She figured the locals wouldn't be too picky. She was confident in her cooking skills. She had just tasted Jericho's emotional soul fire with his permission, and found it to be roughly in line with her expectations. Food always evokes a myriad of emotions. Just like drinking a refreshing lemonade in the summer, leaving one refreshed and relaxed, or a bowl of creamy soup in the winter, bathing one's body and soul in the aroma of milk. When the Lich feeds on the emotions generated by these associations, he can savor the food's original flavor. It's a bit like translating from Chinese to English and then back again. Depending on the translator's skill, some flavors may be lost in the translation process, or they may be perfectly restored 1:1, but simply achieving a similar taste is a victory. She'd been doing a lot of experiments in the past few days. Aunt Talia Wolf, a seasoned translator, was a top-notch translator. Whether it was rose jam, preserved plums, plum wine, or plum vinegar, she could perfectly recreate the flavors of emotions. Jericho, perhaps having experienced less rich emotions, tasted a bit sloppy. One could only say it had the aroma of flowers, the flavor of glutinous rice, and a strong sense of fullness, all the right ingredients. I wonder what this black-haired knight's soul fire tastes like. What's his name, anyway? I think Jericho just mentioned it. Her thoughts drifted for a moment, then returned to her mind as the small dumplings in the pot floated up and down in the bubbling water. She filled a bowl with dumplings for each knight and his squire, then ladled the hot fermented rice from the cauldron, adding 2 candied fruits to each bowl. Overheating fermented rice will sour it, so this temperature was just right. Judging by her experience, the finished product should be quite delicious. She handed it to the hungry master and servant beside her. Try it? The black-haired knight and the brown-haired squire, one silent, the other delighted, taking the bowl. Jericho eagerly sipped the soup, letting out a sigh of surprise and satisfaction. The knight fiddled with the bowl with a detection spell, confirming it was safe before he reservedly scooped a dumpling into his mouth. Delicious. His green eyes suddenly lit up. The wine isn't overpowering. At this level, It's more like the fruit wine favored by noble ladies, with just the right sweetness. I like this rice grain, Jericho commented simply. Sour, sweet, and fragrant, absolutely delicious. Can I try it too? Jericho said sincerely. Just a little bit of your current emotions, and it'd take on some of the flavor of the dish. Jericho nodded vigorously. Sure. Andre hesitated for a moment. Okay, sure, but I'm afraid you'd be disappointed. Jericho didn't care. At the mere word okay, she was already in action. With a single thrust of her bone claws, she effortlessly conjured 2 soul flames. Jericho's was the color of sweet rice wine soup, while Andre's was white as a steamed bun? Takumi? ? It's a bit strange, but whatever. It's food. Eat. She happily picked up the 2 soul fires and slurped down Jericho's first, smacking her lips as she savored them. Still the same flavor. All the key points are there, but it's a little sloppy, missing the essence. She picked up Andre's and sipped it. Huh? This soul fire was very strange. It had none of the proper flavor, no emotion, but its energy was incredibly high. If I had to use a food metaphor, it would be like a perfectly fermented, freshly baked, steaming northern steamed bun. Rich in wheat aroma, it becomes chewier and sweeter with each chew. You could eat a whole bun on its own and feel full for 3 days. Though Takumi was from the south, she also loved delicious steamed buns. Since she traveled here as a lich, she'd been starving for quite a while, and now, finally, she had a steamed bun that was full of energy. She happily nibbled on it for a long time, devouring it with gusto. After finishing, she wiped her mouth and asked curiously, why can't your soul fire sense emotions? This handsome knight doesn't look like someone with emotional insomnia. His facial expressions are quite expressive. I forgot to introduce myself before, Andre said. I'm Andre Lou Huntington. Although I'm only a minor descendant of the royal family, my soul, like all royal members, is blessed by the moon goddess. Simply put, neither liches nor any other magical creatures can perceive our emotions or thoughts through any telepathic magic or similar abilities. But you can still draw energy from them. I see. Jiangyu understood. This was the royal family's self-protection measure, come to think of it. If the king or his closest associates could sense their emotions and thoughts with a mere lick of soul fire from a lich, then all the secrets of the kingdom would be laid bare before Jiangyu. If that were to happen, forget about issuing a black magic charter, Jian, you would likely be hunted to the ends of the earth by the kingdom's knights. It seems that Aunt Talia is indeed the most reliable food taster. When she returns home, she'd bring a bowl of rose wine over to hand in the quest. By the way, Mr. Knight, Jiangyu asked excitedly, what do you think of me reopening this brewery and selling these brewed snacks and sauces? Will there be any customers? Andre pondered for a moment, his eyes glancing at the wasted treasure. After a long internal struggle, he finally nodded. This is truly a rare delicacy. Once someone has tasted it, they definitely come back for more. But, he pondered for a moment, then looked at Takumi several times. But there's one thing I feel I must disclose to you first. We suspect Miyu and her mother, Mifuna, have joined the mysterious cult, Evil Eye Moon, and are connected to certain cases I've been investigating for years. Now they're dead, and there's no evidence. You're the last lead I found. Chapter 16. Evil Eye Moon? Jiangyu tilted his head, his large, deep skull eye sockets gleaming with vibrant soul fire. It sounds familiar. What is that? It's a mysterious sect. Andre explained. Those working in magical professions mostly worship the Red Devil Moon. This ancient custom, passed down for thousands and even tens of thousands of years, has spawned countless imaginations and interpretations, giving rise to various sects and myths. Our state religion in the Principality of Huntington is the Lunari cult, a tolerant and upright religion. We encourage the peaceful development of magic, the integration of dark magic into everyday life, and its harmlessness. Take your time magic, for example. Normally, time magic is too powerful and dangerous. If misused, it can have a profound impact on people, history, the kingdom, and even the world, potentially even causing the collapse of space and time. Of all dark magic, it is considered the most dangerous. But just like you, by safely and controllably utilizing the grace of time for a little while, you can quickly brew these delicious fermented rice wines. Jiangyu nodded vigorously. That's right. That's right. Just like gunpowder can be used for fireworks or explosives, and a knife can be used to cut vegetables or injure people, magic is just a tool. Whether it's used for good or evil depends entirely on the user's will. This is the peaceful ideal passed down from her ancestors. She never expected that someone in this medieval magical world could possess such advanced ideas. Andre was equally surprised. Although the moon worship cult was the state religion, its philosophy was truly novel in this world. Not only other nations, but even their own people might not fully understand and accept it. The brain circuits of the two worlds seamlessly connected at this moment, their ideas overlapping and understanding each other. Both sides felt a genuine sense of relief, and their expressions towards each other softened. Andre felt that the skeleton before him even had a certain handsomeness. Ahem, it made him look more appealing. He continued, I don't know how much you know about our Duchy of Huntington. Anyway, shortly after our king, Mayberry Huntington, inherited the mess left by King Rudolph Delman and transformed himself from Grand Duke of Huntington into King of Huntington, the mysterious sect of the evil eye moon began to gradually come into people's attention. This sect opposes the popularization and daily use of dark magic. They insist that magic is a gift from the gods, a gift that can only be inherited by those of a certain noble bloodline. Oh no! Jiang Yu thought to himself, this is a bit like the Serpent Court. As expected, in the magical world, there are always those who believe in the supremacy of bloodline. Although the theory of bloodline is an outdated concept, after King Huntington ascended to the throne, the old royal family of Delman gradually lost its former glory and prestige. The lords, marquises, and earls left behind by the old royal family could no longer benefit from their relationship with the new king, and could only cling to their old wealth and live off it, generation after generation. Even though King Huntington kindly allowed their descendants to inherit titles and lands without being demoted, these side branches of the royal family, accustomed to extravagant lifestyles and poor management skills, accumulated increasing debts with each generation. The high-end magic passed down from generation to generation in the family is the last resort of their industry. The moon cult and the democratization of magic have made it impossible for them to monopolize certain specialized magical products. More affordable alternative magic has been developed. Sometimes people don't care about the specific magic they use or how many years of inheritance it has. They only care about the cost and the effectiveness of the magic. As long as the cost is low enough and the results are acceptable, ordinary people won't be too picky. Indeed, Jianyu fully understands this mentality. It's like something sold on Pinduoduo for 9.9 yuan might not be truly useful, but if it's only 9.9 yuan, what's the point of a bicycle? Ordinary people have their own way of living, and royal families have their own way of living. Someone earning 1,000,000 yuan a month may not necessarily live a happy life, but someone with very little money can still wander the world alone. To put it bluntly, the nobles of the old royal family wanted everyone to pay top dollar for their fine ostrich eggs, while the common people preferred the free-range eggs they dug from their own chicken coops. A mountain isn't famous for its height, but for the presence of immortals. An egg isn't famous for its size, but for its edibility. Homemade eggs, though small, taste far more delicious than ostrich eggs. Thanks to the support of the common people, the moon worship cult quickly became the state religion, and King Huntington gained a firm foothold. The nobles of the old Delman royal family lost support and property, and their estrangement from the Huntington royal family gradually widened. At this point, Evil Eye Moon, advocating the theory of bloodline, emerged and immediately garnered the unwavering support of these established nobles and members of the old royal family. Jianyu understood, on the surface, it's a sectarian conflict, but in reality, it's a conflict of interests between the new and old royal nobles. Andre admired the skeleton's wisdom. Exactly. Evil Eye Moon. With the unspoken support of these elder nobles and clan members, the group expanded rapidly, recruiting many masters of magic, who held the view that magic should be revered and held to a strict barrier to entry. We suspect Mifuna was one of them. Evil-Eyed Moon. Is that what they call themselves? It doesn't sound like good people. Takumi asked doubtfully. Andre smiled. No, that's what we call this organization. The name comes from the iconic mark they always leave at the scene of their crimes. The eye of the waning moon. He dipped his fingertips in water, and drew a waning crescent moon on the tabletop. Then, with a few strokes, he drew a reptilian pupil in the middle of the waning moon, which looked a bit like a cursive, abstract G. Andre began to explain ramblingly, but Takumi's attention was drawn to his fingertips. They were beautiful hands, fair skin, distinct joints, and slender lines. The nails were round and smooth, a healthy pale pink. Most importantly, the crevices between the nails were spotless, without a trace of dirt. Looking up, the palms of his right hands were covered with thick calluses where they gripped the sword, and the base of his left hand bore an old scar, likely the legendary scar often left when sheathing a sword. He wore the slightly worn leather armor wrist guards matched his own, but they didn't seem to match his true identity. They looked more like a disguise for incognito visits. Beneath the leather armor, one could vaguely see his sleek, explosive muscles, proving the picture book wasn't exaggerating. Although this knight was a royal, he didn't look the part of a pampered knight. He paid close attention to his personal hygiene and appearance, and he also devoted himself to exercise. However, during his incognito visits, he managed to appear presentable. Based on the above, we can conclude that these crimes were committed by Evil Eye Moon. Jianyu, wait a minute. What did I just say? Why did I suddenly say all that? Chapter 17. Xiaoyu felt as if she were listening to a math class lecture. One moment, the teacher was explaining the number 9981, but when she glanced at the handsome guy next to her, the next thing she knew was that he was talking about calculus derivatives, which she completely didn't understand. Jiuyo, damn it! I was so engrossed in the beauty that I wasn't paying attention at all. What did I miss? And like any student who suddenly realizes they lost their focus and can't keep up, Jiangyo's completely ineffective self-condemnation and complaints distracted her again, and she didn't even catch the last few words. Like I just said, we're in danger, we need, is that okay? When she came to her senses, Andre had finished speaking, and he seemed to have asked a question. Jianyu? ? What's okay? What did you just say? Jianyu's mind was full of questions, but like a hapless student who hadn't paid attention and was called on by the teacher, she felt embarrassed to ask for instructions again. She could only mumble a vague then quickly change the subject. By the way, did you break my door when you came in just now? To be honest, that wooden door had been broken since Jianyu came here. She'd been using the small backyard door for the past 3 days, but Andre didn't know that, now that he had knocked the door open, it hung crookedly from the doorframe, one hinge loose. It was a perfect way to change the subject. Of course, it needed fixing. The barely upright black-haired Kingdom Knight felt visibly guilty. That's right. I help you fix it right away. He set down the now empty soup bowl and walked out of the kitchen. Jericho quickly grabbed hold of Jericho, who was about to follow him. What did your young master just say? I don't think I understood. Can you tell me more? Jericho's eyes widened. You didn't understand? Jericho decisively pulled out a cup of plum vinegar jelly from her hidden drawer, a small snack she made for herself. Here, have it. Jericho didn't hesitate for a second. He took the cup and said, deal? While Andre was outside, agonizing over the wooden door, Jericho quickly summarized Andre's words in the simplest terms, even adding some off-screen commentary. Simply put, Evil Eye Moon is a mysterious organization with unknown members and is shrouded in mystery. They appeared in the 3rd month of the 10th year after Grand Duke Huntington ascended the throne and killed Count Sokka de Mordo, a close confidant of King Huntington. They then drew the eye of the waning moon with Count Sokka's blood next to the pool of blood at the scene. Count Sokka de Mordo was responsible for promoting the Lunari cult in the old territory of the Kingdom of Delman, and people suspect this was the reason for his assassination. Count Sokka de Mordo died in a gruesome manner. His head was severed and placed on a silver platter, which was then placed on his desk. His body, chopped to a bloody mess, lay on the floor of his study. The eye of the waning moon was found on the floor next to his body. This count was Master Andre's teacher, and they had always had a good relationship. He was a mentor, a friend, and a father figure to the young master. The Earl's death was a great blow to the young master. The young master swore a vow at Earl Sokka's grave that he would pursue the murderer and bring him to justice, even if it meant tracking him to the ends of the earth. But despite the vow, the results were less than expected. Evil-Eyed Moon committed more than a dozen crimes after that, his victims ranging from Huntington's royal family and politicians to ordinary citizens. Their only commonality was their dedication to the Lunari cult's mission, the democratization of magic. The civilians who died were all scholars or magicians who developed civilian magic. It's no exaggeration to say that their inventions changed people's way of life. Jericho looked at the magic stove and sink next to him. The inventors of these 2 masterpieces are also among the dead. Geo, what? This Evil Eye Moon is so abominable. This magic stove and magic sink with its own faucet are so convenient to use. Geo hasn't felt any discomfort in life in the past few days since she traveled through time, and it's all thanks to these 2 magical inventions. As long as there is magical energy, it's like having running water and gas. A failed Lich only consumes energy and doesn't need to go to the bathroom. Its biggest discomfort is not being able to use its phone. But Geo has magic to learn and a ton of brewing recipes to try, so she has no time for fun. The thought of the genius who invented these great works met a tragic death at the hands of the evil organization Evil Eye Moon made Gio's fists stiffen, even though her fists only consisted of hand bones, which were already stiff. Jericho, so you weren't excited because you weren't listening? Takumi, ahem, sorry, it's all your master's beautiful hands. Oops. I accidentally let it slip. Jericho, The young retainer sidled up stealthily. I have a collection of my master's high-definition and censored oil paintings. Do you want them? Takumi's eyes instantly doubled in intensity. Does he have abs? Of course he does. 1:1 reproduction. Absolutely accurate. Absolutely stunning. I want it. How much is the album? We be here for quite some time. What else can you cook? The foodie retainer licked his lips, unsatisfied. The cunning knight retainer quickly struck a secret feeding pact with the skeleton with yellowed bone marrow. Takumi finally figured out where the knight's exquisite oil paintings came from. It was this young retainer, a professionally trained painter who often sketched crime scenes for the knight. Takumi, 6. By the way, what Takumi didn't catch clearly was Andre's question. As I just said, you're in danger. Evil Eye Moon is very likely to attack you. Therefore, we need to stay here and protect you. Is that okay? Takumi was horrified. What? What? You want to stay? Jericho nodded. And you already agreed. Takumi, beauty can be deceptive, it really is. On second thought, it doesn't seem so bad. Takumi scratched his head, weighing the pros and cons. She was now a skeleton, an undead lich, able to run around naked. She had probably transcended gender, becoming a mysterious being almost like a magical robot. Even if she lived under the same roof with this master and servant, she wouldn't have to worry about her safety. On the other hand, that black-haired knight would probably have to be wary of her. Ahem. Chapter 18. The more Jianyu thought about it, the more this seemed like a worthwhile idea. First, she was new here, completely ignorant of this world, and a creature of dark magic. Although she was now a licensed official, the country seemed fraught with danger. The new king and the old royal family and nobles. I heard there was even a parliament. Were rife with conflict. The war between the moon worshippers, dedicated to improving the lives of the common people and gaining their support, and the mysterious and murderous Evil Eye Moon was quietly approaching, and there was no telling when it would draw her in. If the owner, Miyu, and her mother, Mifuna, were members of the Evil Eye Moon, or were connected to it, then was her arrival in this world the result of a magical accident caused by a clerical error, or a completely intentional sacrifice. If Andre could follow the clues and find her, then the Evil Eye Moon's people could also be found. Even if Jianyu chose to flee or hide, such a unique skeleton, among ordinary people, would be like a blazing searchlight in the night sky, impossible to conceal. Unbeknownst to Jianyu, she seemed to have been swept up in a plot by someone, or rather, some entity. This isn't good, she thought. The enemy is in the dark, I'm in the light. Although killing a lich like me isn't easy at the moment, it would be incredibly easy to cause trouble for me. It would only take a few troublemakers, or bribed knights of the kingdom to destroy her shop before it even begins. A food shop, no matter how high quality, expertly crafted, or sanitary conditions are, will struggle to thrive in this unfamiliar land without a strong backer. What's more, the food she prepared was something the people here had never seen before. With the support of a kingdom knight familiar with various detection magics, most of these problems could be solved. Secondly, Andre possessed abundant soul energy. Just a small soul fire would sustain her for the better part of a month, more energy than Aunt Wolf, the neighbors, and the little retainers had contributed these past few days combined. Also, Andre seemed quite satisfied with her cooking. This handsome knight was also very understanding, and seemed easy to talk to. Third, there was simply too much repair work to do in this house. She could certainly handle it alone, but it would take a long time. With the help of a strong kingdom knight, who could perform magic, it would be much easier, and of course, they might even be able to feast their eyes. Thinking of this, Jianyu shook off his initial panic and took the initiative, heading for the shop in the front hall. Andre had already checked the wooden door and pushed it back into place, barely closing it. The wood is warped from years of neglect, which is why it's stuck in the doorframe. To completely repair it, we have to build a new one. Andre saw her come out and dusted his hands. I successfully closed it. Just make do with it for the next few days. I make you a new one when I have time. Jianyu beamed with joy at having someone take over. Oh, that's great, she said. There are only 2 rooms upstairs. I'm using one now, and the other is Miyu's room. If you don't mind, you can use that one. Maybe you can find more clues there. But, she scratched her head, lost in thought. Mifuna seemed to have a good relationship with the king's brother, the kingdom's official magician Mabucha. Mabucha even owed Mifuna a favor, taking the non-magical Miyu as his disciple. Honestly, after hearing Aunt Wolf's gossip, she almost thought Mifuna had concocted some potion and helped Mabucha poison the old king, leading to her being silenced. But now Andre said Mifuna was connected to the mysterious cult of the Evil Eye Moon, perhaps a member of the sect. A member of a sect that's hostile to the current royal family. Why does Mifuna's stance always feel strange? Something doesn't make sense? She stopped short before she could figure it out. Looking up through the window, she saw a figure moving next door and exclaimed happily, "That must be Aunt Wolf back. I need to give her some rose wine." She happily rushed back to the kitchen, scooped another bowl of wine-fermented dumplings, put them in a small bamboo basket, and ran out the back door. Andre and Jericho exchanged a glance and followed her out. The figure Jiangyu saw was indeed Aunt Wolf Talia, who had just returned home. She had just returned from visiting a prisoner in the dungeon of the Kingdom Knights and looked exhausted. When she saw Jiangyu, she only gave a dull hello. "Jiangyu, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid the botanist I wanted to introduce you to isn't doing well anymore." Aunt Talia sighed deeply. "That unfortunate kid, I don't know who offended him, but the Kingdom Knights have locked him up, mistaking him for someone with the Evil Eye Moon." "Huh?" Takumi replied with a hint of regret, then her pupils flickered a few times. "Huh? Evil Eye Moon?" "Excuse me," Andre stepped forward. "Andy, could you please tell me what happened from the beginning?" The unexpected clue had arrived, inexplicably. Takumi returned to her room and made a few bowls of rose wine-fermented meatballs. As they ate and talked, they finally figured out the whole story. And thanks to Auntie Wolf's emotional translation, Takumi finally managed to taste the wine-fermented meatballs. The botanist Auntie Wolf wanted to introduce was the Holly-Ho Axe she had mentioned before. Holly-Ho Axe was a member of the Hafu tribe. The Hafu are a humanoid race unique to this world. Hafu are shorter than average, yet their limbs are well proportioned, a stark difference from dwarves and dwarves. Their lifespan is between that of humans and elves. They are slender, with pointed ears similar to those of elven creatures, large round noses, and soft, curly hair. Their hands and feet are covered in a layer of natural scales that repel water and stains, making them ideal for digging the earth. They are close to nature, loving the soil, the earth, and plants. They have a strong affinity for plants and the elements, and each one is a true green finger. Compared to the lofty elves, the Hafu are closer to the earth. Their favorite thing is to delve into various fertilizers, wading through mud and manure every day to care for their beloved flowers and plants. The greatest lifelong wish of every Hafu is to cultivate their own botanical garden and cultivate a multitude of rare plants. Chapter 19. Holly-Ho Axe was a highly successful member of the Hafu tribe. At a young age, he inherited a botanical garden from his grandfather. He himself was a rare prodigy within the Hafu tribe for centuries. At just 15, he had already mastered the nearly 30,000 plant species listed in the Hafu tribe herbal compendium and could accurately identify most plants in nature and their cultivation methods. At a young age, he had already earned a certified botanist from the Royal Academy of Magic and received an offer to become a visiting professor of botany at the Royal Academy of Magic. However, he was so focused on managing his grandfather's botanical garden that he promptly declined the offer and remained in West Eston. This made his aunt extremely jealous. "I was his wet nurse," said Aunt Wolf Talia nostalgically. The child lost his mother shortly after birth. It was a difficult birth. Childbirth is a difficult hurdle for women of any tribe, and unfortunately, his mother didn't make it. And 15 years ago, I had just lost my third wolf cub. Perhaps it was fate that I was asked to be his wet nurse. First as a wet nurse, then as a nanny. I can say I raised him single-handedly. Until 3 years ago, when his grandfather passed away, his second aunt, Pertinent H. Pris, took over the family business and kicked me out. Holly H. AKS's grandfather, Herd H. AKS, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Holly was a descendant of his eldest son, Hopkins H. AKS. Pertinent H. Pris married his second son, Whipson H. AKS. Their daughter, Plinin, was 18 years old and was studying at the Royal Academy of Magic. The third son, Holland, was born in his old age after Herd had an affair with other women. He just turned 6 this year. Hopkins became depressed after his wife's difficult childbirth, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He finally managed to drown himself 5 years ago. Since then, Holly is the only remaining member of the eldest son's line. The second son, Whipson, was a weakling, yet he married Pertamine H. Price, the daughter of a shrewd businessman. Because the family's children and grandchildren were either underage or studying away from home, the responsibility of housekeeping fell to Pertamine. This woman is scheming and ambitious. Her marriage into the Axe family was a business alliance, and now she has found an opportunity to steal the Axe family's wealth. Aunt Wolf continued, our youngest son, Holland, was the child of herd and a bar dancer. The dancer sent the infant to the Axe family, took the money, and ran away. I also raised Holland for a few years. However, after Pertamine fired me, Pertamine sent her sister, Perlamine, to live with the Axe family and take care of the child. Talia took a sip of rose wine and exhaled a breath of warm air. 3 days ago, Holland was found dead by Pertamine in the botanical garden that Herd had left to Holly. The 6-year-old child, a knife stuck in his chest, lay face up in the garden's most beautiful flower bed, seemingly asleep. On his clothes, a crescent moon pupil was painted in blood. Andre narrowed his eyes slightly. Is his body intact? Auntie Wolf glanced at him curiously. From what I understand, it is intact. However, I'm just a passerby who heard this from others. The true truth, of course, needs to be communicated and investigated by your kingdom's knights. Andre coughed lightly and said, a little awkwardly, you're right. Jianyu scratched his bony chin with his long bony claws. Wait, why are Permine and Holland in Holly's botanical garden? Oh, that has to do with the terrain. Auntie Wolf stood up and searched for the map. Wait a minute, I remember I left it nearby. Shall you, while I'm looking for the map, could you make some more of that plum wine vinegar jelly? She smacked her lips. I've been talking so much, my mouth's a little dry. I'm craving something sweet and sour. Then, the knight and his servant cast their expectant glances his way. Jianyu didn't even need to taste the soul fire to understand their intentions. Their eagerness was clearly evident in their eyes. I got the mung bean jelly, plum wine, and plum vinegar you made earlier in the kitchen. Auntie Wolf said, use whatever you want. Okay. Jiao sauntered into the kitchen with familiarity. She and Auntie Wolf had been tinkering with a lot of ingredients these days, like making jelly. This thing is essentially mung bean starch, boiled in water, and then allowed to cool and solidify. It's perfect for making jelly, pudding, and jelly tea. She first took out a few clean glass cups, scooped out the plum soaked in the plum wine, and placed one in each. She then poured the plum wine, plum juice, and jelly into a small saucepan, brought them to a boil, and then poured them into the cups. Using a simple ice spell she just learned 2 days ago, she quickly cooled the liquid, allowing it to cool rapidly and solidify into a chewy jelly. Once formed, drizzle a little sweet and sour plum vinegar over the jelly, and you're done. This sweet and sour jelly has dozens of variations, and by tweaking the recipe, you can create new flavors. Currently, Auntie Wolf and Takuya's favorite is the one that incorporates both plum wine and plum vinegar. This world's magic is so incredibly useful. Jiangyu couldn't help but exclaim, why even need a refrigerator? Jiangyu was quick. She deftly placed the small glass cups filled with plum wine vinegar jelly and 3 spoons onto the large tray. Humming, she returned to Aunt Wolf's study. She had just found the town map and spread it out on the table. Look, this is our West Eston city. This vast area west of the city is all owned by the Axe family. Auntie Wolf pointed to the large green estate marked outside the city on the map. This entire estate is the Axe family's old home. Everyone in the family, except Premin, who's away studying, lives there. She then pointed to a rectangular area adjacent to the estate and said, and this is the botanical garden that had passed on to Holly. It's right next to their old home. Although Holly owns it, the garden is essentially their backyard. Holland plays there every day. After saying this, Auntie Wolf took a bowl of jelly and a small spoon from Jiangyu's tray and scooped a delicious spoonful into her mouth. The refreshingly sweet and sour jelly slid into her mouth, crumbling with a gentle sip. The aroma of plum wine quickly spread throughout her mouth, leaving her mouth watering and leaving a lingering fragrance. The light taste of wine and the refreshing taste of vinegar complement each other perfectly. Since both green plum wine and green plum vinegar are brewed with green plums, the two flavors blend seamlessly, with a hint of heaviness and complexity in the refreshing taste, making people want to eat it again. Chapter 20. The sweet and sour taste of plum wine vinegar jelly slid down her throat, instantly dispelling the thirst brought on by constant talking. Talia seemed to be transported back to that summer 15 years ago, when she had just lost her own child, only to find another equally adorable baby through work. She remembered sitting beneath the plum tree in the botanical garden, breathing in the sweet and sour aroma of the fruit, cradling Tiny Half in her arms. That small, round face, with a large nose and innocent eyes stared straight at her. She lowered her head, gently rocking the swaddling clothes and humming a lullaby to him. The little baby smiled innocently, reaching out his tiny hand to grasp the long, gray-brown fur in her hand. The hand, covered in light green scales, grasped her furry wolf paw. A sweet and sour feeling filled her heart, and the rich fruity aroma, along with that memory, was buried deep within her heart. Until now. The plum wine vinegar jelly stirred memories for Talia, unleashing a flood of gossip and past events about the Axe family. Jiao, with Aunt Wolf's permission, gently plucking a yellow-green soul fire from Aunt Talia. The skeleton sniffed the soul fire a few times, its eyes dancing with excitement. That's it. She suppressed her excitement and licked the soul fire. The cool, sour-sweet jelly soul fire melted on her soul tongue, its aromas of fruit, wine, and vinegar bursting forth in an instant, like a dazzling display of fireworks. Instantly, she felt a gentle breeze on her face, and the scenery shifted abruptly. She had somehow arrived in a forest, or perhaps a garden, and young Aunt Talia sat before her, holding a baby in her arms. The image lasted only about 5 seconds before disappearing. Jiangyu scratched his head. How could a lich eat a meal, and there be a small animation to watch? While the night master and servant listened to Aunt Talia's gossip, they also picked up the plum wine vinegar jelly. Jericho took a sip, his eyes lighting up. This is even better than the last one. After he said that, he felt something was wrong. He glanced up at his young master, and his inner alarm went off. Andre's green eyes glared at him resentfully, his tone shimmering. Just now? That? Which one? Young master, I didn't even get to taste it, so how could you? Jiao couldn't read the tense atmosphere between master and servant. She said cheerfully, yes, the recipe is slightly different. The previous one was a test sample. I used to see if I could taste it myself, so to save money, I only added vinegar, no wine. But this jelly is delicious with anything. Juice makes it jelly, vinegar makes it vinegar jelly, wine makes it wine jelly, tea makes it tea jelly. You can also add petals, add jam, and make 1,000 different variations. She chattered away cheerfully, completely oblivious to Jericho whispering in Andre's ear. Young master, you said Evil Eye Moon spent so much to get her here, maybe just because she's envious of her culinary skills? This speculation was truly a bit far-fetched. Andre opened his mouth to retort, but the words faltered. He used a spoon to stir the seemingly clear, yellow-green liquid in the small bowl, a delicious, chewy, semi-solid dessert he had never seen before. Finally, he said, struggling, that's a possibility? He scooped up the large green plum from the jelly and put it in his mouth. The moment his teeth bit into the flesh, the fruit cells, soaked with alcohol, instantly exploded, releasing a strong aroma. The sweetness of the fruit and the pungent taste of the alcohol were like a blazing fire, rushing to his head. Andre, what a strong wine! Hi! Does the plum wine have a strong alcohol flavor? Jiangyu asked. This jar of green plum wine was brewed first. I didn't have the right grasp of the time in the crucible back then, so it might have fermented a little longer. Well, to convert it, this plum wine is probably 30 years old. She hadn't measured the alcohol content, but judging from the remaining liquid and the concentration, it was around 38% alcohol. Maybe next time I just pick the plums from the vinegar? What the newcomer Jian didn't know was that this world's winemaking industry was still at the stage of developing beer, red wine, and fruit liqueurs. People usually drank their brews after 3 to 5 years, and aged wines were extremely rare. High-concentration distilled liquor, for now, has only appeared in the medical field. Her 38-proof aged plum wine was a strength the kingdom's knights had never experienced before. But Andre was strong and robust, and even a single wine-soaked plum couldn't overpower him. Instead, the more he chewed, the more delicious it became. Accompanied by this strong liquor, Aunt Wolf's family gossip became increasingly interesting. To summarize Aunt Wolf's key points, we can conclude, the Axe family is extremely wealthy. Their botanical garden supplies fruits and vegetables to everyone in Eston West City, from the common people to the nobles, and this isn't even their most profitable venture. What truly makes the Axe family a fortune is the magical plants they sell. In this world, everything related to magic is valuable. At least, that was an undeniable statement before King Huntington and the Moon Worshippers began their campaign to democratize magic. Now, this statement still applies to the magical plant industry. Magic plants are special plants with an affinity for magic, absorbing a large amount of specific magical elements during their growth, and can be used in certain magical rituals or potions. These plants can be dangerous, poisonous, or extremely delicate, easily succumbing to the slightest imperfection. For magicians and potion masters, Obtaining the perfect material is often not easy, requiring a considerable investment of money and hard work. Sometimes, a special magical ritual or a potent potion requires extremely high requirements for the magical plant. Even the slightest inferior quality can lead to failure. Any experienced magician or potion master knows that it is absolutely impossible to skimp on magical plant materials. The half-tribe's innate abilities came in handy in this industry. Their botanical gardens boasted a vast array of high-quality, abundant, and diverse magical plants. Even the most discerning magicians and potion masters could find the magical plant ingredients they needed. While this required a considerable investment, it was far more convenient than traversing the mountains and plains searching for a plant that blended into the underbrush and could no longer be identified. The Axe family practically monopolized the supply of magical plants in West Eston City, even having enough to supply the capital. Their daily income alone was enough to keep a commoner family in the city well-fed for a year. Chapter 21. A local tycoon. Jiangyu muttered. That might be an understatement. If this family were in her previous life, they might even have made the Forbes list. Wealthy people, with large families, numerous businesses, complex relationships, and numerous conflicts, are a breeding ground for crime. Perdman Ho Pris is the eldest daughter of Tana Ho Pris, another magical plant supplier in the city. She's a bit shrewd and snobbish, but incredibly beautiful. Not only in Eston West City, but even in the entire Principality of Huntington, it's hard to find a more beautiful Lady Ha. How could someone as short, stunted, and spineless as Whip's son be attracted to such a beauty? Perdman's only reason for marrying into the Axe family was to secure their incredibly profitable family business. Aunt Talia curled her lips in disdain. Jiangyu took a piece of paper and began writing and drawing, recording the family tree of the Axe and Prize families. Axe family, head Ho Axe, grandfather, Hopkins H. Axe, eldest son, Holly H. Axe, Hopkins son, suspect, Whipson H. Axe, second son, Perdman H. Axe, Whipson's wife, Preman H. Axe, daughter, 18, student at the Royal School of Magic, Holland H. Axe, third son, 6, illegitimate son of herd, deceased, Prize family, Tana H. Axe, father, Perdman H. Axe, sister, Whipson H. Axe, son-in-law, Preman H. Axe, sister, first discoverer. Oh, I was going to ask this before. Takumi said, you mentioned earlier that, aside from direct royal descendants, Huntington residents all have middle names that denote their status and class. So, what specific classes do these middle names correspond to? Aunt Talia glanced at Andre, who coughed softly. Let me explain. He took the paper from Takumi's hand and glanced at his notes, with a mixture of surprise and approval. Then, he took the charcoal pencil he offered and continued writing in the blanks. Wow! How interesting! The skull leaned against the knight's shoulder, the soul fire in its deep eyes flickering a few times. It's interesting that the middle name reveals the title and occupation. That shouldn't offend people, right? Andre gently pushed her large head aside. That's not necessarily true. The 4 titles of Marquis, Earl, Baron, and Viscount are collectively referred to as lords, and are occasionally introduced as lords. Middle names can also change with social class and occupation. For example, the titles of Marquis, Earl, and Viscount can be inherited either undegraded or degraded, by the grace of His Majesty. If the degraded inheritance occurs, the son of a Marquis becomes an Earl, the son of an Earl becomes a Baron, and the son of a Viscount loses his title, and becomes a commoner. If a person holds more than one identity at the same time, other than being a slave or a criminal, he is free to choose which name to use. Normally, priesthood is superior to all else, and titles are superior to knighthood. Scholars require special recognition, generally only those who have achieved remarkable accomplishments in the fields of magic and knowledge. No matter who becomes a slave or a criminal, all other status is stripped away. Jiangyu drew inferences. In other words, although Holly is a gifted botanist, he hasn't yet achieved the status of a scholar. And even though the Axe family is very wealthy, they are still commoners, comparable to the Pris family. That's right. After Old Herd passed away, his second son, Whipson, as the only adult child in the family, gained control of all the family property, but he was weak by nature and had no interest in managing it. Power in the Axe family fell into the hands of his second daughter-in-law, Perdman. Although Holly, the eldest grandson, was named heir to the botanical garden in Old Herd's will, he was still underage, so this inheritance was still a mere formality. Currently, the botanical garden is practically the AKS family's backyard. Members of the AKS family, Perdman's sister, Perlamine, and all the servants have unimpeded access. By the way, the halves reach adulthood at 16. Holly's 16th birthday is in a few days, and then he'd be an adult, Aunt Talia said. The timing is incredibly tricky. Jiang Yu's imagination flared. Let me guess. Once Holly turned 16, he'd be able to inherit the botanical garden according to old Herd's will, and kick out his uncle and aunt? Not necessarily. Aunt Talia shook her furry wolf head. Holly's a good kid. He wouldn't be so heartless. But he's told me more than once about his vision for the botanical garden. That kid's business philosophy is completely different from Pertman's. He believes the Axe family's current strict control over the production of rare, high-grade magical plants is neither conducive to their reproduction nor to the research and development of magic and potions. He's a devout believer in the moon worship cult, and is determined to comprehensively expand the cultivation of rare, high-grade magical plants, increasing their production and thereby lowering their prices. Ideally, even ordinary magic apprentices could use these high-grade magical plants. Not only that, he plans to reduce the cultivation of useless ornamental flowers, and use that land to grow a wider variety of fruits and vegetables with higher yields, improving the lives of ordinary people. These ideals are so grand. Jiang Yu sighed. As she spoke, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her. So, wouldn't he be a perfect target for Evil Eye Moon? That's right. Andy Wolf agreed. Then she glared at Andre and complained, those Kingdom Knights arrested Holly without any evidence and insisted he was a member of Evil Eye Moon. Isn't that a blatant distortion of right and wrong? If you ask me, they must have been bribed by Pertman. If Holly is found guilty, he will be stripped of all his identity and become a sin. A criminal of the highest rank. He won't be able to inherit the property, let alone run the Axe Botanical Gardens. He might even lose his soon-to-be-acquired scholar status. Huh? Is Holly about to be certified as a scholar? Jericho asked curiously. Yes, the Royal Academy of Magic has already sent a confirmation letter, and Talia nodded. Holly showed it to me. The letter states that as soon as Holly comes of age, the Royal Academy of Magic will immediately begin the certification process. Applicants for scholar certification must be of age. This is a mandatory requirement of the principality. But if he's now considered a murderer, there's no way he can be certified as a scholar. Chapter 22. Jiang Yu gasped. He lost his fortune, his position, his dreams, and his impending academic status. It seems Holly is the one who has suffered the most in this whole case. So, is there a conflict between Holly and Holland? Andre pondered for a moment, then asked. Aunt Talia shook her head. Not really. Holland is younger and more senior, and Holly has always been very kind to him. He always brings him toys and novelties when he returns from school, and Holland loves him. In that case, Holly probably has no motive for committing the crime. In contrast, Holland's sister-in-law, Pertman, has benefited greatly. According to the general rules of detective novels, whoever benefits most from the case is the most suspicious. Jiang Yu must have read a lot of detective novels when he was bedridden in his previous life. Okay, I get it. Andre stood up. Jericho, let's go. Master? Where are we going? The Kingdom Knights dungeon, interrogation of Holly Holland. Axe. Andre's eyes seemed to burn with a blazing fire. It's time for us to take up our duties. The tall, handsome, black-haired knight strode off with long legs, his thin squire trotting after him. This somehow reminded Takuya of her old reading of Don Quixote. Well, I hope this knight lives up to his reputation and proves himself reliable. Is this Andre really reliable? And Wolf clearly shared the same doubts. She sighed deeply. I was thinking of introducing you to Holly. He grows a wide variety of delicious fruits and vegetables. Whether you're looking for wheat, green plums, mung beans, soybeans, he's got them all there. Even the roses in my yard were planted by him. Jiang Yu recalled the melancholy look Auntie Wolf had given her when she given him the flower petals a few days ago, and the scene she just witnessed within her soul fire. Suddenly she understood. To Auntie Wolf, Holly must have been like her own son. Her own son had been framed and arrested for murder, on the verge of losing everything, falling from a gifted talent to a worthless, penniless criminal. No one could accept this. Of course, for Jiang Yu, seeing a good food supplier become a prisoner, and the business deal fall through before it even began, this was simply unbearable. Just kidding. With the meager produce in her backyard, she could only make a few tasting dishes for Auntie Wolf. If she wanted to produce enough to open the brewery workshop, she had to find a stable and reliable supplier. The bow-tied wolf and the skeletal skeleton sighed in unison, one lamenting the unfairness of fate, the other worried about a business that hadn't even begun. Even the soul fire in their eyes dimmed a little. After a while Jiang Yu asked, Do you have any more ingredients? I go make something to eat. Man is like iron and rice is like steel. Any problem can only be solved after a full stomach. Auntie Wolf's eyes lit up. Make that. Lotus seed and mung bean paste. And some rose honey. Okay. The knights of the 1st Battalion of the Kingdom Knights Eston West City Branch were still waiting under the scorching sun for the yet-to-arrive deputy commander. To protect against bandits, there were no buildings or trees outside the city gates to block the view. The only thing that could block the sunlight was the city wall itself. As the sun rose, the shadows of the city walls shrank. The knights, each clad in metal armor, looked no different than canned human flesh basking in the sun. Maintaining respectability in such conditions was no easy task. Fortunately, the city gate offered good visibility, and there had been no pedestrians all morning. Captain Peru F.A. Pertush arranged for sentries to keep watch while he himself instructed his men to seek shelter beneath the walls. Deputy Captain Huipa F.A. Dila had just sent his trusted soldiers back to deal with the unfortunate half-child. He now deeply regretted his blind faith in Perknan. If he had known that a parachuted deputy commander would soon be dispatched, he would never have gotten involved in the mess of the Axe family's internal strife. Those halves were not to be trusted. There were many shady things going on within the great family, and he had heard numerous stories. He didn't want to be dragged into this mess by these malicious little men. The kingdom's knights held a high position in the Duchy of Huntington. Becoming a knight allowed commoners to ascend from horse to French, becoming part of the lowest class of privilege. Not to mention, knights lived and ate in the barracks, received salaries, and their uniforms and armor were all provided by the royal family, meaning they had no business spending their own money. Despite the overwhelming workload of the kingdom's knights, who dealt with everything from battles to petty thefts, their benefits and status were exceptional. These knights, responsible for the safety of the city and constantly patrolling the streets, were considered high-ranking officials by the city's merchants. If they tired from patrolling and felt a craving for a bag of fruit or a glass of wine, it was a blessing for the merchants. No one dared to ask them for money. Grappa, accustomed to using a feather as a token of authority and bullying others, was no longer prepared to lose his golden rice bowl for a mere trifle. He knew the difference between a single meal and a lifetime's livelihood. Captain Pyru was also worried about Andre Lou Huntington's continued absence. He feared that if he failed to stop him, the cunning fellow would enter the city and cause trouble. In that case, the mayor would be furious and make him suffer the consequences. The mayor of Eston West was Baron Augustine von Neumann, a relative of the German royal family. Although his direct line of descent had been severed, his title still counted him as a member of the increasingly declining German line. Not to mention, he had invested heavily and expended considerable effort to support his son-in-law's admission to the royal parliament, demonstrating his keen politician's discerning eye. The former German kingdom could be considered a dual constitutional monarchy. King German remained the supreme ruler of the land, and the kingdom's parliament comprised 1/3 of the royal family and nobles, 2/3 of scholars, priests, knights, and commoners. The parliament's existence did impose certain constraints on royal power, but overall, it served as an advisory and decision-making body under the king. This system persisted after King German's death, leaving the throne vacant until Grand Duke Huntington ascended the throne. However, the parliament experienced numerous upheavals, and saw a significant influx of new members. King Huntington's shaky footing within the former German kingdom led to a strange three-way confrontation within the Duchy of Huntington. Chapter 23. When King Huntington was still Grand Duke Huntington, the true Duchy of Huntington was little more than a crescent moon, nestled northwest of the full moon of the Kingdom of Delman. The reason for this sleeping beside one's bed, while others snored situation was ultimately due to the foreign enemy King Delman feared to the northwest, the Rock Iron Giants. The Rock Iron Giants were a race of ugly, humanoid creatures, ranging in height from just over 3 meters to 10 meters tall, with arms extending past their knees and potbellies. Their bodies were harder than rock and iron, invulnerable to weapons, and they enjoyed cannibalism. They were cruel, selfish, bloodthirsty, and incommunicable, making them the primary enemy of the Kingdom of Delman. The previous Grand Duke Huntington, the father of the current King Huntington, was a great general of the Kingdom of Delman. He was knighted for his remarkable achievements against the Rock Iron Giants, a title later inherited by the current Grand Duke Huntington without any reduction in rank. The original Duchy of Huntington was a fiefdom granted by King Delman to the previous Grand Duke, serving as an artificial barrier between the Delman Kingdom and the Iron Giant tribes. The Do-Chi, inherited from the lineage of Grand Duke Huntington, is one of the few special magics capable of penetrating the Iron Giant's skin and attacking its vulnerable internal organs. Aside from this, the holy light magic, wielded only by the High Priest, and the Grand Master's powerful, ultimate magic can harm iron giants, but these are energy-intensive and inefficient, making them far less effective than Do Chi. The Huntington lineage consists entirely of former knights, who served on the borders of the kingdom. Their flesh and blood built the crescent wall in the northwest to defend against the giants. It was precisely because of this remarkable military exploit, which repelled the giants, that the current Grand Duke Huntington was able to forge his way through the ranks of the nobles, and become the first choice to succeed the throne. There was no other option. Not only would someone else be unpopular, but what if the giants attacked and the Huntington family abandoned their power due to dissatisfaction with the new king? The best solution was to make the current Grand Duke of Huntington the king. Needless to say, this move certainly frightened the giants of the Northwest. After the merger of the Duchy of Huntington and the Kingdom of Durman, the giants briefly stirred but then quieted down again. For over a decade, there were only minor skirmishes, no major battles, which gave the Durman clan peace of mind. With peace of mind, their minds began to stir. The previous Durman king was fond of bestowing titles upon all his relatives, friends, and meritorious service. These nobles weren't all mere figures, many held real power. Some served as the kingdom's Minister of Finance or Minister of Education. Some, like Baron Augustine von Neumann, were city lords. Some, however, infiltrated daily life and monopolized key industries. After King Huntington ascended the throne, these nobles banded together, united under the leadership of King Durman's true in-laws, forming a powerful faction known as the Durman clan. They were eager to trouble King Huntington and oppose his every move. King Huntington, realizing that the interests of these old nobles were incompatible with his own, vigorously promoted the moon worship cult, single-mindedly seeking the welfare of the common people and determined to bind the masses, scholars, and priests to his chariot. Although his motives were somewhat biased, his actions were genuinely beneficial, and as a result, the attitudes of the commoner members of the kingdom's parliament gradually shifted towards the current king. Of course, this situation wasn't good news for the German clan. Although Andre Lou Huntington was a minor descendant of the Huntington royal family, his transfer to Baron Augustine von Neumann's domain was no accident. Anyone with a bit of political acumen could see that the Huntington king was beginning to plot against the German clan. When the gods at the top were fighting, small-time local tyrants like Captain Peru, who bullied the common people and was nothing in the eyes of the city lord, could only cower and avoid being caught in the crossfire. However, Captain Peru and Vice Captain Huipa's prayers went unheard by any of the gods. The roads outside the city remained empty, while a soldier rushed out of the city gate in a panic. It was none other than Huipa's trusted confidant, who had been sent back to take care of minor matters. Report? Captain. Deputy Captain. It's bad. It's bad. Andre has entered the city. He's in the dungeon. Captain Peru, who had been enjoying the coolness in the shadow of the city wall, jumped to his feet, his eyes shining with hope. Andre has been captured? Who did it? And it was done well. No. No. He went to interrogate the prisoner. It's that half-a-kid, Holly-Ho Axe. Captain Peru's eyes rolled back and he staggered, as if he were about to faint. But he didn't. Deputy Captain Huipa rushed over to support him and began pinching him fiercely. Captain! Hold on, Captain! You must pull yourself together now. Return and take charge of the situation. We can't let this situation escalate. You're right. Captain Peru waved away the hands that were pinching him painfully. Everyone! Return to the city. To the dungeon. A large group of sweat-drenched knights quickly formed up and marched towards the headquarters of the Kingdom Knights West City branch in Eston. Their headquarters was located in the northeastern area of the upper city, behind Augustine von Neumann's castle, and next to the Crescent Cathedral, occupying a large plot of land in the city's most expensive prime location. The branch headquarters was a magnificent marble building known as the Knights' Hall. It housed a grand hall where knights could be ordained and receive awards, as well as offices for handling various minor matters. All official matters, large and small, and important ceremonies were conducted in the Knights' Hall. The majestic main entrance of the Knights' Hall faced the back entrance of the castle. The knights guarding the castle clearly provided Baron Neumann with a great sense of security. After passing through the Knights' Hall, one arrived at the Knights' Training Grounds, where all the Kingdom Knights in the city would train and compete. Further north lies the official forge of the Kingdom's Knights. The artisans here have all signed lifelong pacts with the Principality, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to forging various weapons and equipment for the Kingdom's Knights. To the east of the forge are the barracks and mess hall for the Kingdom's Knights, while to the west lies the prison where the knights hold their most wanted criminals. The prison is divided into two sections. The large cell above ground is used to hold minor offenses, such as petty thefts and fights. A dark, deep, and secret underground dungeon houses murderers, cultists, and other serious criminals. Although Hollyhoax is only a minor of the Have tribe, he was imprisoned in the deepest reaches of the dungeon because of his involvement with the evil Moon. Chapter 24. In the gloomy, dark underground prison, a young man, less than 1.2 meters tall, sat on the floor at the far end of the cell, his hands clasped around his knees. He leaned against the wall, his head buried in his knees, as quiet as a long-dead soul. The distant cell door creaked open, and footsteps approached. The flickering candlelight dispelled the darkness that had occupied the place for so long. "Hey! Holly!" The guard's voice rang out. "Stop playing dead. Get up. Is it time for lunch?" The young man looked up. His face was bruised and swollen, clearly from a beating. "Lunch? What lunch?" The guard laughed angrily. He opened the cell door and pulled the boy up from the ground. "All you think about is eating. Cheer up. The night above is going to interrogate you." "Interrogation," Holly muttered, his clouded blue eyes gradually brightening with clarity. "Guard, is this a good thing or a bad thing?" "Who knows?" The guard shrugged nonchalantly. "Answer the night's questions well, and maybe you see the sun tomorrow." The short half-youth was half-lifted, half-dragged, and brought to Andre's presence. This Count Andre Lou Huntington, who had just completed his employment formalities at lightning speed and was quickly interrogating a wanted criminal, had shed his previous aura of a decadent undercover mercenary and a scoundrel. Dressed in the gleaming silver armor of the Kingdom Knights, he was practically blinding everyone else. He sat at his desk with a dignified posture, sipping a cup of fine Earl Grey tea. The real owner of the desk, the chief clerk of the Kingdom Knights Eston West City branch, stood beside him, bowing and nodding like a servant, serving him tea and water. "Hollyhoax?" Andre asked, taking a sip of tea. "Yes, I am." The boy, slumped to the ground, replied frantically. He bore the distinctive features of the half, pointed ears, similar to those of an elf, though much shorter. Curly, poodle-like brown hair. A chubby round face. A nose as round as a button. And a pair of large, bright blue eyes. His hands were covered in light green scales, and his nails were round, pointed, and conical, like the claws of a pangolin, perfect for digging. "Tell me, Holly, did you kill Holland?" Andre asked bluntly. Holly was horrified, looking like a panicked pangolin. "No, Sir Knight. I absolutely didn't. Honestly, I have no idea what happened. Everyone said Holland was dead, and then I was arrested and beaten without any reason. God knows I haven't seen Holland since I left the table after lunch that day." Andre observed him carefully, feeling he wasn't lying. He paused for a moment. "Tell me everything that happened that day, from beginning to end." Winchester clerk. "Yes, Sir Andre. I'm here," the clerk quickly replied. "Take down the confession, and make sure not a single mistake is made. Holland's body was discovered by Permine 3 days ago, on the morning of the same day, the morning the Licksmith you woke from his coffin. According to the report from the Kingdom Knights exclusive coroner, Holland's death could be narrowed down to between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. the previous day. Holly's recollections began on the morning of 4 days ago. That day was a double new moon. I remember it clearly, Holly said. The lunar phase has a significant influence on the medicinal properties of magical plants. During double new moons, when both moons' backs are facing us, making them invisible, the nightshade blooms. It's a very expensive magical herb, miraculously effective in healing skin wounds. Nightshade is very delicate. It blooms only within 2 hours before and after midnight on double new moons. After 2 hours, it withers. To preserve its medicinal properties, each flower must be magically harvested and preserved at its peak bloom. It's a very intense and busy task. I stayed up all night in the Botanical Gardens greenhouse and picked a total of 666 nightshades. It was the first harvest ever. Sir, once this batch of nightshades hits the market, it will quickly undercut the sky-high prices of healing potions. To ensure the perfect harvest of this precious herb, Holly took a sleeping potion the day before and slept until noon the morning before getting up, washing, and having lunch with his family in the dining room. Lunch was lamb chops with parsley and mushroom soup. Holly added, Holland didn't like the taste of the mushroom soup, so he spilled it all over Permine. Although this little circus momentarily caught Holly's attention, he still had much work to do that day. He quickly finished his lunch, said his goodbyes, and headed to the Botanical Gardens greenhouse to prepare for the harvest. He even had dinner brought into the greenhouse by servants. I entered the greenhouse at 3 in the afternoon and didn't leave. I first checked the growth status of the nightshade flowers and conducted preliminary tests on their medicinal properties. Then, from 5 in the afternoon until 10 in the evening, I counted and inspected the magic vessels used to store the nightshade flowers. The nightshade flower is so fragile that it must be placed in a magic vessel within 3 minutes of harvesting to lock its state and maintain its freshness and medicinal properties. This is a very intense and delicate task. I found 3 damaged magic vessels in total. Fortunately, we always have spare vessels ready, otherwise we would have lost 3 full nightshade flowers. That would mean the loss of 30 bottles of advanced healing potions. Master Knight. Have you ever been on the battlefield? I'm sure you understand what 30 bottles of advanced healing potions mean on the battlefield. At least 30 lives. Andre nodded. Go on. Starting at 10 o'clock in the evening, the first mature nightshade flower began to bloom. I stared intently at all 666 nightshades. Each flower must be brought to its perfect bloom, then snipped with a pair of scissors soaked in potion, sealed in a magic vessel. You do this work alone? No other servants help? Andre asked. Holly shook his head. Night flowers only bloom in the deepest darkness. When they're in full bloom, they emit the most beautiful hazy white light. This light is sufficient for my operation. Adding another person would only increase the risk of collision. Furthermore, night flowers are very sensitive to human sight. They wither faster when there are too many people around. I can do this job better and faster by myself. He took a deep breath. If the knights need witnesses, there is indeed no living person who can prove I was in the greenhouse. But those 666 perfect night flowers are my best witnesses. I didn't have any time to commit the crime. If I had taken my eyes off those flowers for even 10 seconds, they wouldn't be in such perfect condition. Chapter 25. Andre turned to the clerk beside him and asked, Where are those night flower magic vessels now? Winchester, the clerk, pulled out a catalog of evidence and flipped through it. Night flower. Night flower. I got them. They've been taken into custody by the 1st Squadron as evidence, right next door. Take me there, Andre instructed. He casually pointed at Holly and beckoned to the half-youth, Come with me. With Winchester's guidance, they quickly found the night flower magic vessels in the evidence vault next door. Each vessel was intact, and each night flower was preserved in pristine condition. It showed that while the kingdom's knights here might not be very reliable, they at least knew what was valuable. Indeed, every flower was in pristine condition. Andre's keen eye could discern the quality of the flowers in those transparent magic vessels at a glance. He told the Winchester clerk, Holly isn't the murderer. He's telling the truth. Applied for his release, and returned all the night flower magic vessels to him. Captain Peru and Vice Captain Huipa, who had been sprinting all the way, were shocked to hear the devastating news upon reaching the evidence vault. They shuddered, and Peru instinctively cried out, No! Why not? Andre turned to look at them, his green eyes filled with condemnation. With the evidence right before our eyes? And you're just making random arrests like this? Captain Peru glanced blankly at the Winchester clerk, who nodded solemnly to him, and Huipa behind him. This is Andre Lou Huntington, sent from the capital, our newly appointed Vice Master of the Knights. As if their despair wasn't enough, the chief clerk added, the captain has just given him full responsibility for the botanical garden case. The deputy captain is right. Since the suspect has been cleared of any crime, he can be released without charge. As expected, the 2 men looked dejected. They hadn't been able to stop Andre, and they hadn't even been able to conceal the case. If Holly walked out of the prison unharmed, that woman, Perdman, would surely regret it. Not only would the money have to be returned, but he would also lose face for the city lord's faction in front of Andre, and he would surely be disdained by the city lord. His job was hanging by a thread. I hope the next time you use healing potions, you carefully consider whether your lives are worthy of these precious elixirs. Andre said coldly, Winchester clerk, please handle the formalities. I'm going to take the man away myself today. Yes. Yes. I can go home? Holly looked up blankly, a look of disbelief on his face. We have to go back, Andre said. First, we conduct a scene investigation and re-record our statement. As for whether you can stay there tonight, we talk about it later. While the Winchester clerk was taking Holly to handle paperwork, Andre beckoned to Jericho, who was following behind him, and whispered, Go and take Little Bone and Aunt Wolf to the Axe Mansion. Jericho looked surprised and whispered, Jiang Yu? Take her? I have a hunch. Andre pondered. The Lich's innate abilities will come in handy. Jericho was speechless. He had never heard of a Lich solving a case, but he knew his young master's temper well. He immediately replied, I understand. As an official organization dedicated to protecting the Principality of Huntington, combating internal and external threats, and serving the king and the people, the Order of the Knights of the Kingdom is part soldier, part constable, and part firefighter, a versatile tool ready to be deployed wherever needed. They patrol, stand guard, and fight fires and disasters, apprehend petty thieves, robbers, and even rescue a cat caught in a tree. They also respond to foreign invasions and rebellions by political enemies, raising the flag for the king. An organization so dedicated to the many talents it offers naturally includes more than just a bunch of reckless warriors. Knights of the Kingdom handle field operations and military duties, while clerks handle logistics and all clerical duties. The two parallel lines of work, complementing and checking each other, complement each other. In the branch, the lowest-ranking Knights of the Kingdom are divided into squads, each answering to their captain and vice-captains, who in turn answer to the captain and vice-captains. When the principal is unable to perform their duties, is overwhelmed, or simply doesn't want to work, a deputy is appointed to take over. The Grand Master is the highest authority in the branch, answering directly to the local Archon and the leader of the higher-level Kingdom Knights Order. And of course, His Majesty the King. The number of clerks is not as large as that of knights. Each knight squad is staffed with only 1 or 2 clerks, responsible for organizing case files, handling tedious paperwork, signing for evidence, recording prisoners, and managing all financial receipts and purchases. They can be said to be both clerk and accountant in one. All clerks in a branch are supervised by the chief clerk. The chief clerk is theoretically on par with the Grand Master, answering to His Majesty the King, the local Archon, and the chief clerk of the higher-level Kingdom Knights Order, and exercising supervisory authority over the Kingdom Knights. But ultimately, this is only theoretical. The Duchy of Huntington values military power over civil service. Knights of the Kingdom are given the middle name FA to signify their superiority, while clerks are all commoners. As a result, the actual status of Clerk Mickfield H. Winchester is even lower than that of a non-noble Vice Master, and even lower than that of Andre, who holds the title of Viscount. While Clerk Winchester appears polite to Andre, in Holly's eyes, he is a stern and formidable presence. The young Harf cautiously and tremblingly followed Clerk Winchester, furtively observing the auburn-haired clerk, meticulously dressed in the white uniform with gold trimmings of a clerk of the order, fearing he might anger him at this last moment. "Come on, this is it." The Winchester clerk paused in the hallway, opened the door of an office, and took several forms from the desk of the clerk closest to the door. He quickly filled out a few lines, and stuffed them into his arms. "Sit over there, fill these out, and after you've given your fingerprints, you can go back with Lord Andre." Holly held the forms, nervously scrutinizing the middle-aged clerk's expression. The Winchester clerk was a refined, elegant middle-aged man, evidently well-educated. A gentle smile graced his face, and the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes wrinkled slightly, but his eyes were obscured by the reflective lenses of his glasses, making his expression unclear to Holly. But that didn't matter. Holly glanced at the forms in his hand, and saw that they were indeed the confirmation of the suspect's release, and the receipt form for the evidence Night Flower Magic Vessel. He breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you. The Axe family will thank you all." The Winchester clerk's smile remained unchanged. He said gently, "Write quickly. Lord Andre is waiting impatiently." Chapter 26. Andre didn't have to wait long. He leaned against the Winchester clerk's desk, finishing his slightly overheated cup of tea with a cool, domineering manner, when the Winchester clerk returned with Holly, along with a receipt for the evidence Night Flower Magic Vessel. Andre took the receipt, examined it, and called out to the 2 anxious captains and vice-captains standing outside, "You 2, take your men, and collect these Night Flower Magic Vessels, and return them to where they came from. If one is missing, broken, or injured, I punish you." Bellew and Huipa hurriedly took the order and ran off. "Prepare a carriage, call a clerk, and have him go with me to the scene to investigate and re-record his statement," Andre casually ordered, bringing the bruised and battered half-youth to him for a quick look. "Was he beaten in jail?" Holly nodded. "He won't die. Just go back and apply some medicine." Andre glanced at Winchester, who remained motionless, and frowned almost imperceptibly. "Why? Do you think it's appropriate for me to go?" Winchester smiled gently. "I'm a clerk too." Andre stared at him intently, then suddenly laughed. He patted Winchester's shoulder affectionately. "Very well, Master Clerk, you're doing these trivial things yourself. While it might seem like a bit of a waste of talent, why wouldn't I welcome it? Please." A large group of people headed for the old Axe mansion outside the city. Andre, Holly, and Master Clerk Winchester shared a carriage, while the knights of the 1st Brigade followed behind, escorting 2 carts full of night flower magic vessels, a rather ostentatious display. Of course, the knights of the 1st Brigade were filled with resentment. It's not wise to stir up a bloody storm upon your arrival. The Winchester clerk withdrew his gaze from the carriage window and sat up straight. Across from him, a newly appointed Vice Master of the Knights Templar sat with his legs crossed, his eyes closed, his hands clasped behind his head, looking as nonchalant as a scoundrel. "Oh, really?" he replied nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. I don't care about that. As long as they can do their job, that's all." The carriage fell into a dead silence again. Holly, sandwiched between the 2 men, looked from one to the other, feeling that neither was a threat he could afford to offend. Ultimately, he could only shrink back a little. "By the way," the Winchester clerk suddenly asked, "where's your horse?" Andre didn't answer, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he was in a good mood. Meanwhile, Andre's loyal henchman, Jericho, was standing in front of Takuya's soy sauce shop. "Oh no," the brewery, leading Andre's tall horse. "Any news on the interrogation?" Takuya burst out of Aunt Wolf's house, caught off guard by the sleek, black, shiny horse. "Wow! This handsome guy, no, this handsome horse is Andre's?" Jericho nodded. "The young master has verified that Holly is indeed not the murderer. The young master is taking Holly back to the Axe Mansion for an investigation. I hope you two will come too." He nodded to Takuya and Aunt Wolf behind him. "It's a long way to go. You two can ride this horse." "Can I really ride it?" Takumi asked excitedly. She couldn't help but step forward and look up at the massive horse. Her skeleton stood about 1.6 meters tall, and this horse was surprisingly 20 centimeters taller than her. They say an animal resembles its owner, and it truly did. Both had flowing, glossy black manes, imposing physiques, and well-developed muscles. Except for a white streak on the bridge of its nose, and a thick layer of white mane below its knees, the horse's entire body was a deep black like the night sky. This horse looked incredibly powerful. Its physique alone was like a small tank. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to the Belgian draft horses she had seen online in her previous life. Of course. As soon as Jericho finished speaking, the horse snorted heavily, and took a bite of Takumi's skull. Takumi, shock. She clutched her skull, and took a few steps back, staring at the handsome horse in disbelief. "How could you do that?" The horse pawed its hooves impatiently a few times, and snorted, seeming displeased that its master had asked it to carry a skeleton. "And a wolf." "Diego," Jericho snapped. "No." "Wait, does it eat soybeans?" Takumi asked. "Yes." Jericho had barely finished his words, when the skeletal skeleton trotted into the house through the back door. When it emerged, it had an all-paper bag in its paws. "Diego, huh?" Takumi called out, pulling a handful of roasted soybeans from the bag, his eyes ablaze with fire. "I have some delicious roasted soybeans." The horse leaned over with interest, sniffed the fried soybeans in her bony paw, then opened its mouth and rolled its tongue. Hey, watch out for my bones." 15 minutes later, Jericho was leading the way on his mule, holding Diego's reins. Diego, satisfied with his delicious fried soybeans, carried Aunt Wolf and the white skeletal figure, Jianyu, on his back. He trotted along obediently, following Jericho's lead with cheerful little steps, none of his earlier arrogance. "A gluttonous horse raised by a gluttonous master," Jianyu silently remarked, "but it's so pretty." When Andre and his companion's carriage entered the courtyard of the Axe Mansion, Jianyu and his companions followed closely behind, the two groups arriving almost at the same time. Aunt Wolf climbed down from her horse with Jericho's help. Turning, she spotted the young half-trembling from the carriage. She immediately leaped forward with a howl. "Holly! My child!" "Nurse!" Holly, startled and delighted, threw himself into Aunt Wolf Talia's arms. "I thought I'd never see you again." Andre, hands clasped behind his back, watched the reunion of the two nurses and their adopted son with amusement. Then, turning his head, he saw the skeletal skeleton feeding his horse something from an oil-paper bag. "Hey! Little bone!" Andre couldn't help but lean closer to Jiangyu. "What are you feeding my horse?" "Just some fried soybeans." "Don't worry, I don't feed much." Jiangyu glared at Andre, puzzled, and said, "Little bone? My name is..." Andre glanced back at the Kingdom Knights carrying the night flower magic vessels into the house, and the clerk staring at them. She quietly gestured to Jiangyu to silence him. Jiangyu realized instantly that Andre was signaling her not to reveal her identity or name. She hesitated for a moment, then decided to obey the suggestion, Little Bone. Let's call her Little Bone. It sounds cute. Chapter 27. The Kingdom Knights made quite a commotion, and the people in the mansion quickly emerged to greet them. A stunningly beautiful half-woman, barely 1.4 meters tall, dressed in a lavender, white, violet-flowered Victorian tea dress and styled in a high, elegant bun, walked in front. Good day, fellow knights of the kingdom. The woman had platinum blonde hair and almond-shaped eyes, the classic of blue, though a shade lighter than Holly's, less innocent and more scathing. Her features were perfectly symmetrical, large almond-shaped eyes, a small, round nose, and a cherry mouth, perfectly proportioned on her chubby face. She looked like a doll, meant to be admired from afar and not touched. In comparison, the half-man following behind her seemed somewhat short and greasy. The man bore a passing resemblance to Holly. He must be Holly's second uncle, Whipsun Hoax. Logistically, Holly's foundation was not bad. But this second uncle had large bags under his eyes, looking much older than his actual age. His eyes were dull, their pupils a hazy, grayish blue, as if hollowed out by alcohol and lust. His back was slightly hunched, and his gait was somewhat unsteady. Whipson's actual height was only about 1.2 meters, making him appear even shorter. Among the half-people, whose average height was 1 to 1.3 meters, this was actually a fairly normal height. But whenever he stood with his tall, beautiful wife, they instantly created the illusion of Pan Jinlian and Wu Daolong. Whipsun wore a sumptuous suit of fine fabric, but he had the air of a shabby, alcoholic groom. His collar and cuffs were stained with tan, and he looked rather unkempt, a stark contrast to the beautiful woman. The woman tucked a few strands of her platinum hair behind her ears and curtsied to the crowd. A suspect has been apprehended in the Holland case. What brings you here today? Who said the suspect has been apprehended? Andre asked with interest. Second aunt, Holly exclaimed. I didn't kill anyone. The vice master of the Kingdom Knights has agreed to release me. The beautiful harp woman whom Holly called second aunt was none other than the malicious pert Minho Pris that Aunt Wolf had mentioned. In this world, people don't take their husband's surname. Even after marrying into a wealthy family like Axe's and gradually taking control of a formidable business empire, this second daughter-in-law still kept her original surname. The moment Pertin saw Holly, she wrinkled her nose almost imperceptibly. At the same time, Jianyu suddenly caught a whiff of something foul coming from the front. She let out a soft huh, sniffed carefully, then covered her nose and turned away in disgust. What's that smell? Andre asked quietly. It's stinky. Jianyu lowered her voice, trying to describe it. A body odor, like the stench of sweaty men who haven't changed their clothes for a week on a hot, humid summer day. Okay, stop it. Andre, feeling a little nauseous, immediately stopped her. Remember, this is called disgust. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. How come you, a lich, need someone to teach you the feeling of emotions? Hee, there's nothing I can do. Jianyu shamelessly scratched his bones. This isn't my first time as a lich. Hey, come to think of it, she doesn't even have a thick skin now, just a skull. Andre couldn't do anything about it. He only knew this one lich, and even if it was a novice lich, who didn't know which emotion corresponded to which feeling, he could only make do with it. The lich only had to detect the feeling of emotions, and he would interpret the meaning behind them. She hates Holly. Does that mean she's the murderer? Jianyu whispered. Not necessarily, Andre said. Let's see. The investigation has only just begun. Andre flung his one-shoulder cape and stepped forward. Madam, I am Andre Lou Huntington, Deputy Commander of the Kingdom Knights of Eston West City, at your service. According to my preliminary investigation, Holly was in the Botanical Gardens greenhouse on the night of the murder, completely absorbed in harvesting nightshades. The 666 perfectly preserved nightshades magical vessels here prove that he could not have been distracted enough to commit murder in those few hours. Any magician or potion expert can verify this. And I, as someone who possesses both a dark arts professional appraisal license and a potionology appraisal license, you can trust my professional assessment. Jianyu's jaw creaked suspiciously. Good fellow, forensic heroes, magic version. Since Holly isn't the true culprit, we must reinvestigate this case. Please cooperate with us and reconstruct the events of the day of the murder. Pertin forced a false smile, a polite gesture. Is that so? Then please come in and discuss the details. Perhaps you gentlemen would like to go directly to the Botanical Gardens to see the site? One step at a time. Andre smiled. Let's begin our investigation with the mansion. The mansion was a two-story building, resembling a Victorian castle, except that it lacked vibrant colors, opting for a single soft, creamy white. The roof was a double-pitched roof with a hipped ridge, and two triangular-shaped rooms, one on each side. Under the towering eaves were balconies with architrave columns, supported by ornate fan-shaped brackets, exuding a beauty that blended classicism with modernity. To the side, a domed tower connected to the main structure, 1 story higher, stood. "What's that over there?" Jiao asked, pulling Holly aside and pointing toward the tower. "The tower faces the botanical garden," Holly said. "The view from up there is amazing. Because it's surrounded by plains, there's nothing obstructing the view. To preserve the tower's view, we deliberately reserved a corner of the botanical garden. In that area, we don't plant tall trees that would obstruct the view, but only flowers and plants. We even use them to create beautiful patterns on the ground, which change with the seasons and festivals." "Who lives in the tower?" "My second aunt, Pertman. She often has migraines, and can't sleep well when there's noise. My uncle snores when he drinks, so they often sleep in separate rooms. When she wants some quiet time alone, she stays upstairs in the tower." "Oh wow." The crowd filed in. Although the house was built by the Hafu, it was clearly designed with the needs of ordinary people in mind. Each floor has high ceilings, making it feel far from cramped. Chapter 28. The house also boasts a classic European design. Upon entering, one enters a grand hall with a fan-shaped staircase facing it. A corridor winds around the hall on the second floor, with access to the various rooms on the other side. Front of the hall are doors leading to other areas. The left is the dining room and kitchen, and the right is the servants' quarters. "Servants live here both day and night," Pertman explained. "We have 5 servants. They're busy during the day, but at night, anyone passing through the gates is noticed. Among the 5 servants are a butler, a cook, a maid, and 2 footmen, all of whom are members of the half-tribe. The maid is responsible for Pertman's daily life, while the 2 footmen serve as uncles, Whipsun and Holly. As for Holland, Pertman's sister, Pertman takes care of him exclusively. No other servants are employed. Or rather, Pertman is the footman." Jiang glanced thoughtfully at Pertman, who stood beside him. This Hafu woman shared her sister's hair and eye color, but she wasn't the strikingly beautiful type. Her face was chubby and round, and her almond-shaped eyes seemed a little dull, perhaps swollen from crying. Andre glanced at the servants. "Did no one leave the front door that night?" The 5 of them shook their heads in unison. "No one went out." "Okay then." Andre clapped his hands. "Everyone, reenact your actions from noon on the day of the incident until the next morning." His green, ghostly eyes serpentinely fixed their gaze on his prey. "Let's begin with you, Mrs. Pertman." Pertman nodded and entered the dining room. That day, at noon, we all dined in the dining room, as usual. Because it was a double moon, Holly had to go to the botanical garden that evening to harvest nightshades, so he slept until noon before joining us. The meal wasn't particularly pleasant. Before dinner, Holland had initially expressed his doubts about Holly's absence, but upon hearing about the nightshade's harvest, he was excited to join in. You could imagine the damage a 6-year-old could cause to a delicate magical plant like the nightshades. Nightshades are one of our most profitable businesses, so we immediately dissuaded Holland from joining us. But it was obvious that the child had his own agenda. Holly asked curiously, "Holland wanted to harvest nightshades? How come I didn't know about that?" The young master only came to the dining room after that. The butler, a middle-aged, brown-haired half who looked mature and steady, said, "Madam had already resolved the dispute before you arrived, and you were so engrossed in preparing the nightshade harvest that day that none of us wanted to disturb you." Master Holland later lost his temper at the dinner table. The flaxen-haired cook added he claimed the soup was bad, and spilled the entire bowl of mushroom soup on Miss Perlman. God knows our mushroom soup always has the same recipe, and he said it was delicious the day before. Jiang looked at Perlman. She exuded a sense of disgust. It seemed she didn't really like the boisterous 6-year-old. "What happened next?" Andre asked. Miss Perlman's hair and body were covered in sticky cream of mushroom soup. We had to go to the kitchen and boil water, so she could bathe. It took me 3 hours to get all the sticky cream, mushrooms, and the smell out of my hair. Perlman sniffed. "I love that kid, but he can be really bad sometimes." The smell of disgust grew stronger, and Takumi took 2 steps back. As she retreated, she landed beside Jericho. The attendant looked up at her. "What's wrong?" "It smells a bit." Jiao grumbled softly, scratching her head. "By the way, why didn't Andre go to the crime scene first? In all the detective movies. Ahem. Novels I read, they always say that the key to an investigation is always to inspect the scene first." "Oh," Jericho shrugged. "That's for cases that have just happened." This case happened several days ago. The scene is a complete mess, nothing remains. Besides, Master has already seen the scene sketch and preliminary report drawn up by the Knight's first team. Jiao squatted down with great interest. Come on, tell me about it. Jiao glanced at the crowd and saw the servants still gesturing where they were boiling water and working. Feeling bored, he dragged Jiangyu out and back to the horse. He pulled a small calfskin folder from the side pocket next to the saddle. These are the young master's investigative notes. The sketches and case records inside were all copied by the young master using magic. They are all copies, so feel free to look at them. Takumi opened the folder. The notes were written in dark green ink, gleaming like emerald gemstones in the sunlight, evoking the Knight's beautiful green eyes. Andre's handwriting was beautiful, bold yet elegant, cursive yet easily recognizable, and very distinctive. Takumi first selected the on-site investigation sketch. The person who drew it must have been a professional. It was incredibly realistic, detailing everything from clothing to knives to hair, even including dimensions directly marked. This level of quality would be unmatched even today. Just as Aunt Talia had described, the tiny half-child lay peacefully in the flower bed, a small knife, no larger than the hilt, lodged in its chest, right above its heart. She flipped through the sketches and found a close-up sketch of the murder weapon underneath. It was a 3-inch herbal knife, a very common one, and everyone working at the botanical garden had several. According to the notes on the sketch, the knife handle had been carefully cleaned, leaving no traces of fingerprints, bodily fluids, or magical fluctuations. The hope of identifying the murderer through technological means was thus shattered. But this world does have its own version of magical detection technology. Jiangyu sighed. Jianyu flipped back to the scene sketch. A crescent-shaped eye was drawn in blood beneath Holland's hem. The choppy brushstroke suggested the artist was unskilled, perhaps because they didn't use their hands directly in the blood. The artist likely used some kind of sharp, thin tool, probably a branch found everywhere in the botanical garden. The tool's incompetence would also result in choppy, uneven lines, resembling the work of a kindergartner. This doesn't feel like someone from the Evil Eye Moon leaving their signature at the crime scene. It feels more like someone accidentally killed someone, and then forcibly shifted the blame. Chapter 29. According to Andre's notes, he shared the same suspicion. Evil Eye Moon's methods typically include decapitating victims, and hacking away at their bodies in a fit of rage. However, in this case, no such signs were found. The significant difference in the method of crime suggests that this case was not committed by Evil Eye Moon, but rather an attempt to deceive the Kingdom Knights and disrupt the investigation. Based on the scene, the scant blood around Holland's body doesn't seem consistent with a stabbing wound to the heart, suggesting the body was deliberately moved and placed in the flower bed. The idiots of the first squad also found a large pool of blood in the woods of the botanical garden, indicating that this was the true scene. The body lay in the flower bed, surrounded by flowers, its hands folded over its abdomen, posing as if it were peacefully asleep. Even its expression was deliberately manipulated, as if it were receiving condolences at a funeral. This was clearly the work of the murderer. This deliberate act often suggests the killer harbors some remorse for their crime. It's quite possible the killing was accidental or a fit of passion, followed by a sudden remorse, and only then, while cleaning up the mess, did they consider blaming the evil moon. But what I'm curious about is, despite the killer's clumsy and unskillful depiction of the waning moon symbol, he still managed to accurately capture every detail, details we never shared publicly before. This means the killer must have learned of the evil moon symbol from some undisclosed source. This might be a clue, but I need to apprehend the killer first before I can extract any information from him or her. Wow, that handsome guy with abs is quite skilled at solving crimes. Takumi turned to the last page, which showed a map of the botanical garden. The greenhouse, the initial scene, and the location where the body was dumped were all clearly circled in red. The botanical garden was a neat circle, and the flower bed where the body was found was not far from the mansion's tower. Takumi hadn't seen it in person, but she assumed the flower bed would be visible from the tower. To the right of the flower bed was a large field planted with a variety of edible vegetables, fruits, and herbs. To the left was a forest, with a greenhouse nestled in the middle of it. The initial scene the Kingdom Knights had found was on the path between the flower bed and the greenhouse. Takumi wrote down the map's layout, handed the notes back to Jericho, and the two returned to the mansion. The interrogation continued. Andre stood by the wall, a sheaf of documents in hand, watching a group of halves navigate the room, retracing their path that day. Takumi tiptoed closer to Andre, and as soon as he poked his head out, Andre smothered his face with the documents. These are the notes the Winchester clerk made just before you left," said Andre. "Ketchup." Hee hee. Jiang Yu beamed, even though she had no eyebrows or eyes, just a skeleton. Reading the report summarized by others directly saved the half noisy, frantic running around, and bewildered moments, making it much more valuable. Several key suspects had already given complete statements. Because Holland had retaliated by spilling the cream of mushroom soup, the servants had been busy all afternoon boiling water and doing laundry, adding so much unnecessary work that they almost missed dinner. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock that the servants returned to the servants' quarters near the mansion's main entrance for a peaceful night's sleep. The 5 servants testified that no one had entered or exited through the main entrance. Jian Yu approached the servants and sniffed, finding no trace of panic, salty astringency, or the numbing aroma of lies. Human emotions are numerous and complex, but the basic flavors are sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, astringent, and numbing. As a novice Lich, Jian Yu hasn't yet fully mastered the mapping of emotions to tastes. Some flavors can only be understood after tasting. So far, she has identified a few basic flavors that roughly correspond to happiness, sadness, anger, fear, disgust, deception, tension, and doubt. Happiness naturally corresponds to sweetness, sadness to sourness, anger to spiciness, fear to saltiness, disgust to stench, deception to a numbing aroma, tension to a bitter aftertaste, and doubt to a faint fishy flavor. Of course, emotions within the same general category can also have similar tastes, such as jealousy and disappointment, which are also sour, like the difference between red wine vinegar and lemon juice. The servant story was probably true, but this truth only proved that the 5 servants were in the servants' quarters from 9 o'clock in the evening until dawn. There was a small door behind the kitchen leading to the backyard, which provided easy access to the botanical gardens. Even if the suspect and Holland didn't use the main entrance, they could easily have slipped out through the back door. The suspects were narrowed down to the Axe family, Uncle Whip's son, and his wife Pearlmine, Holly, and Pearlmine. After lunch, Purdon returned to the study on the 2nd floor to handle the work of the Axe family. Now, all the big and small matters of the entire Axe family, especially the financial matters, were managed by her alone. From time to time, she would ask the butler to come into the study to reconcile accounts, give instructions, and ask the maid Ella to serve tea and water. Dinner began at 7 and ended at 8. After dinner, Purdon worked in the study for over half an hour before returning to the tower to rest. Holly had been working in the greenhouse in the botanical garden since lunch and worked until early morning. Dinner was delivered by his valet, Billy, at 7 in the evening. Around 9:30, Holly counted 3 damaged magical vessels and left a message for the servants in the main house using the magical microphone installed in the greenhouse, asking them to bring the spare magical vessels from the mansion. 15 minutes later, there was a knock on the greenhouse door. Holly opened the door, only to see the magical vessel lying on the floor. Since the nightshade was about to bloom, he didn't think much of it. He took the magical vessel and returned to his work. Compared to his busy wife and nephew, Whip's son seemed to have nothing to do. After lunch, he took a long nap. After waking up, he enjoyed afternoon tea and read the newspaper, and then it was dinner time again. He claimed to have returned to his room upstairs after dinner and had never left. Because of the afternoon's commotion, Pearlmine had to spend 3 hours cleaning the mushroom soup from his clothes, leaving Holland completely unattended for the entire afternoon. Pearlmine didn't find Holland in the yard until 6 o'clock that evening. He bathed the dirty child and changed him into the same clothes he had been wearing when he died. The adults ate later, but children couldn't endure such a long period of hunger, not to mention their need for adequate sleep. Therefore, Pearlmine was responsible for Holland's dinner, and the servants never worried about it. Chapter 30. The servants had heated up a large amount of hot water that afternoon, but Pearlmine didn't use it all herself, leaving a full bucket warm on the stove. So she used that bucket of water to bathe Holland, not bothering the servants with preparing a separate one. As usual, she took Holland back to the balcony of his 2nd floor room and served him a smoked chicken sandwich, a dinner she had prepared for him. The child hadn't eaten much that evening, but after digesting his food, he went to bed at 8 o'clock. Pearlmine joined the others for her own dinner at 7:15, checking on Holland at 8 and 9 o'clock. She claimed the child was sleeping soundly in bed, and she had no idea Holland had gone to the botanical gardens. Pearlmine herself went to bed after 10 o'clock and didn't get up until 6 in the morning. After washing up, she went for a walk through the garden's flower beds, picking flowers to decorate the house, but she discovered Holland's body. So, after lunch, no one except Pearlmine saw Holland again? Andre asked. All the servants shook their heads. Whip's son looked hesitant, Fermin looked indifferent, but they all answered no. Paramin's face paled and sank. Jiangyu sniffed her scent and smacked his lips. Mapo tofu. Andre, Huh? What's mapo tofu? What's this little bone talking about? He turned to the couple and Paramin. Don't any of you have a real alibi? Can't anyone prove that you actually slept in your room all night? The three nodded hesitantly, their bodies emitting a complex mix of aromas, like a pot of leftover Sichuan spicy hot pot that's gone bad and forgotten to be dumped. I never seen such a disorganized family. Takumi muttered, they don't care about each other, they don't pay any attention to each other, they're full of lies, they even hate each other. They're like strangers living under the same roof. No, some people would even believe they were enemies. As soon as she finished her words, she heard Holly sob at her feet, like a little pangolin that had been kicked. Takumi, shh. Don't cry, I didn't mean it. Andre couldn't help but roll his eyes. Now there's a bigger problem. The servants claim they didn't receive Holly's message, and you claim you didn't leave your room. So, who took the magic vessel to the greenhouse? This is my grandfather's invention, Whipsun said. This is a large mansion, far too large for the half. Summoning servants to work promptly isn't easy, so this magic microphone was invented. Everyone was gathered around a magical device in the mansion's lobby. To Takumi, it looked like a combination of a servant's call bell and a phonograph. Well, functionally, more like an answering machine. When the masters need us to do something but don't know where we are, they use this magic microphone. There are several of these devices, scattered throughout the mansion and the botanical greenhouse. The butler pressed the bell and spoke into the large brass speaker on the phonograph. Ella, pour me a cup of tea. He then released his hand from the bell, and all the other microphones, except this one, began to ring. You could hear the tinkling music coming from the console in the servants' room from the hall. That's quite a loud noise, Takumi commented. Isn't it too noisy at night? On quiet nights, to avoid disturbing the master's rest, these microphones automatically switched to quiet night mode. The butler fiddled with it, and the machine stopped clanging and began to emit a blinding red light, blindingly painful. This flash is enough to wake even sleeping servants. All the magic microphones are located in a common magic circle. Once someone presses the button on one, all the other machines ringing or flashing will stop. They reached the servants' room. The butler nodded to Ella inside, and Ella pressed the bell. Sure enough, the flashing stopped, and the butler's voice echoed from the microphone speaker. Ella, pour me a cup of tea. How convenient, Takumi exclaimed. Last night at 9:30, all the servants went back to their rooms. Did anyone see the flash? Andre asked. No. The servants shook their heads. The butler reminisced carefully. I remember everyone was particularly tired that day, and went to bed early and soundly. That's not surprising, after all, we were busy all day. Or perhaps someone drugged you. The Winchester clerk interrupted. Did you eat or drink anything that night? The servants visibly hesitated. The air was filled with a salty and numbing aroma of Sichuan peppercorn duck. Jiangyu smacked his lips and leaned close to Andre's ear. They're hiding something. It's nothing important. The maid, Ella, glanced at the butler, then at her mistress. That evening at 9 o'clock, as usual, I served my lady a bowl of sweet pear soup. The lady said the smell was too sweet, and gave her a headache, so she told me to throw it away without even taking a sip. I couldn't bear to part with it, so I took it to the servants' quarters and shared it with everyone else. Can I confirm that all the dishes for the day have been washed? Andre asked hopelessly. The servants nodded in unison, then chattered, but I slept so well that day. I couldn't even get up on time this morning. Yes, I was groggy this morning. From these descriptions, it certainly seems like someone added some kind of sleeping potion to the pear soup. The Winchester clerk concluded the prisoner intended to put the lady to sleep, but she didn't drink the soup, while the servants did. This led to the prisoner missing Holly's call. When the servants took a long time to respond to the intercom, the prisoner realized something was wrong. Fearing it would affect the harvest and alert people to the drugging, he or she hurriedly pressed the call bell, answered Holly's message, and ran to the greenhouse to deliver the goods. The magic vessels. Of course, there's another possibility. Holland, eager to participate in the night flower harvest, took the initiative to answer the message. Andre added, turning to Holly, where are all these spare magic vessels kept? Who knows? They're in the basement. Holly rubbed his moist eyes, and turned to lead the way. It's not a secret. Everyone in the family knows except Holland. Holland isn't allowed in the basement. It's filled with magical items, and children could easily get hurt. The basement door was locked with a large brass lock. Holly fished out the key, saying, "The basement is our warehouse. Only a few people have the key. Me, my second uncle, Permine, and the housekeeper." Chapter 31. Holly and the butler had been cleared of suspicion, and everyone's attention immediately focused on Whip's son and Permine. Andre, a sly smile playing on his face, said, "Do you two have anything to say?" He clenched his right hand into a fist and pointed his thumb at the skeletal skeleton behind him. "Let me introduce you all. This somewhat terrifying-looking skeleton is a Lich. She can sense the scent of your emotions. She knows if any of you are lying with just one sniff." Whip's unpanicked. He raised his hands and admitted, "Wait, I delivered the magic vessel, that's true. But I just saw a red light flashing outside through the crack in the door, and I got upset, so I got up to check. For some reason, the servants didn't respond. I was worried that no one would deliver the magic vessel, which would affect the nightshade harvest, so I quickly went to the basement to get it and hurried to the greenhouse to deliver it." "If that's the case, why didn't you hand it over to Holly?" Andre demanded. "It was the middle of the night, dark and cold outside, and I didn't want to stay in the botanical garden even a moment longer. I put down the magic vessel, knocked on the door, and came back." Whipson spoke rapidly. "The reason I kept it a secret was because of what happened with Holland. I was afraid of being mistaken for the murderer." His emotions were swirling, a chaotic mess. Jianyu took a deep breath and retched. "Whipson? ? Andre glanced at Jianyu with a half-smile, then at Whipson, and said, "Let's go to the botanical garden and recreate what happened." After a day of hard work, it was almost dusk. The botanical garden was located behind the mansion, separated from it by a low fence. The basement was near the mansion's back door. As they emerged, they were greeted by the golden afterglow of the setting sun, which bathed the treetops, painting the trees, flowers, and grasses in a dazzling hue of gold and red. "Isn't it beautiful? The sunset here?" Wolf Aunt Talia exclaimed. "It's been over a decade, and I still remember it. It's truly beautiful." Juyo's thoughts lingered on the beautiful sunset for only a second. As she followed the others into the botanical garden, her eyes couldn't help but glance at the woods on her left and the fields on her right. Wow! What did she see? To her left, cherry trees, apple trees, pear trees, peach trees, grapefruit trees, green plums, black plums, bayberries. Countless varieties of fruit trees, planted in lush forests. To her right, endless fields, neatly divided into plots, meticulously planted with seasonal fruits and vegetables. Juicy little greens, amaranth, asparagus, lettuce, spinach, and a variety of other green vegetables she couldn't name, thrived on the rows of fields. Vines of cucumbers, bitter melons, loofahs, pumpkins, and green beans crisscrossed the bamboo lattices in neat rows. Some were blooming, others already bearing small fruits, heralding the impending harvest. A greenhouse held strawberries, requiring meticulous care, its branches already laden with large, bright red fruits. The tarpaulin, made of an unknown material, shimmered with a rainbow hue in the setting sun. It didn't look like an industrial extract like plastic, but rather like some kind of magical or alchemical product. Far in the distance, she could vaguely see rice and soybean fields, as well as more otherworldly plants, both magical and non-magical, that she couldn't identify. The air was thick with the power of natural magic. As a lich, she could identify several, those controlling temperature, humidity, and soil moisture. They were practically on par with the precise off-season cultivation techniques used in modern greenhouses. She clenched her bone claws, her soul fire flickering, nearly singeing her non-existent eyebrows. Is this heaven? It was saved. Her brewery was saved. No more scraping for ingredients from her own backyard. As long as she could help Andre solve this case, with Auntie Wolf's connections, she wouldn't have to worry about luring Holly, the small supplier. The look she gave Holly instantly changed, becoming fiery, kind, and compassionate. Andre had inexplicably called her over, and she'd been wedded by Auntie Wolf's half-finished gossip, and she was just there to see the gossip. Join in the fun. Things are different now. This is a supplier. A supplier with access to countless resources of vegetables, fruits, and magical plants. All delicious food in the world comes in two varieties, meat and vegetables. If you have a botanist with a botanical garden as your supplier, wouldn't that mean you could dominate the food industry? Even a good cook can't cook without rice. No matter how many recipes or how good the sauce is, you still need the ingredients. Even if this family uses plastic like disposable lunch boxes, it doesn't matter. As long as they can grow delicious fruits and vegetables, and don't rip off their business partners. Hey, she's already missing the blanched choy sum from home. Add a spoonful of salt and a spoonful of oil to boiling water, Then add the juicy green choysum and boil for 10 seconds. Remove and pour a sauce of minced garlic, soy sauce, and oyster sauce over it, then drizzle with a little hot oil. With that familiar sizzling sound, the aroma spreads from miles away, and the steam from the wok fills the air. Of course, if you prefer something lighter, you can skip the final step of adding oil and simply add soy sauce for a truly delicious flavor. Well, she have to make soy sauce first, then oyster sauce. And then see if there were even oysters in this magical world. Wait! She forgotten that the most crucial step was to solve the little problem of not being able to taste. And Wolf's Taste Translator is certainly useful, but nothing compares to actually eating the real thing yourself. The skeleton grew increasingly excited as he thought about it, a faint fire of excitement igniting within him. Jericho, Master, that skeleton looks like it's about to burst into flames. Andre, well, don't worry about it. He walked straight to the edge of the flower bed. There was no body in the center now. The flowers in the center had been flattened, but their outlines were still faintly visible. Andre looked up toward the mansion. The nearest building was the tower. He looked at Pertin and asked, "Can you see the flower bed from the tower?" "Indeed, you can during the day and on moonlit nights." Pertin, perceiving Andre's implication, understood the music. Not on a double moon. On such a night, you can't see your hand in front of you. The moonlight is still quite dim tonight. You see when you go upstairs. Andre nodded and led the group to the real scene of the crime. They were deep in the woods, densely covered. On a double moon night, it would have been pitch black and filled with ghostly shadows. Then the question arises, Andre said, this is where the murder actually took place. If they had simply dumped the body here, it would have been both discreet and easy, difficult for anyone to find. Why move the body to the flower bed? Chapter 32. The skeleton's empty mind clicked, the murderer. No, someone wants Holland's body to be discovered? Andre nodded in agreement. Then we get back to the motive. Who would want to kill a 6-year-old child, and who would want his death to be publicized? He glanced at the sisters Pertin and Perlamine, his lips curled slightly. There are many motives. For a wealthy family like Axe, a dispute over family property is undoubtedly the most obvious one. But Holland is only 6 years old, and he's never been involved in farming or family affairs. You haven't even let him touch the magic vessel. How could a child like that stand in the way of anyone? Rather than killing him outright, eliminating Holly, who's about to turn 16, is the more logical course of action. In fact, after Holland's body was discovered, Holly was indeed arrested as a criminal. Think about it. If I hadn't joined, the servants wouldn't have realized they'd been drugged, and Permine, and Whipsun had insisted no one was out that night. Then, that night, Holland and Holly would have been the only two people in the botanical garden. With just a little bit of gold and silver to encourage the situation, someone would have agreed to go along with it, and hastily close the case. Captain Pyru slammed Deputy Captain Huipa's butt, kicking him out. It was him. Huipa. He accepted Pertman's bribe. He treated Holly as a criminal and hastily closed the case. He added vigorously, I had no idea about this before. It was only just now that I followed the Deputy Captain's lead and uncovered the scoundrel in this team. Deputy Captain, wise. Wow. Jericho whispered to Jericho, sacrificing a pawn to save the king, so neat, so smooth. It's come to this, there's no other way but to sacrifice a pawn to save the king. Jericho also commented quietly, confessing honestly might be considered meritorious service. But if the young master finds me, I just have to spend the rest of my life in prison. Jericho nodded. She walked over to the roped-off area surrounding the initial scene and squatted down to examine the soil, which had changed color from soaking up blood. She sniffed, a non-existent smell. Huh? Is this the smell of cream of mushroom soup? The shit-eyed Grappa Fo Dila's face was ashen, but he didn't struggle. As if resigned to his fate, he glanced up at Captain Peru, then at the Winchester clerk standing nearby. Finally, resigned, he admitted, it was me. I accepted a bribe from Mrs. Peru. She told me to take Holly as a prisoner and close this case. Andre snapped his fingers. Okay, let's settle this bribe first. Captain Peru, Winchester clerk, please take the gray handkerchief. He turned to the elegant lady standing beside him. Mrs. Peru, do you have anything else to explain? Perhaps you'd like to reveal the true murderer and your reasoning for moving the body to the flower bed? Andre's question was so sudden and swift that it took the onlookers several seconds to react, and they gasped. Peru, caught in the middle of the storm, remained remarkably calm, unwavering, even offering a faint smile. You seem to have placed too many unrealistic expectations on me. Pertin wore a cold, hypocritical smile. I'm just a humble woman who wants to quickly resolve this case, that has brought pain and rumors to our family. That knight clearly misunderstood me. She gave me 5 gold bars. I don't think that was a misunderstanding. Grappa angrily said, don't try to pin all the blame on me. Madam, at this point, there's no need to deny it. Andre said, with evidence and witnesses, your guilt of bribing the kingdom's knights is a foregone conclusion. If you're willing to redeem yourself and provide information about Holland's murder, you could save yourself a few years of punishment. Besides, the perpetrators are the ones who started all this. If they hadn't committed the crime, you wouldn't have bothered to bribe the knights investigating the case. Andre's smile widened. Are you really willing to keep the murderer secret, go to jail yourself, while they live out their days living in luxury, enjoying the mansion, and spending your money? Perleman's face, as beautiful as a porcelain doll, twisted for a moment. She took a deep breath and said, I really don't want to. But unfortunately, I don't know who killed Holland. Just tell me what you know. Andre continued to tempt. For example, who drugged your sweet soup? Perleman's gaze shifted to her sister. She didn't say anything, but that glance spoke volumes. Miss Perlamine, Andre followed her gaze. The new vice-captain of the kingdom's knights smiled mischievously. And why did you drug your sister's sweet soup? Perlamine screamed and fell to the ground, covering her face with her hands and sobbing. Pertamine, however, seemed to have made up her mind. She no longer looked at her sister, but stated the facts in a cold, bystander's tone. The reason is simple. She wants me to fall into a deep sleep. That way, she and my husband, Whipsun, can have an undisturbed date. Wow! The explosive news stirred the crowd for a moment. The gossipy wolf lady's eyes widened, Holly let out a sharp roar, and Jiangyu exclaimed, huh? And pulled a cocoa-flavored curious soul fire from his ribs. The knights of the 1st Brigade couldn't help but glance at the dignified and beautiful woman, then at the obviously plain-looking sister lying on the ground. Then, with a puzzled expression, they looked at Whipsun, their eyes blazing with questions. What are you after? Whipsun, as if burned by those glaring glances, instantly erupted in rage, as if someone had hit a sore spot. You don't know. You don't know. Living with this woman is such a painful thing. She's beautiful, but she has no heart. His eyes were bloodshot with anger, and he gasped, she doesn't love me at all. She's only interested in the Axe family's wealth. In her eyes, I'm worth less than a pig. She disdained my looks, my incompetence, despised everything about me. Only Perlamine understands me. She's considerate. She loves me. Jiangyu sniffed the scent wafting from Perlamine and shook his head. Not really. The younger sister truly despises you. The older sister might have had some vague feelings for you. Alas, even that's gone now. This was the final straw that broke Whipsun's back. He howled, covering his face with tears. It was me, I killed Holland. It was a complete accident. An accident. He followed us out and saw everything. I can't let him get away alive. I can't let him tell everyone about this scandal. Chapter 33. With Whipsun's collapse, the truth of the case finally came to light. The marriage between Whipsun and Pertmin could be considered a marriage between two magical plant merchant families. The Pris family could not match the Axis in terms of industrial scale or cultivation technology. Before the marriage, they had been on the verge of being squeezed out of the market by the Axis family, their business teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. It was not until Pertmin married Whipsun and gradually gained control of the Axis family's resources that the Pris family reversed its downward trend. It must be said that the most clear-headed person in the Axis family was Old Hart. After losing his eldest son, he looked upon his incompetent second son and the rest of his family, and resolutely handed over the entire family power to his calm and capable second daughter-in-law. Clearly, in his eyes, a temporary loss of power was far more worthwhile than the collapse of the entire business empire. As for whether the next generation of descendants could regain power, that depended on their own abilities. In Old Herd's eyes, this wasn't such a bleak prospect. His eldest son's grandson was a talented one. At worst, if his second son had children, Pertmin would undoubtedly return the family's resources to his grandchildren. In fact, this marriage was a sound decision. The Akers family gained a capable leader, and the Pris family was revitalized with the resources injected by his daughter. Whipsun gained a beautiful wife, and the Akers family's assets multiplied several times over within a few years. However, humans are always insatiable. After Old Herd's death, Whipsun, who had always been idle, was no longer content with a life of idleness and free money. Like most middle-aged men, he began to pursue self-worth, namely, spending his life drinking and carousing, using money to buy attention and vanity among dancers and showgirls, and thus causing trouble for his wife. He knew his own incompetence, but he refused to accept his own weakness and his wife's strength. His inferiority and dissatisfaction turned into a raging fire of jealousy and anger towards her. If Pertman had previously harbored some affection for Whipsun, it had long since been eroded after she repeatedly cleaned up Whipsun's messes. Of course, it wasn't just Whipsun who was dissatisfied, wanting more emotional responsiveness and a sense of fulfillment in her life. Pertman and the Priss family also began to grow greedy. After losing hope in her husband, Pertman focused entirely on making money, intent on excluding the rising star Holly from the family business, and thus firmly controlling the Axe family's wealth. Firing Aunt Wolf was Pertman's first move to eliminate Holly's support. The Priss family also made their own decision, sending Perlomine to assist Pertman. One daughter could revive a family, and two could make it soar, right? However, Perlomine had her own agenda. She lacked her sister's business acumen or beauty, but her ambition was no less. How could such a person be content to serve as a nanny and servant in her sister's husband's household, taking care of her brother-in-law's younger brother? A resentful man, seeking a sense of purpose in a woman, and a woman feigning gentleness and flattery, seeking to gain more benefits for herself, seemed like a match made in heaven, and they hit it off instantly. Whipsun was captivated by Pertman's gentleness and affection, and even more so by the way she adored him as a hero. This was completely different from Perlomine, who simply looked at him with disdain and indifference, as if he were a mere stain on her skirt. He showered Perlomine with money and jewelry, satisfying her vanity. The two often found ways to meet in the mansion, in the botanical gardens, and throughout the city, hidden from view. The days of the double new moons were also a perfect time for them to meet, as darkness surrounded them, and they wouldn't attract attention. Those two men, though of poor quality, knew who had earned their money. They didn't dare let Perlomine know about their scandalous extramarital affair, so they did everything they could to keep it secret from her. This included, of course, having Perlomine add a sleeping potion to Perlman's sweet soup on their dates. What Perlomine doesn't know, Pertman said to the crowd, is that as a daughter of the Priss family, I'm skilled in more than just business. I can smell medicinal and magical plants from afar. The drugged sweet soup only aroused Pertman's suspicions. A brief investigation revealed the scandalous deeds of her husband and sister. But I didn't stop them. Pertman sighed, looking at the tearful Whipsun with pity. By spending his money on Perlomine, he saved himself from the trouble of drinking and partying outside. I turned a blind eye and pretended I didn't know. However, during this double moon, all the contradictions seemed to converge. Holly's 16th birthday was approaching, and once he came of age, Pertman would have to return the botanical garden to him. Soon, Holly will receive his own scholar certification, becoming a member of the Wing class. While this is certainly good news for the Axe family, it's not so good news for the Pertman and Pre families. Pertman was already upset, and Hollander kept on bringing up the issue, clamoring to help harvest the nightshade flowers, which naturally earned her a stern rebuke. Pertminer, usually preoccupied with pleasing Whipsun, never bothered to educate Hollander. She had raised the child into a spoiled tyrant, throwing a tantrum at the slightest displeasure, her howling audible throughout the house. Then she doused her head and face in cream of mushroom soup, soaking her whole body with the stench. The scent of cream of mushroom soup that Jiang Yu had smelled from Hollander's blood dripping into the soil was the child's last deeply ingrained memory. Because of this incident, Perlomine didn't take good care of Holland that afternoon, as she promised. She ignored the wandering child, didn't make him dinner, didn't change his clothes. She had no idea where he'd gone. She wanted to punish this lawless little bully, to make him feel the consequences of crossing her. This tiny bit of power brought her immense satisfaction. She naturally didn't know that Holland had gone to the botanical garden, where he spent the afternoon playing, wantonly devouring a ton of fruits and vegetables, and then happily slept in the woods. How did you find out? Jianyu recalled Andre's question and Perlman's mood, which resembled mapo tofu. The blood stains on Holland's clothes were minimal. They couldn't have been from his death. Those clothes were put on after he died, Andre said. And his autopsy report. Didn't you read it before you slipped out? Chapter 34. Juyo blinked blankly. Of course, she didn't actually have eyelids, and the only sign she had was a flicker of light in her pupils. I didn't see it. Jericho had handed her so much material. She had simply followed her curiosity, and picked out a few pages to glance at. She wouldn't have been interested in something as gory as an autopsy report. Jiao pondered Andre's words again, and asked suspiciously, Wait! Why do I feel like you're showing me this on purpose? Why did she feel like a student being questioned by a teacher? She was clearly neither a student nor a detective. Just a skeleton stuffed with soy sauce. Andre flashed his enigmatic, slightly scoundrelly grin again. He didn't answer directly, simply saying, "If you read the autopsy report, you have known there wasn't a smoked chicken sandwich in Holland's stomach. Instead, he had a pile of seasonal fruits, which happened to grow in these very woods. Until shortly before his death, he'd been enjoying delicious meals in these very woods." Paramine didn't go looking for Holland. After washing off her cream of mushroom soup, she spent some time with Whipsun before heading to the dining room for dinner. She was late because she'd gone to the kitchen to drug her sister's sweet soup. After dinner, Paramine and Whipsun each returned to their rooms. They had to wait for the servants to return and for the potion in Paramine's sweet soup to take effect before they could resume their private meeting. But around 9 o'clock that evening, Whipsun noticed something unusual. The servants had fallen into a coma, and no one answered Holly's calls. He didn't have time to ponder what had gone wrong, and hurried downstairs to retrieve the magic vessel. The nightshade harvest was extremely important to the family, and even though he was a lazy, carefree playboy, he wouldn't mess with his wallet. Of course, it wasn't until he was halfway there that he realized the servants might have accidentally drunk his wife's sweet soup, and his unusual diligence could easily make up for the servants' drowsiness. He immediately decided not to appear in front of Holly, so his nephew would think that a servant had delivered the magic vessel. He knew Holly was a careless person, who only cared about plants, and wouldn't go to the servants to confirm the matter the next day. This way, the drugging incident could be easily covered up. However, as he was leaving after delivering the magic vessel, he noticed that Paramine had also emerged. Paramine, who had been waiting for her evening date, saw Whipsun hurriedly leave the mansion and mistakenly thought he was changing places, so she followed him out. Whipsun thought again. Holly wouldn't leave the greenhouse, and everyone else was asleep in the mansion. The empty botanical gardens made a perfect rendezvous. Besides, with no moonlight tonight, no one would notice them. He hadn't known his wife hadn't drunk the drugged sweet soup. He assumed the greedy servants had taken the excess. He also hadn't realized that Palamine hadn't watched Hollander go to bed that night, leaving his younger half-brother wandering the woods so late. Hollander must have grown tired of playing and wanted to return to the mansion, but it was a double moon, with no moonlight. The botanical gardens were unlit, leaving them completely dark, and he couldn't find his way around. Andre said. Just then, he heard the voices of his second brother and Paramine. He excitedly stepped forward, only to witness a family scandal. The young boy might not have understood what was happening, but he was used to being a bully, with a loud voice and a loud mouth. He pulled Whipsun and Paramine, clamoring to join their game. Whipsun panicked, pulled the herbal knife from the sheath strapped to his leg, and stabbed his brother directly in the heart. All the half of people working in the botanical garden had a custom of strapping herbal knives to their calves, so that they could immediately deal with any rare herbs or overgrown weeds they found while working. Whipsun, though a lazy fellow, had been forced to do so by his father since he was a child, and it had long since become a habit. After Whipsun stabbed the man and realized he had killed his brother, he hurried back to the house through the back door with Paramine. Both were covered in blood. They used the last bucket of hot water the servants had heated that afternoon to wash away the blood stains on their bodies, then stuffed the blood-stained clothes into the stove and burned them to ashes. They had been busy for most of the night, so preoccupied with their own affairs that they naturally didn't notice Paramine sneak down from the tower, exit through the front gate, and wander around to the botanical gardens. From the tower, I saw them running back frantically, as if pursued by a ghost, Paramine admitted. Even though there was no moonlight, I could recognize those two familiar figures even if they were reduced to ash. Curious about what had happened, I sneaked downstairs to investigate. Seeing them covered in blood, I knew something was wrong. She took an oil lamp and followed the path they had taken, finding Holland, dead in a pool of blood. In that moment, I thought a lot, Pertin said. I could turn around and let this go, letting Whipsun and Pertin pay for their crimes, but that would mean I live in shame and ridicule for the rest of my life. People would say, look, there's that beautiful woman, but her beauty couldn't keep her husband. And her sister? Such a shame. How could they do such a thing? She mimicked the gossipers in the streets perfectly, then spat on the ground. No, I reject such a future. Although Holland's fate was tragic, I saw it as an opportunity. A chance to push Holly out of the picture. She acted decisively, secretly returning to the mansion to fetch Holland a new set of clothes. She wiped the blood off Holland's clothes, erased all traces of the knife, dressed Holland in the new clothes, and stabbed him back. I heard that the kingdom's knights possess special magic that allows them to track criminals through bloodstains, murder weapons, and stains left at crime scenes. I couldn't leave Holly's mark on Holland, but I could remove the mark on Holland. Throughout the process, I was also very careful not to leave any trace of my own. Why did you place Holland in the flower bed? Andre asked a final question. I packed everything up, hoping to lure the kingdom's knights away from the real scene. Perdaman sighed. I considered placing the body in the greenhouse, but when it came time to do it, I softened my heart. Holland is a good child, but I'm not a good sister-in-law. If I hadn't promised my family to bring Perdaman into our family, perhaps none of this tragedy would have happened. So I placed him in the flower bed, like a funeral. He slept among the flowers in clean clothes, a peaceful smile on his face. Of course, she forced a sinister smile. I would have loved to see Perdaman and Whipson's faces the next morning, terrified by the body. Chapter 35. The carriage Andre had arrived and finally came in handy. 3 Harves, a former kingdom knight, and 4 other criminals filled the carriage. A murderer, an accomplice, one who attempted to bribe the kingdom knight to interfere with the investigation, and one who accepted bribes and conducted a haphazard investigation. The first 2 faced the death penalty, while Perdaman and Huipa faced prison sentences of 3 to 10 years, depending on the decision of the presiding judge. Congratulations. Clerk Winchester put away his completed file and said to Andre, a fine victory, Lieutenant Huntington. Justice was served. Andre waved his hand. Take them all back. I have some business. I'll be back tomorrow. Keep an eye on these prisoners. Don't let them escape. Or die. Winchester naturally agreed. He and Peru, leading the first cohort of knights, escorted the prisoners away. As the vast procession of men, horses, and convoys rolled out of the courtyard of Axe Mansion, everything returned to tranquility. So, it's the waning moon that Perdaman painted? Jakuyu's skeletal head leaned over to Andre, swaying curiously. Did you ask her what happened? I saw you whispering to her. I did? Andre shoved her skull aside with amusement. Come on, Holly! Take us to the study. The sobbing little pangolin botanist whimpered and obediently led the way. Andre, Jericho, Jakuyu, and Aunt Wolf followed him all the way to the tower connected to the main house. Look, the second floor of the tower is the study, and the third floor is the bedroom. Holly asked, What are we doing here? Andre didn't answer him. He went straight to Perdaman's desk, rummaged around, and pulled out a letter. Jianyu leaned over again, and saw it was a threatening letter addressed to Holly. Evil Eye Moon sent a threatening letter to Holly, threatening him to stop selling magical plants at low prices to unclean magicians and potion makers. Andre quickly scanned the contents. The letter was intercepted when it reached Perdaman. She's keeping it for emergencies. Emergency? You mean if she needs to kill Holly, she can use it as a diversion? Jianyu speculated. That's about right. Andre shook the envelope in his hand. This time, it wasn't Holly who was in trouble, but Holland. Although it didn't necessarily make sense, she still decided to imitate the mark on the letter, leaving the eye of the waning moon on Holland's clothes. She figured that if her plan to frame Holly didn't work, she might be able to use this mark to divert the Kingdom Knight's investigation. Indeed, she just wanted to muddy the waters, making the case as confusing as possible. She didn't care what nonsense the symbol might lead the knights to come up with. Jericho nodded in agreement and continued. So now that the case is closed and the clues to the evil moon are gone, what are everyone's plans next? Little Bone, let's cook something. Andre glanced at the dusk outside the window. We've been busy all day, and everyone's hungry. Jojo stared at him silently. Written as everyone, pronounced as you, right? Her silent condemnation was quickly interrupted by the excited Aunt Wolf, who rolled up her sleeves and enthusiastically said, Yes. Yes. Everyone's hungry, right? My Holly must be hungry too. Just wait, Nani's going to make you something delicious. Holly sniffed. Yes, I'm going to the botanical garden to pick some fresh fruits and vegetables. I'm going too. Jiangyo's soul fire suddenly ignited again. By the way, I opened a brewing workshop and need a lot of ingredients. I wonder if you're interested in a deal. The servants of the Axe Mansion had experienced the strangest day of their lives so far. They watched as the mistress in charge, the useless master, and the mistress's sister, who had taken advantage of the situation, were taken away by the kingdom's knights, and now driven out of their own kitchen by a skeleton supposedly able to detect lies. That was their kitchen. But it smells so good. Ella took a deep breath of the air and wiped her saliva. It smells even better than Nina's cooking. How rude. The plump cook feigned indignation, taking a deep breath and slurping. But it smells so good. Ah! This has to be incredibly delicious. 5 servants played Jenga at the kitchen door, greedily inhaling the aroma wafting out, and enviously gazed at the wolf lady in a flowery dress and a large bow, gorging herself with her food. Yes, besides the busy skeletons in the kitchen, there was also an indispensable helper. The food taster, Wolf Lady Talia. There is no other way. If Jian Yu, who has no sense of taste, wants to cook well, he still has to rely on Aunt Wolf as a plug-in at this stage. Honestly, the lack of soy sauce, oyster sauce, bean paste, and other common sauces was a bit of an out-of-this-world experience for Jian Yu. Luckily, this was a botanical garden, so there were plenty of herbs like scallions, green onions, ginger, garlic, lemon, and basil. There was even incredibly delicious rice. The kitchen had a variety of lamb, beef, and chicken, and the quality was quite good. However, like foreigners, people here don't often eat offal, so the lamb and beef were served in large, pre-cut steaks. The chicken was also feathered and gutted, and the meat looked like a free-range chicken. Without soy sauce and oyster sauce, scallion chicken would be soulless. So let's make lemon basil shredded chicken. Add stir-fried lamb with scallions, beef with pineapple and black pepper sauce, lettuce with garlic sauce, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a bowl of fragrant rice. Done! Steam the washed rice. Slice the lamb chops and dice the beef. Steam the chicken with scallions and ginger, then rinse with ice water, and tear into strips. Shred the potatoes, and mince the garlic. Auntie Wolf was so overwhelmed by the series of actions that she didn't know where to start. When she came to her senses, a small bowl and a small spoon were stuffed into her claws. The skeleton before her had ripped two long, thin bones from somewhere, and was using them as cutlery, occasionally picking up a piece of meat and placing it in her bowl. Wait, are these cutlery really okay? Oh, they're called chopsticks. I couldn't find any suitable branches, so I used bones instead, said Jian Yu calmly. The oldest chopsticks are said to be made of animal bones. Ivory chopsticks, cow bone chopsticks, rhino horn chopsticks. These things were very common in my back home. Anyway, I use them myself, so don't worry about it. Just tell me if this pineapple and black pepper beef cube is flavorful enough. Chapter 36. The pineapple and black pepper beef cubes were naturally flavorful. In fact, Aunt Wolf Talia had never tasted such a delicious dish before, let alone imagine pineapple could be used in a dish. This isn't to say that the people of Huntington never use fruit in their dishes. In fact, as a nation with a widespread preference for sweetness, in addition to boiling oranges with their skins into jam, they also enjoy cooking frozen apricots and peaches into soft fruit soups to warm the body in winter. For the people here, using fruit in their dishes isn't a quest for a more delicious or sweeter taste. It's simply a way to make the surplus fruit, which had to be haphazardly frozen after the summer harvest and was difficult to preserve, a barely edible dish. Supposedly, these fruits, when cooked with sugar, resemble sweet soup or canned syrup. They shouldn't be unpalatable. But the problem is that Huntington's sugar industry is underdeveloped, and people are often reluctant to add sugar when making these dishes. The frozen fruit becomes soft and mushy after cooking, and its sour and astringent flavors are brought out, making it taste worse than fresh fruit. But who would want to eat a frozen peach covered in ice chips in a drafty, cold cabin without cooking it? But then again, who would bother trying to cook magically preserved food when they could have a fresh bite? The Huntingtonians, lacking culinary skills, could only struggle with a few methods they could manage with their limited ingredients, silently enduring the awful dishes their own poor cooking methods produced. Ultimately, the people of this land possess a strange resilience. They lack a culinary tradition spanning 5,000 years, and they have no preconceived notions about the flavors of most foods or the conditions under which they develop. Instead, they embrace a willingness to endure and live with the flow. Without ever having their dietary standards elevated or having tasted true delicacy, they naturally manage to survive on hard bread and sour fruit soup. They only know that their food doesn't taste particularly good, but they don't know how truly delicious it can be, so naturally, they have no direction to strive for. It's like a bunch of culinary noobs fighting each other, occasionally creating one or two delicious dishes that become national hits. But to be honest, neither the dish developers nor the consumers necessarily understand the elements that make for deliciousness or the principles of cooking. Raw vegetables, roasted meats, stewed fruits, and puff pastry that can wrap anything. This is the culinary culture of this land. But Jian Yu was different. Running through her veins was 5,000 years of culinary culture, and the Cantonese people's innate passion for delicious food. Even now, as a Lich, she couldn't taste the true flavor of the dish, but as long as the cooking steps, the ingredients, and the seasonings were right, how bad could it be? Brine-soaked pineapples were cut into hollow rings and roasted over charcoal, sizzling to release their juices and lightly browning their edges. Then, they were cut into small cubes and, with a sizzling sound, joined the diced beef undergoing the Maillard reaction in the pot. Takuya expertly tossed the wok, stir-fried the food, sprinkled it with ground black pepper, plated it, and served. The diced-sized beef cubes were pan-fried to perfection, crispy on the edges and perfectly pink inside, juicy and juicy at every bite. The pineapple's fruity aroma and sweet and sour juices evenly coated each piece of beef, removing the greasiness and the inherent fishiness of the beef. The pungent black pepper was the perfect embellishment to this sweet and sour dream, like fireworks exploding on the tongue, pungent, dazzling, and slightly pungent but not unpleasant, sweeping away the dullness and leaving behind only a burst of novelty. The beef was so tender it slid straight from the mouth to the throat, leaving you utterly unaware after finishing a piece, wanting more, only to be left wanting more. The stir-fried lamb with scallions didn't use any special sauce, simply scallions, ginger, and onions sautéed in peanut oil, sprinkled with Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers, and then topped with thinly sliced tender lamb. The bright red lamb slid through the scalding iron pan, quickly turning a glossy brown. At this point, simply season with salt and pepper, then remove from the pan and serve on a plate. Lemon basil shredded chicken is a cold dish. Steamed and chilled, the tender chicken, slightly shrunken and more bouncy, was removed from the bones and tossed with basil, lemongrass, salt, and sugar, then drizzled with fresh lemon juice and sprinkled with fried peanuts. The dish was refreshing yet evoked a hint of summery Southeast Asian charm. There was no rice vinegar in the kitchen, and Jiang Yu hadn't brought his cauldron, so the stir-fried shredded potatoes were simply seasoned with salt, pepper, and chopped green onions. While lacking in freshness, it was still fragrant and refreshing, perfectly adequate for these foreigners who hadn't experienced fine dining. The garlic lettuce was juicy green, the rice grains distinct and translucent like white jade. Paired with the 3 delicious meat dishes, everyone couldn't stop eating once they arrived. Knives, forks, and spoons flew, and no one spoke at the table, only the involuntary sighs of delight and the deafening sound of chewing echoed. Jiyo cooked the same dish for 2 tables, one for themselves and one for the 5 servants. At first, only Holly, unaware of the situation, tried to be reserved and humble. Fortunately, Aunt Wolf was quick to give him a spoonful of each dish, otherwise, he wouldn't have even licked the bottom of his bowl. Andre and Jericho, master and servant, picked up their spoons and plates, their expressions identically solemn, like knights bearing swords and shields, about to face a mighty host. They unsheathed their long spoons, and with a flurry of movement, the mountain of food suddenly vanished into a slump. "Hey! You two get your fill," Auntie Wolf protested, quickly scooping the remaining food into her and Holly's plates. "That's too much." She said this, but her grabbing skills were equally adept. By the time Takumi had finished serving the food to the next table and sat down, several empty plates were neatly stacked on the table, while each person's plate was piled high with food. Takumi, Western-style separate dining? Once the food was on their plates, it was temporarily safe. Each person guarded their own plate like a dragon guarding its treasure. Andre, the most powerful of the group, couldn't bring himself to snatch food from the plates of his followers, the old lady. Auntie Wolf, ? And the underage brats. The food war at this table had finally settled, and the victors and losers alike began to enjoy their spoils. In the kitchen, the servants' table was filled with the sounds of clashing and fighting. "Ah, that's my beef. Damn it! Give me back that last piece of chicken. Spit it out. Spit it out." Amid the sounds of fighting in the kitchen, the 4 people at the table lowered their heads and chewed faster. Takumi, ? What's going on? Chapter 37. Honestly, the food Takumi prepared was truly substantial, more than enough for a table of 4. Towards the latter half of the meal, everyone noticeably slowed down, switching from gulping down their food to savoring it in small bites. Their stomachs were almost full, but their mouths were still quite hungry. Now, it was Takumi's turn to eat. The white skeleton gave the group a cheeky, hee-hee grin, its pupils flickering cunningly. "A little reward?" Holly was confused, while Auntie Wolf and Jericho, already familiar with the process, nodded. The white skeleton's long, slender claws hooked, and 2 balls of soul fire flew into her hand. Holly swallowed his mouthful of food and glanced fearfully at his nurse. Seeing Aunt Wolf nod, he said, I can do that too." "Okay." A small ball of soul fire flew out of Holly's chest and landed in Jiangyo's bony claws. Holly suddenly felt the oppressive feeling that had been weighing on his heart like a huge rock dissipate. He took a deep breath and felt the stagnant air around him begin to flow again, no longer feeling as oppressive and suffocating as before. Jian Yu only kept Aunt Wolf's soul fire for herself. Humming, she put the remaining soul fire into a small leather bag, then opened her skull and stuffed it in. Hee hee, food reserves. Jericho, so your skull is your storage room? Hee hee. Almost. I learned a space magic spell to expand the volume of my skull. Now it can hold a whole room's worth of stuff. Jianyu shook his head. Look. It won't fall out at all. Everyone, I really didn't know whether to praise her or criticize her. After finishing everything, she took a sip of Ant Wolf's soul fire, letting out a satisfied sigh. Ah, pineapple and black pepper beef, really good. The shredded potatoes are a little bland. As expected, without vinegar it's a little off. Oh, I'm craving a bowl of traditional Chinese cooking soup. Why doesn't it taste like rice? She stopped slurping and looked at Andre dimly. I'm almost missing a staple. Break some? Andre nearly choked on the beef and couldn't help but cough. I thought my soul fire had no taste. Indeed, it's just like a steamed bun, but I'm not missing a staple, am I? Jianyu smiled broadly, holding out his open bone claw and hooking his fingertips. Break some? Here. A ball of white soul fire leaped onto Jianyu's bone claw, and the white skeleton devoured it with a mouthful of vegetable and a mouthful of steamed bun, enjoying it with great delight. So when you said you wanted to open a shop, you meant to sell these delicacies? Holly's eyes sparkled. I agree. I be your supplier. I got whatever vegetables, fruits, soybeans, rice, and flour you need. We also have access to meats, and can recommend some to you. Jiangyu swallowed the fire in his mouth. It's not really a shop selling delicacies. More accurately, it's a brewing workshop. Soy sauce, rice vinegar, rice wine, fermented glutinous rice yogurt. I plan to make all sorts of fermented foods and sauces. She thought for a moment. Well, considering many of the sauces here are completely unheard of, it might be a good idea to open a counter selling foods made with them. The easiest way to change a place's deeply ingrained culinary culture is to introduce people to delicious dishes. When taste buds are first struck by delicious food, their mindsets will follow. If these foreigners, with palates comparable to those of the British, were first shown a jar of dark, salty soy sauce, they might not be interested in buying it, asking about it, or learning more about it. But if they were first shown square, bouncy, juicy pieces of braised pork, juicy and sweet, and fragrant with osmanthus, then most of them would probably ask, what is this? And how do I make it? Andre, Jericho, Ant Wolf, and Holly all nodded. As long as they could enjoy these delicious treats, they didn't care whether Jianyu opened a restaurant, a tavern, a brewery, or something else entirely. Speaking of which, I'm curious. After eating and drinking, Jericho rubbed his round belly and asked, Perdman wants to frame Holly, but if she succeeds, who will take over the Axe family's botanical garden? Whipsun is a loser. She can't care for so many plants on her own, right? Oh, that's right, Holly explained. She definitely can't do it alone, but she has the Priss family behind her. The Priss are a very old-fashioned half-family. Planting techniques are passed down from father to son, not from daughter to daughter. Ever since Perdman married into our family, the Priss family has been headed by Perdman's distant cousin. That distant cousin is very handsome, a world apart from my second uncle. I have often heard that if the Priss family had not been poorly managed and facing bankruptcy, Perdman would not have married here, but would have married that distant cousin. This rumor has been bothering my second uncle. Big families are truly chaotic. Who says they aren't? I think if Perdman's plan goes according to plan, it won't be long before the Acres and Priss properties merge and become the Prisses. Holly curled her lips and sniffed. Fortunately, they're the ones who screwed over their own family. But my second uncle and my younger uncle, sigh. Jianyu felt a little speechless when he thought of the fake sisters. Are these sisters really that close? Perdman is 8 years older than Perlman. The age difference is so huge, they have nothing in common. Plarman was still a little girl when Perdman got married. Ant Wolf gossiped, Perdman was lucky enough to have a good time. When she was little, the Priss family was still quite prosperous and invested a lot of resources in her upbringing. I heard her cousins would let her sit in on their classes. She probably learned all that knowledge about plants and pharmacology back then. Polamine didn't make it, she was Priss's daughter, born late in life. Without siblings or cousins who grew up together, the Priss family couldn't afford to hire a tutor for a girl like her. She only learned housekeeping and needlework from her mother for a few years. Her horizons were truly limited. Ant Wolf herself had spent many years as a childminder, tutor, and wet nurse. She was quite influential in the education field of this world. 8 years apart. Jianyu exclaimed. I can't tell. The half of people all look so young to me. Is it because of their height? Everyone, They took one look at the skeleton, whose age was impossible to discern, and whose gender required specialized expertise, like autopsy. Silence fell upon them again. Chapter 38. Andre turned his gaze away from the heartless, transparent, and cheerful skeleton and looked at Holly. He casually said, "Now that Pertman has been arrested, the Axe family will have to rely on you to support them, right? You have to deal with those difficult business matters, while also guarding against Evil Eye Moon. Life won't be easy." The curly-haired little pangolin scowled. "That's right. I just want to manage the botanical garden properly, cultivating magical plants, medicinal plants, food ingredients, and rare flowers. I don't want to get involved in the intrigues of the business world." He looked up at Aunt Wolf. "Nani, come back and help me." "Huh?" Aunt Wolf's eyes widened. "Huh? Me?" "Yes. You're good at bargaining, you're experienced, and you have connections. There's nothing in West Eston City that you don't know about." Holly's blue eyes brightened as he spoke. "Besides, you're the person I trust the most. That's more important than anything else." Aunt Wolf Talia was slightly tempted. "Well, it's not impossible. I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. Why don't I come and help you? Leave the botanical garden to me. I can control the variety, quantity, and quality of the supply." Holly pondered seriously. "The contracts signed by Pertman are all on file with the housekeeper. I know all the merchants we worked with for years. I go visit them with you tomorrow. The quality of our botanical garden's output has always been stable. We shouldn't have any problems with our old customers." Jiangyu scratched his jaw. Andre had released Holly today, and the investigation and arrest were all done in one go. Pertman might have been gloating over the success of her plan to frame her husband's nephew, only to have everything reversed and she was arrested. She probably hadn't had time to dig a big hole for Holly and the Axe family. "Your magical fruits and vegetables shouldn't have any trouble selling, right?" she asked. "That's not true," Holly said. "Although we use magic to control temperature, moisture, and light, most fruits and vegetables are seasonal and difficult to preserve. Once they're released in large quantities, and not sold in time, their value plummets. Sometimes, during bad years, supply can't keep up with demand, while bumper harvests are even more frustrating. Auntie Wolf was experienced in this. Like I told you before, unsold oranges are made into unpalatable marmalade." Xiaoyo was already remembering the taste of marmalade, and her appetite was waning. She raised her bony claws to stop Auntie Wolf from continuing her speech about the much-hated marmalade. "Okay, you don't have to say any more. I understand. But then again, if there really were so much low-priced, high-quality fruit, she would have a better way to deal with it." She thought for a moment and extended an invitation. "I do know some ways to make delicious fruit drinks or sauces, and also some ways to pickle vegetables. If we're stuck with a lot of fruit and vegetables, and can't sell them, I could use up quite a bit." "Really?" Holly was excited. "That's fantastic. Well, don't get too excited just yet." The skeleton's eyes flickered guiltily. "There's one major issue I must clarify. Until I sell my sauces, drinks, pickles, and sauerkraut, I won't have the money to pay for them." Yes, Jiangyu hadn't forgotten that she was still a bankrupt skeleton, penniless, and with only 3 silver coins and 12 copper coins to spare. If she's even a few coins short, she won't even be able to jingle. "Huh?" Holly's smile froze. This is indeed a bit of a hassle. It wasn't that he was stingy, or that the Axis family couldn't afford the money. It was just that every harvest of this magnitude required the Axis family to hire a large number of temporary workers from outside the family to help. These workers would work overtime in just a few days to harvest all the ripe fruits and vegetables, pack them into boxes, and store them in the rented warehouse for later sale and transportation. Then, they would happily take their pay and leave, waiting for the next job. This labor fee couldn't be skimped on, nor could it be delayed, otherwise the Axis family's reputation would be damaged. Not only would they be unable to recruit workers next time, but they might also be besieged and attacked by these powerful Hafu people to demand justice. Even if the Axe family could ignore the costs of land, seeds, water, fertilizer, and labor throughout the entire planting cycle, they still had to grit their teeth and come up with cash for the harvesting labor and warehouse rental. So, once fruits and vegetables had been stored in the warehouse for a while, even if they were preserved fresh and sweet by magic or other means, their prices would continue to fall until they could be sold quickly and easily. This was not only to save on warehouse rent, but also to quickly recoup the money previously spent. For a large family, like the Axe family, maintaining the normal operation of family businesses, like the botanical garden, required the vast majority of funds to be invested. This money was like the water that drove a millwheel. As the old flowed away, new must be added, otherwise the massive millwheel would not function smoothly. Years of disaster are hard, years of plenty are also hard, and low grain prices hurt farmers. This is the truth. While 1 or 2 failures might not severely damage the Axe family, if they aren't careful, they could be completely ruined. Under these circumstances, even if the Axe family wants to make an investment, they must carefully evaluate it and ensure a tangible return on investment before proceeding. Holly would rather trust the established merchants he's worked with for years than rely on empty promises. It's true that those jam vendors only make terrible jam, but the people of Huntington aren't picky. For established families like theirs, the biggest taboo is the risk of a major change in leadership. While a gamble might yield a fortune, the greater risk is ruin. A descendant who maintains the legacy will likely lead to a less drastic life. Honestly, if Jiangyu had said she wanted to open a restaurant, Holly would probably have been more willing to invest. But brewing a workshop? Making sauces? What about that? Alcohol is a profitable business, but it's profitable because most people these days can't really make real alcohol. Even the veteran brewers are just copying recipes handed down for years, and even that still has a failure rate of over 70%. It either rots, becomes smelly, or sour, or the bottles explode during the brewing process, and even occasionally, they produce poisonous wine. This business isn't something ordinary people can handle. Jianyu coughed lightly, knowing her demands were a bit excessive. There's no need to invest a large inventory right from the start. I just need a few raw materials to get my brewing workshop started, and I can earn the money for the raw materials later. Think of the initial raw materials as an investment, and we can split the profits. 50 to 50? 20 to 80, I split 80, you split 20. No, I need to save some money for future raw materials. 40 to 60? Okay. Chapter 39. In 15 days, I will deliver the first batch of 100 kilograms of green plums to you. Holly said, you have 2 weeks to prepare for the opening and brew. He paused strangely. Well, actually, whatever you want to brew with these green plums is fine with me. I have only one request. Give me the first dividend 7 days after delivery. The market price of 100 kilograms of green plums in 2 weeks should be 1 silver coin per kilogram. In other words, theoretically, if you want to buy these green plums, you have to pay me 100 silver coins. But since I'm an investor, we split the profits 40:60. So, I expect my share to be at least above the minimum limit of 60 silver coins. This limit has nothing to do with our profit-sharing ratio, it's just my expectation. You can think of this as a small test of your business acumen. If the share reaches or exceeds 60 silver coins, our deal will continue. If you can't make that much, then, sorry, our deal ends here. I accept the loss on this first transaction, and you need to pay the market price next time. Willie looked at her apologetically. Business is business. I can't risk my family business. But since we're already friends, I can give you a 15% discount on the purchase. Okay, for a chance, these terms are quite reasonable. Skeleton happily negotiated his first deal. Although this was more of a tentative compromise between the two partners than a complete victory, the impoverished Takuya needed just the kind of boost needed to get her old, dilapidated brewery back on track. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest, but as long as she gathers the raw materials and spruces up her workshop, Jiangyu has no doubt her gourmet recipes won't captivate the taste buds and stomachs of these otherworldly foreigners. Haha, whether you're ordinary people, elves, orcs, the half, or some other random race, you know nothing about the cuisine of 5,000 years. By the way, Jiangyu suddenly thought of a question. Does anyone here study bacteria? Like yeast, lactic acid bacteria, aspergillus, or something like that? What? Bacteria? Holly repeated, bewildered. They're microorganisms that are widely found in nature, invisible to the naked eye. Some can cause illness and inflammation of wounds, while other beneficial strains ferment bread and can be used to make wine and sauces. Jiangyu thought for a moment and tried to explain. If there aren't any, forget it. I'm just asking. Inflammation. Illness. Oh! You're looking for a bird-beak doctor. Holly, as if suddenly struck by something, cheerfully interrupted Jianyu. I know him. Charles Denome. He's an earl. But he's currently living in seclusion in the Witch's Forest, 13 miles outside of Shijiao town. Jiangyu's eyes flickered, and she repeated with great interest, Earl? As a bird-beak doctor? She had heard of the term bird-beak doctor before, but not in this world, but in a past life. It is said that the bird-beak doctor costume originated in 1619, when the Black Death was rampant in the Middle Ages. In order to treat patients, doctors had to come into contact with them. In order to prevent infection, they invented this special costume. This costume typically consists of a silver mask shaped like a bird's beak, waxed linen or canvas clothing, a wide black hat, gloves, and a wooden staff, or walking stick. Legend has it that the eyes of the mask were protected by glass mirrors, and the beak itself was hollow, stuffed with cotton and herbs to filter air, with air intake holes at the tip. It could be considered a medieval version of a medical mask. Originally, this outfit was a necessity for medieval doctors fighting disease on the front lines. However, due to its striking appearance, resembling both a crow and the Grim Reaper, it became a favorite among Italian carnival goers and steampunk fans. He's certainly a strange man, Holly said, who would leave behind a prestigious title and territory to hide in the Witch Forest, hiding under a false name and working as a bird-beak doctor, dealing with the sick and the dead every day. But I have to say, he's quite proficient in medicine, alchemy, and the dark arts. My grandfather went to him when he was ill. Jianyu scratched her head. She felt like Holly had misunderstood her, but this bird-beak doctor sounded quite interesting. Oh well, whatever. She didn't want to miss out on such fun. Originally, Jianyu just wanted to find out if anyone in this magical world had any research on beneficial bacteria like lactic acid bacteria, yeast, and aspergillus. Ideally, she could learn some convenient magic to cultivate these bacteria or identify beneficial and harmful ones. After all, this was the magical Middle Ages, where microscopes were unavailable. If something went wrong with the fermentation and some undetected bacteria got in, it could easily lead to serious problems. For example, homemade alcohol can produce excessive amounts of methanol due to problems with the ingredients, fermentation techniques, and fermentation time, potentially causing blindness if consumed. If the ingredients in soy sauce are moldy, aflatoxin, a carcinogenic compound, can form. If vegetables aren't pickled long enough, large amounts of nitrite can form. If you want to be in the food business, you have to pay attention to food safety. After all, this is food you eat. If a customer experiences problems, Takuya can't afford the compensation. In this world, there are no scientific testing methods, so we can only seek answers through magic. But now, Takuya feels that even without asking about the magic for testing lactic acid bacteria, aspergillus, and yeast, just meeting this bird-beak doctor is a fascinating experience. Besides, if this bird-beak doctor is proficient in medicine, alchemy, and black magic, perhaps he knows how to repair her lich body. While Jianyu doesn't mind being a skeleton, being without a sense of taste is truly inconvenient. At the very least, he needs to ask this bird-beak doctor to see if he can restore her sense of taste. So where is the Shijiao town and the Witch's Forest? Jianyu's eyes blazed with excitement, sparks crackling. Shijiao town is just outside the western outskirts of Eston West City. That's where it's named. It's only 15 miles from here. Holly said enthusiastically, if you want to meet him, I send a carriage to pick you up tomorrow morning. I'm also bringing a batch of night flower magic plates to sell, so I can introduce you while I'm there. Wow! That's great! Jianyu exclaimed happily. The Witch Forest. I remember there was a group of witches in that forest, who were great at brewing. Aunt Wolf Talia recalled, the hops they grow are amazing. Xiaoyu, you can pick some up on the way. Chapter 40. Wow! There's a witch in hops. The soul fire in Takuya's eyes. The fire in his eyes burned even brighter. Then I must go and see. In a previous life, Takuya had read an anecdote that said that before the Middle Ages, women in Europe were skilled at brewing beer. Almost every household brewed their own beer. Sometimes, when they had too much, they would give it to neighbors or sell it. In those days, Westerners had no respect for hygiene. They urinated freely on the streets and in the fields. The stench of feces and urine permeated cities and villages, and dirty water flowed everywhere, re-entering the drinking water supply. This cycle continued, and people drank unclean water directly from the river, greatly increasing their risk of illness. However, drinking low-alcohol beer, because it was boiled during the brewing process, reduced the risk of illness. Beer became an indispensable part of people's lives, and women who wanted to sell beer would often place a broom outside their window to signal their presence. It was like a pop-up shop, suddenly opening and selling while supplies lasted, leaving chance alone. A large cauldron boiling malt and hops, a broom signaling a sale, a cat kept to protect against rats and mice due to grain hoarding. These were once essential characteristics for female brewers, but eventually, during the rise of the church, they became evidence for convicting witches. Of course, the veracity of this anecdote remains to be verified. Witch hunts in the Middle Ages were widespread in the West, and weren't limited to female brewers. However, hearing about the connection between witches and beer piqued Takuyu's curiosity. Now that we travel to a Western fantasy magical world, we can't just stay locked up in our workshop and work behind closed doors. We need to learn magic, explore the local customs, and see the local taverns. Only by understanding the standards of our peers can we accurately determine our own position. This is crucial market research before opening. Jiangyu was brimming with excitement, and he asked Holly and Annie Wolf for more information about Dr. Bird's beak and the witches. Andre repeatedly tried to steer the conversation back to the Evil Eye Moon, hoping to extract more information from Holly about the threatening letter. Unfortunately, Holly and Auntie Wolf knew a lot of gossip about Dr. Bird's beak and the witch forest, but their knowledge of the Evil Eye Moon was no different from that of any ordinary person. They only knew the information released by the kingdom's knights, and even some rumors that had been twisted and distorted into increasingly bizarre forms. But they had none of the clues Andre was looking for. The connection was broken again. Andre could only angrily take the threatening letter as evidence and warn Holly to be careful. Evil Eye Moon wouldn't necessarily carry out every threat, but if they found the opportunity, it would surely be another irreversible bloodbath. I don't want to see your contract invalidated by Evil Eye Moon's assassination, Andre said. In his capacity as deputy commander of the Kingdom Knights Eston West City branch, he witnessed the signing of the business contract between Jiangyu and Holly. I'm quite optimistic about Zyagita's small brewing workshop. So, Holly, hire yourself some reliable bodyguards. Holly shuddered and decided to have his butler hire bodyguards tomorrow. Jiangyu rolled up the signed contract and stuffed it into his skull, which had been modified to store space. Andre looked at her and Aunt Wolf. It's getting late. Shall I take you home? I stay here tonight. Aunt Wolf looked at Holly lovingly. Tomorrow morning, we take the carriage together to pick up Xiao Yu. Okay, then I take you? Andre said to Jiangyu. Okay. So, after bidding farewell to Holly and Aunt Wolf, the black-haired, green-eyed knight with the skeleton mounted his tall horse, with his attendant Jericho following on his mule. Both master and servant held the reins in their right hands, and the magic oil lamp in their left, illuminating the night road. This lamp contained several magic mirrors behind the wick, which amplified and projected the light. The effect was more like a lamp-shaped flashlight, enough to illuminate a considerable distance ahead. Actually, even if you didn't call me, you could have solved the case on your own. Jiangyu hugged Andre's lean waist, subconsciously wanting to feel his abs. As she closed her bone claws, they struck the cold armor. Slightly disappointed, she prodded the armor with her knuckles, and the plates clanged. Andre's hands were full, unable to stop her reckless claws. He glanced back warningly and replied, It's not necessary, but with a Lich around, it's easier to break through the criminal's psychological defenses. Liches capture emotions, and their memories are somewhat random. You might not be able to sense their emotions, but we know that they don't. Andre smiled slyly. Once they think we know the truth, they'd be desperate enough to spill all sorts of beans. Knock on the bushes, and startled insects, snakes, and rabbits will naturally scurry out. Oh no, the deliberate attempt to stir up trouble. Jiangyu said, Unfortunately, this case doesn't actually have much to do with the Evil Eye Moon you're looking for. The only thing we found is that threatening letter. Well, not many leads, but at least there are some. Andre said, Besides, you already secured a supplier, so it wasn't all in vain. Jiangyu chuckled. Literally, her upper jaw clacking against her lower jaw, making a clattering sound. She said happily, Indeed, this is like getting a 100 silver loan, which can only be used to purchase raw materials. You only need to repay 60 silver coins to get a renewal opportunity. It's a huge profit. Andre? ? Come to think of it, Jiangyu said, you said you wanted to stay with me. You can, but you have to pay me for both master and servant's accommodation, right? If you want me to cook, you have to pay for my meals too. Accommodation and meals? Andre pondered for a moment. I don't have any money. Huh? Aren't you a viscount? And you're also the vice master of the knights. How could you possibly be broke? Jiangyu was unconvinced. How about this? I give you a discount. You two, master and servant, will stay for 3 silver coins a day, with meals included. That'd be 90 silver coins a month. How about that? A month in this world refers to the number of days between the last double moon and the next double moon, which is exactly 30 days, a more regular period than on Earth. Andre saw through her calculations completely. Hey, in 22 days you need to pay 60 silver coins. That's 3 silver coins a day. You won't have to do any business for the goods, and you still make a net profit of 6 silver coins. Hee hee. Chapter 41. There's no point in trying to laugh it off. Andre said firmly, I don't have money. He thought for a moment and said, but I can pay with my flesh. Puff. Huh? Takuya and Jericho both cried out in surprise. The skeleton's tongue was almost knotted. Flesh, flesh, flesh. Pay? Well, the doors, windows, counters, shelves. Oh, and the sign in your brewery all need repairing or replacing. That's a lot of money. Andre said, you don't even have the money to hire a carpenter or buy furniture, right? Let me handle all the manual labor, and it cover your room and board expenses. I give you another discount. I protect your shop. No Kingdom Knights or clueless thugs will bother you. I handle all the necessary licenses. And I keep you safe. Andre said, how's that? Isn't that a good deal? Jiao said disappointedly, what? So it's this body payment. Andre, question mark. What kind of weird shit is going on in that skull of yours? The skeleton, its marrow yellowing, quickly put aside its illicit thoughts and seriously considered the knight's proposal. It must be said that from the perspective of running a brewery, this is indeed a very tempting proposition. The living quarters of the half-timbered cottage are mostly functional, but the brewery storefront is in dire need of repair. Not to mention the door, which either gets stuck in its frame when closed or wobbles when opened. The entire set of antiquated potion shelves also needs to be replaced. The only part worth saving is the brass mechanical hand crank cash register that Jiangyu particularly likes. The counter could just about stay, but it wasn't because Takumi was particularly fond of it. Simply tearing it down and rebuilding it would require too much manpower, material resources, and financial resources. To allow customers to better experience the connection between the sauces and the food, Takumi also planned to add a food counter or even a sales window. From a marketing perspective, opening a window on the street-facing wall to sell takeout would definitely attract more customers. But this would also mean more renovations to the hut, which brings us back to the key point. Takumi is now completely broke, practically bankrupt. If the Muscle Knight could transform himself into a home-based construction worker, things would be much simpler. With 2 weeks left before the official opening, she could use that time to visit the witch forest with Dr. Burbeek and the witches to research taste and bacterial strains. As for the shop renovations, she could leave it to the knight. Deal, said Takumi, but it must be done to my specifications within 2 weeks. Andre suddenly felt a bad premonition. What are your requirements? There were so many. As soon as Diego, the towering horse, stopped in front of the brewery, the skeleton impatiently jumped off and clattered into the yard, pointing at the gate. This needs fixing. She then pointed to the wall to the right of the gate, facing the front door. Open a window here. I can sell prepared food here later. The knight led his horse into the yard and examined her backyard. Can we build a stable in the backyard? Takumi poked his head in, gesturing at the size of the yard, then Diego, and hesitantly said, just don't encroach on my farmland. No, there's plenty of space. Andre glanced at the backyard. There's enough space on the right side of the drying yard for me to build a stable, and it won't affect your use of the left drying area. All right. He tossed Diego's reins to Jericho. Jericho led the horse and mule to the backyard, then grunted as he unloaded the luggage from his mount and carried it inside. Jiao led Andre to the front door and pointed at the rickety, half-fallen sign. We need to take this down and replace it. The new name of the shop will be Jiao's Brewing Workshop. Andre's eyes flickered. That's it? Yes. Jiao didn't see the problem at all. After struggling with the door for a while, she finally managed to get in. She emphasized again, angrily, this door must be replaced. Okay. The interior furnishings also needed a lot of changes. Probably for protection against bumps and falls, the shelves originally used to store potions were divided into small compartments with wooden planks. The compartments were practically tailored to the size of the common, palm-sized, wide-bellied, narrow-neck potion bottles. Any other bottle would either fit in or be impossible to remove. Those small, wide-bellied, narrow-neck bottles, which could only hold a single sip of liquid, were perfect for potions that needed to be dosed and taken all at once, but neither sauces nor fine wines could be packaged this way. Not to mention, these shelves hadn't been maintained for years, and had been invaded and gnawed by termites, riddled with holes. They wobbled and threatened to fall apart at the slightest touch. All these shelves need to be thrown away, and the whole house needs a thorough pest control. Landlord Takuya gestured to her tenant and long-term worker. This right side needs a few tables for guests to dine in. That's right where the takeout window I mentioned is. Then put new shelves on the left side. They need to be wider, larger, and taller than the old ones. The long-term worker Andre waved his hand to summon his attendants. Jericho immediately understood, and pulled his sketchbook from his luggage, and began to sketch out the design. This large counter isn't very practical, actually. Takumi rested his jaw in thought. It would be even better if we could convert it into a combined bar and counter. That way, we could also entertain customers and hold tastings. Just keep this cash register. I love it. By the way, she thought, what licenses are required to sell alcohol and sauces here? Alcohol requires alcohol business license, and sauces, well, they're considered food, so they require a food business license. Andre said, I have connections for both licenses, but I must make it clear that I'm only responsible for helping you with the tedious paperwork. The alcohol and food you sell must be of sufficient quality to pass inspection by the principality's dedicated personnel. If you're trying to cheat, I won't risk my career with you. Of course. Takumi's skull-like head leaned in front of the knight, his pupils dancing in a smile. I didn't expect you to be such a responsible and serious knight. Chapter 42. The knight was indeed a serious knight, and the Lich was a serious brewer. They quickly reached a consensus on product quality and food safety. The only minor point of contention was that Takuyu's demands were excessive, and the renovation timeline was too short, which the knight complained about. It can't be finished. It can't be finished at all. Andre regretted agreeing too quickly. He should have listened to the Lich's demands before making a decision. It's impossible to complete everything. At best, I can let you open the shop in 2 weeks. You can repair the remaining non-urgent facilities, while you operate the business. Seeing that Jiangyu wasn't entirely satisfied, he added, when you made enough money, you can buy some good materials. What? Jiangyu's eyes widened. Do I have to pay for the materials? Didn't you say you cover it all? This isn't what we agreed on. I didn't know you were going to repair so many things, young lady. Andre looked innocent. I can go to the woods outside the city and chop the woods for the lumber alone, but you want to open a takeout window, rebuild the bar counter, and get tables and chairs. This isn't what we agreed on either. The man and the skeleton stared at each other for a moment, finally taking a step back and compromising. I only cover the lumber and labor. I pay for the rest of the materials. What about the deadline? What's the plan? Just as you said, complete the most urgent repairs first to ensure I can open on time. The rest will be handled later after we open. By the way, you be responsible for clearing out those magic circles and other leftover items in the basement. Oh, and those old potions on the shelves. Jiangyu said, I wouldn't dare touch those. Deal? Jiangyu slammed the door shut. Come on, I take you upstairs. There were 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. Jiangyu had previously occupied the vacant one, so now the knight and his squire had to sleep in Miyu's old room. However, the secret albums in the master's bedroom had been disposed of, and the one that remained had been hidden by Jiangyu in the basement. Well, she'd have to find a time to quietly hide it even more privately, otherwise it wouldn't be good if the knight himself saw his album. Andre glanced at Miyu's comfortable bed, then peered over at the bare, wooden bed frame in the skeleton room, and was rather speechless. No, you're going to sleep in this? Or why not take this bed? We're 2 rough guys used to camping, and have camping gear. Just give us a place to sleep on the floor. No, no, no. Jiangyu waved his hand. I'm just a skeleton. It doesn't matter where I lie down. Besides, there are no nerves or muscles in my bones, so sleeping on the bed won't cause any back pain. I've been sleeping like this for the past few days. Call her hypocritical or picky, even though the whole thing started with Miyu's own magical mishap, Jiangyu still feels like he owes her a life. He feels guilty about using her belongings. The most appropriate way to dispose of the deceased's personal belongings would be to burn them, but Jiangyu is penniless and can't afford such a lavish act. Now, it seems that Miyu and her daughter are somewhat connected to the evil Amun, making it inappropriate to burn these items that could potentially serve as evidence. In that case, the only option left is to hand this evidence over to Andre, the kingdom's knight. As for how this knight disposes of the evidence, that's none of Takumi's business. While this approach is certainly a bit heartless, if the owner of the house is truly a core member of a cult, no matter how grateful Takumi is to her for drawing her into this alternate world and giving her a new life, she can't be complicit in its corruption. In her dealings with others, Takumi always maintains certain principles that she cannot abandon. Even now, having traveled to another world and become a skeletal lich, she doesn't feel the need to change. As a human being, one must have a clear conscience. Even if these choices seem strange to others, she lived happily and slept soundly at night. That was all that mattered. Jiangyu said good night to the knight and his servant and closed the door. Her room was simply furnished. A bed frame covered only with a wooden slat, not even bedding, a simple desk with 2 drawers, and a small fireplace built into the wall, that was all. Jianyu leaned over to the fireplace and reached inside. Skillfully, she found a loose brick, found the right angle, and with a flick of her fingertips, she easily pulled it out. She felt the space behind the brick and felt a sense of relief. Therein lay her phylactery. She had found it in the sarcophagus, and it bore the aura of her own soul. Even a novice lich would never mistake it. A lich's phylactery is the very foundation of their life, so it's essential that they can't carry it with them. Otherwise, if her skeleton were in danger, the phylactery would be destroyed, and there would be no way back. Jianyu searched the entire house, and found a suitable hiding spot inside the fireplace. It was late spring, early summer, and the weather wasn't cold. Besides, a skeleton like Jianyu didn't need a fireplace for warmth. No one, except a curious person like Jianyu, would enter a seemingly uninhabited house and crawl into a fireplace covered in pitch-black ash. Jianyu confirmed the safety of her phylactery, tucked the bricks back in, and covered it with a thick layer of ash and broken slag. Compared to the basement, which looked like a dark magic lair and was always subject to scrutiny, this more inconspicuous place was safer. The second floor needed no renovations, so there was no chance of it being accidentally discovered by a knight. Andre seems like a trustworthy knight, but he still seems to harbor doubts about himself. This isn't surprising, as Takumiyu is also currently filled with doubts about his own origins. But right now, she's in the open, while the enemy is in the shadows. Until the Evil Eye Moon members reveal themselves and make their stance clear, Takumiyu simply intends to live her life to the fullest. She sat back at her desk and pulled out a business log, a bottle of ink, and a quill from a drawer. She had found this business log in a drawer on the first floor counter. From the owner's own handwritten description on the title page, it's clear that when the owner's mother opened the shop, she would briefly record the store's material losses, revenue, and expenses in this log, like a brief memo, part ledger. Chapter 43. The owner, eager to emulate this practice, began writing her own business journal in this brand new notebook. Unfortunately, her business skills were as poor as her magic. This journal was different from the owner's own scribbled diary, which also contained a final note. On the cover page, the owner briefly recalled her mother's habits, then wrote 2 entries for restocking love potions before hastily concluding the journal. Now, Takumiya plans to continue writing in this journal, as a way of comforting the 2 deceased and leaving a small token of her existence in this world. Since this journal didn't need to be seen by others, Takumiya let loose, using the Chinese characters from her past life. That way, even if someone found it, they wouldn't know what she had scribbled. An ancient and unknown language. Isn't this much more useful than a code? Jianyu turned a new page, picked up her ink-dipped quill, and cast a spell using the time display magic she had just learned. A line of fluorescent green characters and numbers instantly appeared in midair. Year 988 of the Tower Calendar, Midsummer Month, 5th, 3 minutes and 9 seconds. The final seconds ticked away. This era already had a simple calendar. People used the regular astronomical phenomenon of the double new moon as a marker for timekeeping, dividing the year into 12 months, and the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The first day of the year, New Year's Day, corresponded to the first day of spring, and the first month was called Early Spring Month. Each season of spring, summer, autumn, and winter had its first, second, and last 3 months, early spring, mid-spring, and late spring, followed by early summer, midsummer, and late summer. And so on. Each month consists of a neat 30 days, beginning with the first and ending with the last of the 2 new moons. Jianyu's eyes lit up. She pondered for a moment, then began to write. Lich Brewing Workshop Operation Log Day 5. It was already past midnight, so today was my 5th day in this world. After days of continuous preparation, the brewing workshop has finally taken its first steps. The first deal with the fruit and vegetable supplier has been finalized, and the decorators/tenants have arrived. I just wonder if the Knight Vice Captain's carpentry skills are as reliable as his muscles. Ahem. I mean, his detective skills. But even if they aren't, I don't have much choice. Without money, one can only make do. For now, I leave the preparations for the store to Andre. Holly said that roses are a cash crop. People generally don't use them for food or drink, preferring to make them into perfume and essential oils for sale. There are so many alchemists dealing in perfume and essential oils that roses are always in short supply, keeping prices high. The cost of making rose wine is much higher than I expected, and it's not the best option for a poor shopkeeper on the verge of bankruptcy like me. Sigh, Andy gave me so many roses, I better make her some more delicious ones from now on. Perhaps it's because of the magic in this world. It's not like the dirty, smelly, sewage-ridden medieval Europe I read about in books. The people here have a relatively basic sense of hygiene. Even Andre's horse, Diego, and Jericho's mule have waterproof bags hanging from their tails to catch certain brown objects. On the way to AKS's mansion, I asked Jericho about it. He explained that if livestock and mounts pollute the city, their owners will be fined by the kingdom's knights. If the knights themselves fail to comply with this rule, they will be fined triple the amount. However, this excrement can be collected, fermented, disinfected, and supplied to farmers or botanical gardens outside the city by dedicated personnel at various post stations. Many Hafu people run this business, which should be considered a link in the agricultural industry chain. A bag of excrement can be exchanged for an equal weight of grain or coins of equal value, which is a considerable profit for most people. Andre claims he has no money to pay the rent, but I don't believe him at all. This stingy guy must just not want to pay. This means I have to make some minor adjustments to my business plan. People in this world have a sweet tooth, so I plan to open up the market with my first batch of products, a green plum series, green plum wine, green plum vinegar, green plum jam, and green plum preserves, along with tea jelly, wine jelly, and vinegar jelly. By adjusting the brewing time, I can create both rich and spicy spirits and sweet, light, and refreshing sparkling fruit wines. This way, both those who enjoy spirits and those who prefer sweet, alcoholic juices will become my customer base. The only thing left to consider now is the containers for all these foods, drinks, and jams. Perhaps I can find some inspiration during this trip to the Witch Forest, or perhaps I can look for Mifuna's former suppliers. As a potion master, she always needed a lot of bottles and jars to store her brewed potions. Glass and crystal containers are now available in this era, but I'm not sure if I can afford the price. Having written this, Takumi sighed heavily again. First, we need to earn some startup capital. So far, all the ingredients for our trial dishes have come from Aunt Talia and me's backyard garden and the owner's storeroom. The stove and water are all magical. I already gained a large supply of this magical energy from the soul fire I consumed earlier, and I also saved some of it as a reserve energy source for future use. The good news is, there haven't been any actual expenses in the past few days. The bad news is, there haven't been any substantial income either. Opening a shop with just the 3 silver coins and 12 copper coins I have as startup capital might be a bit difficult. I need to make more attempts, even if it means setting up a street stall. Well then, shouldn't I also consider the cost of advertising? Damn, why do the expenses keep increasing? The more I calculated the costs of opening a shop, the more daunting it became for Bone Wreck. Although Jiangyu no longer had a heart, that fact didn't diminish the impact of poverty in the slightest. Jiangyu put down her pen, realizing that settling scores before bed wasn't a healthy idea. Wait, do liches really need sleep? Maybe I can go to the basement and learn some magic. That space I use to store magic is both fun and practical. She muttered, but her body honestly climbed into bed. Never mind. There are plenty of opportunities to stay up late. I take care of my health tonight. Good night. She said good night to herself, as if to the night next door, or to the world, and then, lying on the wooden bed, she tried to close her eyes. The light in her pupils gradually dimmed, like the smoldering charcoal in the stove after the flames have gone out. Chapter 44. Cack, clack, clack. A bird's urgent cry rang out, startling the skeleton awake. Its dim eyes suddenly brightened. Ah? Ah? Who? What's going on? Outside the window, a crow fluttered up, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Takumi walked to the window and peeked out, just in time to see a carriage turn the corner and approach. Hey! Her eyes leaped with joy. It's Holly and Aunt Wolf. She closed the window, stuffed the business journal back into the drawer, and happily ran out. Just as she was about to go downstairs, she saw the door to the next room open. The green-eyed knight, wearing a black, muscular vest, yawned and tossed her a cloak. Put it on. Stop running around naked. Hey, I'm just a skeleton. What's the big deal? Takumi said nonchalantly. As she spoke, her eyes caught sight of Andre's muscular build and lean waist, and she couldn't move away. A man should have muscles like these, forged through extensive strength training. You scare the children. Andre had never seen such a frivolous skeleton before. He was speechless for a moment before saying, How long do you plan to be gone? Well, if there's nothing, I'll be back tonight. If there is, maybe I stay a few days? Giulio rested his knuckles against his jaw, a thoughtful expression on his face. I'm leaning towards the latter. It's a rare trip, so I have to enjoy it. Oh, then let Jericho come with you. Andre summoned his small, ready-to-go entourage. Jericho and I have been to many places. He knows a lot of local customs and quirky facts. Maybe he can help you. Seeing Takumi's hesitation, he added, Jericho is also very good at bargaining. Takumi's orange-yellow eyes flashed with two sparks, and she smiled broadly. Oh, that's great. Jericho, This skeleton is so easy to understand. Andre, having mastered the art of communicating with the skeleton, continued, Jericho knows some basic swordsmanship and fighting spirit. Normally, he's more than enough to keep you safe. If you ever run into trouble he can't handle, Jericho will know how to contact me. Hey, I'm not in any danger. Jiangyu waved his hand, his eyes flashing a menacing purple. While we're away for a few days, you should hurry up and fix the sign, the gate, and those shelves downstairs. We're opening soon, no slacking off. She happily ran downstairs, clutching her cloak. Her voice echoed from afar, keep an eye on my house. Andre, The green-eyed knight sighed helplessly. He returned to his room, opened the window, and leaned against it as the cloaked skeleton, accompanied by his small entourage, ran out of the courtyard gate. Jiangyu happily greeted Aunt Wolf and Holly, who were riding in the carriage. Before climbing in, he glanced back upstairs and waved. Andre waved back, his skull's eyes flickering with pink soul fire. He turned and ducked, getting into the carriage. The little attendant climbed to the front of the carriage and sat with the driver. The carriage slowly started, followed by the attendant's well-behaved mule. Andre looked away, about to close the window, when he caught a glimpse of crows circling in the sky. He flicked his fingertips, and a burst of dochi shot out, striking the crow's chest. The crow dissipated into smoke and dust with a puff. Servant demon. Andre sneered, my guess was right. Someone is watching her. Evil Eye Moon, what plans does she have for her? The carriage, carrying several people, trembled slowly towards the west of the city. Holly, as expected of the current young master in power in the Axe family, had a large carriage, divided into two compartments by a carved partition, the front for passengers, the rear for cargo. Jiangyu, Andy Wolf, and Holly were currently sitting in the front compartment. Even though they only occupied half of the carriage, it was still as comfortable as a small room. 2 rows of sofas were installed against the front and back walls, comfortably accommodating 4 adults. A foldable table was placed under the window facing the main door. It was open, with a box of cookies and a pot of refreshing herbal tea on top. Aunt Wolf and Holly sat across from Takumi, while Takumi occupied a row to himself. The skeleton stretched comfortably, curiously drawing aside the curtain hanging in front of the carriage window and peering out. This was her second trip away from the workshop. Everything in this city was new to Takumi now. She felt like an elementary school student on a school field trip. Of course, Takumi hadn't successfully participated in any school activities back then. After all, taking a child with congenital heart disease on a field trip was a responsibility no school dared to take lightly. This made Takumi look forward to this trip even more. It felt like fulfilling those dreams she hadn't been able to realize. Who could have imagined that after death, she would experience everything she had never before? Life is often so wondrous. Is this the saying? When you seem to have nowhere to go, you find yourself in a new world. So why is Eston West City called West City? Jiangyu asked curiously. That's because there used to be an East City of Eston to the east. Aunt Wolf laughed. Hundreds of years ago, the East and West cities were combined and called the Twin Cities of Eston. Once? Jiangyu's eyes flickered. Is East City still there? No. It was burnt down in war 100 or 200 years ago. Aunt Wolf said that disaster caused many casualties, but many people still escaped from East City. More than half of the residents of West City today are likely descendants of those who moved in from East City back then, including me. Annie, are you the same? Well, it's said that my great-grandfather and his family fled from East City to West City. After the war subsided, they settled here. Aunt Wolf said, but East City was completely destroyed, and no one ever returned. It's probably because rebuilding would require too much money, and the Delman royal family didn't have the energy or resources to do it. Instead of spending time rebuilding a city, why not let people settle down in a new one? That's true. Jiangyu nodded. So that piece of land is just sitting there empty? Not really. Over the past 200 years, winter has passed, spring has returned, and all things have revived. The ruins of that city have largely vanished in the wind, frost, rain, and snow. Now, only the ruins remain, hidden among the lush greenery. Chapter 45. Monarchs age, dynasties change, city-states rise and fall, and every transfer of royal power is accompanied by bloodshed, Aunt Wolf said. Compared to the widespread wars of 100 or 200 years ago, King Huntington's succession can truly be described as a peaceful transition. I heard that King Huntington's lineage is of the immortal race. Perhaps this peace can continue for a long time. Immortal race? Jianyu asked curiously, what immortal race? Who knows? Some say it's dragons, some say it's gods. Anyway, it's some kind of powerful bloodline. That night, Andre. Did you see his muscles and those beautiful green eyes? They're definitely the hallmarks of some extraordinary bloodline. Jianyu nodded in conviction. His emotions taste different from others, too. They're incredibly rich and filling, but tasteless, like a giant steamed bun. So what exactly is a steamed bun? Well, it could probably be called Chinese sugar-free white bread? Jianyu scratched his head. Next time I get some flour, and make it for you to try. As they were happily chatting, the carriage slowly stopped and the half-the driver's voice rang out from the front. Master, we arrived. Jianyu parted the curtains, and saw a lush forest outside. The carriage had stopped in front of a cabin, with a rather fairy-tale feel. Holly had already emerged from the carriage, and she hurried to follow. The driver had already lowered the folding step at the carriage door, and the white skeleton leaped down, turning back to help Aunt Wolf. Holly knocked on the cabin's wooden door. Dr. Charles. Dr. Charles. I'm Holly, and I'm here to deliver the nightshade flowers. Wait a moment. I'd be right there. A muffled reply came from within the room, sounding rather weathered by age. The sound of footsteps approached, clacking, clacking, and stopped at the door. The lock clicked several times, and the wooden door finally swung open, revealing a figure clad in black wax leather, wearing a wide-brimmed black hat and a bird-beak mask with round glass visors. He held a wooden, silver-headed crow cane. He looked like a humanoid, bulging-eyed crow, tall and slender, his voice muffled by the mask. Holly, wait a moment. I'm just doing an experiment. Don't worry, it's nothing too dangerous. I already cleaned it with disinfectant magic. As he spoke, he took off his hat, and the bird-beak convex mirror mask on his face, walked out of the room, and took a deep breath. Oh, it's hard to breathe with this mask on. Jianyu finally got a good look at his face. This bird-beak doctor was actually a dark-skinned elf. His skin was a dark gray, almost like cement, his hair was gray, and his face looked older. Fine wrinkles formed at the corners of his eyes, and it was unclear how many years he had lived. He's a very charming middle-aged man, Jianyu thought. Come, let me introduce you. Holly said enthusiastically to the doctor, this is my wed nurse, Melon Talia, and this Lich is her friend, Takumi. Then he addressed Aunt Wolf and Takumi, this is Count Charles de Gnome, the renowned bird-beak doctor of the Witch's Forest. He prefers to be called Doctor. Haha, doctor is my profession, and Earl is a title bestowed upon me by a king thousands of years ago. Times have changed, and now his kingdom and power have vanished into time. There's no need for me to revisit those meaningless titles. Dr. Charles laughed. I only kept my middle name, because it sounds nice. The doctor turned and placed his hat and mask on the small table on the porch outside the cabin. He pulled a pair of glasses from the inside pocket of his waxed leather jacket and put them on. He narrowed his eyes, examining Jianyu carefully. You're a Lich. Liches are the least common patients I see. After all, they can't die. Ha ha. Hey! I haven't seen a skeleton in ages. He circled Jianyu a few times. So what went wrong with your refining? Did you use expired materials? Did you draw the wrong magic circle? Jianyu pondered. Writing the wrong name. I guess it's more like drawing the wrong magic circle. She chose this euphemism. As expected, Dr. Charles circled Jianyu a few more times, rubbing his hands excitedly. As a follower of the goddess of night and death, I, a night elf, have always been fascinated by liches that attempt to escape death, but I never had the opportunity to study them. If you trust me and let me study them, I can give you a discount on the consultation fee. Jianyu's eyes twisted suspiciously. Huh? What consultation fee? A consultation fee? I just followed Holly here to see what's going on. I'm not a patient seeking treatment. Charles, what? You're not here to see a doctor? Of course not. Jianyu said firmly, like you just said, liches can't die. Being a failure, at most, means they lose their sense of taste, which isn't a big deal. Besides, wouldn't a dark elf doctor who worships the goddess of night and death try to treat a lich trying to escape death to death? More importantly, he's charging a fee. A fee? She barely has the money to run her own shop, so why would she spend money on something like a doctor? Liches don't die, Dr. Charles was visibly disappointed. Ah, I misunderstood. Sorry. Holly interrupted at the right moment. Doctor, how about we settle this night flower purchase first? Okay. Dr. Charles replied absent-mindedly, seeming more interested in Lich research than Jianyu. You really don't want to treat it? Half price? No. 10% off. Still not okay? Jianyu, why is this doctor even willing to pay for something? This feels even weirder. She took 2 steps back, hiding behind Jericho, pulling her cloak tighter, and said warily, What exactly are you trying to research? You're not sending me to see the goddess of death, are you? Hey! Dr. Charles was startled, and waved his hands. No, you misunderstood. We worship the goddess of night and death, and we wouldn't send anyone to her. This is the biggest misunderstanding outsiders have about our faith. Aha, Dr. Burbeak can't explain it again. A silvery laugh echoed from a nearby tree. Everyone looked up to see 2 young women sitting on the branches of a large tree. They wore tall, pointed, dark purple witch hats and matching traditional purple witch attire. Enamel brooches shaped like a string of hops graced their chests. Hello, little Lich. They waved to Jianyu. Don't be too scared. Even though this doctor looks like a pervert, he's a really good person. Chapter 46. Matilda, Loris. Dr. Charles greeted. Ah, they are a beautiful sight in this forest. You are truly worthy of being called Dr. Burbeak. Your words are as sweet as a lark. Loris smiled to herself. Matilda leaped down from the branch, landing as lightly as a cat. She bowed dramatically to the crowd. On behalf of all members of the Witch Forest Commune, I welcome you all. Ah? Commune? Jianyu scratched his head. Isn't Witch Forest a place name? It is, and it's also the name of our witch commune. Larissa said, It's a long story. Well, Holly knows, he knows us well. Larissa, Matilda, I also brought in the night flowers from the witch forest. Holly greeted enthusiastically. My driver will unload the goods. Would you like some refreshments first? Jianyu brought everyone some green plum tea jelly. And so, on the porch of Dr. Burbeak's cabin, 2 lovely witches, a strangely attentive night elf Dr. Burbeak, a white skeletal lich, and her wolf aunt, a half-merchant friend, began their morning tea time. Takumi had already prepared the tea jelly, placing it in a large glass jar and chilling it in the kitchen with ice magic. Before leaving, she wanted to bring some samples to stimulate sales, so she asked Jericho to help carry the glass jar onto the carriage and place it alongside Holly's goods. Judging from the witch's reaction so far, this dessert is incredibly popular with the girls. Although I prefer afternoon tea, sizzle sizzle. Larissa, her mouth full, slurred, but this tea jelly is delicious. There's nothing better than a good tea before business. Matilda sighed. Holly, please promise me that you make this tea time a mandatory custom for our future business meetings. Holly scratched his head and said sheepishly, Although I love this tea jelly too, I'm sorry, Jianyu doesn't work for me. We're just partners. She's planning to open her own brewery in West Eston. If you like her delicious food, you can patronize her business. Huh? A brewery? So we're in the same business? Loris's eyes lit up. Do you also brew beer? Or potions? Or both? Then you must join our commune. Rather than beer and potions, I rather brew soy sauce and sauces. Jianyu chuckled. However, due to raw material and funding constraints, the initial products will focus on green plums. For example, green plum wine, green plum vinegar, green plum tea jelly, wine jelly, and vinegar jelly are all the summer's main products. Depending on business performance and material availability, I occasionally introduce special dishes for limited-time sales. She thought for a moment and added, but we could also collaborate. Are you interested in fruit-flavored beer? For example, green plum beer, pineapple beer, or something like that. Interested. The witches chorused, tell me more. The business negotiation lasted a long time, with both sides sharing much knowledge and learning a great deal from each other. Jianyu felt like she had just received a long history lesson. Her empty skull felt as if it had been crammed with a mountain of knowledge, bulging to the point of overflowing. The witch's forest was a secluded paradise. It had originally been a gloomy, dangerous forest inhabited by magical beasts. But 200 years ago, during the rebellion that destroyed East Eston, many who had lost their loved ones and property, seeking refuge from the fighting and violence, sought refuge here. Among these were skilled artisans from all walks of life and scholars versed in magic. Since the war had drawn up most of the men, those who fled here were mostly women, the elderly, and children. At first, this was a desperate attempt to escape the war, but gradually, the homeless people formed settlements in this forest and settled down. The scholars led those with limited magical knowledge to drive away the wild beasts, while the skilled artisans built houses and animal shelters, and set traps and barriers around the settlements. The hermits here lived a peaceful and tranquil life. Even after the war subsided, most did not move to other towns. Instead, they decided to stay, establishing a safe haven for women who, like themselves, had been persecuted and left homeless for various reasons. As time passed, the elderly scholars passed away. Although they left behind many outstanding disciples, these disciples also retreated to the witch forest for various reasons. They had no surnames or outside identities. Even with their talent and knowledge, they could not be recognized as scholars, magicians, or priests. "So we're all witches," Matilda said with a smile. "We formed our own organization, the Witches' Forest Commune. The purpose of this commune is to protect the weak and innocent. We band together to protect our brothers and sisters from any bullying. Also, joining the commune gives you a 20% discount on beer and hops." Larissa added, "Honorary members also enjoy discounts." Takumiya's eyes flickered suspiciously. Dr. Charles was also drawn to the Witches' Forest Commune, though not for shelter, of course, but to find patients. Dr. Charles Denami is a night elf. "Yes, night elf, not dark elf," Dr. Charles corrected Takumiya's slip of the tongue. "Our clan is different from the light elves who worship the tree god. We worship Dreyer, the goddess of darkness and death. This is a rare belief, and Dreyer is also a peculiar deity. As a deity of death, she possesses a very peculiar personality. She is socially phobic." Social phobia? Takumi repeated in surprise. "Yes, the goddess doesn't like too many dead in her kingdom." Dr. Charles bowed in awe towards the sky and the earth. "She only judges the most heinous criminals, and accepts those whose time has come, beyond redemption. But as long as there's a glimmer of hope, she encourages us to lend a hand and heal the sick. I always followed her will, doing my best to save the sick and drag them out of the shadow of death." "What a wonderful god," Takumi sighed. "I'm starting to like her. So even though the liches will never see her, they won't disturb her either." Dr. Charles said, "Don't worry, I hold no ill will towards the liches. I'm simply curious about these immortal magical creatures." Chapter 47. Despite Dr. Charles's repeated assurances that he meant no harm, Takumi remained uneasy and allowed him to examine her bones. Although she was a failure, this failure was only relative to the finished product, which was fully functional, looked almost human, possessed special magical talents, could absorb soul energy, and maintained eternal life. Failed products possessed countless flaws, including inability to consume food from living people, unnatural appearance resembling a corpse, lack of normal senses like taste and smell, and a greatly diminished sense of touch. Simply by achieving immortality in a form that was acceptable for the time being, Takumi had already inexplicably achieved success. There was no need to risk lying on the dissection table and becoming someone's guinea pig. Many questions remained about Miyu, and the unexplained relationship between her, her mother, and the evil Moon also concerned Takumi. Although Takumi believed Miyu was simply a mediocre, inexperienced magician, and that summoning her Lich was a pure mishap, there was no guarantee that Miyu hadn't been framed, manipulated, and exploited by Evil Moon. According to Andre, Evil Moon's members could be anyone. So, the Witch Forest Commune, an independent and self-contained group that required no identification to join, couldn't be infiltrated by Evil Moon's elements. Though Takumi understood and endorsed the Witch Forest Commune's ideals, and felt that these self-organized mutual aid organizations offering shelter to the vulnerable were utopian, on the other hand, weren't these utopian organizations essentially just gathering places for homeless people? Even though both Lolisa and Matilda said that joining the commune required a series of magical oaths to verify that those joining were indeed, as they claimed, innocent and vulnerable people who are persecuted and in need of protection. Jiangyu, a layman in magic, felt that these spells might not be able to reveal the full truth. After all, even liches experience unpleasant emotions, and there might not be magic that can counteract them. Nothing is absolute in this world, there's almost always an antidote for any poison. As a folk mutual aid organization in the mountains of another world, the Witch Forest, in the eyes of a modern person like Jianyu, is simply a makeshift group etched on its forehead. But their brewing skills are truly remarkable. As Aunt Wolf Talia had said before, these witches are skilled in growing wheat and hops. Their draft beer, lager, and dark beer are all excellent, and they use varying proportions of barley, oats, wheat, and rye to ferment a variety of flavors. At least from the memories of the few people who had tasted it, Takumi's taste was indeed wonderful and similar. For the witches, fruit beer was indeed something they hadn't yet explored, and Takumi he was surprised that they actually had a magical method for detecting bacterial strains. Actually, this was invented by a doctor, said Larissa. Over 100 years ago, before the doctor arrived here, the witch forest was plagued by a strange disease. People would experience numbness in their limbs, convulsions and pain, and scream loudly, seemingly dancing inexplicably and performing bizarre movements. They would also see non-existent ghosts, even foam at the mouth and die of exhaustion. If we weren't in the witch forest, I'm afraid some fools would think this was a devil's curse or witch magic. Matilda shrugged. Luckily, the doctor heard about this strange illness, and came all the way here. Is it ergot? Jiangyu asked. Is your rye or wheat moldy? Exactly. Dr. Charles leaned over, his eyes sparkling. You heard of this disease too? As expected of an immortal, you're truly knowledgeable. He murmured thoughtfully. Ergot? Indeed, it looks a lot like horns growing out of wheat. That's a much more descriptive name than poisonous wheat fungus. Hee hee. Jiangyu scratched his skull and smiled sheepishly. Some useless trivia. In his previous life, when bedridden, Jiangyu often read strange books in his spare time, thus acquiring all sorts of bizarre knowledge. For example, the infamous Salem witch trials were actually just cases of people accidentally ingesting rye products contaminated with ergot, revealing the worst side of human nature. They became suspicious and accused each other, ultimately pinning down a few unfortunate, innocent women, whom they deemed witches responsible for all the misfortunes, and brutally murdered as the instigators. Natural disasters became man-made disasters, and food poisoning caused by fungi and mold became a means of eliminating dissidents. The deaths of the so-called witches didn't put an end to the widespread food poisoning. Instead, a severe drought the following year put an end to it all. The people of the witch forest were more fortunate. They had ruled out curses and magic from the outset. To these magic professionals, it was easy to distinguish between effects caused by magic and those not. The incident was truly resolved thanks to the night elf bird-beak doctor, who was well-versed in microorganisms like bacteria, viruses, and fungi, and had developed a whole series of specialized spells, including those for identifying bacterial species, killing specific bacteria or viruses, and completely disinfecting and sterilizing within a specific area. Initially, I used this magic solely for medical purposes, cleaning wounds and preventing infection. I have to say, this method has greatly improved my patient survival rate, and people are less likely to bother my lovely and respectable goddess Drea. Dr. Charles spoke of his goddess like a fervent fanboy, but after careful consideration, Takumi felt that this preventing all patients from seeing my death god idol approach might be the best for both doctor and patient. She was instantly relieved. Call them toxic fanatics. So be it, the most important thing is that people survive. After the poisonous wheat incident, we learned this magic from the doctor, and have been using it extensively in our daily lives. Matilda said, we use this magic to detect whether the wheat is contaminated by poisonous weeds, separate weeds and impurities, and disinfect and sterilize. Not only that, this spell is also extremely useful in fermentation, beer bottling, and preservation. Killing off unwanted bacteria and retaining only specific strains allows for better fermentation. Post-fermentation sterilization stabilizes the beer and allows it to be stored longer, allowing it to be transported and sold further afield. Jiangyu nodded. She felt that these witches had already taken a step forward in the development of the modern beer industry. Can I learn this magic? Chapter 48. Of course you can learn. As long as you join our witch forest commune, you can study as a member or honorary member, said Larissa. Jiangyu was truly tempted. Although the traditional brewing method has been continuously improved over thousands of years to reduce the production of harmful bacteria and substances, modern scientific and technological testing technology is still needed to ensure the consistency of product quality. She is making food to be eaten. If the quality is questionable, the lich may not die, but the guests will suffer. These detection and sterilization spells are perfect for solving her quality control problems. What's the difference between a member and an honorary member? Members are those who sincerely want to join us. Whether they are weak women, elderly people, or children seeking refuge with us, or those who volunteer to join our cause and provide shelter for the innocent and vulnerable, we welcome them all. Matilda explained. She was clearly the more mature and serious of the two witches, while Larissa was more lively and quirky. As we just mentioned, all those who wish to become our members must undergo a magical oath verification and examination. Matilda continued, we accept all who seek asylum, provided they tell the truth. Once they become members of the witch forest, they become our new family. They will move to the witch forest to live, and we will provide them with the necessary support to settle down. Once they have successfully established themselves, they can slowly repay our debt. Honorary members are much simpler. Larissa cheerfully continued, honorary members aren't considered members, but merely partners with mutual benefit. Therefore, such strict scrutiny isn't necessary. Honestly, we don't care if honorary members are thieves or bandits, as long as they're willing to cooperate and trade peacefully with us. We prefer those who are strong or possess sufficient power to those who are weak and incompetent. Of course, the two witches said in unison. If anyone tries to trick us, we in the Witch Forest wouldn't mind letting them have a taste of our might. I see. Jiangyo's eyes flickered. So, do you think I'm qualified to be your honorary member? The two witches pondered for a moment, and Lolisa said, well, Jianyu, you have a good relationship with Holly, you can make delicious food, and you're a very special lich. I think the sisters will agree. Normally, adding honorary members requires the approval of more than half of the members of the Witch Forest commune, or approved by all 7 witches in charge. Matilda said, we're also taking these night flowers back to the commune. Would you like to come with us? Yes, yes. Both the qualification review and the learning of magic take time, Larissa agreed. You can stay in our Witch Forest for a few days, look around, and tell our sisters in charge about your fruit beer creations. They all said in unison, and make us something delicious. I stayed there for a few days, too. Holly interrupted, it's so beautiful there. The mountains are covered with wheat fields and hops, and there are lots of cattle and sheep. That sounds interesting, said Aunt Wolf Talia. Would you mind taking an old woman like me along? No problem. The witches said enthusiastically. Come to think of it, it's midsummer now. In a few days, it will be the first full moon of the Red Devil Moon this month. That day is the most important festival of the year in our Witch Forest. Midsummer Carnival. We have a lively bonfire party then, and everyone in the area is invited to join us. In this wonderful world, the orbital period of a normal moon is exactly twice that of the Red Devil Moon. Therefore, not only can a double new moon be observed, but when the weather is good and the observing conditions permit, 2 full moons of the Red Devil Moon and 1 full moon of a normal moon can be observed in the same month. Although the effect of each full moon of the Red Devil Moon on magic power is theoretically similar, the witches still conventionally regard the first full moon of the Red Devil Moon in midsummer as a festival. This is because the temperature has just warmed up, with hot days and cool nights. Fruits are gradually ripening, and the hops are almost ready for harvest. This is a time of high spirits, the perfect time to unleash the previously brewed beer and drink it heartily, joyfully celebrating the arrival of another summer and the impending harvest. When the next full moon rises, the witches should gather their attention and diligently harvest hops in the cool evenings. Then begins the harvest season, which continues throughout the autumn, until winter arrives and the mountains are covered in snow. In short, the days ahead are filled with endless work, so who would have time to celebrate? The first full moon of the Red Devil's Moon usually falls around the 7th or 8th of each month, so if you count the days, it's 2 days from now. You finally made it. The two witches chattered about the festival's splendor. People will build a platform around which to burn summer bonfires, and there will be singing and dancing around them. We prepare delicious beef and mutton on skewers, grill them by the bonfire, and pair them with freshly brewed beer. Eating meat and drinking wine, nothing could be more carefree than this. Barbecue. Jiao also became excited. The witches' carnival. The bonfire party. I have to see this. And so it was settled. Aunt Wolf, Jiangyu, and Jericho would stay with the witches at the commune for a few days. After delivering the night-blooming flowers, the busy Holly would return to the Axe Mansion with the coachman and pick them up when Jiangyu and the others had had enough fun. Nurse has a way to contact me, Holly said to Jiangyu. Call me anytime if you need anything. You're welcome. Okay. Jiao wasn't too worried about the return trip. She long anticipated that Holly, the newly initiated, wealthy young man who had taken over the family business, wouldn't be available to spend time with them in the witches' forest. However, she still had Jericho with her. If things didn't work out, she could always call a DD rider to pick her up. The witches' forest commune was also located in this forest, not far from Dr. Birdsbeak's cabin, about 1 kilometer or 2 further west. However, the paths in the forest were winding, worn down by people and animals, and often covered by mud and fallen leaves. Without a guide, finding the destination was difficult. Chapter 49. After Holly delivered the night flower to the doctor and the witches and collected the payment, she said goodbye to Auntie Wolf and to Kuya and left. The two witches carefully stored the night flower in their space necklaces and led to Kuya, Auntie Wolf, and Jericho, who was leading the mule, into the lush forest. Our village. Ranchelo is just up ahead. Matilda introduced. Ranchelo means the land of freedom in the ancient Elvish language. We liked it, so we named it the village. The two witches were warm and cheerful. Thanks to Holly's introduction, they weren't shy about talking to Takuya and the others, and throughout the journey, they introduced themselves to the local customs and people of Ranchelo. The Witch Forest commune was actually quite small. There were only 376 actual members living in the witch village of Ranchelo, with 70 or 80 honorary members. They were all well-known organizations or powerful suppliers from nearby towns and villages, and some were even nobles of considerable status. It's arguably thanks to these powerful and distinguished honorary members that the Witch Forest commune, a utopia of wanderers, has survived unscathed in these mountains to this day. The reasons these powerful individuals are willing to cooperate with the witches, become honorary members, and offer them shelter are simple. The witches' potions are of high quality and consistent quality. Their delicious beer is an indispensable cooling delicacy during the scorching summer heat, and their presence reduces the number of refugees from nearby towns, easing the burdens of the surrounding noble lords. Of course, many honorary members, like Takuyu, join with the goal of learning a skill. You're teaching honorary members magic, and selling them hops cheaply. Aren't you afraid of losing business? Jericho asked curiously. Of course not. Larissa skipped and played on the crunchy dry leaves. We only have about 300 of us. No matter how much we cultivate the farmland and increase production, the wheat we grow is limited. We can only brew so much beer each year, and we have to sell it all over the country. Each region can only get a few barrels. Every time the distributors come to pick up the goods, the situation is tense, and they're almost ready to fight. Joyo understood immediately. This was a good product, so they had no problem selling it. Their production was limited, and couldn't fill the gaping hole in the market demand, so they naturally didn't fear competition. To put it bluntly, it was mainly due to the low productivity of the Middle Ages. A self-sufficient, fully integrated beer production system, like the Witch Commune, was a good choice. There aren't many villages that even vaguely show the rudiments of modern industry. Even the beer produced by industry leaders, like the witches, is a drop in the bucket compared to the massive demand. As a result, even if other small breweries could master the witches' craftsmanship, their output would only be enough for a few drinks for themselves and their neighbors, far from enough to impact the witches' business. The market is far from saturated, so the witches naturally encourage industrial development. The more people enjoy drinking, the greater the influence of the witches as industry leaders. Potions and alcohol are merely the means by which witches gain social status, their bargaining chips. Proper investment will only increase their leverage. Interesting. Takumi thought, beneath this world's cheerful facade, everyone actually has quite a business sense. It's not surprising, come to think of it. No matter how sophisticated an economic theory is, it's all derived from the repeated successes and failures of history. And aren't those industry leaders, who have forged these successes through their own hard work, the very people who created them? We're here, Matilda suddenly said. She led the group around a corner, through the dense trees, and a sudden opening appeared before their eyes. Takumi, who had never seen the world, and Jericho, who came from the city, both exclaimed wow, and the witches and Aunt Wolf couldn't help but laugh. A small, fairy-tale-like forest village lay quietly, surrounded by dense forest. It was nestled in a valley between several small hills. A winding river flowed from east to west through the village, dividing it into north and south. Green hops grew everywhere along the edge of the forest and near the river. Not far away, on the sunny side of the hill, vast expanses of farmland were cultivated, planted with wheat. At this time of year, the wheat was turning from green to yellow, and the hillside was a verdant landscape, with the wind blowing the wheat waves, a truly beautiful sight. The air was filled with a faint aroma of wheat and hops. Aunt Wolf took a deep breath. Ah, this smell is truly refreshing. Juyo couldn't smell anything, so she could only scratch the piriform opening in her skull where her nose was located, confused. If only she could solve her minor smell and taste problems. But she really didn't want to become a test subject for a crazy elf doctor. Oh, how frustrating. I wonder if these seemingly capable witches have any good solutions. Come, the two witches led them into the village. Larissa pointed to the stable at the entrance and said to Jericho, just tie the mule over there. It's a public stable, reserved for travelers and our business partners. The old man over there is Marcos. He sells livestock feed and also collects their waste. Jericho thanked them and led the mule to find Marcos. Aunt Wolf, you can wander around the village freely, Matilda said, removing her dark purple witch hat, revealing her flaxen brown hair. We need to take Jianyu to see the head sister first. Once she makes a decision, we can arrange accommodations for you. Larissa also removed her hat, revealing her long, mint green hair, looking refreshingly clean. Honorary members and travelers live in different accommodations. Honorary members receive better treatment and more favorable rates. As long as a team has one honorary member, all members can enjoy the benefits. Since Jiangyu is interested in joining, let's go to the head sister and get this done. That way, we won't have to worry about moving around. There are 7 witches in charge, and they usually stay at the Witch Coven in the center of the village. The Witch Coven is a 2-story wooden building with a stone foundation, half supported by the river that flows through the village. The river flows beneath the building, creating a very romantic scene. The first floor is used for receiving members and handling daily affairs, while the second floor is the office of the witches in charge. Matilda simply greeted the sisters in pink witch dresses on the first floor, then took Jiangyu up the stairs at the back of the house, walked through the viewing corridor, outside, and knocked on the door in the middle of the corridor. Chapter 50. Hello. Matilda, Larissa, you're back. How's everything going? Did you pick up the night flower? The door opened, and a middle-aged woman with brown hair and an orange dress emerged. She had gentle features and fine wrinkles around her eyes, looking very amiable. Mother Mana, Larissa exclaimed cheerfully, it went smoothly. We even brought back a Lich. She's a friend of Holly's, and she wants to become an honorary member. Matilda nudged Takuyu gently with her elbow and whispered, in the Witch Forest commune, everyone is equal. There's no hierarchy, only age. For witches, those of similar age are called sisters, and those older are called mothers. You should follow suit. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Takuyu naturally agreed. She grinned and called out, Mother Mana. Hello. Oh! A Lich. Mana looked at Takuyu with a hint of surprise. What a rare species. Oh! Why are you a skeleton? Oh! Seemed to be Mother Mana's catchphrase. As soon as she shouted, the women in the room immediately gathered around, staring at Jiangyu curiously and chattering. It really is a Lich. Did it encounter an alchemy accident? How unfortunate. It's nothing serious. It's nothing serious. The soul seems stable and full of energy, but it's just missing some functional organs. As they observed and discussed Jiangyu, he was also quietly observing them. Their ages ranged widely, young and old, and each wore a different color of clothing, forming a unique combination of red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple. The 7 witches were all very friendly, even familiar. Jiangyu suddenly recalled the various aunts and gossips from his family during the Lunar New Year holidays, and a sense of familiarity immediately arose. The one in the red skirt is Liaya. She has the most volatile temper. She specializes in offensive magic and is responsible for hunting and defending the village from enemies. Mana took Jiangyu's bony arm and affectionately led her into the house, introducing them one by one. Liaya, with her black hair and red skirt, blew a kiss to Jiangyu. She had the features of a Spanish gypsy, a fiery beauty with both figure and personality. I'm Mana. I'm responsible for all the village affairs, big and small. If you have a problem and don't know who to turn to, just look for me. Mother Mana, wearing an orange skirt, said, the one in the yellow skirt is Gretchen. She's responsible for brewing beer. Gretchen, with her tawny hair, nodded slightly to Jiangyu, a gentle smile glittering in her pale golden eyes. She looked to be in her 30s, the quietest of the witches, a quiet, practical person. The ones in the green and blue skirts are twin sisters. Technically, the one in the green skirt is Kaya, and the one in the blue skirt is Kaylin. But honestly, only they can tell who's who. Mana shrugged. They're in charge of growing hops and wheat. Hi. Yohu. Yohu. The 2 twin sisters with aquamarine hair were both very young. They held hands and circled around Jiangyu several times. Their equally beautiful faces quickly dazzled Jiangyu, making it impossible to tell who was who. The one in the blue skirt is Valta. Despite her age, she excels in water magic and is responsible for the village's water supply and irrigation. The old woman in the blue dress leaned forward slightly in her chair and gave Takumi a broad smile. Finally, the one in the violet dress is our dark magician, Paulina Ho-Ors. She's the only certified magician here, not one of us unlicensed witches, Mana said with a half-joking smile. Paulina, with her long lavender hair, held the hem of her dress in her hands and curtsied to Takumi. I'm in charge of all matters involving dark magic in the village. I also have some knowledge of lich cultivation. I wonder if I can help you. Matilda nudged Takumi's ribs again. Aren't you looking to learn antiseptic magic? Look for Paulina. Oh wow. Takumi's eyes lit up. Mana cleared her throat and smiled. Don't rush it yet. Becoming an honorary member of our witch forest isn't easy. We offer honorary members many privileges, but they also need to contribute to the witch forest. If you want to join us, you must first prove your ability to contribute. Being a half-baked lich is certainly quite interesting, but if that's all you have, you probably won't be able to become an honorary member. Jianyu grinned. I'm here to discuss business with you all. Back home, you can't discuss business without eating. It's almost noon now. How about I show you my cooking skills? Mother Mana blinked. This was probably the first time she heard such a request. She said with interest, "Oh, that's really interesting. Then, Matilda, take her to the kitchen. You can use all the vegetables and meats prepared there. Just so you know," she smiled, "we're quite picky." Matilda and Larissa looked bewildered, but they still led the enthusiastic Takuya to the kitchen behind the first floor. Is that really possible? You might as well just bring out that tea jelly. Larissa chirped, "Mammy, the sisters are all picky about food, and it's hard to please them all." That's right, Leah loves spicy food, big chunks of meat, and big gulps of wine. Gretchen only likes to drink. The twins prefer light flavors and crispy vegetables. Balta has bad teeth and can only eat soft, mushy food, but everyone except Mana hates mushy mush. Matilda muttered, "Paulina likes fish and shrimp, but hates the fishy smell." I'm not saying, they can't even eat together. Oh! Jianyu was calm. So what's Mana's favorite food? Huh? The two witches held their chins in their hands, thinking hard. She doesn't often complain about bad food. She seems to be able to accept anything, but she doesn't. There was a dish that caught her eye. Oh, this kind is the hardest to come by. Jianyu muttered. She was already in the kitchen, looking through the ingredients, her eyes brightening with each glance. Wow, so many fresh river food, fish, shrimp, clams. All so fresh. White radish, chili peppers, leeks, green peppers, flour. Premium beef brisket. Hey, there's even a duck. She rubbed her bony claws excitedly, her skeleton brain rapidly forming a recipe. Then she turned to look at Lolisa and Matilda. Excuse me, could you please call Aunt Wolf? And give me some beer, preferably a bitter dark beer. Chapter 51. The head witches had different tastes, which was perfectly normal for Jianyu. With so many ingredients available, she could simply prepare a few dishes. According to Matilda, several of the head witches were beer lovers, so the best option was to create some delicious side dishes. This place was rich in delicious beer, and there was a defeathered duck on the kitchen counter, looking perfectly fat and lean, with firm meat. Jianyu's first thought was beer duck. She hadn't yet brewed soy sauce and fermented broad bean paste, so today's dish would need other seasonings. The rich, dark beer, with its rich caramel aroma and unique bitterness, was a perfect seasoning. The dark beer duck, with its aroma and spicy flavor, should satisfy both Leah, who loves spicy food, and Gretchen, who enjoys alcohol. Skimming off excess fat and simmering until melt in your mouth, stewed beef brisket with white radish should soothe both the palate and the spirit of Varda, who has a weak tooth. Paulina loves seafood but hates the fishy smell, so she can make spicy stir-fried river shrimp or river clams in broth. As for the twins, who prefer lighter, more vegetarian dishes, leeks, flour, and bean sprouts make refreshing spring rolls. I don't know what Mana likes, but with so many different flavors, there's bound to be one that will appeal to her, right? As for the lack of bean sprouts in this kitchen, that wasn't a problem for the well-prepared Takuya. She deftly removed her skull, opened her cranium, and reached into the alien dimension she enlarged with spatial magic, digging furiously with her bony claws. Hey, found it! The bottle of bean sprouts she'd grown from soybeans. She was struggling to pull the can of bean sprouts from her head, clutching her head to her chest, when she saw two witches leading Auntie Wolf into the house. Auntie Wolf said cheerfully, "Xiaoyu, you're looking for me." "Ah. Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Auntie Wolf was suddenly struck by the sight of the headless skeleton cradling her head with its left hand, its right hand buried up to its elbow, still vigorously pulling something out. Caught off guard, she let out a scream. The skeleton suddenly pulled a glass jar from its head. The skull in its hand said, "It's okay, Auntie. I'm just getting some food." Auntie Wolf panted heavily, rubbing her heart as the skeleton snapped its head back onto her neck. It took her a moment to recover her breath. This is a bit scary. The two inexperienced witches were stunned, nodding vigorously in agreement with Auntie Wolf. Hee hee. The heartless, physical skeleton smiled sheepishly, holding the back of her head. She opened the glass jar and poured out the perfectly sprouted soybeans. Perfect. Bean sprouts? Auntie Wolf calmed down and leaned over. When did you sprout them? When I was researching space magic while I was bored. Jiangyu said with a grin. I was curious if the speed of time in my head would change after being expanded by space magic. You see, aren't there those space gadgets that can freeze time? I just happened to have soybeans, water, and a glass jar, and everything just happened to happen. Aunt Wolf looked at her, unsure of what to say. After a long pause, she managed a few words. It's a good thing you're just a skeleton. Jiangyu? ? She picked up a clean bowl from the table and deftly trimmed the bean sprouts, leaving only the most delicate, white part, the embryonic axis. While a bit more laborious, this method resulted in a purer, fresher taste and a more attractive presentation. Aunt Talia, those seasonings I asked you to bring me earlier. Here. Aunt Wolf pulled out a large pile of green onions, ginger, garlic, and garlic sprouts from her handbag. She had asked Holly for Jiangyu. Jiangyu's face instantly lit up. Aunt Wolf brought a lot of onions, ginger, and garlic. She only used some for today's dishes, storing the rest. Of course, she would also take the onions she cut today home and plant them in the backyard, so she would always have an endless supply. The witches also used a magic stove, with 4 burners. On the left stood a large iron pot that resembled an inverted knight's buckler, and on the right a tall, deep French soup pot. A kettle, and a clay stew pot also sat on the countertop. The large iron pot was shallower and thicker than a large Chinese wok, but it was barely adequate. Duck takes the longest to cook, so Jiangyu chose to cook it first. She cleaned and chopped the duck, then tossed it into the French soup pot along with the onion knots and ginger. After blanching it, she removed the blood and impurities, let it cool, and then quickly cut it into small pieces. Some people don't like blanching beer duck, believing it enhances the flavor and firmes the skin. But this is another world, and who knows if these witches even raise ducks. To be on the safe side, Takumi decided to blanch it to remove any excess fishy or odorous flavors. She used a knife to neatly remove the duck meat from the skeleton, setting the bones aside for broth later. While gnawing on the bones and slurping the broth while eating beer duck is a delicious treat, for these foreigners, who haven't tasted much fine dining, she felt it would be better to proceed gradually, to avoid overwhelming the witches in charge. It would be unpleasant if the bones hurt their teeth and got stuck in their throats. The boneless duck meat was cut into neat, bite-sized pieces, shortening the cooking time and making the duck more tender. The beef brisket is also blanched along with the scallions and ginger. After removing any blood or impurities, the beef is placed in a ceramic stew pot along with the deodorized ginger slices. Bring to a boil over high heat, then reduce to medium-low and simmer. Add the white radish halfway through the stew and simmer until it's melt in your mouth tender. Skim off any excess fat or foam. The broth is now clear, with the sweet flavor of the white radish. A pinch of salt enhances the flavor, creating a heartwarming clear soup. While the beef brisket simmered in the ceramic pot, the duck bone broth, which would later be used to blanch the clams, simmered in the French soup pot. Both dishes were essentially set. They only needed time to transform the texture and flavor. Jiao poured peanut oil into the wok, added the chopped ginger, and sautéed until fragrant. Then, he added the garlic, scallions, Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers, and malt sugar. Since malt is used in brewing, witches have no shortage of malt sugar in their kitchens. She carefully controlled the heat, stirring until the sugar color appeared. When the pan reached a beautiful brown, she placed the duck meat, skin side down, into the pot. Swish, white smoke billowed. The duck meat, under the influence of the heat, oil, and sugar, quickly took on a glossy brown color. The aroma of the meat filled the air, drawing Aunt Wolf and the 2 witches' peeks in. Chapter 52. What a nice smell. Matilda's eyes widened, and she sniffed deeply. Sweet, spicy, and so many pungent yet pleasant aromas. Have you got the beer? Jiangyu asked. Yes. Larissa brought a 3-liter wooden barrel and patted it proudly. Our best stout. Is this enough? If not, I get more. Enough. Jiangyu smiled. Seeing the duck in the pot was almost done, she poured a glass of stout into the pot. Sizzle, the bitter aroma of stout wafted through the kitchen. The witches and Aunt Wolf greedily inhaled the bitter, slightly burnt aroma, their spirits rising. Thanks to them, Jiangyu could also smell the aroma of wine and meat, which spread with his emotions. She stir-fried the duck, covered the pot, and simmered it on low heat. Next, it's time to make the spring roll wrappers. Use a 1-to-1 ratio of flour to water, season with fine salt, and mix 80% of the water into a soft, thin dough. Knead it repeatedly until it's slightly smooth, then let it rest for 10 minutes to allow the gluten to develop. Now it's time to prepare the bean sprouts and chives for the spring roll filling. Also, pick a few white mushrooms hanging from the windowsill, wash them, and slice them. Wash the bean sprouts, trim the ends, and wash the chives, cutting them into 3-inch pieces. Then, take a piece of beef tenderloin and cut it into shreds. With this, the first round of resting is complete. Jiangyu continues to use his fists with bone claws to knead the water into the dough. Repeat this step at least 3 times until all the water is absorbed, forming a soft, moist dough that gently falls when lifted. As the dough formed, the duck meat was ready to be served. Matilda had already brought out a ceramic dish, worthy of being called a basin. Takumi's jaws clicked a few times, barely suppressing a smile. She took the dish and filled it to the brim. The beer duck, enchanted with heat preservation magic, was covered and placed to the side of the counter. Takumi cleaned the wok and began to stir-fry the spring roll filling. First, he added the ginger slices and pork tenderloin and stir-fried them until they changed color. Then, he added the sliced mushrooms and stir-fried them until they were cooked through. Then, he added the leeks and bean sprouts, seasoned them with salt, and a little sugar for flavor. Once the flavors were thoroughly absorbed, Takumi placed the filling on a plate, picking out the ginger slices with his chopsticks. The ginger assassin, Mr. Jiang, had fully utilized his abilities, and no longer needed to remain in the filling to murder witches. After washing the pot again, and lowering the heat, Jiangyu turned the stove to low, scooped up some dough, and spread it onto the pot. A silky, thin crust formed, then he lifted the dough and, with a chopstick, ran it along the edge. A round, thin, and pliable spring roll wrapper slid onto the plate. The spring roll wrappers were still slightly crispy right out of the pot, but softened again as they cooled. Jiangyu rolled one after another, his movements so smooth it looked like an acrobatic performance. Not only were the 2 witches and Aunt Wolf in the kitchen fascinated, but people began to gather outside the kitchen door, peeking in. What smells so good? Has Chef Jasmine changed her mind today? Is she finally willing to make us something delicious? No, it's not Chef Jasmine, it's a completely unfamiliar skeleton cooking. A skeleton? Whose skeleton can cook? Too noisy. Laura slammed the kitchen door shut, trapping the crowd behind her. It's much quieter now. Jiangyu ignored the onlookers. She had already finished baking the spring roll wrappers, and was turning them over. The first spring roll wrappers had softened and cooled, perfect for wrapping the filling. She had baked over 50 wrappers, half for plain spring rolls, and half for deep frying. Jiangyu preferred the original flavor, the soft, glutinous wrapper wrapped around the refreshing filling, a true springtime delicacy. But she suspected these foreign witches would prefer the deep-fried version. Crispy and fragrant, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Who doesn't love fried food, no matter what world? 2 large plates of spring rolls, each with its own unique flavor, emerged quickly. Jiangyu covered the plain spring rolls with a clean cloth and had the witches cast 2 more heat-preserving spells. 2 more dishes. Cleaning the river shrimp, trimming the long whiskers and legs, and then deveining them was all done. Jiangyu heated the wok, added oil, ginger, chili peppers, and garlic, and sautéed them until fragrant. He added sugar and stir-fried until the color turned brown. Then, he added the river shrimp. The bluish-white shrimp instantly turned reddish-brown, glossy, and incredibly tempting. Even without soy sauce, the coloring still delivered a rich, charred flavor. It was a kind of emergency solution for a situation where a skilled cook couldn't make a meal without the necessary ingredients. It wouldn't fool Chinese gourmets, but it would certainly please Western palates accustomed to boiled white shrimp in salt water. The spicy stir-fried river shrimp were removed from the wok and placed on a plate. Jiangyu sprinkled the dish with chopped green onions, and the dish was complete. All that remained was to simmer the river clams in the broth. The duck broth was already boiling in the French soup pot. Jiangyu skimmed off the duck bones and scum, leaving only the clear broth. She first added thinly shredded white radish to the soup, then rolled it into a ball. Once cooked, she placed it in the small bowl Matilda had found. Each person received a ball of shredded radish, along with a cleaned and split river clam, and a few stalks of shredded ginger, perfect for the perfect amount. The well-seasoned duck broth was boiling hot, and the instant it was poured into the bowl, the clams were cooked to about 70% done. Jiangyu covered the bowl while it was still hot, leaving enough heat to simmer the clams until cooked through. Ready to serve. The 2 witches couldn't contain their excitement. They flitted back and forth like 2 happy, busy bees, carrying the dishes upstairs one by one. Jian extinguished the stove flame. By then, the white radish and beef brisket stewed in the earthenware pot was cooked to perfection. With Aunt Wolf's help in tasting, she adjusted the seasoning and happily carried the pot upstairs. Hey, the bone rack isn't afraid of heat at all. It's really useful. The witches in charge had long noticed the movement outside the kitchen door downstairs, and the faint aroma wafting from downstairs had been tempting them. Impatient Laya was already speculating about the lunch menu. What did Chef Jasmine prepare today? Let me see. Bully caught river shrimp, clams, and a duck today, so normally, we have saltwater shrimp and butter-fried duck breast. The other vegetables should be the same as usual, a leek and mushroom salad. Yuck. Paulina retched with a sickening gag. No, I don't want to eat that. I hope that the bone lich can surprise us. If this lunch is amazing, I might make an exception and grant her an honorary membership. Mana said, but we already have enough honorary members. We're not short of allies right now. If she's not incredibly powerful and can contribute to the development of our Witch Forest commune, there's no point wasting her honorary membership. Chapter 53. Mana's words were articulate. At first glance, they sounded like she was expressing her optimism for the Lich, but in reality, they were reminding everyone not to waste the limited spots. The head witches were already familiar with each other's personalities, and had no doubts about this. Mana appeared easygoing and friendly to everyone, but in reality, she was a woman of deep principle. She was meticulous in her actions, always considering the greater good of the commune, and never showing favoritism. To avoid unnecessary disputes, Mana would use tactful tactics and demeanor to dissuade others. But the head witches all knew that this was precisely why their commune could survive safely in this turbulent world. The honorary membership system existed to attract as many allies as possible. To this end, they were willing to sacrifice certain interests and offer generous preferential terms. However, if honorary membership were granted arbitrarily, it would not only harm their own interests, but also make their allies feel that the status was cheap, leading to resentment. The bigwigs naturally hope that those who are their equals are also bigwigs of the same rank. If they hear that a nobody is receiving the same treatment as themselves, they will naturally pour out their suspicion and anger on the Witch Forest commune. Personal relationships, interests, and interpersonal relationships are all sensitive and delicate matters that need to be taken seriously. A lich who wishes to obtain the status and treatment of honorary members must prove their abilities to the head witch and the bigwigs who have been granted honorary membership. Mana didn't think a single meal could impress these knowledgeable head witches, until she actually saw the dishes served. As each dish arrived and its lid was lifted, the overpowering aroma filled their nostrils, making their mouths water and their stomachs growl. The small bowl contains river clams cooked in rich broth. They're perfectly cooked now. I suggest you start with this appetizer. Skull cheerfully introduced the dishes. The black beer duck is a bit spicy, perfect for those who love spicy food and beer. Its slightly stronger flavor makes it a great side dish. The braised beef brisket with white radish is sweet and refreshing without being greasy. It's perfect for those with weak stomachs and teeth. It's nourishing and warming. Spring rolls are a double-edged sword. The white original spring rolls are soft, sticky, and crispy, while the yellow fried spring rolls are crispy and fragrant. They're perfect as a main course or a snack. Stir-fried river shrimp with spicy sauce. It's also a bit spicy, but delicious. Perfect for those who enjoy fresh river food, and it's also a great accompaniment to alcohol. It seems you already understand our tastes. Mana, understanding the meaning of the song, said, but perhaps just this isn't enough. Try it first. We can talk while we eat, Jiangyu said with a smile. The witches in charge each selected their favorite dish. After taking a reserved bite with either a knife and fork or a spoon, their eyes lit up. Delicious, Paulina murmured. No, this is absolutely delicious. Fresh but not fishy, spicy but not pungent. Larissa, Matilda, get us some beer. Beer in the dish has a strong alcoholic flavor, but the more you eat, the more you crave. Liaya couldn't put her fork down. She even felt like the cutlery she used her whole life was no longer handy, unable to keep up with her eating speed. And these shrimp. The pungent spiciness, the perfect balance of saltiness, and the shrimp's natural freshness, all perfectly combined with a subtle, charred sweetness. The rich, aromatic, and slightly heavy flavor makes me want another cold, bubbly beer. The head witch couldn't help but think, if we also sell snacks in this wine shop, how much more wine will we sell? Mana's attitude wavered slightly, but she still felt that culinary skills alone weren't enough. Think about it, their previous honorary members were all wealthy merchants and nobles. What's the big deal about adding a chef now? Maybe. She hesitated, Would you like to join us as a member? If the Witch Forest has a chef like you. No, you misunderstood. Cooking isn't my strength, Takumi smiled. It's just my sincerity. I have a brewery in West Eston. That's my main business. Cooking is just a hobby. Brewery? Yes, I want to talk to you about the brewery business. Jiangyu said, don't worry, I don't plan to brew beer myself. I don't know any more about brewing beer than you do, so there's no point in competing with you. Rather than spending my time on this, I'd rather collaborate with you and sell your beer in my brewery. But that's still not my main business. I want to brew fruit wine jam. And most importantly, soy sauce. Soy sauce? The witches mechanically repeated the unfamiliar word. Yes, it's a special sauce that makes dishes taste better, Jinyu said. What do you think of today's lunch? It's delicious. The witches answered honestly, and even Mana nodded silently. In fact, due to the limited ingredients, the dishes I made today haven't yet been as delicious as they could be. Takumi said, once my soy sauce is brewed, it will make these dishes even more delicious, richer, and at least 3 or 4 times more delicious. The witches all looked shocked. Paulina murmured, 3 or 4 times more delicious than it is now. Besides, with soy sauce, anyone can make such delicious dishes. Takumi said, if I become an honorary member, I naturally give the Witch Forest the same benefits they give me. We can all benefit from each other and create profits together. Isn't that a great thing? Then why didn't you bring that soy sauce today? Mana asked. Due to some technical issues, I need to learn special magic for bacterial strain detection and sterilization to safely produce perfect soy sauce. Jiangyu smiled sheepishly. I heard that becoming an honorary member of the Witches' Forest Commune allows you to learn these magics. I think this is the easiest way. She added, of course, this isn't the only way. If you reject me, I can certainly learn directly from Dr. Charles. However, the many benefits of being an honorary member of the Witches' Forest Commune really appeal to me. I came here with the goal of maximizing my profits, maximizing efficiency, and not having to worry about 2 people doing the same thing. Let me be frank. Witches' Forest is a very suitable partner for me, but it's not the only choice. We have similar and complementary business areas, and there are many areas where we can benefit from each other. I can also bring more fresh ideas to the Witch Forest, more delicious side dishes, and sauces that only I can make. Not to mention, I have some familiar partners, like Holly from the Axe family like. She stretched out her voice, deliberately saying, Andre Lou Huntington, the newly appointed vice captain of the Kingdom Knights of Eston West City. In fact, his squire Jericho is here with me this time. Chapter 54. Jiangyu pointed at Jericho, who had followed her in. Jericho nodded, confused. Huntington? Vice captain of the Knights? Is this his Knight squire? As expected, the moment this name and position were mentioned, the attitudes of the witches in charge immediately changed, becoming noticeably more attentive. In a previous life, Jiangyu's brother, Jiang Diyun, had taught her that while business requires honesty, sometimes negotiating requires the art of speaking. To be a good businessman, one must demonstrate one's abilities and strengths at the right times, so as not to be bullied by those with limited knowledge. From the moment he began interacting with the witches in charge, Jiangyu realized that honorary membership wasn't something easily attainable, as the 2 naive little witches had claimed. Just think about it, the Witch Forest, as a secluded utopia, has managed to survive amidst numerous political forces because it naturally has its backers. The fact that the girls here, without even a surname or identity, can call themselves witches and sorcerers, and study magic, even black magic, is enough to make the Witch Forest truly special. The delicious drinks, the support of honorary members, the synergy between various factions, and even the support of the current royal family are all reasons why this counterintuitive organization, the Witch Forest, can exist. Given this, the status of honorary member is naturally rare and valuable. If anyone could obtain it, the Witch Forest wouldn't be able to rely on these honorary members as its backing and become a refuge for the homeless. Although Jiangyu was certainly capable, anyone who didn't leverage their power when they could was a fool. In her past life, Jiangyu hadn't had the quirky reserve of leaving family resources unused while suffering alone. To her, that wasn't proving herself, it was the pain of having too much salt and too little time. How to utilize the resources at hand, play your cards right, and reap a 1,000-fold return. Isn't that one's own strength? Isn't that far more valuable than just washing dishes and cooking? Besides, she wasn't saying anything nonsense. The newly appointed vice master of the Knights still owed her rent. Well, this was her way of collecting some of the rent. You're welcome, Andre. The reason she mentioned Andre's vice master status instead of viscount was because in this country, viscount's position was quite awkward, a title with no more than a name, not even comparable to baron. This went against Jiangyo's common sense, as she memorized Gong Ho Bo Zi Nan in school as a child. But putting aside the possible translation errors caused by the Lich's inherent magical text translation talent, the formation of the nobility class here was itself determined by the country's unique history and political conditions, with distinct regional political characteristics, and could not be simply lumped together with her previous life. She found an opportunity to inquire with Jericho about the reasons. The actual reason for the Viscount's awkward position was simple. It stemmed from the political struggle between the old royal family of Delman and the new king, Huntington. The Delman kingdom originally only had 4 titles: Duke, Marquis, Earl, and Baron. King Delman was a king who liked to grant titles to his relatives and friends at will. This led to the new king, Huntington, finding that all available titles had been granted upon his ascension. Titles, by definition, have a fixed number, as they are directly tied to the kingdom's land. The size of one's fiefdoms and the number of troops one can support are the foundation and wealth of a title, something that can be passed down to future generations. Without fiefdoms, there is no wealth. Without troops, there is no power. The saying power comes from the barrel of a gun applies equally to this world. King Huntington ascended the throne amidst internal and external troubles, swayed by the tug-of-war between various political factions. However, he was powerless against the remaining nobles of the Delman kingdom. Though these individuals held almost no blood ties to King Delman, the titles, land, wealth, and troops they held were all substantial. Forget about abolishing these titles. Even if His Majesty had issued a royal decree the previous night declaring the downgrade of succession, the palace would likely have been surrounded by these nobles and their troops before he even opened his eyes the next morning. King Huntington had no other choice but to assign titles to his royal descendants, so he imported the title of Viscount from foreign countries. However, this didn't completely solve the problem. King Huntington himself had hundreds of relatives and descendants, yet he held no land to grant. These newly minted royal relatives were all given the title of Viscount by the king, given the middle name of Liu. But frankly, the title of Viscount was merely an empty title, devoid of any real power. Although in foreign countries, Viscount status was supposed to be higher than barons. But in this kingdom, a baron, who truly owned territory and could readily deploy a regiment of knights for training, held far greater authority than a Viscount, who wandered about with only a single knight retinue. As for whether or not to downgrade the succession, the Viscount himself had no fiefdom, so what could he pass on to the next generation? This was why Andre Lou Huntington, despite being a Viscount, had to serve as Vice Grandmaster of the Knights in Baron Augustine von Neumann's domain. It wasn't a matter of hierarchy, but rather a matter of necessity. King Huntington intended to use Andre as a sharp knife, piercing the territories of these old royal nobles, and stirring up trouble in their territory, allowing the king to capture these old nobles one by one. This was no easy task, and Andre's resources were quite limited. Andre's previous claim of being broke was a lie, but his funds were indeed limited, and supplies could run out at any time, so he had to be frugal. After hearing this from Jericho, Takumiya finally understood. She, this unfortunate skeleton, had been inexplicably seduced by beauty and unwittingly tied aboard Andre's pirate ship. Since she'd been inexplicably roped into a pirate ship, she naturally had to use her power to bully others. Of course, ordinary people are afraid of their superiors. The Folkwitch organization in the next town over, I ask you, are you afraid of the threat from the Kingdom Knights? She showcased her groundbreaking culinary skills, promised some future, unfounded, benefits, flaunted her powerful allies, and then adopted a nonchalant attitude. I don't really need you, but this decision seems to be mutually beneficial right now. Now, it wasn't her who should be anxious, but the witches in charge. The second party seeking cooperation suddenly became the powerful first party. The witches in charge had never seen such a scene before. Mana smiled stiffly. Excuse me, can we discuss this privately? Of course. Jakuyu, Jericho, and Aunt Wolf were ushered out of the house. Once the door closed, the gossipy trio pressed their ears to it, and could faintly hear the intermittent arguments within. Chapter 55. Is she one of the king's men? Whether she is or not, we can't afford to offend her. She's the Knights of the Kingdom. She's just an honorary member, so give her the title. I really like her cooking. It's infinitely better than Jasmine's salted white shrimp. Can you let her stay here for a few days, so she can teach Jasmine how to cook? Honestly, I'm quite interested in all the collaborations she's proposed, side dishes, new seasonings. I heard from Loris that she even proposed pineapple beer. That's a new flavor. She's capable, can bring us benefits, and has a strong backing. Her qualifications surpass most of our honorary members. We can handle anyone. Okay. It's settled then. The sound of footsteps approached, and the three of them quickly stood up, pretending to chat casually. The door swung open, and Mana emerged with a beaming smile. Congratulations. Congratulations. Lich, you're our newest honorary member. Please come in. The food's getting cold. Let's continue eating and talking. Well, when you're out in the world, your status is self-imposed. With the supposed royal backing, the witches' attitudes have become much better. Of course, Jiangyu wouldn't blame them. After all, the value of a chef is far greater than that of a lich with royal backing, unknown origins, and a few newfangled skills. No matter what world or era, women's lives are difficult. The strong consider the ability to understand the times a necessary survival skill, so there's no reason to impose excessive moral constraints on the weak. The meal was a complete success for both host and guest. The witches raved about Takuyu's dishes, their joy overflowing, and the whole room was filled with the sweet aroma of soulfire. Although Takuyu couldn't eat normal food, the scent of soulfire made him feel refreshed. After both parties found their proper positions, the negotiations flowed smoothly. Takuyu, a master of pulling off a scam, leveraged the influence of a certain knight's vice captain and secured a fruit beer distribution deal with the witches without spending a penny. As the saying goes, even the best wine needs a well-maintained reputation. No matter how good the product, it needs to be known to the guests. Takuyu spent several days in the workshop. She knew better than anyone how deserted the brewery was now, with no one interested. To establish a reputation, not only did they need a grand opening, but they also needed a compelling product to draw customers in. Ever since he learned about the honorary member issue, Takuya had already figured out what would attract customers to his brewery, the delicious beer for which the Witch Forest commune had long been renowned. The beer didn't need to be in large quantities. Simply selling a limited quantity each day would draw a steady stream of customers. Customers who couldn't get the limited edition product would naturally buy Takuya's own product to avoid running out. Of course, attracting customers with limited edition products required more than just delicious beer. Without some unique flavor, customers would still go back to their familiar pubs. That's where fruit beer came in. Fruit beer can be divided into two categories. One is beer that has fruit added during the fermentation process. The other is a cocktail-like drink made by adding fruit juice to normally brewed beer before bottling or drinking. Both methods are very common, each with its own merits. The former involves adding fruit to the brew during fermentation. The fermentation process breaks down the sugars in the fruit juice, reducing the sugar content and creating a more stable, mellow, complex, and harmonious flavor without being overly sweet. This method is suitable for experienced beer lovers who already enjoy beer and are looking for a more novel taste. The latter involves physical mixing. Adding fruit juice dilutes the alcohol content of the beer, but significantly increases the sugar content. Due to the lack of modern fresh-keeping and bottling technology, it can only be mixed on site, making it more suitable for those who are not good at drinking but want to experience the flavor. Jiangyu knows some of both methods. However, the former is significantly influenced by the fermentation process and requires modification and adjustment based on actual conditions, a task only witches can accomplish. The latter is much simpler and can be prepared with a little imagination and a good sense of taste. Jiangyu has no sense of taste, but Auntie Wolf is quite reliable. We can just have her help manage the bartending counter. If things don't work out, we can always hire someone. Jiangyu used her fruit beer recipe to obtain permission to sell beer from the Witch Forest commune at her brewery. The witches even agreed to let her use beer as a base to make fruit beer and sell it at the bar counter. Customers can only dine in. If the beer doesn't taste good, Jiangyu will bear the consequences personally. She won't want to tarnish the Witch Forest's reputation. After successfully brewing the fruit beer, Jiangyu, as the original recipe provider, will receive a 20% commission on all fruit beer sales. This percentage may seem low, but it's because Jianyu's initial recipe requires extensive testing and adjustments. It's not a finished product that can be used right away. It still relies on the witch's own research and development. While success remains uncertain, her knowledge can provide the witches with a clear direction, saving them considerable time and research costs. A 20% permanent commission and a distribution license seemed like a pretty good offer to Takuyu. As for the beer Takuyu was distributing, it would be purchased from the commune at a discounted price for honorary members of the Witch Forest. Whatever price Takuyu sold, whether it was a profit or loss, was entirely up to Takuyu, and the witches had no say. The only condition was that Takuya must not negatively impact the witch forest's reputation, otherwise, she would be expelled from the witch forest and all transactions would be voided. The witches also expressed their sincere willingness to cooperate. Takuya could withdraw the goods in advance, with payment settled at the end of each month. For the sake of Holly and the vice-captain of the Kingdom Knights, the witches believed the skeleton lich wouldn't default on his debts. Takuya was quite satisfied that he had managed to secure such support simply by talking nonsense. Putting herself in his shoes, Jiangyu knew she was a well-prepared time traveler, possessing vast knowledge of otherworldly realms. But to the people of this world, that sounded like a monstrous scam, like, I, Qin Shi Huang, am resurrected. V50. The head witch's trust in her was partly due to her belief in the feasibility of her formula, and partly due to her unclear relationship with the vice leader of the Kingdom Knights. Chapter 56. It must be said, Andre's reputation is still somewhat useful. As a newly appointed honorary member of the Witch Forest Commune, Takuya can finally learn the magic she longed for, free of charge. However, the witches in charge also made a reciprocal request. While Takuya resides in the Witch Forest and studies magic, she must be responsible for improving the cooking skills of Aunt Jasmine, the Witch Forest Commune's official cook. In return for improving the Witch Forest diet, the black magician Paulina will also help Takuya improve her minor taste ailments. The witches believe this is a highly beneficial investment for both parties. Larissa hopped over to take Aunt Wolf and Jericho to their accommodations. Takuya, wearing only a skeletal frame transformed by space magic besides the cloak Andre had given her, was in no rush to settle down. Learning magic was the top priority. She first followed Paulina to the small cabin on the west side of the village. This was Paulina's cabin, and also where she studied the dark arts. The cabin's first floor was divided into 2 rooms, the living room on the outside, and the bedroom on the inside. All dark arts-related items were kept in the basement. Paulina was the first to lift the trapdoor in the ground and crawl down. Takuya followed, climbing down the ladder. He found that the place had a similar atmosphere to his own basement, with large magic books piled everywhere and a slightly smaller black cauldron. Paulina snapped her fingers a few times, and the candles on the wall automatically ignited. She turned back and pulled a rope to close the trapdoor. Then she pulled another rope hanging from the wall. Takuya heard a humming sound in the wall, and the air in the basement began to circulate. Ventilation system. Paulina explained briefly, then walked to the bookshelf, carefully searching for something. After a moment, she explained in surprise, "Here it is." She half pulled, half carried, a very thick magic book from the shelf. Jianyu hurried over to help, and together they placed the book on the desk. In the flickering candlelight, Jianyu could clearly see the title, Lich, a soul wandering between life and death. Lich transformation is a top-level dark magic. To put it simply, it uses magic to forcibly bind the soul of the deceased to a body prepared by the caster, creating a living corpse that is essentially indistinguishable from a human. Paulina said, simply put, Liches don't die because they're already dead and can't die again. Jiangyu shock. How strange. But why does it sound so reasonable? Normally, souls enter the underworld after death. Legend has it that the underworld is a melting pot of souls, where all souls are mixed and condensed in a large crucible, simmering. The turmoil and grudges of past lives are boiled into the pot, settling to the bottom and turning into charcoal. Souls break and reassemble during this constant simmering. Strong souls can endure longer, while fragile souls are more easily broken. When the souls are mixed together, the crucible will collapse, sending them into the reincarnation pond, where they will be reborn as humans. So sometimes, reincarnated people retain a similar soul to their previous life, but more often, they are completely unrecognizable. Paulina shrugged. But I never actually died, so who knows if these legends are true or not? Takuya, She did die once, but she didn't remember anything. Anyway, this legend gradually spread, giving new inspiration to magicians seeking immortality. You know, stopping the aging of the human body is a very difficult task. Time is a sharp blade that no one can resist, constantly scraping away at our flesh, organs, and bones. And both our vitality and our body's resilience have limits. Once they reach a certain limit, even healing magic loses its effectiveness. So, some magicians propose treating the soul and body separately. Since the body can only last a few hundred years before dying, preserving the soul in an object that is not easily eroded by time can prevent it from returning to the underworld, being shattered and reassembled. As long as the soul is immortal, it is equivalent to achieving eternal life. That makes sense. Takuya nodded vigorously. Attaching the soul to an inanimate object is easy, but a new problem arises. The soul was indeed bound to the mortal world, but after attaching itself to an inanimate object, it lost all human functions, unable to taste, breathe, see, or hear anything. Even the slightest desire to move was impossible. This isn't living, it's a form of eternal imprisonment for the soul. This was the earliest failure. Learning from their failures, magicians began to refine their craft, crafting a shell to house the Lich's soul. After years of effort, they finally achieved a finished product that was indistinguishable from a real person, retaining all the functions of a living person. Later, magicians began to call all Liches with incomplete functions failures, but there are vast differences between failures. You're one of the lucky ones. Although it's also a failure, in terms of practicality, it can only be considered a defective product at best. I see. No wonder Takumi you felt her failure didn't affect her life at all. She imagined herself trapped in a small box, her cries to heaven and earth falling on deaf ears, and shuddered. So, even though the owner wasn't skilled in the dark arts, he tried really hard. The reason for failure is primarily because the soul and body exist in different planes, Paulina said. The soul resides in the netherworld, the underworld, while the body exists in the real world of the living. The two planes overlap and exist in the same world, but are somewhat isolated from each other. They can only connect under certain conditions. So, I can taste soul energy, but not the food itself. Yes, because soul energy also belongs to the same realm. In the netherworld, food and its flavor belong to the mortal plane. The complete Lich has broken through technological limitations, and can convert matter and energy between the mortal plane and the netherworld. Primarily, converting mortal plane matter into netherworld energy. The failed Lich, however, cannot do this. Paulina walked over to a wooden box in the corner, squatted down, and rummaged through it for a long time, finally finding a piece of wood. There are many ways to change this situation, the simplest of which is to use this spiritual wood. Chapter 57. The spirit wood is a magical plant. After a specific magical ritual, it can connect the netherworld and the mortal plane, transforming offerings from the mortal plane into energy from the netherworld. Yes, you heard me right, I'm talking about offerings. Ancient priests used this spirit wood to present offerings to the spirits they worshipped. Paulina handed the piece of spirit wood to Jiangyu. The soul trapped within the Lich's body is actually the same being as the spirits and spirits that roam the netherworld. Of course, in terms of the power you possess, you are indeed very different from the spirits and spirits, but in essence, you are the same kind of spirit-like, inanimate object. Jiangyu took the piece of wood and immediately felt its unusualness. As a skeleton with an extremely dull sense of touch, unable to sense heat or cold, she felt the wood was icy cold to the touch. The amount of energy the spirit wood can transform is directly proportional to its size. Paulina said, you can split such a large piece of spiritual wood into two. One can be shaved into smaller pieces and made into necklaces or something, and the other larger piece can be kept at home. That way, the smaller piece can be used to savor the flavor of your dishes. But don't forget, the energy of the offerings will be absorbed by the spiritual wood. While the appearance of the offerings won't change, the flavor and nutrients will be lost. As a Cantonese native, Jiangyu found this statement particularly familiar. She recalled the scenes of ancestor worship during festivals and suddenly understood, oh, the flavor of offerings eaten by ghosts changes. I get it. That's right. When you're tasting food, be sure to serve it separately, otherwise the whole pot will be ruined. Paulina's focus was clearly different from hers. If you're cooking at home, it's fine. Using a large piece of spirit wood, you can easily transform a table full of dishes into soul energy that a failed Lich can consume. That way, even if you don't have the souls of others to replenish you, you can still draw energy from ordinary food. Wow! That's so convenient. But why did she feel like she become a domesticated ghost? You still have to deal with the leftovers, but overall, this method is more cost-effective. Paulina thought for a moment and suggested, if you have a backyard, you could raise chickens, ducks, pigs, or something. While sacrificial offerings with their energy drained away won't taste good, they'd be fine for feeding chickens, ducks, and pigs. Jiangyu's eyes lit up again. Good idea. She then asked, you just said, besides the spirit wood, are there other methods? Yes. They're just more expensive. Paulina said, the best method is to reshape the body. However, magic requires equal exchange, and the loss that occurs during the ritual must be deducted. For example, if you sacrifice your own body, there's a 20% chance of obtaining a finished Lich body, and an 80% chance of obtaining a skeleton. But if you sacrifice a skeleton, the most likely outcome is a broken skeleton. Furthermore, except for the cultivator using their own body in exchange for a magical body while still alive, All other uses of human bodies to create a lich are strictly prohibited by Huntington law. If you don't want to be attacked by an entire army of Kingdom Knights, it's best to cross this option off your list. That leaves you with only artificial prosthesis. The good news is that the neighboring nation of scholars, the Rusman Federation, has made remarkable achievements in alchemy and mechanical prosthesis. They already achieve basic perceptions of sight, smell, taste, and touch, and have complete artificial nerve bundles and heart supply systems. The bad news is that such an artificial prosthesis would be incredibly expensive. I heard. Paulina rested her right index finger on her chin, searching her memory for a moment. Oh, right. I remember now. One costs about 9 million gold coins. How much? Giulio picked at the ear holes in her skull. By the way, I'm not sure if my ossicles are still there. I just heard a strange, astronomical figure. 9 million gold coins. Paulina emphatically dashed Takuya's last hope. Honestly, I don't think you can afford such a high price. But if you truly have that much money, I can connect you with my mentor. Hee hee. We talk later. Takuya clutched the psychic wood tightly in her hands. I quite like my skeleton look. The psychic wood is more than enough to solve my taste bud problem. 9 million gold coins. Are you kidding? Is that an offer worth a fortune for a bankrupt skeleton like her, with only 3 silver coins and 12 copper coins left, and still owing Holly for her plums, and the witch's advance on beer? Paulina wore an I knew it all along expression, quickly dropping the topic that had undermined the poor man's confidence. Then let's move on to the ritual for using the psychic wood. Actually, it's very simple. You just need to leave a mark on the wood that represents you. It's like a true name and ritual prayers commonly used in magic. You know those, right? I know. A name or description that uniquely identifies a specific target. Giulio replied. This was the first lesson in magic in this world, the equivalent of kindergarten-level common sense, something she had already learned from reading the magic book left by the owner. In fact, after the owner's spelling error in the true soul name and the resulting magical incident, it was hard for Jianyu to forget this crucial point. That's good, Paulina nodded with relief. The ritual is simple. You need to write your true soul name, or a ritual prayer, that can identify you on the spirit tree. Either way, it must be directed directly to you, and only you. Believe me, you wouldn't want a being floating in the netherworld to be inexplicably fed by your offerings. Of course, I personally don't recommend leaving your true soul name on the spirit tree. It's a symbol that needs to be carefully protected. If it's lost and falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, they can do anything to you. Paulina emphasized, it's something really terrible, bloody, and evil. So, I think a ritual prayer is more appropriate. I see. Giulio said, I need to come up with a ritual prayer that only calls me. That's right. It's like creating a phone number that only calls Giulio. Giulio scratched his skull, looking at the thick, heavy, black spiritual wood, and suddenly had an idea. Chapter 58. Explaining magic is a laborious and time-consuming task. Although Takuya was a brilliant student with exceptional comprehension, the sun was already setting by the time Paulina had barely finished explaining the uses of the spirit wood. Takuya, holding the piece of wood, made an appointment with Paulina to continue studying sterilization magic the next day, then followed Lolisa back to her room. The witches had arranged for her, Aunt Wolf, and Jericho to stay in a townhouse at the east end of the village. This was a guest house reserved for honorary members, nestled among wheat and hop fields, amidst the fragrance of birdsong and flowers. The 3 of them each had a room, Jericho to the far left, Takuya in the middle, and Aunt Wolf Talia to the far right. When Takuya returned, Jericho and Aunt Wolf had just finished dinner, and were strolling back from the village. The Witch Forest was a communal settlement, and people rarely cooked their own meals. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner were usually eaten in the village cafeteria. Only the head witches had their own kitchenettes. Because the witch's most cherished midsummer carnival falls the night after tomorrow, a bonfire has already been set up in the village square tonight. All the villagers, young and old, are expected to help. Therefore, Aunt Jasmine, who manages the village cafeteria, has prepared dinner early, black bread, orange marmalade, and a bowl of thick, creamy soup. It's not exactly gourmet, but it's something the people here are accustomed to. Although Takuya caused quite a stir in the small kitchen at noon, only the 7 head witches and the 2 young witches actually enjoyed the delicious dishes. As yet, the others were unaware of the agreement between the head witch and Takuya, and had no unusual expectations for dinner. They were all looking forward to the festival in 2 days. People would revel all night long, the square would be filled with endless wine and delicious barbecue. In the villagers' limited knowledge, this was the ultimate culinary feast. That means I don't need to go to cook Jasmine tonight. Jianyu grasped the point. That's right. Larissa smiled. There's still time to go tomorrow. The witches here were exceptionally easygoing. Jianyu was enjoying her free time. She also wanted to take advantage of the evening to deal with the spiritual wood. Yes, Jianyu had an idea. Now he just had to put it into action. According to Paulina, the spiritual wood itself had a certain hallucinogenic property, and direct contact with real food could cause contamination. This discouraged Jianyu from making tableware. But if he couldn't make tableware, he could make other things. She had Larissa borrow a set of tools from the village carpenter, and returned home to prepare to cut the spiritual wood into 2 pieces, one large and one small. A simpler wooden pendant could be made, while a larger one could be carved into a tablet. Then, Jianyu could simply write his name on it. As a Cantonese man whose dedication to ancestor worship and deity worship is ingrained in his blood, Jianyu, while listening to Paulina's lecture, felt that this might be the true use of the spirit wood. He, a wandering ghost, had traveled through another world, bound to this magically generated skeleton, yet still needed offerings to taste the aroma of food. So, it was only logical for her to make a tablet for herself, right? But, Jianyu scratched his skull, his pupils sparking. How do I write on a tablet I make for myself? Never mind, I'm not that particular anyway, it works. She chopped the wood into a rectangular block with a sharp stroke and hastily carved a base that would stand flat and stable. The front of the tablet was inscribed in her native language, deity of the Toshkani planet traveler Takumiyu. The back was inscribed with her own birth and death dates. The finished product looked a bit crude, a bit half-English, and without a clear explanation, it was impossible to tell it was a tablet. It was quite subtle. This description can only be attributed to me. No matter how hard I think, there's no way someone with the same name and surname as me could have traveled to this world at the same time. Takumiyu examined the finished product, which had taken her most of the night to complete. She was speechless for a moment, and could only console herself. It's okay if it's a little ugly. I don't despise myself. The key is, it's usable. She removed her head again, and fished out a cup of Tess snack tea jelly from its skull. She placed it in front of her freshly baked tablet, and bowed to it with a formality. The next second, a faint silver light flickered above her tablet, and a shadowy figure appeared on the tea jelly. Before Jianyu could fully grasp it, it was quickly sucked into the tablet. Almost instantly, a turquoise soul fire appeared from Jianyu's bony claws. She sniffed it and, to her surprise, discovered it truly tasted like tea jelly. She took another lick. Slurp. Yeah. That's it. It works. It really works. Jianyu exclaimed in delight. With this thing, I don't have to bother Andy Wolf all the time. Compared to Andy Wolf, the Wolf Me translator, the tablet was indeed much more practical. No need to bother anyone, no need to encounter countless inexplicable memories while consuming, and no need to worry about the flavor changing during the Chinese English to Chinese translation process. Even the texture was 70% to 80% accurate. After testing that this ugly object actually worked and was functional, Takumiyu's satisfaction with her handiwork grew with each passing moment. She carefully tucked the tablet into the skull's spacious storage space and gathered up the scraps. Takumiyu spent a long time carefully selecting a scrap of the right size and perfect shape for the small pendant. The small pendant was much simpler to make. She lightly sanded the rough edges of the wood, shaping it into a smooth oval. The wood was too small for Takumiyu's skill, so she carved Takumiyu in the center and wrote her birth and death dates on the back. To avoid duplicate names, let's add something. She thought for a moment, then carved her ID number from her previous life into the blank space below her name. Let's try again, okay? She put on the pendant, and fished out a few roasted soybeans from her skull, leftovers from feeding the horses last time. Then she took a deep breath, and sure enough, the shadows of the beans floated into the small wooden block, and Jianyu could smell the sulfire aroma of the roasted soybeans. It works! She laughed with uncommon joy. Finally, I can eat some normal food. Well, while this method is a bit of a roundabout way to save the day, and not quite normal, as long as I can taste the real flavor of food, why bother with so much else? Jianyu had toiled through the night to finish these 2 ugly wooden carvings. Now that she had regained her sense of taste and cleaned up the mess in the room, she felt a little hungry and greedy. It's hard to sleep when you're hungry, so Jianyu felt she needed to go out and find some food and test out her new pendant. But as soon as she opened the door, she heard the murmur of conversation nearby. The conversation was quiet, barely perceptible even in the still summer night. One could only vaguely make out 2 familiar male voices. Jiang Yu scratched his head curiously and headed in the direction of the voices. Chapter 59. Andre Liu Huntington's day was filled with its own twists and turns. After Takumi Yu and Jericho left, Andre went back to the basement. He first meticulously recorded the magic circles left by Miyu, including those for lich making and soul summoning, as well as the relevant evidence at the scene, using his recording crystal in accordance with the Knight's investigative procedures. Then, searching for clues once more, finding nothing, he followed the Kingdom Knight's standard cleanup procedures, removing any remaining traces of magic from the scene. This was the Kingdom Knight's proper investigative process. After all, cases can often lead to dead ends, but people still have to go on with their lives. After recording the scene, it had to be dealt with as quickly as possible. Dangerous magic circles couldn't be left lying around. Whether they were reused by the criminal or accidentally triggered by passers-by, the consequences would be disastrous. As he cleaned, he felt something strange, so he paused and recalled everything that had happened since he first broke open the door to the house. Scene after scene flashed through his memory. After a moment, Andre sighed. This skeleton is no ordinary creature. You have to know that the authority of the Kingdom Knights in this era was comparable to that of the Jinui during the peak of the Ming dynasty. They could arrest and torture anyone they disliked, break into homes, beat people up, disrupt people's lives day and night, and disrupt their businesses. These were commonplace practices. The knights were incredibly powerful. Those born into wealthy families were accustomed to lawlessness, and those commoners, who had fought through numerous competitions to secure official positions, were no better, desperately seeking to profit from the situation. They didn't care about due process. They just get the most out of the person first. As for whether the suspect was dead or alive, innocent or the real culprit, they naturally find a way to deal with it. Andre was naturally not one of those people. He joined the Kingdom Knights with a fierce determination, vowing to correct this evil trend for King Huntington. But this skeleton lich didn't know what kind of person he was. She saw the Kingdom Knights arrive to investigate, but she remained calm. She deftly resolved the tense conflict between them, demonstrating her innocence and legitimacy. She also used the rose glutinous rice dumplings and fermented rice wine to showcase her strength, subtly changing his view of her from a suspect to a resource. This lich skeleton isn't as innocent and easy to bully as she appears. On the surface, she cheerfully feigns innocence, but in reality, she possesses a deep understanding of human nature. It might seem that the lich is constantly yielding and accommodating, helping with cooking, but in reality, he's the one being led by the nose. Though he's the one who proposes every step, the very bricks he's stepped on were quietly laid by the lich. Demonstrating his culinary skills, his ability to discern the scent of emotion, then leading him to the neighbor next door, allowing him to discern a false case, and then, logically, using the case as the starting point for his first attack in Eston West City. Coincidentally, the person who suffered the injustice of a false case was the supplier Jiang Yu desperately needed to meet. Without spending a penny, she secured her first deal with a simple snap of her jaws. Of course, Andre admitted that he had also played a significant role in this. Andre stroked his chin and laughed. Interesting. He didn't mind finding a clever partner. The two of them could exploit each other. Well, it was mutual benefit, mutual assistance. A wolf-like enemy was always better than a pig-like teammate. What's more, this lich looked more like a friend than an enemy, more like an unlucky person who had been accidentally dragged into this whole situation. Among powerful enemies, I can say I stumbled upon a helper. The Bone Lich clearly had her own agenda, but Andre didn't care. He had his own agenda too. The two of them were pretty much the same. So far, it seemed like the Lich had channeled all her scheming into this brewery, solely focused on running her small business. This didn't affect Andre's plans, and he didn't mind trying to help her out. After cleaning the magic circle in the basement, Andre dropped the rag into the bucket, used magic to check the time, and sighed, time to meet the Lord Mayor. He washed up, put on his shiny armor, and led his majestic horse, Diego, from the backyard. He galloped towards the Lord's palace. Baron Augustine von Neumann, the Lord Mayor of West Eston, was a member of the Germanic clan, a remnant of the old dynasty. Although people say the Germanic clan has declined since the new king took office, he himself disagrees. He is wealthy and powerful, ruling a main city, 5 small towns, and 7 villages. He even managed to get his son-in-law into the Kingdom Council, a burgeoning political power, and maintains a regiment of knights under his command. While not as wealthy as a nation, or with a vast military force, any disturbance would keep King Huntington awake for 3 days. Master, Viscount Andre Liu Huntington has arrived to report. He's already waiting in the antechamber. The butler, his graying hair meticulously greased with hair oil, and standing erect in his uniform, reported expressionlessly, revealing the demeanor of a veteran aristocratic servant. "Just tell him to wait." The Baron, sporting a beer belly and dressed in burgundy velvet pajamas, waved his hand, adorned with jeweled rings, lazily. "He's just King Huntington's pet." "What kind of viscount? Ha, without land, money, or soldiers, what kind of viscount is he?" "Master, should I send someone?" The butler, with a stony expression, raised his hand and gently stroked his neck. "Oh no, no. We can't do it so roughly." The Baron, half slumped in the soft sofa, casually set his wine glass on the table beside him, and picked up an open letter. "Look at this. The official bulletin arrived this morning." The butler took the letter, opened it, and his expression shifted slightly. This. That old dog Huntington not only sent an unworthy viscount to me, he's also sent such a jerk to all the territories of the German clan. Old Baron Pingerton on the border is a hot-tempered fool. Just like you, only interested in venting his anger, not caring about his reputation or the overall situation. He killed that viscount. TSK, over 30 knights besieging one, that's quite a bloody battle. As a result, Huntington sent troops to surround his territory the next day. Furthermore, the rock and iron giants on the other side of the border destroyed his farm, causing him considerable losses. Miraculously, no innocent civilians were killed or injured. Chapter 60. "You mean the royal family and those giants?" The butler's eyes flickered slightly. "Who knows? The struggle for royal power is always accompanied by conspiracy and bloodshed. Do you think all those viscounts are royal children? No, most of them are sons of the Grand Duke Huntington's former soldiers, brave and skilled warriors, without any family background. Many are even orphans found on the battlefield, raised by soldiers, and then enlisted in the army. The king appreciated them, and bestowed upon them a surname, becoming their only support. They are the king's loyal soldiers, the sharp knives, and the bait Huntington has thrown into the wolf's den. If any of us fools can't bear this, and take action against them first, that would give the king the perfect excuse to punish us." Baron Newman drained his glass. "If we bite off this bait, our intestines will burst, but if we leave them alone, they will rot and stink on our territory. Huntington has set up a game with these chess pieces, allowing him to attack or defend. Oh, that old is quite cunning. I won't fall for his tricks. But this Andre, fresh off his arrival, has already solved the Axe family case and captured Greypaw." The butler hesitated. "That shifty fellow, Greypaw, I always disliked." The Baron waved his hand. "It's useless to try to fix a wall with mud. Let Pyrrhus straighten his skin and avoid getting caught." He glanced at the clock and saw that it had been over half an hour. He stood up and said, "Change my clothes? I'm going to see this penniless, landless, and unconnected viscount." Andre, penniless, landless, and unconnected, with only the title of viscount, was now dressed in shining armor, his left hand resting leisurely on his scabbard, leisurely admiring the oil painting hanging on the wall of the Baron's drawing room. He had long been prepared for a show of force, and didn't mind the fact that the Baron had left him out. This sort of thing was commonplace to him. If the Baron hadn't reacted, Andre would have found it strange. Andre had been transferred to many noble territories, and assassinations and plots were commonplace. This was just a new territory, a new enemy. There wasn't much new under the sun. "Andre?" The door to the inner room suddenly opened, and Baron Augustine von Neumann, sporting a beer belly and dressed in a regal tuxedo, entered. He said with a grin, "You are indeed a talented young man, with a distinguished appearance. It would be a shame to serve as a deputy commander here." Andre, neither humble nor overbearing, gave the Baron a perfectly executed military salute. "Lord." This title perfectly avoided the Baron's status as a viscount, yet remained courteous, causing the Baron's smile to widen. He patted Andre's shoulder in a feigned warmth. "Are you getting used to your new place, young man? I heard you quietly solved the Axe family case and busted Greypaw, the scoundrel in the Kingdom's Knights. You made an invaluable contribution." "It's all my duty," Andre replied in a formal tone. This statement sounded too much like a pun, and the Baron's smile faltered. He patted Andre on the back again and returned to the sofa, sitting down. "Originally, since you performed a meritorious service, I should have rewarded you." "Huh?" Andre thought, "Here comes the big move. It's just that our West Eston city is truly a small place, without any lucrative industries. The surrounding towns and villages are even more impoverished. It's also my own fault that I managed the territory bestowed upon me by King Delman into this miserable state it is today." The city's potion master died in the capital 3 years ago, bringing the entire city's potion industry into a slump. The Axe family's magical plant industry was also affected, and Old Heart died from excessive worry, leaving behind a family of incompetent descendants. The years have been tough, and farmers in the city haven't recovered from last year's drought, making it difficult for us to collect taxes. I'm sure the situation in the capital is similar. The knights have been complaining about their declining salaries lately, but what can I do? His Majesty the King has allocated only so much money, and I've done my best to support the knights. It's just a drop in the bucket. A drop in the bucket. Baron Newman wept for a long time, then finally revealed his true colors. So, I can only pay you the minimum salary, as His Majesty has stipulated. As for the bounty, I do my best to secure it for you. But it all depends on His Majesty the King's decision. Meaning. However, as a Viscount, you have a strong background, so you probably don't need the Knight's Order's modest salary. Andre smiled, but didn't answer his question. He simply said, anything else? If not, I go train with the Knights. Oh, one more thing. Baron Newman patted his stomach and smiled. There's a witch forest not far from my territory. Those witches, though lawless and unregulated, brew excellent beer. In a couple of days, their midsummer carnival will be held there. Many people from the surrounding towns and villages will flock to the festival. Not just ordinary people, but also many prominent figures. To prevent any accidents, we and Newman will have to send personnel there to strengthen security. You should go find the Winchester clerk and ask him to lead a few knights to guard the area for a few days. Make sure everything is safe before returning. He chuckled cheerfully. Buy me a few more barrels of beer. Winchester's clerk knows what I like, so just take him. Andre didn't even frown. Yes, as ordered. The silver-armored vice-captain of the knights strode out of the city lord's mansion. The butler followed him, closing the door and returning to the baron. Master, what are your plans? Cut off his salary, give him some minor duties, and sideline him. The baron smiled slyly. How much money does the Viscount have? Where does his wealth come from? He's just a shill. Soon, he'd be finding ways to exploit the refugees and merchants. Then all we have to do is uphold justice, and hand this traitor over to the king. Then we can deal with him naturally. Master, you are wise. So, young master, are we bankrupt? In the middle of the night, Jericho waited for Andre at the townhouse arranged by the witches. After hearing Andre's story, he couldn't help but ask with concern. Almost. Andre said, it's not like we haven't been through this before. We managed to pull it off selling picture albums and paintings before. So how are the sales with the witches? Jericho sighed. Thank you for your hard work, master. But I didn't sell a single piece this afternoon. Ahem, they don't seem to like your style. The master and servant fell into an inexplicable silence. Chapter 61. Actually, the best sales were back in the capital. Young master, you were invited to model for the artist behind the most beautiful men in Huntington. We're still receiving royalties from you. But a few years have passed, and sales have been sluggish. This month, we only got 2 silver coins. Jericho said, the witches said they prefer fair and tender figures, not muscular men like you. To be honest, the only person who bought a painting recently was that skeleton named Takumiyu, but she was so broke she didn't even pay. Jericho only got a few rations for himself, so he didn't have the nerve to tell his young master. Andre sighed again, and was about to say something when his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he looked up and shouted, Who's outside? It's me. The door opened, and a skull poked its head in. The skeleton lich said cheerfully, I just thought I heard your voice. What brought you here? The Baron sent me here on a mission, Andre said unhappily. He was just looking for an excuse to get me out of the way, and stop me from continuing my investigation in the city. He waved to Jiangyu. You come just in time. I haven't had dinner yet. Here's a chicken and 2 rabbits I caught on the road, along with some herbs and spices. Take them and roast them. Don't worry, your work won't be in vain. Andre reached into his saddlebag and pulled out a metal plate. Here, your business license is here. As he went to find the Winchester clerk as instructed by the Baron, he also grabbed a small clerk and took care of the matter for Jiangyu. The Baron was certainly wary of him, secretly trying to trip him up, but he had to maintain a polite facade. Those who didn't understand the situation still believed him as the vice master of the knights. Jiangyu took the silver-white metal plate and glanced at the squiggly earthworm characters on it. Shop name, Jianyu's Brewing Workshop. Established, Midsummer 5, 988 of the Tower Calendar. By order of the king, the owner Jianyu is authorized to operate within the following business scope: alcoholic beverages, food, including sauces and beverages. Inspection to be conducted every 3 months. At the bottom was the seal of the kingdom's knights, looking particularly majestic. Oh my! Jiang Yu was overjoyed. Now I can officially open for business. Yes, Andre said. No matter where you are, whether you have a storefront or a stall, with this thing, no legitimate customer will dare to bother you. Unless there's someone with bad intentions, someone powerful, and someone who's been deliberately trying to cause trouble for you. You're a pretty reliable tenant. Jiang Yu happily stuffed the business license into her skull. She picked up the chicken and rabbit and said happily, okay, dinner will be mine, but you have to help me build the fire. Don't bother me, young master. I can do it. Jericho volunteered. The two of them, along with the skeleton, arrived at the back of the house. The backyard was a flat, clean yellow earth surface that looked regularly maintained. It was some distance from the fields, and there wasn't much flammable material around. There was only a cut-down tree stump on the left, perfect for a table. Jericho went to collect firewood nearby, and Andre skillfully spread a waterproof cloth on the stump and laid out a row of knives. He pulled a chopping board, a pot, and a skewer from his saddlebag. Regardless of his wilderness living standards, he at least had enough tools. Without a word, he took the chicken and rabbit from Jiang Yu's hands and expertly plucked and bled them, then cleaned them with water magic. When the chicken and rabbit returned to Jiang Yu's hands, they were already white and clean, heads and claws removed, ready for the pot. A man who volunteered to help out instead of waiting for food with his hands in his pockets is very pleasing. Jiang Yu took the salt and pepper from his saddlebag and said, "You're lucky. The witch gave me the psychic wood, so my sense of smell and taste are working. Now you can experience my true strength. Relying solely on the feel of your hands and the help of Aunt Wolf, the master of emotional translation, to season the food is certainly not as convenient or accurate as being able to smell and taste it yourself." Takumi felt that the previous dishes had only reached 80% of her skill, the remaining 20% relying entirely on luck. Now, she could let loose and give it her all. Jericho had returned, his hands swift, evidently accustomed to such chores. In a flash, he had a bonfire lit and a pot rack set up. Takumi removed her skull once again and pulled out a jar of rose honey and plum preserves and a small bag of glutinous rice from her small, portable storage. She used water magic to clean the bone claws, placed the glutinous rice in a small pot, then added clean water summoned by water magic and placed it on the pot rack to cook. Then, she hollowed out the chicken's stomach, leaving a clean, intact cavity. The rose honey soaked in the preserves was poured out and poured over the chicken and rabbit. Then, through repeated application and rubbing of the white bone claws, it seeped into the skin and flesh. This was the most basic seasoning. The two rabbits were both young and small, and their meat was quite tender, so they should be good for roasting. The rabbit, marinated in rose honey, was cut open and spread out with a few skewers, forming a thick layer. Takumi handed the skewers to Jericho, asking him to grill them over the fire while she continued with the chicken. Andre had gathered a variety of herbs, including lemongrass and minty basil leaves, wrapped in large lotus leaves. Takumi sniffed them briefly with a spiritual wood and decided they would be perfect for sweet dishes. The glutinous rice was already bubbling in the pot with the boiling water, now barely cooked. Takumi removed the pot from the heat, drained off the excess water, removed the glutinous rice, and stuffed it into the chicken's cavity. She then added a few candied fruits, stuffed the herbs, and used a skewer to zigzag through the air to seal the cavity. Finally, the chicken is securely wrapped in lotus leaves, covered with a layer of yellow mud dug from the fields, and slowly roasted over a campfire. This is the improved version of Sweet Beggar's chicken. Because of the lotus leaves, the yellow mud itself doesn't touch the chicken, and the high heat of the campfire sterilizes it. The yellow mud forms a hard shell, insulating it from the excessive heat, creating a natural oven, trapping the vapor from the chicken and glutinous rice. While the increased pressure doesn't reach the level of a pressure cooker, it accelerates the cooking of the chicken and the partially cooked glutinous rice. The herbs in the chicken's abdominal cavity also release their aroma in this steam-filled, enclosed environment, removing the fishy odor and adding a more complex flavor. As the beggar's chicken slowly cooked over the fire, Takuya took over the roasting of the two rabbits from Jericho. The rabbit meat had already begun to change color, emitting a subtle, alluring aroma. Chapter 62. Xiaoyo flipped the rabbit over and drizzled it with honey. She tilted the meat slightly to spread the honey evenly over its surface, and under the scorching wood, it released a charming sweet aroma. Barbecuing outdoors late at night was considered unethical. Soon, the aroma attracted the still-awake people nearby. There was Aunt Wolf in her nightcap, the two trainee knights who had followed Andre, the Winchester clerk, and even Larissa, who had followed the smell back from the square. What a nice smell. Larissa asked, why are you barbecuing here? Hey, are the knights here too? These knights had ridden in the evening, claiming to be under orders from Baron Newman to ensure the safe and orderly conduct of the Witch Forest Midsummer Carnival. The witches in charge had arranged for the knights to stay in the adjacent row of small houses. Of course, Vice Captain Andre didn't need to share a room with the trainee knights. He could just stay with his squire Jericho. Well, it's nothing serious. I'm hungry, so I asked her to make something to eat. Andre said. Larissa, could you bring some beer? Jiangyu asked. It's late at night, so a few beers won't interfere with the knight's duty, right? No. Andre didn't mind. They were sent here by the Baron with a sinecure anyway. Besides, the kingdom's knights didn't usually have such strict rules. They could still go to duty and fight after a few drinks. All right. Larissa scurried away, then returned a moment later with a barrel of wine, a few glasses suspended behind her using levitation. Come on. Come on. Don't be shy, drink up. Pasha, Gorman, Andre called. Master Clerk Winchester, we haven't had much to eat tonight. Come and fill your stomachs. Yes, Vice Captain. Thank you, Vice Captain. The two rather green trainee knights responded, approaching with a reserved air. Master Clerk Winchester waved his hand and said with a smile, I won't eat at this hour. I'm old and my stomach isn't good. Have fun, everyone. He turned and returned to his room. The lights went out soon after. He's too bad he didn't enjoy it. Andre shrugged. We eat on our own. The rabbits are ready. Takumi said, placing 2 rabbits, glistening with oil, their skin crispy and tender, their flesh beautifully charred, on the cutting board. He then cut them into pieces with Andre's hunting knife. The 3 knights and one of the knight squires each received a rabbit leg and a glass of stout. Thank you all for coming with me on this errand. Andre raised his glass. Cheers. Cheers. Pasha and Gorman both took a long gulp of beer, the refreshing, slightly bitter liquid bringing a cool breeze. Wow. Delicious. It's truly brewed by witches. Hee hee. Larissa was also given a rabbit leg, and was delighted. Jiangyu also called Aunt Wolf over, gave her a front leg, and took one for himself, enjoying it with relish. Under the influence of the spiritual wood, a ball of caramel-colored soul fire emanated from the rabbit leg in Jianyu's hand. She sipped it, and her eyes lit up. This delicious. Pasha took a bite of the rabbit leg, and the steaming hot juices instantly burst under his teeth. The heat made him gasp, and he quickly gulped down a large gulp of beer. Andre was more reserved. He was already familiar with Takumi's craftsmanship. He took his time, blowing on the rabbit meat before taking a bite. The crispy rabbit skin carried a rich sweet aroma, devoid of fat or fishy odor, yet permeated with the rich fragrance of roses. Also made with candied rose honey, the roasted rabbit meat, and the rose rice balls from earlier had a distinctly different flavor. The knights preferred protein-rich meat over the sweet rice balls. The sweet honey had permeated the rabbit meat, and after being roasted over a wood fire, the aroma seemed to seep into its very bones. Depending on the cut, the rabbit meat was sometimes tender and sometimes chewy, and the bones could be slurped with sweet juices. Paired with a slightly bitter beer, it was a perfect comfort to the stomach after a hard day's work. The knights had voracious appetites, and they devoured their rabbit meat in a matter of seconds, chewing even the bones to crumbs, absorbing every last vestige of flavor. Several people coveted the last quarter of the rabbit meat. Andre took his hunting knife and divided the leg evenly into several portions, passing them to his men. Do you still want that rabbit leg? He glanced at Jiangyu, who was sucking the soul fire from the rabbit leg. The skeleton held out the rabbit leg in confusion. I can only consume soul fire, but I already consume the energy in this leg. It's completely tasteless. It's okay, I'm not picky. Andre took the rabbit leg and devoured it whole, commenting, it's a little bland, but the texture is still okay and edible. After sharing the 2 rabbits, the group still felt unsatisfied, but that didn't matter. Undeterred by the heat, the skeleton pulled the beggar's chicken from the fire and slammed it hard onto the tree stump, instantly crumbling the yellow mud. Jiangyu brushed away the hardened yellow mud, pulled out the lotus leaf package, and peeled it open. A burst of hot air erupted, the sweet aroma of honey mixed with the complex, refreshing scent of vanilla, instantly filling everyone's nostrils. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. The rich aroma of meat was even tinged with the fragrance of rice. Do you have bowls and spoons? Jiangyu asked. Yes. Yes. In those days, tourism was not well developed, and the knights were accustomed to cooking and bringing their own utensils wherever they went on missions. They rushed into the house, fetched their own knives, forks, bowls, and plates, and waited eagerly for the skeleton to share their food. Larissa also ran to the cafeteria and brought several knives, forks, and plates, placing them on the table, as if ready to continue this late-night gathering. Jianyu took Andre's hunting knife and cut through the chicken's belly, opening its abdominal cavity. After more than half an hour of simmering over high heat, the glutinous rice filling the chicken was fully cooked. Preserved fruit, herbs, and chicken juices permeated the rice, creating a sweet and meaty aroma, reminiscent of a treasure rice. Jiao scooped a spoonful and savored the soul fire. The rice was fresh and sweet, and the flavors of the honey-glazed chicken and the candied glutinous rice blended perfectly, rich yet refreshing, with a hint of Southeast Asian flavor, creating a seamless harmony. She placed the remaining spoonful of rice on her own plate, set it aside, and began serving the food to everyone. A large spoonful of glutinous rice, along with a piece of honey-glazed beggar's chicken, was shared among 6 people, plus a skeleton, for the 2-kilogram adult pheasant. Everyone ate with such joy that they practically swallowed their tongues. Chapter 63. Wow! This rice is so delicious. What is this? Larissa stuffed a large mouthful of rice into her mouth and chewed blissfully. It tastes so good. And it has a sweet aroma. Why have I never tasted it before? This is glutinous rice. It's so delicious. Jiangyu smiled and showed her his small pouch. Here, there's a little left. This is the rice. Larissa took the pouch, glanced at it, and her expression froze. Magic, magic, magic. Magic rice? Larissa was shocked. Shocked, she cried out in despair, how can you cook with magic rice? What? Is this stuff poisonous? The 2 apprentice knights stood up, plates in hand, their eyes wary. No, it's not poisonous, it's just so expensive. Larissa said with dismay, magic rice is a premium potion ingredient and an essential thickener. 100 grams of this stuff costs a gold coin. How much did you use tonight? How much? It would take at least 300 grams to fill this chicken, right? The 2 apprentice knights glanced down at the glutinous rice on their plates, supposedly worth half a gold coin, and began shoveling it into their mouths. What? Jiao was equally surprised. Isn't this glutinous rice? Why is it so expensive? I even use it to make wine. Brewing, cooking. Larissa's eyes widened, and she was about to collapse. So you're so rich? You know, even when we make potions, we only use a few grams of magic rice sparingly, grinding it into a fine powder and pouring it into the crucible. We never add more. Ah, I didn't know magic rice could be so delicious when cooked. This is the taste of money. She shoveled a few more mouthfuls from the plate. So sweet, so sticky, so delicious. If it weren't so expensive. Ah, it's only right. Jiao inhaled soul fire in confusion, chewing again and again. Ah, I thought with so much in the warehouse, it must be cheap. Thinking carefully, she didn't see any mention of glutinous rice. Or any other kind of rice, for that matter, on the product flyer slipped through the door. And neither the knight nor Aunt Wolf seemed familiar with glutinous rice balls or fermented rice. Could she really be mistaking potion ingredients for ingredients? Eating together is often the best way to bring people closer together. The 2 apprentice knights, in particular, were deeply moved and humbled when they learned their new superior and the skeletons accompanying him had treated them to such expensive and delicious magical ingredients. Their attitude towards Andre improved significantly. In their eyes, the Viscount had suddenly transformed from a poor paratrooper with only a title to a true royal relative. What they had previously considered a drudgery suddenly became a coveted opportunity to cling to the powerful support of their new leader. All their resentment vanished, their eyes sparkling. Andre, Although it was a surprise, the outcome was quite what he had hoped for. After a satisfying meal and a few drinks, the apprentice knights and their new leader chatted and got along well. Takumi also learned a lot from Larissa about common knowledge she had previously taken for granted. For example, what Takumi knew as sticky rice is known as magic rice in the Principality of Huntington. Although glutinous rice itself is not a magical plant, it possesses excellent compatibility with magical elements in this magical world, making it an essential stabilizer in potions. Especially when mixing 2 unstable, violent magical ingredients, which is add a certain amount of glutinous rice flour to the crucible to cushion the effects, thus achieving a more stable potency. Jianyu, Okay, I only knew that glutinous rice, cinnabar, and black dog blood were often used by Taoists to ward off evil spirits, but I didn't expect it to actually be a magical ingredient here. Furthermore, Due to the Principality of Huntington's geography being comparable to Europe, at a high latitude and lacking warmth and humidity, glutinous rice cannot be grown. It must be imported from southern countries, and is extremely valuable. Glutinous rice is not a common dessert ingredient here. It is expensive and difficult to grow, yet it is extremely important, practically an essential ingredient for potions. Purchasing it requires a magician's license, a potion master's license, or a dark arts license. It's not something you can buy cheaply, and no one would even consider using it for food. According to Lolisa, even the most madly extravagant nobles would never consider such a thought. Of course, Takumi suspected that the nobles were either ineligible to purchase it, or simply didn't know it existed. So, in Lolisa's eyes, Takumi's use of magic rice to brew wine and cook food was like using a basket of pearls to cook, a wasteful act like nothing else. While it was delicious, it was still a waste. Takumi also felt deeply the difference in thinking between the people here and himself. As a foodie from a land of foodies, Takumi's first thought, when he saw vegetable and fruit rice was, is it edible? Is it delicious? How do I eat it? The locals, on the other hand, wondered, can this be used as a magical ingredient? What is its compatibility with magical elements and its magical conductivity? How can it be used in rituals or potion recipes? While commonplace ingredients like vegetables, fruits, and rice can be found in over half of potion recipes that require oral ingestion. Contrary to popular belief, potions must first be edible in order to be ingestible. Thus, when considering potion recipes, people always start with edible ingredients, rather than immediately throwing salamander eyes and frog-webbed hands into the cauldron. Jiaoyo, That makes sense. Aren't many marinade ingredients originally traditional Chinese medicine, used only by traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, before they were used in cooking? So, the magic rice and soybeans stored in the workshop storage room aren't actually food reserves for cooking, but ingredients for potions? Magic rice, soybeans? Larissa pondered. These, combined with sage and love flowers, can be used to brew a love potion. However, the magic rice is the most expensive. The soybeans aren't exactly precious ingredients. Sage and love flowers grow by the river. They're everywhere, easy to pick. Jiang Yu thought of the shelf of love potions in the workshop and muttered, case solved. It seems the owner, Mi Yu, wasn't broke from the start. She had real estate, a backlog of raw materials, and unsold products. It was only because of the unsold inventory that her cash flow ran out and she went bankrupt. The glutinous rice and soybeans in that storage room are both precious ingredients. Jian, you couldn't even imagine how much expensive glutinous rice she unknowingly consumed all those days. That must have cost her 4 or 5 gold coins, right? Chapter 64. Actually, I understand, Jiang Yu thought. When a serving of sticky rice can only be made into a 10-year longevity potion, or a serving of sweet, delicious sticky rice that makes you gain 2 pounds per serving, any reasonable person would choose the former. Thus, even if the half of people's green plant magic increased the production of various fruits and vegetables, a large portion would be sent to magicians' workshops and laboratories as expensive magical ingredients, never reaching the tables of ordinary people. Just like holly only uses roses as raw materials for extracting perfume essential oils, not for making rose wine, the high cost and the output simply for satisfying one's appetite are simply disproportionate. Even if a wealthy noble were willing to spend a fortune to try this delicacy, Jiang Yu would hardly be able to recoup his investment from such a fleeting interest. Eston West City is at best a second-tier city, not home to many wealthy families rivaling the wealth of a nation. Luckily, he only used inventory, not a penny spent, so using it, well, it's just using it. Jiang Yu clutched his non-existent heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a phantom pain building within his non-existent heart. Glutinous rice will spoil if left out for too long anyway. Come to think of it, it's better for us to happily eat it than for the owner to brew it into an unsaleable and ineffective love potion. Earlier, seeing ingredients similar to those she'd seen in her previous life, she'd gotten a little carried away, completely forgetting that this was a magical world with a different set of natural laws and history. One change could drastically alter the entire history. Besides, there was no Grandpa Yuan here, so where would all the cheap rice and glutinous rice come from? It seems she needs to do some thorough market research to figure out how to create the most marketable products at the lowest cost. Well, for now, soy sauce and green plum products are still pretty good choices. As for the expensive rose wine, let's see if anyone falls into her trap. Well, if it's the wealthy who come knocking on her door. Maybe she could make some special desserts just for the wealthy. Come to think of it, Larissa finished her plate of honey-glazed chicken and sticky rice, letting out a contented sigh. The day after tomorrow. No, it's past midnight now, so tomorrow night should be. Tomorrow night is our midsummer carnival. Not only will there be a lot of tourists, but we also have a lot of food stalls. Are you going to do business? Jiang Yu nodded. If you have something you want to sell, you can ask the sister in charge to rent a stall. During the carnival, people from all over the neighborhood come to participate, making it incredibly lively and a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. Wow! That's a really great idea. Jiang Yu Tongwo leaped with excitement. She calculated that if she could learn sterilization magic by morning, she'd have time to borrow Andre's horse and go home to brew some soy sauce. Well, there's just one small problem. By the way, do you have any glass bottles or large wine barrels? If you have any extra, could you share some with me? Larissa thought for a moment. Yes, we previously ordered a batch of wine bottles from an alchemist and even custom-made a filling machine. However, the bottles were too small, leaving half a bottle of bubbles after filling. Transporting them was difficult and fragile, and they were no match for large wooden barrels. So, they ended up sitting in the warehouse and used. If you're interested, I can talk to the head sister about the price, but I can't do this without paying. About how much? Jiang Yu asked cautiously. Larissa thought for a moment. It only cost us 5 gold coins. Even if it's just sitting there taking up space in the warehouse, we can't lose too much. She lowered her voice and said to Jiang Yu, I really like your cooking. Let's just consider it a friendship. If you really want it, I can get you a 20% discount. For gold coins, and I give you the whole set, including the filling machine, bottles, lids, and everything. For gold coins. Jiang Yu hesitated. She couldn't come up with that much cash, but Larissa's offer was tempting. She thought for a moment and said, Can you take me to see the goods? I can't decide whether to buy without seeing them in person. That's right. Larissa nodded. The key to the warehouse is with Madam. I got it this morning. I'm calling you. She cleared the plates and yawned loudly. I'm going back to bed. You should get some sleep too. The little witch left with a pile of dirty dishes, and Andre returned with Jericho. Takumi glanced at him. Have the 2 apprentice knights gone back to bed? Yes, they have duty tomorrow morning. Andre sat down next to Takumi. You seem to be in dire need of money? Takumi sighed deeply. To start a business, you have to invest first. Who doesn't need money? Let's talk business. Andre said. For some reason, I need a long-term, stable, legitimate way to make money. I have some cash on hand, which might be able to help you out. Jiang Yu thought about the conflict she heard about between the new king and the old aristocratic faction and speculated, is the Lord Mayor going to make things difficult for you? Andre took a few seconds to grasp her novel metaphor and nodded. Yes, the Baron is very calculating. He wants to drive me away, but he can't let the king catch him. So he used a seemingly plausible excuse. Seeing that Jiang Yu only half understood, he briefly explained the situation. The matter was simple. The Baron had withheld Andre's salary, forcing him to make a mistake when he was running out of ammunition and food. Accepting bribes, cheating, and deceiving, those were quick profits for the kingdom's knights, but they were clearly against the rules. If Andre were to succumb to any of these, the Baron would have bound him and escorted him to the capital. But is the Baron's withholding of salary justifiable? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. Yes. The knights of the kingdom serve both His Majesty the King and the local lords, so our salaries are actually made up of 2 parts, the salary from His Majesty the King and the subsidies from the local lords. Andre explained, the former is the salary we're entitled to, while the latter is merely a favor from the local lords. Giving it is a moral obligation, but withholding it is also fine. We serve the king and the entire duchy, not as a private soldier to a particular lord. Then the money the king gives us isn't enough? Jiang Yu quickly grasped the point. Andre sighed deeply. Not only is it not enough, the royal court is completely stretched to the limit right now. The drought of the past 2 years has depleted the royal treasury, and now the king's own private coffers have been used. With just the money from the royal court, I only get 2 gold coins a month. Even if I don't eat, drink, or buy anything else, the cost of my horse alone would be 4 gold coins. Without external subsidies, this bill will never be paid. Chapter 65. Whether in the Western Middle Ages or the feudal dynasties of Jiangyou's previous life, maintaining an army was a huge expense. Men needed food, and horses needed fodder. These sturdy soldiers and warhorses, in particular, needed a steady supply of carbohydrates, protein, and fat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the energy to gallop across thousands of miles, capture a fugitive, or, in this magical world, unleash their fighting spirit. Food wasn't the most expensive part. Swords and armor required constant maintenance, polishing, and waxing, and the consumption of these battle supplies was enormous. With medieval forging techniques, repeated battles would leave dents on armor and nicks on swords. Without proper maintenance, the next time they encountered danger and needed to fight, they could easily fail. Additionally, there were various horse equipment, saddles, bridles, stirrups, horseshoes, all precious gadgets of the era. In this medieval kingdom, the most valuable items were, first, magical goods, second, metalworking products, and third, silk and velvet, noble clothing. As for food, it wasn't even considered important here. Just getting by with it. How could one survive? In theory, the blacksmiths of the kingdom's knights were responsible for maintaining the equipment of the knights and their horses, but there were so many opportunities for tampering that a single mistake could lead to their death on the battlefield. Andre had been the victim of numerous backstabbings in this area before, so he naturally wouldn't easily trust blacksmiths who drew salaries from the baron. Whenever he needed to repair something, he had to source the materials himself and supervise the craftsman himself, without a single ounce of carelessness. But this also drove up costs. Andre still had some money on hand, part of which he had saved, and part of which was the operating fund that His Majesty had painstakingly gathered before taking office. Together, they amounted to only 15 gold coins. Based on the normal monthly expenses of his master and servant, the horse alone would cost 4 gold coins, and even if they lived frugally, they would still have 1 gold coin to spare. This sum would barely last them 3 months of frugal living. Adding in their new salary, if everything went smoothly and they received it on time, it would only last them 4 months. However, knights' transfers typically lasted 1 to 2 years. Even with his skill, he couldn't have taken down the baron in just 4 months. Andre naturally wouldn't foolishly resort to illegal means to make money, but fortunately, the Duchy of Huntington didn't prohibit lords and knights from investing their own money. As long as they weren't business owners themselves, investing and borrowing were legal and permitted in this era. "I can invest 10 gold coins in you as startup capital for your workshop," Andre said. "But I have to give you 40% of your brewery's monthly profits." "His?" Jiangyu gasped. "That's a bit high." Andre shrugged. "I'm betting my entire fortune on you. Isn't a higher rate reasonable? Think about it, I need at least 3 gold coins a month in extra income. Of course, you could also pay me a steady 3 gold coins in dividends, but I don't think your initial profits will be that high. Indeed, any business is difficult at first. You need to build a reputation and accumulate a customer base before you can generate a stable income." Based on Jianyu's understanding of prices in this era, copper and nickel are the most commonly used currencies. Jianyu doesn't currently have these coins, but they're worth about the same as a penny in his previous life. Silver and gold coins are only used for large transactions with suppliers. This is a bit like what Jianyu's elders described as the 1970s and 1980s, when 1 cent could buy a piece of candy, 2 cents a box of matches. Enough for basic daily needs. Jianyu wanted to open her business quickly, and truly needed some startup capital. Among other things, she desperately wanted the witch's filling machines and empty bottles. Combined with sterilization magic, she could steadily produce bacteria-free, long-lasting soy sauce. You have to know that the ancient soy sauces made using traditional methods weren't completely invulnerable to mold or spoilage. Although people tried to make their soy sauce as salty as possible to extend its shelf life, it was still common for soy sauce to mold and vinegar to develop a white coating. To put it bluntly, this was spoilage and mold, with excessive bacterial counts. In modern times, merchants who dared to sell such products would face jail time, but in ancient times, people simply skimmed off the white film and continued to eat and use them, relying on their luck for survival. Some even countered this, claiming that soy sauce that hasn't been fermented for a long time isn't good. Jiangyu's desire to learn antiseptic magic stemmed from this very reason. Even though people in this era haven't yet developed a health consciousness, she couldn't go against her conscience and sell soy sauce with excessive mold levels. At first glance, Andre's investment conditions seemed a bit harsh. But then again, it would be difficult for Jianyu to find other investors who trust her and are willing to invest so much money all at once. Think about it, Mr. Ma also failed 4 times in his business ventures and was rejected by venture capital 37 times. Before success truly emerges, few people realize the huge rewards that can come from taking risks, and more than half of those who do end up losing everything. Although Andre demanded a high return, without this initial capital, Jiangyu would have to take many detours. For one thing, she wanted to capitalize on the witch's midsummer carnival. What a business opportunity! Perhaps in just one night, she could establish a name for herself and attract customers from all over the country to her brewery, saving a fortune on advertising alone. Okay. Jiangyu compromised. 3 months of cooperation first, and then the profit sharing. We discuss it then. Andre thought about it. 3 months was his bottom line. If Jiangyu didn't meet his profit expectations, he would have to find another way out as soon as possible. Okay, when you're free during the day, come back to the city with me to meet the high priest. We need to sign the investment agreement in his presence, Andre said, gazing directly into Takumi's fiery eyes. It's not that I don't trust you, but my opponent is the Baron who controls the entire Newman lands, so I have to be careful. Okay, Takumi nodded. I need your horse, and I need to go back to the workshop. This day was going to be incredibly busy, packed with activities, learning magic, buying a bottling machine and glass bottles, signing the investment agreement, and then returning to the workshop to get the crucible and brew the first batch of soy sauce. Her brewing workshop could finally begin its trial run. Chapter 66. Early in the morning, Takumi knocked on the door of the Witch Forest cafeteria. Amidst the disapproving stares and constant barbs from the chubby cook, Jasmine, he took the flour, eggs, and scallions. With deft movements, he mixed the batter, turned on the stove, and began to make pancakes. A stack of fragrant, soft, whole wheat scallion pancakes quickly piled high on the plate. These pancakes are for the witches in charge, Takumi instructed Jasmine. She estimated Paulina's appetite and removed 6 pancakes, placing them separately. That's all for today's breakfast sharing. I hope you learned. Not caring if Jasmine understood or not, she quickly slipped out of the kitchen and returned to find Paulina with the pancakes. Having a magic teacher come to work so early in the morning meant bringing some souvenirs, right? Improving the Witch Forest's food supply was part of a previously agreed upon collaboration. The witches had already paid Takumi with the spirit wood in good faith, so naturally Takumi you had to share some recipes. She had already demonstrated how to make whole wheat scallion pancakes in front of the cook, but if she refused to learn or couldn't, that was none of her business. In every world, there are stubborn people who cling to their own opinions and find excuses to oppose new things, no matter how good or convenient they are. Apparently, Aunt Jasmine was one of them. That cook, Jasmine, had a bad temper. However, her temper wasn't just directed at Takumi-yu, it was directed at everyone in the Witch Forest, even the witches in charge. Since it wasn't directed at Takumi-yu personally, Takumi-yu didn't take it personally. After all, she hadn't met many good-tempered cafeteria ladies. It's not an easy job either. Waking up early every morning to prepare and chop vegetables, my face red from the smoke from the stove, I then have to feed over 300 hungry mouths. And then, when I'm done, I'm criticized for not cooking well. It would ignite anyone's wrath. Just thinking about that scene makes Jiangyu's claws and fists clench. While she understands, Jiangyu doesn't enjoy getting herself into trouble. If someone has a bad attitude and isn't willing to learn, she won't be too eager to please and teach them. Work done and done. Hey! She knocked on Paulina's door, carrying a tray. There was a rustling noise inside for a while before Paulina, still yawning, opened the door, clad in a nightcap and a puffy violet nightgown. Ah! It's you so early. Jiangyu grinned, a skeletal smile, and lifted the napkin covering the tray. The light yet alluring aroma of the scallion pancakes filled Paulina's nose. The dark magician, like an office worker at a breakfast stall, gradually opened her eyes at the alluring aroma. Teacher, have breakfast and start teaching. Jiangyu said with a smile, this is a whole wheat scallion pancake. Best served hot. Paulina's stomach rumbled, evidently having woken up before her master. Paulina rubbed her eyes, glanced at the fragrant omelet, and said decisively, sit down first. I go wash up and be back. She rushed into the bedroom, like a gust of wind, and emerged a moment later, looking completely refreshed. Her lovely pajamas and nightcap had been replaced with a violet wizard's robe. Her breath was fresh, and even her hair was neatly combed into 2 braids. The black magician was clearly fully awake, his eyes gleaming like stars, his attack swift as lightning. Jiangyu felt a whiff of violet wind pass before his eyes, and half the pancakes on his plate vanished. Looking up again, Paulina held one pancake in her left hand, and another in her right, chewing on one, devouring them eagerly and savorily. Delicious, delicious. Paulina chewed and chewed, praising the pancakes non-stop. So soft and fragrant. What's that smell? Is it egg? But it's not fishy at all. Jiangyu's eyes flickered as he looked at her, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. For a cook who believed in boiled eggs are the way to go, in this age of low-quality ingredients and virtually non-existent ingredients, achieving a delicious, non-fishy egg was nearly impossible. Paulina enjoyed this breakfast very much, and when she was happy, her teaching efficiency naturally soared. This set of detection and sterilization magic, invented by Dr. Burbeek and repeatedly refined by witches during their brewing process, is scientifically known as the purification spell. It consists of 5 types of magic: spirit appearance, purification spell, spirit nourishing spell, spirit exorcism spell, and poison detection spell. The purification spell, spirit nourishing spell, and spirit exorcism spell even have improved, long-lasting magic circle versions. Each of these 5 types of magic has its own function. Simply put, doctors and witches of this era recognized the existence of microorganisms, but failed to further refine them. They continued to distinguish between bacteria and viruses, simply referring to them collectively as spirits. Jakuyu's previous translation of the Lich card magic was clearly a bit too advanced, incorporating his own, time-defining understanding. The terms used by the witches, which sounded to him like sterilization and disinfection, are actually more accurately translated as purification or exorcism. The spirit appearance spell is a detection spell that can detect all spirits within the target, including bacteria, viruses, and even tiny parasites, distinguishing them with various colored auras. Spirits identified as harmful appear with a red aura, while harmless, beneficial spirits glow with a light blue aura. Spirits not yet defined as good or bad appear yellow. Magic is the accumulation of human knowledge, Paulina said. As you continue to practice magic, you gain more knowledge about spirits, and this knowledge is incorporated into your magic. The most obvious example is that when you discover a new harmful spirit, its color will change from yellow to red in your field of vision. Wow, so convenient. The purification spell targets a target area, killing all spirits indiscriminately, regardless of whether they are beneficial or harmful. The exorcism spell is slightly different, targeting only specific spirits selected by the caster. It can be used during fermentation to preserve beneficial lactic acid bacteria while killing other harmful bacteria. The spirit cultivation spell can select specific spirits for cultivation and breeding. Whether it's for identifying bacterial strains and cultivating them, or for artificially cultivating already identified beneficial bacteria, this spell is particularly useful. It's important to note that some bacteria and viruses can only be identified at certain stages of growth. Whether it's a hospital or a biological testing facility, testing for unknown pathogens requires appropriate cultivation. Only after identifying the specific pathogen can an effective response be taken. Finally, there's the poison detection spell. This spell is similar to the spirit detection and appearance spell, yet distinct. It doesn't identify microorganisms, but only the composition and toxicity of the target. Combining these spells, they can accurately identify the ingredients in brewing products, bacterial colonies, and whether they contain harmful or toxic substances. Even without modern chemical industry, magic can still achieve the same effect. Chapter 67. As a lich with magic affinity, Jiangyu learns magic with ease. Magic symbols that seem incredibly obscure to ordinary people appear as simple, plain language to her. Paulina demonstrated it only once, and Jiangyu mastered it, even applying it to other situations, earning her the awe-inspiring title of genius. Jiangyu memorized the modified, long-lasting magic circles of the purifying spell, nurturing spell, and exorcism spell after only 2 viewings. These circles can be engraved or painted on wooden barrels, glass bottles, and other containers to sterilize and inhibit bacteria within. Yes, the nurturing spell does have an antibacterial effect. By cultivating beneficial bacteria like lactic acid bacteria and yeasts and allowing them to rapidly multiply and dominate, they can deprive other harmful bacteria of their resources and living space, even secreting beneficial substances that inhibit their growth. The witches use these magic circles on beer containers to keep the beer fresher longer and transport it further. The cost will increase slightly, but sales will also increase significantly. Overall, it's a guaranteed win. These kinds of magic could literally lay the foundation for fundamental rules in the food and beverage industry. Takumi exclaimed. In fact, the witches in charge are working hard to increase the influence of our witch forest, and establishing rules and testing standards for the beer industry is one of their efforts. Paulina said, but most of us here are poor people with no status, no identity, and no background. It's very difficult for us to gain a say. She smiled. Allowing honorary members to learn these spells is also intended to allow those with status and power to see their benefits. If someone truly promotes the establishment of these standards, we can prevent low-quality beer makers from disrupting the market. As the first to master the rules, we can effortlessly sell our qualified products to every corner of the world. This idea is very advanced. In fact, Jiangyu knows that many modern large companies do the same. Whether it's milk, soy sauce, or salmon, Industry standards are mostly set by industry associations composed of leading companies. Many powerful leading companies can even make suggestions for the formulation of national standards. The standards set by large companies are limited to what they can easily achieve, and small businesses and merchants who cannot meet these standards are naturally excluded. I'm optimistic about your business, Paulina said. This world is tough, and girls should help each other. If your business grows, don't forget us. No, Jiangyu said, you're right, we should help each other. Speaking of which, Larissa is going to take me to see your discarded filling machines and glass bottles later. If I really need them, could you give them to me at a discount? Paulina thought for a moment. Well, I could. Those things were discarded anyway, so it's good to recoup some of the cost. But they're being discarded because the custom-made sizes aren't the right size, and they're useless. She hesitated for a moment, then said, go take a look first. If you really want them, I lobby the sisters in charge on your behalf. Now that she had mastered the full set of purification magic, Jiangyu said goodbye to Paulina, and went to look for Lolisa. She hadn't gone far when she saw Lolisa bounding towards her. The little witch waved at her excitedly. Come on, I take you to the warehouse. The witch's warehouse was located by the river in the center of the village, not far from the large bonfire being built for the carnival. 3 rows of warehouses were neatly arranged, like a 9-square grid. There was a large open space between the warehouses. Lolisa said this was reserved for drying grain, preventing fires, and storing wine barrels and other miscellaneous items. However, Jiangyu thought it would be perfect for setting up snack stalls during the carnival. Think about it, there's a large bonfire not far ahead. It's a short distance from the main road in the square, yet you can still see the bustling activity, and there's enough space to set up a simple dining table and chairs. Jiangyu hadn't finished his thoughts when he saw Larissa walk to the door of the warehouse on the far right of the first row and pull out a bunch of jingling brass keys. After searching for a long time, she finally found one and successfully unlocked it. The warehouse hadn't been entered for a long time, and dust flew everywhere when the door opened. Larissa waved her hand to clear the swirling dust, coughed a few times, and hurried out. It's so dusty, she coughed. It's been a while, but it's not a big deal. The machines and bottles are covered with tarpaulins. At most, I use dust removal magic to clean them. It won't affect your use. With that, she stepped back into the warehouse. After a burst of magic, the warehouse, once covered with a thick layer of dust, was instantly spotless. Larissa lifted the tarpaulin, revealing the pristine, brand new brass machines underneath. Magic really works. Jiangyu couldn't help but sigh again. This filling machine was unlike any other machine he had seen in his previous life. It exuded a steampunk, British Victorian aesthetic, its body forged entirely from brass. Or at least that color of metal, and covered in gears. At the top of the machine was a large funnel-shaped vessel into which the liquid to be filled was poured. Below the funnel was a valve and nozzle controlled by gears and a rotating handle. Simply insert the bottle into the nozzle, turn the handle to open the valve, and the liquid was poured into the bottle, while the air in the bottle was expelled through the nozzle's vent. When filling was complete, turning the handle again closed the valve, and a tin plate disc placed in the machine slid into the nozzle, covering the bottle. With the twist of another wrench and pressing down like a stamp, the tin plate disc was pressed against the bottle's mouth by a mold inside the nozzle, forming a disposable beer bottle cap. Larissa demonstrated the machine to Jiangyu, successfully filling a bottle of water. Jiangyu picked up the small glass bottle and quickly realized the problem. The witches had modern ideas, but the size of the bottle was wrong when they ordered it. The small glass bottle only held 150 milliliters, about the size of a small bottle of table soy sauce. For the freshly fermented, light, bubbly beer of this era, it was barely enough for a single sip. The people here drank beer from traditional German large wooden barrels and large glasses. The former was a favorite of the poor, durable and resistant to drops, while the latter was the choice of the nobility and the wealthy. The crystal-clear glasses, filled with yellow beer and fizzy white bubbles, looked particularly tempting. But regardless of the type of glass, each held a full liter. It is conceivable that these 150 milliliter small bottles have become useless to the witches. They can be used, but they spend so much effort and cost just to fill a sip of wine with half a glass of bubbles. Not only will the customers not accept it, but they themselves will not accept it either. Chapter 68. However, just because this thing doesn't work well for beer doesn't mean it won't work well for soy sauce. Jiangyu carefully examined the machine and discovered that both the liquid tank and the nozzle had special slots for drawing magic circles, allowing for the application of a purification magic circle. Filling and sealing are done in one go, making it very convenient to use. The only problem is that, unlike beer, soy sauce doesn't require a disposable cap. Instead, it requires a reusable cap. Is this cap designed to be replaceable? Jianyu asked. Huh? Larissa scratched her head. I don't know. I have to ask the dwarf craftsman who built this machine. The dwarves love beer, and he'd be coming to the carnival, probably arriving today. She thought for a moment and added, the dwarves are very skillful. This simple adjustment should be possible. Jianyu picked up another glass bottle and examined it. It was small, made of opaque brown glass. She tested it with a poison detection technique and found no harmful elements or heavy metals like lead. If a magic circle were painted on the bottle, it would permanently sterilize the soy sauce, extending its shelf life. Plus, the amount of soy sauce in this bottle isn't large. If used normally for cooking and dipping, it would be finished in about 10 days to a half month. The magic circle would generally last 3 months. More than enough. As long as the lid can be made reusable, she'd be quite satisfied with this machine. Huh? She suddenly felt a little puzzled. You ordered the wrong bottle model, so you're not going to keep the filling machine anymore? I see this filling machine is working fine. Shouldn't it just work with a different bottle size? Lolisa smiled sheepishly. This is the first finished product the dwarves made. We used it a few times, but found that with our beer production, this manual filling machine was too tiring to operate. The head witches gave the dwarves a lot of suggestions, and they built us a more powerful filling machine that was directly powered by magic crystals. Now we're using the upgraded version, and this one has been sitting idle. The dwarves won't accept returns or refunds. We're reluctant to throw away this equipment and the bottles. After all, we spent 5 gold coins. But this thing really has no use, so it's just sitting in the warehouse. That being the case, Jiangyu was tempted. She said, we discuss it when the dwarven craftsmen arrive. If she could simply modify the components to make the lid reversible without significantly increasing the cost, she might be able to get the machine. She'd tell the witches to set up a stall in front of the warehouse for tomorrow's carnival. She sells soy sauce-based dishes in the front to attract customers, and then bottle and sell the soy sauce in the back. That way, she only have to get the ingredients and the cauldron. Well, she also have to figure out what dishes to serve at the carnival. Business is like that. While the ideal is always beautiful, the reality is always full of little hiccups. Nothing in the world is smooth sailing. It's all about finding a way around it, overcoming obstacles, and building bridges. She had a plan in mind, so she asked Lolisa to help her negotiate design changes with the dwarf artisans, negotiate a price with the head witch, and inquire about renting a warehouse for the stall. I have to go back to the city, said Takumi. I'd be back in a few hours, and we continue our discussion then. Okay. Larissa locked the warehouse door. I meet you at the witch's coven. Takumi hurriedly said goodbye and went to find Andre. Although Andre had assumed a sinecure, he was still extremely diligent in his work. Early in the morning, he and the Winchester clerk went to the head witch to discuss security and patrol arrangements. He also led 2 apprentice knights on a thorough inspection of the village. Since there were only 4 of them, they split into 2 teams. The Winchester clerk and the apprentice knight Pasha Fi Otsu would be on duty during the day, while Andre and Gorman Fa Guerrero would keep watch at night. This arrangement also gave Andre enough time to take Takumi back to the city to meet the high priest. In this era, the Lunari cult, as the state religion of the Duchy of Huntington, not only leads its followers in prayer and soothes their hearts, but also participates in their daily lives. When 2 believers wish to sign a contract, they can choose to have a Lunari cult priest witness it, a contract whose authority is equal to, or even slightly greater than, that of the kingdom's knights. The kingdom's knights represent the king, while the priests represent the gods. The high priest's witness is the divine witness, unquestionable by anyone, including this local lord, Baron Augustine von Neumann. If Andre manages to avoid bankruptcy despite Baron Newman's salary deductions, the Baron will inevitably investigate the source of his funds. Therefore, an investment agreement witnessed by the high priest is the best response. When Jiangyu arrived, Andre had just finished his work. He gave the Lich a look, and Jiangyu understood and headed for the village entrance. A moment later, Andre appeared, leading the large horse Diego. Let's go to the high priest to sign the agreement first. Andre helped Jiangyu onto the horse and said, Okay, then I go back to the workshop. Jiangyu patted the large black horse beneath him. Diego, please help me get my crucible and raw materials here. I need to open here tomorrow night. Everything went smoothly from then on. Andre was clearly familiar with the high priest of the moon worship cult. He led Jiangyu, the skeletal lich, straight into the cathedral, without even a single strange look from the surrounding priests. The affable middle-aged high priest greeted them warmly, and the knight and Lich quickly signed the contract under the priest's witness. The agreement was exactly as they had agreed. Andre would invest 10 gold coins in Jiangyo's brewery. He would not participate in the actual operations, but would receive a 40% dividend each month, with the remainder remaining with Jiangyu. The agreement was valid for 3 months. If the two still wished to continue their partnership at the end of the period, they would simply sign a new agreement. Everything was in compliance with the rules, with the risks and rewards balanced for both parties. Even the most demanding lord would find no fault. The agreement was made in triplicate, with Andre and Jiangyu each holding one, and the final copy placed in the sacred box by the high priest for safekeeping. Andre watched the high priest place the signed agreement into the sacred box with his own eyes, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, high priest, for witnessing this." He shook the high priest's hand in a friendly manner. The high priest smiled kindly, patted his wrist, and whispered, "Give my regards to the high priest." "I will," Andre whispered. Jiangyu, confused, simply rolled up her investment agreement and the 10 gold coins Andre had given her and stuffed them into her skull. Hey, now she was rich, of course. She still had a lot of valuable magic rice as fixed assets. Even if she didn't accept Andre's investment, she could sell some of it to recoup her losses. But anyone who's ever done business knows that raw materials are always expensive to buy, and when they resell them, they have to beg people to buy them at a discount. While magic rice is a good thing, because it's so high-end, only potion masters use it in large quantities. These potion masters have their own fixed supply channels with discounted prices, ensuring quality and quantity. If there's a problem with the raw materials that causes the potion to fail, they can still seek compensation from their suppliers. If Jiangyu doesn't lower the price sufficiently, no one will be willing to buy. Even Paulina of the Witch Forest only consumes a few hundred grams of magic rice per year. Even if Takumiyu sells it at a bargain price, she might not be able to find enough customers to fill her current financial hole. Furthermore, Takumiyu doesn't have access to the magic rice that Miyu and the others have. Once she sells it at a low price, she have to pay a higher price the next time she wants to buy it. The cycle is a bloody loss. By contrast, accepting Andre as an investor and partnering with her would not only easily secure 10 gold coins in cash, saving Takumiyu the trouble of dealing with fixed assets, but also ensuring the knight's dedicated assistance. After all, the brewery's profits are directly tied to Andre's actions in Eston West City. Perhaps even a royal support system would be in the cards. The current king may be broke, but he's still the king. Sometimes a king's words are worth more than gold. Besides, if Takumiyu's business fails, she can use the magic rice as collateral to repay her debts, paying it directly to her creditors at market value. Which makes sense for Andre and Holly to decide whether to sell the magic rice at a discount. Business, don't be too rigid. There's no point in rushing to throw money away just because you can't get investment. Chapter 69. With money finally in her pocket, or rather, in her skull, Jiangyu felt a lot more confident. With this initial capital, she could acquire the witch's equipment, buy some spices, and prepare for a soft opening tomorrow night. This was a great promotional opportunity. Her brewing workshop was about to debut. Oh wait, speaking of promotion, is there something missing? She looked up at Andre. Do you know where I can print flyers? Andre? ? In fact, the knight's vice master, who had already thoroughly explored West Eston, did know where to print flyers. He rode his horse, carrying the skeleton, and galloped to the northwest of the city. There were many schools and businesses here, and naturally, there were shops specializing in printing orders. Dark Horse Diego stopped in front of a Pink's printing house. The shop's doors were wide open, and inside, more than a dozen brass printing presses hummed and clanged. Xiaoyo jumped off her horse and bounded into the shop. She peered curiously at the machines, watching workers remove individual earthworm-shaped text blocks from metal boxes, arrange them in wooden frames, secure them, apply ink, and place the blocks into the brass printing presses. A giant bulb rotated, and the platform at its base pressed down, then lifted again after a moment. Workers removed the printed pages from the platform, re-inked them, and printed again. Interesting. Xiaoyo picked up a printed page. It looked much like the flyer she slipped through her door. The yellowed paper bore only black ink, but the text was clearly legible. This skeleton, a shrill voice said, "What can I do for you?" Jiangyu looked down and saw a dwarf standing next to his leg bone. This was the first time Jiangyu had seen a real dwarf. He was even shorter than the half, only about 70 to 80 centimeters tall. He had a shrill voice, his hair was yellow like dry straw, and he had a beard that was also yellow. His eyes were bright golden brown, and he looked very shrewd. "I want to print flyers," said Jiangyu. "For a new store opening, all I need is the name, address, and the products I sell. Besides the text, can I add an image?" "Yes." The dwarf nodded, walked behind the counter, and pulled a chair to stand on it. "As for the images, we carve them from wood blocks. The more intricate the pattern, the more expensive it is. What kind of image do you want?" "A little skull." Jiangyu fished in his skull, pulled out a charcoal pencil, and asked the dwarf for a piece of paper. In a few seconds, he sketched a cute, chibi-style skull. Next to it, he wrote the slogan for the flyer. New store opening. Jiangyu Brewing Workshop. Address, number 666, Yaofeng Street, Southeast District, West City, Eston. Hours, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Authorized to sell Witch Forest fruit beer, selling a variety of snacks, alcoholic beverages, sauces, soy sauces, and special dishes. Looking forward to your visit. That's all? The dwarf shopkeeper nodded. It's not difficult, and the price isn't expensive. The minimum print run is 3,000 copies, and I charge you 3 silver coins. 1. Jiangyu bargained. 3 silver coins is ridiculous. The shop I asked before offered a lower price. This was, of course, a bluff bargaining tactic from Takuya, but the dwarf was clearly wavering. 2. The dwarf shopkeeper said. 1. Takuya insisted, but if you come to my shop later for a drink, I give you a 20% discount. The dwarf shopkeeper glanced down at the flyer that said Witch Forest fruit beer for sale. After a moment's thought, he extended his hand to Takuya. Jinx Pinks, at your service. That was the deal. Takuya signed the order form and paid a 3 copper deposit. The balance would be paid the next day, when the dwarf shopkeeper delivered the printed flyers to the Witch Forest. It just so happened that the dwarf shopkeeper was also planning to attend the beer festival. No, the Midsummer Carnival, so he could make some deliveries along the way. It must be delivered before the festival begins, or I won't pay. After Takuya instructed the shopkeeper, the dwarf cheerfully gave her a thumbs up. Don't worry. We dwarves have never been late for a beer festival. This statement was surprisingly convincing. It was already noon when Takuya left the shop. Andre was waiting outside with his horse, half a loaf of hard bread still in his mouth, obviously having already taken his own lunch. When he saw Takuya coming out, he casually wrapped the hard bread in oil paper and put it in the bag next to the saddle. Is it done? Yes. Let's go back to the shop now, Takuya said. By the way, I need a cart. There's a lot of stuff to transport to the witch's forest. Andre thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. The two of them galloped back to Takuya's workshop. The skeleton rushed straight for the back door, and the knight turned his horse around. I rent a cart. I'll be back soon. The two of them went their separate ways. Jiao headed straight for the backyard, then entered the storage room next to the restaurant through the back door to check the koji she had prepared in advance. Since there were no koji seeds for sale in this world, attaining them was a matter of luck. On the first day, she discovered the ingredients. Jiangyu thoroughly mixed steamed soybeans with wheat flour, spread them on the bamboo winnowing baskets that Mio and the others used to dry herbs, covered them with another winnowing basket, and left them in the storage room to ferment naturally. She had made several batches of the mixture before, using up all the bamboo winnowing baskets she could find. She had also cast a spell on the storage room to control temperature and humidity, turning it into a fermentation chamber. Of course, Jiangyu had already moved all the bags of glutinous rice and soybeans from the storage room to the restaurant, leaving only the winnowing baskets in the entire room. Now, as she uncovered the round winnowing baskets, she was delighted to see that in several of them, a mixture of steamed soybeans and wheat flour had been decomposed and fermented by microorganisms, turning a yellow-green color. In some areas, white mycelium could even be seen. Jiangyu used his newly learned spirit appraisal spell and poison appraisal technique, and after several attempts, he finally confirmed that Aspergillus oryzae was thriving in the winnowing baskets. This was her new koji. She placed it in a pre-prepared clay pot, cast the spirit-nourishing spell, and sealed the pot with clean gauze. Just mix this koji with more soybeans and wheat flour, and you'd be able to brew soy sauce. Of course, 2 of the winnowing baskets were contaminated by bacteria, growing a mass of black matter. Jiangyu cast the spirit purification spell on them, thoroughly sterilizing the spoiled beans before burying them in the backyard fields, allowing them to become nature's fertilizer. She made several trips back and forth, carrying the clay pots filled with koji seeds, soybeans, and wheat flour to the yard. She then ran upstairs to retrieve her business log. The only remaining obstacle was the large crucible. Jiao was perplexed. Just getting it out of the basement had already taken her a while. As she leaned over to cast levitation on the cauldron again, she suddenly spotted a familiar magic circle engraved on its surface. She leaned forward, her eyes sparkling as she examined it carefully. This is a magic circle for shrinking and reducing weight. Let me see what it says. Portable version? Chapter 70. When Andre returned on horseback, pulling the rented cart, the skeleton was already grunting as he carried a large pile of pots and pans into the yard. He dismounted and, looking at the sacks, bamboo dustpans, and bottles scattered across the ground, was speechless for a moment. After a long pause, he spoke with difficulty. Do we really need to bring so much stuff? Are you moving? No way. Jiangyu sighed. Either we move all this stuff over there and make it on site, or we bring the filling machines and bottles back, finish the work, and then move them back. The former only requires one trip, allowing for unlimited brewing, while the latter would require 2 trips, and no way to restock. What do you think? Andre, you're right. Luckily, Diego was a heavy draft horse. With its abilities, hauling heavy equipment on the battlefield was a common occurrence. Its record was even several tons of cargo. Jiangyo's small belongings were no problem for it. We need to buy some salt on the way, Jiangyu said, the fire in his skeleton's eye sockets dimming with fatigue. And we need to ask Holly for some herbs. Perhaps fearing Andre would find it troublesome, she emphasized, this is all for tomorrow's soft opening. Andre sighed, business is tough. Yeah, there's no such thing as easy business in this world. Diego let out a long hiss and pulled the loaded cart. The two of them made another trip to the market and Axe's house, spending another 2 silver coins, 5 copper coins, and 3 nickels before finally buying all the ingredients. Jianyu and Holly spent a long while gesturing, finally finding all the ingredients, such as star anise, straw mushrooms, licorice, and bay leaves. While it wasn't quite the 13th spice, it was enough. She also bought some rice and vegetables for daily necessities, as they were essential for opening the shop tomorrow. After loading the goods onto the cart, the skeleton and the man continued their journey. As they returned to the witch forest, facing the setting sun, Takuya was already sound asleep, leaning against Andre's back. Even a suspicious liquid was dripping from the side of his jaw. Andre, I feel a little wet on my back. Although they had been traveling all day, the work had just begun. Andre only had time to hand the horse and Takuya to Jericho before he had to go off on patrol. Takuya, on the other hand, had more to do. She first found Larissa and the dwarf craftsman at the witch's coven. The dwarf craftsman's name was Tux Lynx. He looked a bit like the owner of the print shop, but his hair was more neatly groomed, and his overly long beard was tied into a small braid that hung down his chin, looking quite cute. Jiangyu noticed that the names of these dwarves and the half-tribe were very similar. He wondered if there was some racial pattern, but it was quite interesting anyway. After successfully reuniting, Larissa led them towards the warehouse, where the filling machines were stored. After listening to Jiangyu's description of the bottle caps, the dwarf craftsman Tux stroked his beard and braid with his thick fingers, pondered for a moment, and concluded, it can be done. It's not difficult. 3 silver coins. Oh! How do you do it? Jiangyu asked curiously. By then, the group had reached the warehouse. Larissa opened the door, and the short Tux flashed in front of the machine. He pulled out an odd-shaped wrench, fiddled with it for a few seconds, and extracted a round mold plate from the nozzle. Just adjust this. Tux slammed down a hammer and pulled out an anvil from somewhere, then a small hammer. Pay me and I fix it. At this point, Jiangyu had no other choice. She gritted her teeth and said, pay. Tux then began to bang away, and after a flash of magical light, the mold transformed from the shallow shape of a beer bottle cap into a deeper, cylindrical shape with a few odd indentations on the top. Jiangyu didn't fully understand, but Tux had already turned and replaced the mold. The dwarf craftsman said simply, try it. Larissa operated the filling machine again. This time, the tin plate slid into the nozzle slot, forming a cylindrical cap. The cap was a slightly convex circle, with a faint notch at the bottom opening, seemingly half broken. Jiangyu tried turning the bottle upside down, and surprisingly, it didn't leak. Break it, the dwarf craftsman continued. As instructed, Jiangyu bent the raised portion of the lid, and the notch tore completely apart under the force of the prying force, opening the bottle. Try closing it again. Jiangyu pressed the lid down and surprisingly found that the edge of the broken notch curved slightly inward, forming a perfect inner groove for locking the bottle's opening. She pried the lid again and successfully opened it again. With a simple press, it closed again, with a perfect tightness. This tinplate is very flexible, Tuck said. It can be opened and closed and bent thousands of times without any problem. Even if it breaks, the notch is still there, so it can still be used as a lid. Amazing! Jianyu finally realized the value of the word dwarven craftsman. Their imagination and skills were no less than those of modern people, and perhaps even more so. She was somewhat thankful she hadn't had time to bargain with Tux. A craftsman with such skill was certainly worth a few silver coins, and even more so, a good relationship. Okay, Jianyu paid the 3 silver coins, turned to Larissa, and for 4 gold coins, he acquired the filling machine, all the glass bottles, and tinplate. Of course, he also received the contact information for the glass and tinplate suppliers, as well as the contact information for Tux, the machine repairman. The head witches had already prepared the contract, witnessed by the Winchester clerk, who had just finished his shift, and the apprentice knight Pasha Faotsu. Jianyu also didn't bargain. She and the witches had many more deals to collaborate on, so there was no need to be stingy in such a place. Leaving a good impression was more important. Thus, the contract went exceptionally smoothly. Jianyu not only purchased the machinery and equipment, but also successfully rented the warehouse, and the land in front of it for 7 copper coins for 3 days. It was then that Takumi learned that the Witches' Midsummer Carnival wasn't just a one-night affair. Guests from far away usually stayed for 2 or 3 days. Therefore, starting tomorrow night, the 3 days would be bustling with activity, reminiscent of a temple fair. Takumi, it's a soft opening, but it coincides with the Oktoberfest trade fair. Got it. Takumi felt a pang of pain as she already spent 4 gold, 6 silver, 12 copper coins, and 3 nickels before even opening. Even though she hadn't a single ounce of flesh on her body. But that wasn't all, because she still needed a stall outside the warehouse. She could borrow tables and chairs from the witches, but she had to prepare the magic stoves separately, as the witches didn't have enough of their own. Larissa offered her a clear solution. Tukes always brings some magic stoves to sell every year. You can ask him if he has any left. Chapter 71. In fact, there were many people who shared Jianyu's idea, planning to capitalize on the Midsummer Carnival to strike a bargain and make a killing. The dwarf craftsman Tux was one of them. A magic stove? Yes, Tux said. He was also an honorary member of the Witch Forest. He had been collaborating with the witches for a longer time, and they had set aside a small courtyard for him. It was filled with all kinds of metal, wood, and machinery. Jianyu tried to extend his bone claws, but found no place to put them, so he retracted them. The short, sturdy craftsman didn't hesitate. He swept aside the obstructing materials, and cleared a path through the courtyard like a wrecker. Come in, come in. What kind of stove do you want? One with a stand? One without? A portable one? Jianyu's eyes flared. So many options? Of course, if you have the money, I can make anything. Tuk said, even among my kind, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone as skilled as me. Jianyu had heard that the magician who invented the magic stove had been killed by Evil Eye Moon, and she thought the craft was doomed. Unexpectedly, the dwarves remained unyielding and continued to trade in magic stoves. Yes, the news of the murder of Archmage Quiston has indeed caused quite a stir, Tuck said dismissively. People are certainly afraid of the evil moon, but life still has to go on. How could we abandon such a useful invention as the magic cooker just because of a few troublemakers? The best way to honor the unfortunate wizard is to continue to promote his work and sell it around the world. Everyone makes money. These words filled Jianyu with awe. We dwarves may not excel in magic, but we are extremely skilled in metalworking. Given the correct magic circle diagram, we can perfectly replicate it. Tux pointed to a row of magic stoves in his courtyard and explained, over the years, the core of our magic stoves' magic circles has remained unchanged. Based on this foundation, we continuously refine their designs, added various practical functions, and have produced more newer and better products. Jianyu ultimately chose 2 magic stoves. One was a portable, mobile floor stove with a low, wide base that offered excellent insulation, a strong load-bearing capacity, and no damage to the floor, making it ideal for placing heavy crucibles. It also had built-in shrinking and storage functions, shrinking to the size of a palm and fitting into Jianyu's skull. The other was more of a portable snack kiosk than a stove. When folded, it became a large metal box, more than half a person's height, that could be carried on one's back. It also had a built-in levitation magic circle to help reduce weight, making it easy to carry. Once you reached your desired location, place the box down and press a button to open it. The large metal box will transform and expand, its frame extending, the top expanding into a roof, and the lower half transforming into a table, revealing a double burner stove in the center, a worktop, and even a built-in magic sink and small cash register. With this portable snack kiosk, Jiangyu will be able to easily participate in festivals and fairs or set up a stall anywhere. On weekdays, he can even set up a tasting booth at the entrance of the courtyard to greet customers and drum up business. These 2 stoves cost Jiangyu 7 silver coins. Dwarves dislike counting and don't like change. They prefer whole silver coins. They have a natural affinity for this shiny metal. By evening, most of the investment she received that morning had been spent. Now, Jiangyu was left with only 5 gold coins, 89 silver coins, 99 copper coins, and 97 nickel coins. She suddenly felt the pressure of making money. Investment is the first step in doing business, Jiangyu sighed, carrying the snack stand back and setting it up in front of her rented warehouse. Now all the materials and props are complete. I can finally start brewing soy sauce. Compared to the sky-high cost of rose wine, soy sauce only requires soybeans, wheat flour, salt, water, and koji. With the time crucible, brewing time could be reduced from 180 days to 30 seconds. Of course, for ease of operation and to conserve magical energy, Jiangyu didn't plan to use the time crucible at full power. Well, she could slow down the passage of time. Even brewing a pot in an hour would be sufficient. Of course, she was just saying that. Making soy sauce wasn't that simple. Steaming soybeans, making koji, fermenting, oiling and filtering, clarifying and sterilizing, and finally bottling. These processes are incredibly tedious. Even if the time crucible can speed up the koji making and fermentation process, every necessary step still needs to be completed. So, upon returning, Takumi didn't waste a moment. She first used magic to clean and sterilize the warehouse once more. Then, along with Jericho, who was watching over the carts, they moved the raw materials they had brought from home into the warehouse. A space was cleared in the center of the warehouse, and a ground stove was erected. Takumi then pulled the reduced weight time crucible from his skull, once again marveling at the power of magic and the foresight of Ms. Mifune in custom making the portable time crucible. Come to think of it, if the crucible hadn't been able to shrink and reduce its weight so it could be carried around, the potions master's long journey from abroad would have been incredibly troublesome. The clean crucible was restored to its original size and placed securely on the hearth. The large steamer and soup pot, brought from the workshop, were placed on either side of the stove in the snack bar outside the warehouse. The original brewing workshop's main business was potions, but judging by the various jars, grinding vessels, bamboo dustpans, and filtering cloths that Jiangyu had found, brewing potions wasn't that different from brewing sauces. Both required stirring, holding, and filtering. Jiangyu had already cleaned these instruments with water and drying magic, and had tested them with the purification spell to ensure they were non-toxic and sterile. This time, he had brought them all here. With so many processes involved, they would always come in handy. Soak the soybeans in water until they absorb enough moisture, then steam them. Roast the wheat and grind it into flour. The steamed, cooled soybeans and flour are evenly mixed in a specific ratio, then added with the ground koji. The exorcism mantra is used to remove any bacteria, while the nourishing mantra accelerates the growth of Aspergillus oryzae, preventing the presence of aflatoxin. The most common concern in homemade sauces is the presence of aflatoxin, a highly toxic substance that can cause cancer even in trace amounts. It's absolutely crucial to avoid it. Koji making typically requires 2 to 3 days of temperature-controlled fermentation, but with the help of a time crucible, this stage can be greatly shortened. The crucible not only controls time, but also temperature and humidity. To ensure adequate ventilation and oxygen exposure during fermentation, Jiangyu slows down the crucible's timer and repeatedly stirs the mixture with a glass stirring stick. With the help of the nourishing mantra, the koji making phase is completed in just 5 minutes. Chapter 72. After koji making was complete, the soybeans had transformed into a long, green, hairy mass, emitting a faint, pleasant aroma. Aspergillus oryzae spores began to drift through the air. Jiangyu couldn't help but feel thankful that he was just a skeleton. He didn't even need a mask these days. She prepared the salt water and poured it into the time crucible. Once the salt water and beans were thoroughly mixed, fermentation could begin. Fermentation consists of 2 stages. The initial stage is aerobic fermentation, requiring stirring to ensure even contact with the salt water and reduce the growth of harmful bacteria. In my previous life, this fermentation would take 1 to 2 weeks, requiring stirring every morning. But now, with the aid of the purification magic and the time crucible, this stage can also be accelerated and simplified. To allow oxygen to better participate in the fermentation process, Jianyu slowed down the crucible's acceleration. This is the crucial stage where Aspergillus oryzae breaks down the protein in the soybeans and the starch in the wheat flour, releasing amino acids, sugars, and other flavor compounds. The taste and richness of brewed soy sauce depend at least half on this process. She focused her attention on the mixture in the crucible, carefully absorbing the wafting scents with her spirit wood pendant, carefully assessing the fermentation progress, and regulating the temperature with magic. Temperature also significantly influences flavor during fermentation. Traditional soy sauce brewing has long been known to require 180 days of sun exposure, essentially using sunlight to raise the temperature and kill bacteria. Jiangyu didn't have 180 days of sunlight, but he had magic to control temperature and eliminate bacteria, which was equally effective. In the later stages of anaerobic fermentation, things became much simpler. All she had to do was cover the crucible, adjust the time and flow rate, and let the soy sauce ferment quietly within the crucible. Normally, this fermentation process takes about 6 months to a year, and the longer the fermentation time, the richer the flavor of the soy sauce. This first pot of soy sauce was a bit of an experiment, so Takuya let it ferment faster. After 180 days, she opened the lid and scooped out a small jar. Then she continued fermenting for another year, scooping out another small jar. After doing this several times, she had several different flavors of soy sauce. She hung large pieces of white gauze from the beams of the warehouse, securely tying each corner with rope to form cloth bags. Under the bags were clean jars to collect the filtered soy sauce. Then Takuya used a large spoon to scoop the solid liquid mixture from the jar of raw soy sauce into the gauze bag, and the brown soy sauce dripped into the jar under gravity. Every jar of raw soy sauce needed to be filtered in this way. The soy sauce residue, wrapped in a gauze bag, would continue to drip through the jars for several hours. This process couldn't be accelerated, it could only be left to complete naturally. While the soy sauce was slowly filtering, Jiangyu scooped a small spoonful from each jar, tasted it with a spirit wood, and selected the fermentation time that suited her best. In her opinion, the soy sauce fermented for 1 year had a rich and sweet flavor, with just the right amount of umami and a moderate saltiness, the perfect balance for her. She tied the jars with different colored ropes, and wrote down in her business log the length of time each color represented, as well as the recipe and key steps for brewing using the time crucible. These records would help her remember, reproduce, and improve her brewed soy sauce. The more detailed the record now, the easier it would be later. As she wrote, she suddenly remembered something she'd forgotten. The flyers had been printed, but not the product labels. She fretted for a few minutes, but it was already nightfall, and if she rode back to Eston West, the printing shop might be closed. She had to think of another way. Just then, Aunt Wolf came leisurely after dinner. In contrast to Takumi's busy day, Aunt Talia had happily spent the day hanging out with the witches, drinking plenty of delicious beer and listening to plenty of gossip. She was happily waiting to share her fresh gossip with Takumi when she saw the skeleton squatting at the warehouse door, a worried look on his face, a notebook spread across his lap. "What's up, Xiaoyu?" Auntie Wolf sat down next to Jiangyu, puzzled. "I heard you were preparing for tomorrow's stall. What's going wrong?" "No, it's going pretty well." Jiangyu sighed. "I just forgot to print the label." She picked up an empty glass bottle. "Those are the pieces of paper you can stick on the bottle with the product name, our store name, or something like that." "Oh, that's easy," Auntie Wolf volunteered. "Whatever you want to write, I do it." "Huh?" Jiangyu watched as Auntie Wolf opened her large bag and pulled out 7 or 8 quills and several different colored ink bottles. Auntie Wolf smiled mysteriously. "Have you heard of the carbon copy spell? It's a tutor's specialty, a great way to deal with students, creating test papers and workbooks." "Hiss," Jiangyu gasped. "I haven't heard of it, but it sounds amazing." And it really is. Aunt Wolf followed what Jiangyu said, and took out a few pieces of white paper half the size of a palm. She wrote the first line of characters in beautiful cursive script, Jiangyu Brewing Workshop Special Soy Sauce. The next line was the location of Jiangyu's store, and then the brewing time, shelf life, and main flavor of each type of soy sauce. It looked clear and simple at a glance. Soy sauces brewed for up to 6 months are labeled with green ink, while the flagship product, brewed for a year, uses a striking orange-red. The longest is a full 2 years old. Stronger flavors, similar to dark soy sauce, are labeled with a plain black ink, allowing the flavor to be easily identified simply by the color of the label. The back of the label can also be inscribed with a magic circle engraved with an exorcism spell, so that when applied to the glass bottle, it continuously sterilizes the entire bottle and the liquid inside. Of course, the label itself needs to be enchanted with some waterproof, dustproof, and anti-falling spells. Well, it's a bit more involved, but it's not a difficult task for a Lich. After finalizing the basic label design, Aunt Wolf, who has spent her life in education, having worked as a tutor, wet nurse, and nanny, began to demonstrate her true abilities. Several rolls of white paper were spread out on the flat warehouse floor. 3 quills automatically flew up, dipped their quills in the ink bottles, and began to write and draw on the paper, one label after another, identical to the example images. For a split second, Takumiyu's mind flashed back to his elementary school teacher printing his own test papers, and then to the quills flying around in Harry O's magical world. Magic is truly amazing, she explained for the 100th time. As expected, every world has its own ways of navigating life. The technological world has its technological prowess, the foodie world has its unique delicacies, and the magical world has its own magical wonders. Living in this kind of environment every day, it's no wonder that people here think of magic first. Chapter 73. With Aunt Wolf joining the team, the atmosphere at work suddenly became much more relaxed. A quill scrawled across the paper, Aunt Wolf eloquently recounting the gossip she had heard that day. Takuya lit the stove and began steaming the next batch of beans. Tomorrow was Midsummer Carnival, and many honorary members had arrived from all over the place, setting up stalls in the witches' village square. Takuya couldn't help but recall the scenes of temple fairs in the countryside during festivals. Since many people were working late to set up the venue, the witches had hung oil lamps in every corner of the village, creating a bright glow everywhere, making it easier for Takuya to work. While casually listening to Aunt Wolf's gossip, she tended to the stove and the dripping soy sauce, toiling away in and out of the warehouse. By the time the second batch of soy sauce was brewed, the first batch of raw soy sauce had been filtered and sterilized, ready for seasoning. The craftsman set to work, poured a jar of strained soy sauce into a clean soup pot, then added licorice, star anise, blanched straw mushrooms, and a selection of other herbs. This step imbues the soy sauce with more aroma and flavor, a secret recipe never shared by any soy sauce workshop. These herbs not only provide flavor, but also act as a preventative measure, a testament to ancient wisdom. Jiangyu couldn't imagine how her ancient ancestors invented soy sauce. She suspected it had a lot to do with their simple and frugal lifestyle. But how many people's courage, health, and even their lives must have been sacrificed to find those 1 or 2 safe and delicious foods among the thousands of moldy and inedible items. Soy sauce, broad bean paste, moldy tofu, stinky mandarin fish, and wine. How many delicacies were born from this kind of trial and error over thousands of years? The difficulty must be no less than Shinong's tasting of hundreds of herbs. She watched the soy sauce bubbling in the pot, lost in thought. The wafting fragrance permeated the spirit wood, transforming into a faint soul fire that drifted into her nostrils. It was the familiar aroma of soy sauce, something she had smelled her whole life, yet now she missed it so much. Her appetite was gradually piqued, and hunger was brewing. This wasn't just an illusion, but a manifestation of the Lich's energy depletion after prolonged and repeated magical use. Jianyu, clutching her soy sauce soul fire, was worried about what to eat with it when she saw Andre and an apprentice knight approaching the corner. "Hey! Andre!" She waved her bony claws in greeting. Andre, too, had caught the scent of the soy sauce, which wafted through the air. He approached with his men and examined the pot of black, bubbling liquid in front of the skeleton. "Is this the soy sauce you were talking about?" "Yes," Jianyu said, grinning, opening her bony claws to Andre. "I'm hungry," breaks him off. Andre was speechless for a second. "Whatever you want." A ball of white soul fire flew out from Jianyu's waving fingers and landed in the Lich's palm. The skeleton held the white soul fire in one hand and the brown soul fire in the other, as if holding a large white steamed bun in one hand and a dish of soy sauce in the other. With deft movements, she took the white soul fire, dipped it in the brown soul fire, and placed it in her mouth. She shuddered with excitement and jumped a few times with joy. "Ah! That's exactly what it tastes like," Jiangyu exclaimed. She remembered how her family spent a fortune treating her heart disease, borrowing heavily from foreign banks, and living frugally for a long time. Big white steamed buns dipped in soy sauce were a common treat for her brothers, sisters, parents, and mother. However, as a heart patient, she couldn't tolerate carbohydrates and overly salty soy sauce. Every day, she ate egg custard and bland steamed fish, which made her eyes green with envy. She once secretly traded food with her brother, asking him to give her a few steamed buns to try. To her brother, the steamed buns were bland, far inferior to those with eggs and steamed fish, but to her, they were a novel delicacy. Although both of them were later scolded by their parents, the taste was etched in her memory. The fragrant and soft white buns, even without anything else, carried the sweetness of wheat in their mouths, dipped in the sweet, salty, and rich soy sauce. She never got tired of them. If she were allowed to eat as much as she wanted, she would surely devour several. Andre, seeing her excitement, couldn't help but lick his lips. How do I eat this soy sauce? I'm hungry too. It's not quite ready yet, Jiangyu said with a smile. You go on patrol first. I clean up, and then find some ingredients. I make you something delicious later. Andre had been running around with her all day, spending money, time, and effort, and he only managed to eat half a piece of hard bread for lunch. Jiangyu remembered all this. Cooking a meal was a natural reward. Andre nodded, and continued his patrol with the apprentice knight. The soy sauce in the pot was boiled thoroughly, and after being flavored, it was poured out and allowed to cool. After a final settling, cooling, and skimming of the scum, it was ready for sterilization and bottling. After consuming the soul fire, Jiangyu was filled with energy again. She cut out the labels one by one, carefully inscribed a magic circle on the back of the labels, and smeared a thick paste made from flour and water around the edges of the labels. Then, she affixed them to the glass bottles. Auntie Wolf quickly took over the labeling task. Once the bottles were ready, Jiangyu started the filling machine. She poured the cooled soy sauce into the clean tank at the top of the machine, sterilized it, and filled the glass bottles, sealing them. Bottles of sterile soy sauce, comparable to industrially produced soy sauce, were freshly produced and neatly stacked in a corner for tomorrow's sale. These steps were repeated several times, and by late evening, Jiangyu had brewed 9 pots of soy sauce, sealing a total of 4 or 500 bottles. She stretched, surveying the overflowing soy sauce bottles lining a corner, with a sense of exhaustion and accomplishment, a surge of joy rising in her heart. Okay, Auntie, let's clean up and get some late-night snacks. A wolf and a skeleton deftly used cleaning magic to scrub away the mess. The filling machine smeared with soy sauce residue, the cauldrons and pots that were nearly tainted by the soy sauce, and the white gauze stained brown. Jiangyu deposited the soy sauce residue into a large ceramic jar. Rich in protein and amino acids, it was nutritious and had many uses. It was past 3 in the morning, but the streets were still brightly lit, and vendors were busy setting up stalls and delivering goods. After all, many tourists would arrive during the day, eager to seize the opportunity to make a fortune. Missed sleep can always be made up, but missed opportunities for profit are lost forever. Furthermore, many dwarves had arrived early with the intention of doing business as vendors, creating a bustling, chaotic, and noisy scene. Jiangyu restored the snack stand to its former state and placed it in storage. He and Aunt Wolf packed up their belongings, locked the door, and then went out to find food. The two of them walked arm in arm among the stalls, looking around curiously. Like them, there were many other hungry vendors, freshly finished from their work, most of whom gathered at a hot dog stand to eat and drink. Chapter 74. It's called a hot dog stand, but that's actually how Takumi called it, based on his past life experience. According to the stall owner, he sells prepared meats, including sausages, ham, bacon, cured sausage, bacon, and even cured pork ribs. Because it was late at night, he had just finished setting up the stall and was hungry, so he just grilled a few sausages to fill his stomach. Unexpectedly, the aroma attracted the surrounding shop owners and workers, and he ended up selling them for no apparent reason. The stall owner was a talkative Wolfork uncle, an old acquaintance of Aunt Wolf. His name was Olin Hodoro, and he ran a hillside farm in the lush pastures of Shijio town, raising chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, encompassing a wide range of businesses. Takumi bought 2 grilled sausages for 2 nickels, which he shared with Aunt Wolf. This sausage was generously filled with meat, chewy yet not smelling fishy. It sizzled with fat after being grilled, and both the real thing and the soul fire version were exceptionally delicious. After finishing the sausage soul fire, Jiangyu licked his jawbone and asked curiously, Uncle Duoluo, do you have any beef? Yes. Uncle Wolf walked to the back of his stall and pulled a piece of fresh, chilled beef from a cold box. This is tenderloin. If you like brisket or leg, I can find you some. Tenderloin will be fine, and a sausage. Do you have eggs? Give me a few too. The meat wasn't expensive. Uncle Duoluo was a wolf, honest and sincere. The tenderloin weighed a full 2 kilograms, and the sausage was long and thick, weighing a pound each. There were only 3 eggs, which was a bonus. Jiangyu managed to secure all this for a mere 3 copper coins. Uncle Wolf also gave Jiangyu a flyer for his shop, telling him to buy some whenever he wanted meat. His sausages are delicious. Auntie Wolf said cheerfully. To remove the fishy smell, they use licorice and orange peel in their sausages. I don't know how they do it, but it's fragrant, sweet, and not bitter at all. It's really unique. Auntie Wolf's eyes lit up as she spoke. Hey, I think this sausage would be especially delicious with your soy sauce. Of course, soy sauce and sausage are a perfect match. Speaking of this combination, Jiangyu was reminded of the clay pot rice from his hometown. If only there were a clay pot. Wait, what's that stall selling? Clay pots? She quickly scurried over to the stall, which hadn't yet opened. She said to the elderly human man carrying various clay pots, Sir, do you have any pots? Yes. The old man put down his stack of clay bowls and pointed to a pile of pots in the corner. Those are clay pots for magic pots. Which one would you like, little girl? Do you have any shallower ones that can withstand high temperatures and be used for cooking? Jiangyu gestured. The old man thought for a moment and brought out several clay pots of varying depths. Take a look at these. These are the best for high temperature resistance. I added spodumene to the clay base, so it can burn for years without cracking. Witches love to buy potion pots from me. They can dry cook, making them perfect for drying herbs. Jiangyu, no, I don't need to make potions. I want to use them for clay pot rice. Jiangyu picked up a pot that was similar in size and depth to the clay pot she had used in her previous life and examined it carefully, thinking it might be useful. She asked the price. It wasn't expensive, only 5 nickels per pot. Jiangyu bought 3 pots straight away. Clay pot rice was her specialty, so she'd make a pot to fill her stomach later, and maybe even offer it as a special dish to attract customers tomorrow. She also took the old man's flyer. The old man's name was Isaac, a member of the Witch Forest commune, who ran a small earthen kiln north of the commune. After a quick tour, she found quite a bit. Jiangyu suddenly felt like she was at a trade show. With all the vendors gathered during the Midsummer Carnival, how could it not be considered a large-scale trade show? She carried the pots, the meat and sausages, and Aunt Wolf, carrying the eggs, back to her rented warehouse. They quickly set up the food stall again. Jiangyu then dug into the pile of ingredients she bought that day and pulled out a bag of indica rice and a few juicy greens she bought at Holly's. This indica rice was distinctly different from glutinous rice, similar to the silky rice from her hometown. The grains were long, crisp, and brittle. While equally challenging to grow, it lacked magical properties and wasn't considered a magical ingredient. Its price was significantly lower than glutinous rice, only slightly more expensive than the best wheat. Jiangyu also bought a few pounds specifically for cooking. As a southerner, she still preferred soy sauce with rice. After washing the indica rice, she placed it in a clean, peanut-oiled clay pot and added water to cover the rice. Jiangyu tested the water level with her knuckles, and a broad grin spread across her face. Soak the rice for 20 minutes. This will saturate the rice, making it more flavorful and easier to cook through. While doing so, Jiangyu washed the greens and sliced the sausage. She picked up a piece of sausage and sniffed it against the spiritual wood. Sure enough, she detected a distinct sweet aroma, vaguely similar to Cantonese sausage. I guess it won't taste exactly the same, but it should go well together, Takumi muttered. Seeing the rice was almost done, Takumi placed the casserole on the stovetop and brought it to a boil over high heat. As soon as the water began to simmer, he immediately reduced the heat to low, covered it, and simmered. This gave Takumi time to leisurely slice the beef tenderloin and toss it with a mixture of starch and water. After simmering for 10 minutes, Takumi removed the lid and poked the rice with a bone chopstick. Finding it perfectly cooked, he neatly arranged the sliced sausage, the juicy greens, and cracked an egg in the center. He covered the lid and simmered it over low heat for another 5 minutes. Takumi also drizzled a little peanut oil along the lid for a more perfect rice crust. The soul of clay pot rice is the rice crust. 5 minutes later, she turned off the stove, lifted the lid, and poured freshly made soy sauce over the rice. Suddenly, a powerful aroma, a blend of salty and sweet sauce, the aroma of sausage, and the delicate fragrance of rice, was released along with the steam, drawing everyone's attention. Andre, having finished his patrol, seemed summoned by the aroma. He and the apprentice knight came carrying tables and chairs. We ran into the witches on the way, and they asked us to help bring the tables and chairs you borrowed. The witches borrowed 3 square tables and 12 chairs from Jiangyu, and the 2 knights made several trips to transport them. While they were busy, Jiangyu quickly stir-fried beef with scallions and ginger, this time with the perfect soy sauce. With the table and chair set, It was time to eat. Clay pot rice is a delicacy ingrained in the bones of the Cantonese. It may seem ordinary and simple, but only those who have tasted it know how delicious it is. Chapter 75. In a reddish-brown earthenware pot, or rather, a clay pot, crystal clear white rice was neatly stacked with red and white Chinese sausage, juicy green vegetables, a soft-boiled egg with a hint of yellow in the white, and drizzled with 2 drops of brown soy sauce. The mere sight of it was enough to make one's mouth water. But this wasn't even the most perfect clay pot rice. Jiang Yu picked up a large spoon and expertly inserted it along the edge of the clay pot. He pried it up, stirred it, and a large piece of golden, crispy rice crust flipped onto the surface. With another gentle stir, the beautifully arranged clay pot rice was transformed. The soft-boiled egg and soy sauce mixed into the rice, losing some of the distinct boundaries and gaining an inexplicable beauty of fusion. Jiang Yu brought several empty bowls and expertly divided the rice. Each bowl was evenly filled with rice, topped with a few slices of Chinese sausage and small greens, and then covered with a layer of crispy rice crust. Andre's hands were quickly filled with a bowl of clay pot rice. He held the spoon, examining the bowl. The crystal clear white rice grains, evenly mixed with those stained with brown soy sauce, were spread across the surface, and the crispy rice crust covered the surface like a thin biscuit. He curiously picked up the biscuit and put it into his mouth. With a crunch, an indescribable aroma of rice, almost burnt, and a crispy texture, crackled in his mouth, a fragrance like the aroma of roasted flames, like whoosh. Bang! A firework exploded in the night sky, and everyone looked up. The colorful flames illuminated the night sky. It was the witches testing the fireworks for tomorrow night's festival. Summer night fireworks. Andre muttered, taking another big mouthful of rice crust. The heat from the pot had toasted the rice grains until they were dry and crispy. The sweet, salty soy sauce drizzled over the crispy texture gave it a whole new flavor. The aroma of fireworks was mingled with the joy of the human world. He seemed to taste the bitter aftermath of hard work, the salty freshness of sweat, and the sweetness of accomplishment. Rice crust is not only delicious eaten on its own, but also delicious mixed with rice. Takumi said. Andre did as he was told. He scooped up a large spoonful of rice. The egg liquid, which had slightly solidified under the heat of the rice, coated the reddish-brown sausage. The white fat from the sausage had long since melted in the heat, dissolving into the lean meat and rice. Andre opened his mouth wide and swallowed it all in one gulp. He felt like he had swallowed a world, the complex textures and varied flavors stimulating all his senses. The rice was soft and glutinous, mingling with the crispy aroma of rice crust. It was light yet tinged with soy sauce, a perfect balance between the two, neither too salty nor too bland. A further chew revealed the sweetness of Chinese sausage. The fat burst in the mouth, exuding a sweet aroma of orange peel and licorice. Just when the fat felt a bit greasy, the crispness of the vegetables returned. If you savored it carefully, you could even detect the faint aroma of egg. Andre couldn't help but close his eyes. For a moment, he felt like he was wandering along a country road, surrounded by rice fields about to harvest. The evening breeze carried the rich fragrance of rice and grass, and not far away were cattle, sheep, piglets, chickens, and ducks. Delicious. Thousands of adjectives finally condensed into these 2 words. He eagerly stuffed another large mouthful into his mouth, nearly wanting to swallow his tongue. The fatigue from a long day's busy schedule was soothed at this moment. His hungry stomach, which had only recently been ravaged by dry, hard black bread and cold water, hummed comfortably. Andre took 2 more mouthfuls of rice, and then scooped up a spoonful of the stir-fried beef with scallions on the table. The tender beef, soaked in the sauce, slid smoothly down his throat. Andre smacked his lips, unable to resist taking another spoonful, and then another. He had Jiang Yu's stir-fried lamb with scallions before, but now, with the addition of real soy sauce, the flavors of the 2 dishes were noticeably different. No, that wasn't to say the stir-fried lamb wasn't delicious, but this stir-fried beef with scallions was truly sublime. Everyone at the table ate quietly, not even looking up. This made the surrounding artisans, merchants, and helpers, who had caught the scent of the food, puzzled and eager to join in. The nearest merchant approached only to see that the casserole and plate were completely empty. To be precise, only a thin layer of sauce remained on the plate. The only person on the table who had a bowl of rice in front of the skeleton was a bowl of rice. Before the merchant could even ask for food, he watched helplessly as the bowl of rice was brought to him by a black-haired, green-eyed knight. The knight smoothly picked up the plate, poured all the remaining sauce into the bowl, stirred it, and devoured it. I already consumed all the soul fire energy in this bowl. It's tasteless, the skeleton muttered. However, the impoverished knight, who had invested most of his fortune in Jiangyu, didn't care about this. He had a big appetite, and would eat as many mouthfuls as he could. Even if the taste was bland, it would still be delicious when mixed with the broth of stir-fried beef with scallions. Are you planning on selling this at the carnival? Andre, satiated, wiped his mouth and asked. Well, I could make some clay pot rice to attract customers. Jiangyu pondered. We probably don't have that much rice. It's best to find other cheap and delicious ingredients. Hey, speaking of beer, snails and crayfish are the best pairings. Crayfish? Auntie Wolf repeated curiously. What are those? Shrimp related to dragons? No, it's a kind of shrimp with hard shells. Jiangyu raised his hands to imitate claws, snapping them a few times. It's finger-sized, rich in protein, and commonly found in paddy fields, ponds, and rivers, right? It's a popular night market dish that pairs perfectly with beer. It sounds a bit like a magic lobster. Auntie Wolf said, come to think of it, I heard about magic lobsters today. The women say the beaver dam upstream is overrun with crayfish, nearly tearing down the dam the beavers worked so hard to build. The witches are worried it might affect the midsummer carnival. Jiangyu's eyes flickered. Beaver? Dam? Crayfish? Sounds intriguing. Shall we go check it out after daybreak? Auntie Wolf's gossipy spirit burned. There aren't many customers during the day anyway, and the carnival usually doesn't start until around dusk. I don't have to work during the day, Andre said. Do you mind if I come along? Of course, Jianyu said. But if there's work, you have to help. She gave a sly smile. This is for our joint business. Chapter 76. After finishing their midnight snack and hastily locking everything in the warehouse, Takumi and Auntie Wolf retired to their rooms for a few hours of sleep. Andre and Gorman still had to continue their duty, so they continued patrolling for a while, then one rested while the other stood guard, taking turns catching up on some sleep before the dawn. Jericho, who had gone to bed early the previous night, had a good night's sleep. When he woke up, he learned that he had missed out on clay pot rice and stir-fried beef with scallions. His good mood, which had lasted all night, vanished without a trace. He beat his chest and stamped his feet for a long time before recovering. Takumi, Isn't the resentment of not having eaten delicious food so strong? Because they had pulled through the night, Takumi and Auntie Wolf woke up at 9 in the morning. However, carnival guests usually didn't show up until late afternoon, so they still had plenty of free time. Takumi now just needed to find the ingredients for the dishes he would use to attract customers during the evening hours and promote soy sauce. The criteria for selecting the dishes were straightforward. They paired well with beer, were inexpensive, and, with the help of soy sauce, their potential was multiplied 1,000-fold, making them exceptionally delicious. The devil crayfish that Aunt Wolf mentioned last night, which were rampant at the beaver dam, might be a good starting point. Jiangyu and Aunt Wolf had a late supper last night, so they weren't particularly hungry this morning. Aunt Wolf pulled some of her own rations from her handbag, while Jiangyu dug a previously packed soul fire from a skull. After a quick breakfast, they hurried upstream, encountering Larissa along the way. After hearing their destination, the little witch volunteered to lead the way. At the village entrance, Andre, having finished his shift, joined the expedition team with Jericho. Jiao looked at the little witch leading the way, the knight and his squire guarding them with a vigilant expression, and the cheerful wolf lady, and suddenly felt as if he were exploring in an online game in a previous life. Larissa led the way, explaining the beavers to everyone. The beaver dam was not far from the witch village of Lanchelo, just 2 kilometers southeast. There, hidden in the mountains, lay a lake that served as the water source for the witch forest. The beavers here were not the wild animals that Jianyu had known in his previous life, but intelligent, magical creatures. While they could not speak human language, they had their own language. Larissa had learned a little beaver language, which was just enough to help them communicate. I heard from the elders that we get a lot of rain here in the summer, and the rivers tend to swell quickly, often washing away houses and farmland. It's really annoying. But since the beavers moved to this lake, they built a number of dams, which not only don't affect our water use downstream, but also control the amount of water. Thanks to them, we created a lot of fertile fields along the original riverbed. But recently, a group of magic crayfish have appeared out of nowhere, constantly waving their claws to drill holes in the dam, causing great annoyance for the beavers. As she spoke, she spotted the lake not far away, and Larissa's eyes lit up. Look, we're here. Jiangyu took a few quick steps, his bony claws leaving slender footprints on the soft earth. A mountain lake surrounded by tall trees suddenly came into view. The lake's water was emerald green, clear and tranquil, like a mirror. Looking around, she could see 4 or 5 rivers surrounding the lake. Streams flowed down from the mountains in all directions, emptying into the lake. However, beaver dams had now been built at each waterway's mouth. The dams were crudely constructed, yet ingeniously so. The lower half of the dam was solid, blocking the flow of water. The upper half, however, was constructed with branches to create numerous gaps. Once the water accumulated above a certain height, it would flow into the lake through these gaps. The dams didn't completely block the flow of water, but they significantly slowed the flow of water from the mountains, allowing it to flow more smoothly into the lake. Excess water would also gently overflow the upper half of the beaver dams and flow into the river leading to the witch village. The river water, filtered by the branches and stones, appeared even clearer. During the flood season, this was indeed an excellent flood control facility. Mr. Beaver, Lolisa called out to the surroundings. Not long after, a beaver wearing a straw hat and bow tie suddenly emerged from the lakeside. It adjusted its bow tie with its black paw, swaying over to the group. It took off its hat and saluted gracefully. "This is Mr. Beaver," Lolisa introduced. "He's the leader of the beavers here." She switched to a different language, whimpering at Mr. Beaver for a while. The beaver nodded to each of the group, motioning them to follow it. It turned and ran, its flat black tail swaying behind it. Jiangyu, amused, quickly followed, running all the way to a dam. Many beavers live here, some foraging in the water, others gnawing on the shore. Each one has a large black nose, damp brown fur, sharp black claws, round eyes like black beans, and a flat, black, leathery tail. They look adorable and charming. Mr. Beaver pointed to a spot on the dam and whimpered something. Loris nodded repeatedly, then translated for the group. "Look over there, that's a magic crayfish." Jianyu looked in the direction she pointed and, sure enough, saw a green lobster, half the size of a palm, waving its large claws on a branch near the dam. Honestly, it couldn't even be considered a crayfish at that size. "Wow, so plump! How delicious must it be?" Jianyu couldn't help but exclaim. She cast a poison detection on the magic crayfish, and the result was encouraging. It was non-toxic, harmless, and parasitic, and safe to eat. "Good, delicious?" Larissa looked bewildered. "Wait, this thing is dangerous. Is it an intelligent species?" Jiangyu asked. No, these magic lobsters can't communicate at all, but they're a kind of magical beast, naturally gifted with a wind blade magic. Their claws are incredibly powerful. The beavers can't do anything with them." "Oh!" Jiangyu looked down and picked up 2 long, thin branches from the shore to use as chopsticks. Freed from the burden of flesh and skin, her light skeleton leaped onto the beaver dam with a single bound. With a flick of her chopsticks, she lifted the magic lobster from the dam. Larissa and the beavers watched in horror as the skeletal skeleton hopped back with the lobster in its clutches. Suddenly, the sensitive Lich sensed a concentration of wind elemental energy in the lobster's head. She instinctively let go of her chopsticks and pressed the lobster headfirst into the mud. Suddenly, a giant bubble of mud and water erupted from the mud with a puff. Wind blade? Larissa watched as the Lich lifted the shrimp up again, stamping its bony claws on the mud, packing it back down. Jianyu shook the lobster, which waved its claws futilely in the air, despairing of life. "Is it safe now?" Chapter 77. The beavers clapped their hands in admiration. One beaver, wearing a bow, brought a reed basket and gestured to Jiangyu to put the shrimp in it. "Use this, the shrimp will run away, right?" Jianyu glanced at the basket and gestured. It could be used as a shrimp trap. "By the way, do you have a barrel?" Larissa translated, and several beavers nodded vigorously. Then Mr. Beaver patted a medium-sized tree, as if to say, "This one's a good one." 3 beavers swarmed over the tree like a whirlwind, creating a miniature tornado around it. A moment later, the tree fell to its side, and a barrel, carved from the natural wood, appeared on its stump. "Amazing!" Ant Wolf exclaimed. Jiangyu tried the wooden barrel and found it to be the perfect size and thickness, even with a wooden handle. She happily tossed the lobster into the bucket, saying, "It's not that hard." The beavers looked at her with admiration, as if they were looking at a skeletal god. With Jiangyu leading the way, Andre and the others couldn't help but give it a try. Only then did they realize that catching lobsters wasn't so easy. The magic lobsters have 2 main attack methods: their powerful claws, which can easily snap branches, and the wind blades they spit from their mouths. Getting caught in one of those claws is no fun. At best, you suffer bruises and skin breakage, or at worst, you lose a limb and a large chunk of flesh. A closer look revealed that many of the beavers' bodies were covered in pits and gradually healing wounds, indicating that they often suffered serious injuries from the lobsters. However, Jianyu was quite skilled, always using branches to clamp the demon lobster's head close to its body from behind. The lobster's giant claws can only strike diagonally in front of its mouth, unable to strike behind its head, which is a blind spot. Even if a lobster accidentally clamps a branch, it's not painful, it can just switch branches and try again. As for the wind blades, it's a case of one thing countering another, and the lobsters collided perfectly with the muzzle of Jianyu's Lich. As a Lich, Jianyu could sense whenever the lobsters began to cast a spell to gather wind elemental energy, and with a single click, he unleashed the lobster's wind blades into the mud, transforming them into bubbles exploding one after another in the muddy puddle. Shrimp, so angry. The lobster's wind blade spells all had a long cast, leaving them half depleted after using them, forcing them to hunker down in the barrel to recuperate. Andre quickly figured out the trick. The Kingdom Knights were also adept at identifying the signs of charging their ultimates. One man and one skeleton filled a large bucket in no time, while the remaining 2 men and 1 wolf were simply playing around, occasionally letting out an ouch, jumping up and down, having a blast. Let's cook these shrimp first. Jianyu looked at the overflowing bucket of shrimp and said greedily, if they really taste like crayfish, I take all the shrimp here. She asked Lalisa, I think these beavers will be okay with it. More than okay, the beavers practically regarded Jianyu as a god who had come to save them. Tears of admiration gleamed in the eyes of each black bean. It was clear that these vegetarian beavers had long suffered from crayfish. Jianyu asked them for a few reed baskets, and asked Aunt Wolf for some dried meat and dry bread. She tore some into pieces, and threw some into the baskets, then tied the baskets with vines, and lowered them into the lake, waiting for the crawfish to take the bait. She had the knights and their servants keep an eye on the simple shrimp traps, occasionally pulling them up to check on their catch. She found a clearing, pulled out a miniature portable magical earth stove from her skull, along with a wok and all the necessary ingredients, and began cooking the crawfish. Andre, who had witnessed everything, asked, Are you getting more and more strange things in that little head of yours? Jianyu, hey! She smiled brightly, scrubbed the crawfish clean with water magic, sterilized it with purification magic, and then took out a pair of small scissors to cut off the front of the head and remove the stomach and other debris. Then, simply grasping the tail fin and twisting and pulling, she effortlessly extracted the entire shrimp thread. White Skeleton's movements were quick and deft. Within minutes, a large bucket of clean, deveined lobsters was sitting by the stove, ready to be cooked. Jianyu first heated the oil in the pan and, while it was still hot, deep-fried the shrimp. This ensured the deveined shrimp meat remained firm and chewy. The fried lobsters were placed on a large wooden tray provided by the beavers and set aside. Jianyu then minced a few garlic cloves and added them to the pan along with star anise, bay leaves, and sliced ginger. Crayfish can be prepared in many ways: spicy, garlic, 13 spice, braised, steamed. Jianyu's personal favorite is simply braised in soy sauce. Without much seasoning, the shrimp's sweetness and golden roe are perfectly flavored. Of course, as a heart patient in her previous life, she avoided greasy, high-salt foods. She could only occasionally savor them when cooking for her family, satisfying her cravings. While cheating wasn't particularly wrong, Takumi felt that if she couldn't experience any happiness, what difference would it make to her death? In fact, in Takumi's brief past life, she wasn't constantly bedridden. No, she was simply weaker than the average person, prone to shortness of breath. She couldn't tolerate extreme emotional fluctuations, couldn't be overly frightened, and couldn't do heavy work. A heart patient needs rest, but they can't be too idle, and they can't let complete inactivity weaken their body. So, with her family's encouragement, Takumi learned to cook. She took care of the family's meals. In her free time, she researched recipes, brew homemade wine, pickle vegetables, and even, on days when she was feeling better, roll out pancakes and bake bread. As for secretly tasting a dish before it was served, wasn't that a normal chef's perk? What chef doesn't taste their food? Unexpectedly, the culinary skills she honed in her past life, just to, secretly, indulge in a delicious meal, would instead become a means of securing her safety in the afterlife. As expected, opportunities favor those who are prepared. With skill in hand, you can travel the world without worry. Jianyu pondered as she dumped the prawns into the pot. She made a simple sauce with soy sauce, malt sugar, and salt, poured it over the prawns, stirred it a few times with a large spoon, covered it with a lid, and simmered it for a while. Since this was a field test, Jianyu didn't plan to use too many seasonings. 13 spice and minced garlic were delicious, but if the spices overwhelmed the shrimp's flavor, how could one tell the quality of the ingredients? This method was simple, and allowed the flavors of the soy sauce and shrimp to stand out. The taste was the real deal. Andre and Jericho each arrived with a bucket of freshly caught shrimp when Jianyu lifted the lid of the pot. The steaming heat brought out an alluring aroma. The bright red crayfish, coated in the brown sauce, looked incredibly tempting. Andre swallowed hard and asked, "How do you eat this?" Chapter 78. The people here had never eaten this kind of crayfish, which was as Takumi had expected. Local customs and habits shape people. Due to various factors, including customs, religion, cooking methods, and even simple laziness and inability to prepare food, many early Westerners only ate a few common foods. Fish without fins or scales, and most animal offal were excluded from their diets. This isn't to say that all foreigners don't eat crayfish. In fact, it's quite popular in places of origin like New Orleans, where people cook crayfish with onions, celery, corn, and potatoes in a crawfish boil, which is then shared with family and friends, accompanied by beer. Takumi believes that whether a dish becomes a classic depends not only on its flavor and preparation, but also on the first person to dare to try it. Once someone develops the correct method for preparing a dish, others will follow suit. Without such warriors, or if someone gets sick from eating the food because they don't master the proper handling techniques from the outset, all sorts of unfounded rumors, devil's curse, fruit from hell, divine punishment, will follow, leading to even greater fear and a fear of exploring the unknown. Jiayo wants to recreate the internet-famous crayfish in this magical world with a barren culinary culture, and Andre and his companions are the perfect guides. She smiled as she placed the crayfish on a large wooden tray and held one up for demonstration. "Look, this is how you peel it." She grasped the lobster skull with her white bony claws and lifted it, revealing the rich, golden roe inside. With a gentle twist, she removed the gills and legs, leaving only the white shrimp meat and the golden roe. She had already used magic to test the shrimp here, confirming they contained no heavy metals or toxins, so they could be eaten with confidence. The shrimp's carapace was even easier to peel. Simply twisting the scales on the sides and tail allowed the entire shell to peel away effortlessly. The intact lobster tail, white with pink patterns, bounced in response to Takumi's movements. Although most of the people present had never seen, let alone eaten, this type of shrimp, the mere sight of the beautiful, pink flesh awakened a living instinct. "Wow, this meat looks just like shrimp," Larissa exclaimed in amazement. "Such a beautiful flesh beneath such an ugly shell." Takumi dipped the peeled shrimp in a little of the sauce on the plate and placed it in her bowl, saying lovingly, "Try it. If you like it, try it a few times, and you find the shell itself quite charming." She turned to find Andre, Jericho, and Aunt Wolf already taking the initiative, diligently trying to peel the shrimp. The human knight and the little squire, taking advantage of their race, found it much easier to peel shrimp than the furry Aunt Wolf. Aunt Wolf, Sure, even the vegetarian beavers looked eager to try it, but Jianyu, fearing they might get sick, quietly pushed the plate toward his companions. As usual, cautious Andre used every detection spell he knew on the magic lobster, confirming it was safe to eat before carefully biting into the head. The first thing he felt was the golden shrimp paste slowly melting on his tongue, its rich, oily aroma spreading throughout his mouth. The rich flavor defied simple descriptions of salty, sweet, or umami. Complex, rich, and mellow. For no apparent reason, Andre was reminded of the peanut butter his mother used to make, a childhood favorite. But the shrimp roe tasted even better than peanut butter. He even detected a hint of the sea. "This is clearly a freshwater shrimp," he muttered, taking another bite. This time, he tasted pure shrimp meat. The springy, sweet meat was somewhat similar to river shrimp, though thicker and firmer. The flavor was a bit bland, but the soy sauce-based sauce made up for it. The sauce enhanced the blandness, transforming it into a delicate sweetness. The two flavors, one rich and salty, the other sweet and elegant, were like a gentleman dancing with a noble lady at a ball. He couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to dip the shrimp meat in the thick sauce and eat it along with the roe. The knight reached for the plate again, selecting a target overflowing with roe. He carefully peeled the shell, not wasting a single drop of the vibrant yellow delicacy. He even learned, without instruction, to dip the tail in the sauce, ensuring the head and roe remained intact. As he opened his abyssal maw and stormily inhaled the entire, plump, reddish-brown sauce-smothered lobster, he felt as if a storm had erupted on his taste buds. Flavors danced and battled on his tongue, vying for his attention. When this gustatory storm dissipated, the sweet, fresh shrimp flesh, like a ray of light at the end of the storm, dispelled all the clouds that had previously lingered. The previous storm seemed like a beautiful dream, and as the shrimp flesh swept away those flavors, his tongue once again prepared for another gustatory orgy. "How's it?" Jianyu asked, peeling a shrimp for Andy Wolf as well, saving her from the wet, sticky hell of peeling shrimp. Andy Wolf finally got to taste the delicious shrimp meat inside. The shrimp is really good, but the shell is so hard to peel. Jiangyu glanced at Andy Wolf's hairy paws, damp with sauce, and couldn't help but want to laugh, but she felt it was wrong. A flashback of a decade of embarrassing moments flashed through her mind, and it took a tremendous effort to suppress the laughter. Well, how about adding a shelling service during the evening business? Considering the labor hours, we could charge an extra silver coin per serving. It's very delicious. Andre, his mouth full, struggled to squeeze out the words. Sell this tonight. I'd be there to show my support. What do you think the price is? Jiangyu asked. She had never attended a witch's carnival, but based on her experience in a previous life, food at such tourist attractions and festivals was generally slightly more expensive. The devil crayfish were an invasive species, and the beavers were eager for her to catch them all. The cost was only the time she had spent today. The sauce for making a pot of crayfish was also very cheap. Jiangyu only needed to charge 5 nickels per pound of crayfish to break even, but she felt the standard didn't need to be set so low. Many nobles, wealthy people, and immortal races will come to the Midsummer Carnival, said the knowledgeable Ant Wolf. If you price too low, they look down on you. I say at least 2 silver coins. 3 silver coins a pot, I'd buy it, said Andre. This is so delicious, 3 silver coins will really do the trick. Larissa nodded vigorously. Dwarves and dragons don't like to carry change. They have big appetites and are well off. You don't have to be polite to them. Chapter 79. Larissa's words, no need to be polite to them, actually made Jiangyu laugh for a while, but there was truth to her words. Lowering the price is to sell faster, but if the product is novel, substantial, and already popular, then why be so polite? There's no need for a bankrupt skeleton to be so squeamish about money. So, after everyone's discussion, the selling price was set. 3 silver coins per pound of crayfish, 1 silver coin per bottle of soy sauce. This perfectly satisfied the dwarves, who disliked using small change, while also creating the impression that the sauce was more affordable. The beavers were exceptionally skilled in woodcarving, so Jiangyu asked Larissa to act as an interpreter and help make some bowls, chopsticks, and spoons. After some random gestures, the beavers suddenly understood and readily agreed, disappearing into thin air. Takumi, did they really understand? However, now was no time to dwell on these matters. Business needed to open, and the raw materials were still all over the dam. Time was running out. Takumi lifted the wooden bucket, his eyes and hands swift, his chopsticks flying. Andre and the others only saw the bluish-red magic lobsters waving their claws aimlessly, only to be suddenly lifted into the air by the chopsticks and land precisely in the bucket, knocking them off their feet. Everyone, so powerful. These magic lobsters were indeed an invasive species that had become a disaster. Beavers had no power over them, and there were no other natural predators nearby. The dam had been riddled with holes. A short section of the dam was densely packed with thousands of lobsters, a sight that would have given anyone a claustrophobic reaction. But this was a boon for Takumi. With a single chopstick strike, he could scoop up a whole bunch of lobsters, making his work incredibly efficient. The Lich was responsible for catching the crayfish on the dam, while the others set traps underwater. The number of these magic crayfish had already surpassed the lake's capacity, and the shrimp were so densely packed underwater that they threatened to deplete the lake's food resources. Suddenly, upon seeing food in a reed basket, the magic crayfish leaped into it without a second thought, devouring it with relish, even engaging in a fight over the food. Unexpectedly, the basket was scooped up and snared. Magic crayfish? ? Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Before they could comprehend the situation, they were piled together and placed in basins and buckets, surrounded by their brothers and sisters. With their mouths full of wind blades, they didn't know where to spit, and could only surrender in confusion. A few hours later, Jiangyu's 5-man team had harvested hundreds of kilograms of magic crayfish, filling the numerous baskets, basins, and buckets contributed by the beavers to the brim. That'd definitely be enough for tonight. Jiangyu stretched, his joints crackling. The only problem is, how do we get all these shrimp back? Larissa smiled faintly, and the beavers hopped and hopped, leading Jianyu to the river leading to the witch village of Lanchelo. Tethered to the riverbank was a raft, seemingly newly built by the beavers. Neatly stacked on top were the bowls and pots Jianyu had requested, along with a bamboo box. Jianyu took a closer look. The bowls and pots were all carved from bamboo, and the box was filled to the brim with bamboo chopsticks. Wow! This is amazing! She leaped onto the raft in a few steps, feeling around and looking around. These are the chopsticks I want. Lorisa said, the beavers say these bamboos are growing very fast this season and are starting to encroach on the living space of other tree species. If you find them useful, feel free to use them. They can always make more for you. As soon as she finished speaking, the beavers, with a chuckle, lifted out a bamboo statue as tall as an arm. Atop a turquoise bamboo base stood a skeleton, head held high and chest puffed out, hands folded on its pelvis. It looked like a miniature version of Takuya. Wow! Takuya exclaimed in surprise, is this me? Is this for me? The beavers nodded vigorously, and placed the small skeleton statue on the bamboo raft. More beavers, in groups, placed pots, baskets, and buckets of magic lobsters on the raft. Lorisa was responsible for applying weight-reducing magic to these vessels, otherwise the hundreds of pounds of lobster would have sunk the raft. With the help of the beavers, the entire bamboo raft was packed to the brim. Several reed baskets, enchanted with weight-reducing and buoyant spells, were tied to the raft and submerged in the water. This not only reduced the space it took up, but also allowed the river water to be used to feed the crayfish, extending their lifespan. Jiayo, delighted at having inexplicably gained the beaver's admiration and friendship, said to Mr. Beaver, if these shrimp sell well, I come back tomorrow to catch more. The beavers were even happier. Tears of admiration and gratitude welled up in Little Bean's eyes. They danced and whimpered, their flat, black tails, like paddles, drumming against the river bank like a farewell war song. The small bamboo raft had a limited load-bearing capacity, and its ability to carry so much was entirely thanks to Lolisa's weight-reducing spell. Therefore, the bamboo raft also carried the light skeleton and Lolisa, who had to periodically reinforce her spells. And Wolf followed the knights back the way they had come. Going downstream was much faster than traveling by land. A mere 2 kilometers was just a few bends in the river. With Jiangyu steering with the bamboo pole and Lolisa's magic assisting, the two of them easily reached the witch village of Lanchelo. Lolisa helped Jiangyu dock the raft at the small dock next to the witch's meeting house, and tied baskets of magic crayfish to the shore, submerging them in the water. These reed baskets weren't very sturdy, but with Lolisa's binding spell, they should easily hold up until tomorrow morning. Of course, if business was good tonight, these magic crayfish would become a feast for tourists, never to see the light of day. Lorisa also called in a few idle children to help Jiangyu watch over the raft and lobsters, freeing him up to travel freely between the stall and the dock. Don't worry, these children often help us with guarding duties, Lorisa said. They're all very reliable. Just give them some food and small change when they're done. Okay. Jiangyu was delighted. She loved the atmosphere in the witch forest. Whether it was the beavers or the witches themselves, everyone was so eager to help. She first used water magic to clean several buckets of lobsters by the river. As they were bringing them ashore, Andre and the others returned. The burly knight and his small attendant each carried 2 buckets of lobsters and easily helped Jiangyu transport them to the warehouse door. Chapter 80. Although Jiangyu's skull had been enchanted with spatial magic to expand its capacity, the entrance was still only as wide as the top of his skull. With so many items, and so many different things, and with a strong knight by his side, there was no need to use shrinking magic on each item before placing it inside the skull. It would be easier to just carry them directly. Using shrinking magic also consumes magical energy. Putting it in the Lich's possession consumes soul fire energy. The more it consumes, the more soul fire it must consume to replenish it. In game terms, the mana bar is limited and shouldn't be abused recklessly. But Andre was very reliable. After a few trips, he brought all the magic lobsters, pots, pans, and bamboo chopsticks to Jiangyu. The skeletal skeleton beamed and patted the knight's sturdy shoulders in gratitude. Wow, those muscles are so strong. The streets were already crowded with tourists in the afternoon, but the carnival didn't truly begin until the sun set and the bonfires were lit. And Wolf had gone back to her house to rest, planning to recharge for the night. Jericho was going to go on a few patrols with Andre. Jiangyu couldn't help but look at Andre with admiration. This deputy commander of the kingdom's knights was truly dedicated and tireless. Not long after Jiangyu returned, the dwarf print shop owner Jinx Pinks arrived with a delivery. Hey! Skeleton! The dwarf drove over on a donkey cart. Your flyers are ready. Come and check them out. Jiangyu glanced curiously at the donkey, which was about the same height as the dwarf, and couldn't help but rub its furry head. The dwarf handed him the printed flyer. Here, take a look. The printing process was simple, but the finished product was flawless. Jiangyu glanced at the chibi skeleton on the flyer with satisfaction, then carefully reviewed the text and promptly paid. Great, let's work together again next time. By the way, I'm opening a braised crayfish stall here tonight, so be sure to come and support me. Oh, Jinx replied gruffly. Is it delicious? Absolutely delicious, perfect with a drink. Larissa popped up. This stall's offering 20% off beer. Hey, that's great. The dwarf shopkeeper unloaded his goods and drove off in his donkey cart. Jianyu looked at Loris with a puzzled look. 20% off beer? Loris smiled, took Jianyu's hand, and said, I got it figured out. We sell drinks at your place tonight. If we work together, business will definitely boom. It turns out the witches also have a sales KPI to meet during this midsummer carnival. After experiencing Jianyu's craftsmanship, Loris thought for a moment and decided to join forces with him. Okay. Jianyu had no objections. Beer crayfish were a perfect night market companion, and selling them together would only boost business. She counted her supplies and thought, I'd buy some more meat. It's still early, you can browse the other stalls. Larissa said with a smile, before the opening, the shopkeepers have some fun. Once the evening starts, you'd be too busy. That made sense, and Jianyu happily went to browse the stalls. With the arrival of the festival, the witch village of Lancelot had transformed overnight. A large bonfire had been built in the center of the village, and with the square as the center, a row of stalls lined the streets. There's a wide variety of items for sale here, but they primarily focus on magic tools, herbal pots, and various edibles used by ordinary people. The prices are reasonable, and the quality is good. Jianyu looked carefully, and chatted with the vendors for a while. She noticed that no one was selling magic rice, and the vendors had no interest in buying it. Sure enough, it was like a luxury item, not easily resaleable. After understanding the market, Jianyu had a sense of the market, and began her exploration. Compared to the foodie nation of Jianyu's previous life, Huntington Principality is indeed a food desert. But even in a food desert, there are people who adhere to the basics of gourmet food, exploring and pursuing delicious food. Jianyu discovered that there are still many delicious folk recipes. For example, although southern crops like glutinous rice are not produced here, in addition to oats and wheat, people still have a staple food, sweet potatoes. This sweet potato tastes similar to the potatoes of Jianyu's previous life, soft and fluffy, with a high starch content. When eaten alone, it doesn't taste sweet, but rather has a faint metallic flavor. Jianyu tested the ingredients and found trace amounts of magnesium, potassium, sodium, calcium, and other metallic elements. These aren't harmful to the human body, but rather provide a good source of trace elements, making them a very good health food. Even more amazingly, this sweet potato doesn't produce any toxins even when it sprouts, making it much milder than potatoes that produce solanine as soon as they sprout. Jianyu would venture to say that if this thing were toxic, it would have taken hundreds of years for it to become a staple food. The people here love this sweet potato. 3 out of the 5 stalls sell various sweet potato products, such as sweet potato wraps, shepherd's pie, and fried sweet potato wedges. They look golden and very tempting. Jianyu ate as she went. She loved the crispy mashed potatoes that covered the meat filling in her shepherd's pie, and she also loved the fried mashed potatoes, which resembled wolf-tooth potatoes. In her left hand, she held a box of shepherd's pie, stacked with fried mashed potatoes. In her right, she held a mashed potato wrap with a sausage. Leaning against the spiritual wood pendant, she took bites of food, absorbing the soul fire with great pleasure. As she walked, she spotted Andre, and shoved her finished food into his hands. Andre? ? The knight's vice-captain glanced at the sudden pile of food in his hands, then, expressionlessly, took the mashed potato wrap, and took a large bite. Bland as it may be, free food is a real treat. Even if it's a little less nutritious, it's still enough to satisfy hunger. There are so many people here. Jianyu looked around, watching the people coming and going. There were dwarves, hearths, elves, and orcs she recognized, but there were even more races she couldn't identify. Curious, she poked the knight. What race is that handsome guy over there? He's a dragon, the knight replied after a quick glance. They like to transform into human form to enjoy delicious food. Be careful of those young, seemingly clueless people. Underage dragons often forget to use the light body spell, and end up collapsing human chairs and beds. Light body, a variation of the weight loss spell, can be used on living creatures, especially fantasy creatures whose density increases, while their mass remains unchanged after transformation. Perhaps because the embarrassing incident of collapsing a human chair is so classic, it's become almost a dragon joke. Even Jianyu, an uninformed Lich, has heard it several times. Chapter 81. Jianyu looked at another group of aliens. What about those? Those aliens were tall, with faces resembling beasts yet not quite beasts. All of them had sharp, upward-pointing lower molars. They were all about 2 or 3 meters tall, with skin as wrinkled and thick as an elephant's, tinged with a brown oily sheen. Their heads were furry, but they lacked animal ears. Thick hair stretched from their heads to their spines. The men wore only a tiger skin skirt, while the women had an additional piece of tiger skin fabric on their chests, and that was all. Trolls, Andre said succinctly. Despite their frightening appearance, they're actually quite docile. And don't mention the word stinky in front of them. They're very sensitive to being told they have body odor. Oh, Jianyu nodded, suddenly remembering what these trolls looked like. Their faces resembled caracals. Andre was confused. Jianyu didn't continue the conversation. The Lich's attention had long been drawn to the amusement stalls ahead. Hammer swinging, dart throwing, balloon hitting, 3 cups of fetch. All the usual carnival games were available. She watched the excitement intently for a moment, then suddenly remembered that she should be able to pick up a lot of soul fire in such a fun place. Loose emotions are also energy, but no one says you need to ask for permission to absorb this unwanted energy. So Jianyu temporarily put away her spiritual wood pendant and took a deep breath. To her surprise, instead of a sweet and fragrant aroma, she smelled a foul stench. She couldn't help but retched, "Ugh! It stinks." A troll that happened to be walking past her let out a howl, like a passing dog that had been suddenly kicked. It had a particularly aggrieved expression on its face, even raising its arm to sniff its own scent. Jianyu, Andre, No. Jianyu waved his bony claws and hurriedly explained, "I'm a lich, a failure. You see, I can't smell normal scents. I just smelled emotions." "Not you." The troll finally stopped, nodded as if accepting Jianyu's explanation, patted his chest in reassurance, and followed his companions. Takumi breathed a sigh of relief, and Andre leaned over. "What do you smell?" "Malice," Takumi whispered. "Very bad." She held out the psychic wood again. The dog sniffed furtively, then pulled Andre into the alley. "This way. There's the smell of kerosene." Andre suddenly grew serious. Malice combined with kerosene wasn't a good thing in this crowded carnival. They ran down the alley for a while, the crowds dwindling, and Takumi could smell the stench of malevolence more and more clearly. Suddenly, she locked onto a figure. That guy. A man with mousy brown hair and shifty eyes, carrying a large barrel on his back. She didn't need to say anything more. Andre had already pounced on the mousy-haired figure, wrestling him to the ground. The barrel on his back fell off during the struggle and rolled to the side. The barrel lid was shaken loose, and thick kerosene seeped out from the crack. Andre pressed his knee against the suspect's back and twisted his hands behind his back. He raised his head and saw the unlit fire in the square not far from the end of the alley. His emerald green eyes suddenly narrowed. This guy, trying to tamper with the bonfire? Deputy Captain? Pasha, who was patrolling the square, noticed the unusual commotion and rushed over. He also saw the kerosene being poured nearby and gasped. "What's this?" "He's suspicious," Andre said. "Carrying a large barrel of kerosene suggests ill intentions. Arrest him and interrogate him. Notify the witches, and have them check the bonfire to make sure it's not tampered with." The bonfire is a symbol of Midsummer Carnival. Once lit, it burns for 3 days and 3 nights. The bonfire is already filled with a large amount of wood, so it doesn't need any kerosene or other accelerants to burn properly. Once these accelerants are added, the flames could easily get out of control. The man, cursing, was taken away for questioning by Pasha. Andre picked up the spilled kerosene bucket, replaced the lid, and sealed it tightly. He even used magic to remove the oil stains on the floor. "Little Bones, you might have performed a great deed." Jianyu tilted his head. "Did he try to tamper with the bonfire?" "Probably. We investigate." Andre looked around. "Smell again. Is there any foul odor?" Jianyu followed Andre around several more times, but this time she didn't smell anything foul, only pleasant, sweet scents. Seeing this, Andre shrugged. "Leave the rest to us. Go back and set up your stall." "Oh, right." He pulled a crystal ball from his pocket. "This is a photo crystal. When you sell food, don't forget to test it in front of customers and record the results with the photo crystal. There's a wide variety of people at the carnival, including those looking to stir up trouble and take advantage of the situation. It's best to be cautious. If you need help, tell Jericho to come to me." "All right. You're a truly reliable partner." Gio couldn't help but praise him. She took the crystal ball, opened her skull, and placed it inside. The two parted ways. Andre took the barrel of kerosene to find the other Kingdom Knights, while Jiangyu went to Uncle Wolf's butcher stall and bought a large piece of premium pork belly. To her surprise, Uncle Wolf's pork was meticulously divided into castrated and uncastrated varieties. Jiangyu happily ordered the former, which had less odor and tasted better. When she returned to her stall, it was almost dusk, and Jericho was already waiting at the warehouse door. Jiangyu took out his key, unlocked the door, and took out his food stall. Jericho brought out the tables and chairs, and quickly set up the place. The crayfish in the barrel were still alive and kicking. Jiangyu quickly deveined them, and fried them in oil. The aroma quickly wafted through the evening breeze. Along with Lolisa, who had hurried over, Jericho tactfully picked up a flyer, and began to hawk braised crayfish. Perfect with a drink. 20% off drinks. Novelty treats and delicious sauces, all at the Lich's brewing workshop. Jiangyu watched them diligently serving customers, and he couldn't help but smile again, cracking his jaw. As she poured in the sauce, the braised crayfish in the pot gradually emitted a captivating and overbearing aroma, and the first customer appeared before her stall. Chapter 82. The guest was exceptionally handsome, with long, shiny silver hair, silver willow-shaped eyebrows, and light blue pupils. Ice blue scales could be seen on his neck. He was one of the dragons Andre had pointed out while Jiangyu was shopping. Huh? Lich. The guest raised his beautiful eyebrows, a look of surprise on his face. What a rare species. He glanced down at the red crayfish in the pot. A novel dish. What is this? Braised crayfish. Jiangyu said with a smile, it's delicious. Want a portion? 3 silver coins for a pound. Crayfish? The visitor also laughed. That's interesting. Give me 3 pounds. He leaned forward slightly, examining Jiangyu with curiosity. You speak our language? Aw, no, wait. The visitor seemed to realize something. You're not speaking dragon language. You're simply projecting your consciousness through magical elements. Therefore, anyone who hears your words, it feels like you're speaking their native language. He studied Jiangyu closely, and suddenly laughed. Hey! You can even create facial expressions through your externalized magic. Amazing! Is this a Lich's talent? Melando, come and see. This Lich is truly hilarious. She can even make faces with her skull. All Liches are like that. Leodoro. An equally handsome dragon with a more rugged face approached. He had short black hair, golden red pupils, and no scales on his neck. He looked much more mature than Leodoro. Melando nodded to Jiangyu. My friend has just left the clan to gain experience, so he's always getting a little fussy. Don't mind me. No, Jiangyu waved. I just became a Lich recently too, so there's a lot I don't understand. She poured the stir-fried crayfish into the preheated casserole. A sizzling sound erupted, and the aroma filled the air. Your 3 pounds of crayfish are ready. She then took out another lobster. This is your first time eating this kind of shrimp. Let me show you how. First, peel the shell and remove the inedible parts like the gills and legs. Then, remove the carapace along both sides of the prawn and pinch off the tail. Look! Now you can completely peel the shrimp. Both the roe and the meat are delicious and edible. Dip them in the sauce on the plate for even better flavor. Wow! Leodor looked eager to try. That's fun. I want to peel it. He took out 9 silver coins. Placing it on the counter, Takumi took the opportunity to promote it. This sauce is made with our homemade soy sauce. Would you like to try a bottle? It's delicious with anything, a versatile sauce that enhances flavor. Only 1 silver coin a bottle. Give me a bottle. Leodoro excitedly pulled out another silver coin. You're such a fun witch. Okay. Takumi handed the two a flyer. Please take a seat. I bring your crayfish, soy sauce, and cutlery. Leodoro happily pulled the helpless Melando to the nearest seat. Takumi, unfazed by the heat, placed the casserole on a large wooden tray made specifically for beaver, placed 2 pairs of chopsticks and a wooden bowl on top, and retrieved a small bottle of soy sauce and a small plate from the storage. Then, carrying the large tray, he walked over. She placed the casserole between them, set out the dishes, and placed the soy sauce bottle and small plate next to it. If you feel the flavor isn't strong enough, pour out a little soy sauce for dipping. This sauce bottle can be opened and closed repeatedly, making it convenient to carry with you when traveling. It's perfect for outdoor cooking when you don't have any sauce on hand. Whether you're frying, grilling, boiling, or deep frying, anything tastes delicious with this dip. She winked at Leodor. Just use a moderate amount. Too much will make it too salty. After serving the dish, She didn't forget to open the photo crystal and cast spirit appearance and poison appearance on the crayfish casserole. Watch out, everyone. Magic doesn't lie. The crayfish I make are sterile and non-toxic, but safe and healthy. How do you use them? Leodor curiously grasped the chopsticks, one in each hand. Hold them like this? They're called chopsticks. Jiangyu took out his own bone chopsticks and demonstrated skillfully. Place your fingers like this, then control them like this, and you'll be able to successfully pick up a shrimp. Leodor immediately followed suit, clumsily picking up a shrimp. He excitedly showed it to Melando. Look. Melando, I done it. Melando held his forehead slightly, barely able to bear the sight of his excited companion. He also picked up the chopsticks and quickly mastered the technique. I can do that too. Wow. You learned so fast. Leodor exclaimed in amazement. Stupid, this isn't even difficult for us dragons, okay? The two dragons began peeling the shrimp, bantering with each other like a comedian. Seeing they mastered the technique, Jianyu smiled as he returned to the counter and put 10 silver coins into the cash register. Wow! Boss! These shrimp are delicious. Leodor exclaimed again, drawing the attention of many nearby tourists. A group of dwarves hesitated for a second before quickly finding a table and sitting down. Boss, we want whatever they're having. Larissa had gone off to sell beer to the dragons, while Jericho took the dwarves' orders. Jiangyu continued to cook the next pot of lobster. Night fell, and the nearby bonfire was finally lit. The crowd in the square erupted in excitement, exclaiming in delight. Jiangyu looked up and saw the bonfire soaring into the sky. Under magical control, the soaring flames formed a pentagram, then transformed into the image of a foaming beer mug. It was a truly spectacular sight. Wow! The witches are really putting on a show this year. The dwarves, who had just finished placing their orders, cheered, Little witch, bring us some wine. Okay. Larissa had just finished serving the two dragons wine when she glanced up at the bonfire, tilting her head in confusion. Was that the original plan? Never mind, as long as it looks good. Jiangyu scratched his skull in confusion, dumped the deveined crayfish into the pan, and continued frying. The dwarves had ordered 10 pounds of shrimp. 5 more pounds of shrimp. The dragons finished their meal quickly, and Leodor, still hungry, placed another order. Okay. Jiangyu's eyes curved as he set up another pot. The stall's enthusiastic customers were its best sign. As the dragons and dwarves feasted, more customers, after watching for a while, quickly took a seat. Even those who arrived had to wait in line. Jiangyu has a feeling that business will be booming tonight. Chapter 83. Just as Jiangyu had predicted, business was booming tonight. Jiangyu, Jericho, Larissa, and Andy Wolf, who had joined them halfway through the stalls, were all spinning like tops, their feet never stopping. With the support of the dragons and dwarves, passers-by couldn't help but stop, lean in, take a deep breath of the overbearing aroma, take a second look at the strange chopsticks in the dragon's hands, and the dwarves' saw-soaked hands peeling the tender pink shrimp, and then resolutely join the line. 3 tables weren't enough for the rotating guests, so Jiangyu simply started taking out the crayfish, selling them right in the wooden basins made by the beavers. If customers wanted more, they could return with the basins later. At first, she had some free time to wander around the stall, but later, she was almost always at the counter and the stove, constantly scooping out and reheating pot after pot of crayfish. Jericho had been greeting customers, taking orders, and serving food, but he had to hand that over to Larissa and Auntie Wolf, concentrating on deveining the shrimp. Deveining the shrimp wasn't an easy task. Once the crayfish were isolated, they began to accumulate wind blades, requiring quick action to push their heads into the ground nearby. The wind blades had already created a pit next to the snack bar, and Jericho had to fill it back in from time to time to prevent anyone from tripping. Auntie Wolf was a skilled customer service assistant. She was talkative, well-liked, and adept at describing the flavors of various delicacies, leaving the customers salivating. While Larissa was selling her own beer, she also helped Takuya. Seeing that the crayfish were being consumed too quickly, she called her sister Matilda and asked her to get the villagers to help transport the crayfish they'd been raising in the river, just in time for the next shift. Jiangyu didn't even worry about these things, they were handled perfectly by these helpful friends. The skeleton beamed, and the spatula stirring the crayfish danced even more vigorously. The takeout business saw a significant boost after the arrival of a wizard customer. He was a wizard with green hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and a scholarly demeanor. He stood by the guest's table for a moment, observing how the shrimp were being peeled, then walked over and ordered a serving of shelled crayfish. "Ah, if you want us to help you shell the shrimp, You have to pay an extra silver coin. Jiang Yu apologized. We're a bit short on staff tonight. Oh, I didn't mean to bother you with the shelling. I just came up with a shelling spell. If you don't mind, owner, could you let me try it out here? The magician adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with excitement, looking like a crazed researcher. New magic doesn't always work, and sometimes it can have a certain impact on the surrounding environment, so there are always shops that won't let me invent in their shops. If you mind, I take the shrimp elsewhere. But I always like to have someone knowledgeable appreciate my new magic. Jiang Yu? ? She tilted her head with interest. Okay. Come with me. She brought out a used table from the warehouse, and found a spot for the magician in a deserted alleyway at the side of the warehouse. She then handed him a bamboo bowl. The magician focused on the clay pot, his fingertips lightly drawing a magic circle beneath his fingers. Then, using magical language that sounded obscure to others, but was incredibly straightforward to Jiang Yu, he said, "Shell separation." The shells of the crayfish automatically split open behind their heads, neatly splitting in half. The whole shrimp meat and brains popped out of their shells and lay flat in a clean bamboo bowl, forming a small mountain. The shells then automatically fell into the clay pot. Wow! That's so convenient. Jiang Yu couldn't help but use her detection magic again, discovering that the magician's magic only caused the crayfish to shed its shell automatically. It had no effect on the quality or flavor of the meat, and it didn't cause any contamination. Can I use this magic? Of course, I'd love to see someone use my magic. Sigh, I'm so rude. I haven't introduced myself yet. Edward Van Plymouth, a scholar of household magic, at your service. The green-haired magician held out a business card. My personal hobby is inventing and creating various practical household magics, and I'm passionate about promoting them to every household. In fact, I have a book called The 100 Most Common Household Magic Spells, which I wrote. He pulled a book from his robes and smiled. 1 silver coin a copy. Finally, Jiang Yu bargained and exchanged a free crayfish for the book and the use of the shuckling magic. Both she and the magician were very satisfied. After finishing his business, Jiang Yu handed the magician a flyer. If you're ever in Eston West City, please come visit us. Oh, and I have a great all-purpose sauce for home and travel. It makes any meat or seafood taste delicious when dipped in this soy sauce. Would you like a bottle? The door-to-door salesman finally left with 3 bottles of soy sauce and a large bowl of lobster meat, looking bewildered but happy. Perhaps for safety reasons, this shelling spell can only be used on cooked crustaceans. The Lich mastered it after just one viewing, and now it was time to put his knowledge into practice. Like Aunt Wolf, many customers dislike getting their paws and fur wet. Previously, they were put off by the 1 silver coin shelling fee and the long wait time. But with this new spell, the Lich adjusted the shelling fee to just a nickel. Now, more customers gathered around. I want shelled crawfish. I want some too. Okay. Jiang Yu expertly weighed the shelled crawfish for the customers. Look, the weight is correct. With a magical touch, the crawfish automatically lay flat and piled up in a clean bamboo bowl, forming a small mountain. Jiang Yu drizzled a spoonful of sauce over the crawfish, performed the usual inspection, and displayed it to the customers, recording it with his crystal camera. He then handed out 2 bamboo skewers and a flyer. You can eat with a fork. Our shop is in Eston West City. Come visit anytime in the future. And do you want to take a few bottles of our all-purpose soy sauce? The customer hummed a few times, bewildered, looking at the mountain of shells with reluctance. So many shrimp, and only this little meat can be peeled. That's true, but concentration is the essence. All the delicious parts are in this bowl. Jiang Yu said with a smile, you can save the trouble of peeling the shells, and you won't get your claws dirty. You can also eat while walking, so you don't miss out on the evening's revelry, and can enjoy several delicious bites at once. That's right. The orc was delighted again. He paid the bill, happily picked up the bamboo bowl and skewers, and picked up several lobster meats. Ah, eating like this is so delicious. Chapter 84. The jingling of coins dropped into the cash register, and the skeleton's jaws clicked, giving them a good laugh for a while. The dine-in customers had already changed several times, and takeout sales were booming. This was all thanks to the beaver's generous donation of disposable bamboo bowls, chopsticks, and the household magician's shelling magic. After all, this world hadn't yet invented disposable plastic. After a few hours of trial operation, Jiang Yu decided it was necessary to get some more convenient woven grass baskets tomorrow. The bamboo bowls were being used up so quickly, and he wasn't sure if they would be enough to last through the night. It was just past 10 o'clock, and the first wave of carnival food had just passed, with the second wave still brewing. A dance was taking place in the bonfire square, and most of the customers had flocked there. Only a few tables of dine-in customers were still eating and drinking at the stalls, giving Jiangyu and the others time to rest and recuperate. Most of the several hundred kilograms of crayfish had already been sold. Just now, Jiangyu had used all 3 stoves, using all the large and small pots and casseroles. At the busiest moment, even the crucible of time had to work simmering the lobsters. If Andre saw, he'd probably silently grumble at the waste. Jiangyu chuckled for a moment, then, taking advantage of the lack of customers, took out the pork belly she bought. She used the stove to burn the hair off the skin, soaked the meat in clean water to remove the blood, blanched it, and set it aside to drain. Next, she cleaned the iron wok, poured in a small amount of peanut oil, and added the malt sugar she bought from the witches, slowly frying the sugar color over low heat. This was a patient and delicate task, requiring slow, gentle heating over low heat, stirring constantly with a spatula to ensure even heating. The malt sugar gradually melted in the pot, its color gradually turning yellow, then gradually developing into a bright reddish brown. As Takumayu stirred, his thoughts drifted. According to the information Takumayu had gathered recently from Aunt Wolf, the witches, and Andre, this country's sugar industry was still very underdeveloped. The reason was simple. Huntington, a high-latitude northern nation, lacked the most basic sugar-making ingredient: sugarcane. Even though this was a magical Western fantasy world, the raw materials for sugar production were eerily similar to those in her previous life. Currently, the only known raw materials for sugar production were sugarcane and malt. Malt-based sugar production was a knowledge unique to the witches, who worked daily with wheat, and the production process was complex and meticulous, not widely known. The sugarcane in this magical world had similar habits to those in Takumayu's original world, primarily found in tropical and subtropical regions. Its growth required a warm, humid climate, ample sunlight, and fertile soil. In Takumi's world, sugarcane is primarily cultivated between 33 degrees north latitude and 30 degrees south latitude. Its optimal growing temperature is 25 to 32 degrees Celsius, a temperature simply unattainable in the Duchy of Huntington. Even if a few days of high temperatures reach the required temperature during the hottest months of the year, it's still completely inadequate for cultivation. For this reason, sugarcane hasn't even been introduced to Holly's botanical garden, let alone other regions. Thus, 99% of the various sugars needed by the Duchy of Huntington must be imported from southern countries more than half a world away. In this era, even with the aid of magic, transporting large quantities of goods over long distances remains an expensive and dangerous undertaking. The journey involved navigating numerous storms, crossing oceans, trekking through mountains and rivers, and carving paths where none existed. Even cargo could be lost for various reasons: shipwrecks, overturned carts, plundered by bandits, and merchants' lives, let alone their goods, were not guaranteed. After such an arduous journey to the Duchy of Huntington, it was only natural to charge a few billion more for the sugar. Right? Because of the high price of sugar, people simply avoided it if they could, gritted their teeth, and managed to get by. Only wealthy princes and nobles could indulge in sweets. Ordinary people, even those in the well-off middle class like Aunt Wolf, reluctant to buy too much white sugar. Due to this limitation, people have even developed an extremely frugal eating method. Instead of mixing sugar into their food, they scoop it directly with a small spoon and hold it on their tongue, ensuring that every drop of sugar melts on their tongue. After savoring the complete sweetness, they then savor other foods with the aftertaste. Jiyo was quite puzzled by this. It's well known that after eating very sweet fruit, less sweet fruit will only taste sour. She was curious about what kind of flavor those people would experience after consuming sugar and then other foods. But, hey, when resources are extremely scarce, people don't have many options. Jiao understood this very well. Jiao thought back. As far as she could remember, the sugar industry, which primarily relies on sugarcane, originated in India and continued to spread throughout the world. In fact, in ancient times, our ancestors ate sugar obtained by gelatinizing, saccharifying and concentrating the starch of grains, or maltose made by sprouting, crushing and fermenting barley and wheat. There was no difference in the names of the two in ancient times, and they were collectively called malt sugar. Sugarcane, however, is difficult to preserve. Although it was cultivated during the Warring States, Western Han, and Eastern Han dynasties, and its juice was discovered to be boiled into rock honey or granulated sugar, it wasn't until the reign of Emperor Taizong of Tang that sugar-making technology was introduced from Magadha, India. After our ancestors adapted it to suit local resources and climate, sugarcane began to be widely used in places like Yangzhou. In 674 AD, with the invention of the drip method for producing white sugar, sugarcane gradually emerged on the historical stage, becoming on par with maltose. It wasn't until the Song dynasty that sugarcane transitioned from a luxury item for the nobility to an affordable ingredient for the common people. Europeans were not so fortunate. In the 9th century, similar to the world's development, sugarcane had not yet been widely introduced to Europe. They were only available through small-scale trade with Arab merchants, supplied as precious spices to the nobility and high-ranking clergy, and used only in expensive desserts and medicines. Rather than just an everyday condiment, it was a symbol of wealth and power. At the time, Europeans primarily used honey as a source of sweetness. This was similar to this world, except that the people of Huntington hadn't yet mastered beekeeping and artificial honey harvesting. To them, honey was more like a stroke of luck than a stable harvest. Under these circumstances, it's no wonder that the people of Huntington were reluctant to use sugar or honey in marmalade. Even with the modern recipes Takumi knew of, achieving the right sweetness required approximately 400 to 500 grams of sugar for every 400 to 600 grams of fruit, about 4 bitter oranges. To the people of Huntington, this was like pouring gold into a cesspool. Chapter 85. By comparison, while the witch's malt sugar wasn't cheap, Takumi you could buy it at a discount as an honorary member. Adding a little fried sugar color to a dish would enhance its flavor. A small amount wouldn't be necessary, but the flavor would be noticeably improved. As for the cane sugar she found in the brewing workshop's kitchen, Takumi you had carefully stored it since learning its value. How could Miyu and her daughter have access to such expensive cane sugar and glutinous rice? However, Mifuna was a formidable potion master herself. A single bottle of her brewed potion was worth a fortune, and she was sought after by countless people. She must have always had plenty of money. Before Takumi you could figure it out, the sugar color in the pot had already turned a bright red, bubbling with tiny bubbles. It was already at its peak state. She dumped the drained pork belly, cut into palm-sized squares, into the pot and quickly stir-fried it, coating it evenly with the bright red sauce. Then, she added sliced ginger, scallions, garlic slices, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and a little chili pepper, continuing to stir-fry until fragrant. Next, cooking wine is usually added to enhance the flavor and remove the fishy smell, but Jiangyu didn't have any on hand, and glutinous rice wine was too expensive, so she couldn't bear to use it here. Instead, she asked Lolisa for a glass of dark beer, and poured some into the pot. The dark beer's unique bitterness and burnt aroma also removed the fishy smell, giving the braised pork a hint of aroma that was appropriate for the beer festival. It was a truly localized improvement. Then, it was time to add the main event: light soy sauce for flavor and dark soy sauce for color. Normally, the basic brewing process of light soy sauce and dark soy sauce is the same. Light soy sauce is the first draw with a shorter fermentation time, 6 to 12 months, while dark soy sauce is fermented for a longer time based on light soy sauce, and then further processed by adding ingredients such as caramel pigment. Jiangyu brewed 3 varieties of soy sauce, 2 of which could be considered light soy sauces, and the last, aged 2 years, differing only from dark soy sauce in the addition of caramel coloring. Of course, the flavor difference wasn't significant. The soy sauce had a rich flavor, lacking just a hint of bitterness, but Jiangyu was quite satisfied. The 2 soy sauces were poured into the pot, and the rich aroma, driven by the flames of the stove, immediately wafted in all directions. Jiangyu evenly coated the pork belly with the sauce again, then placed each piece neatly in a clay pot on the adjacent stove. The sauce from the wok was also poured into the clay pot, and then water was added to cover the pork belly. Bringing it to a boil over high heat, the heat was reduced to low, and the clay pot was covered. In a word, simmer. Then, after a full 40 to 60 minutes of slow cooking, the pork belly became tender, rich but not greasy, and richly flavored. At that point, simply return to high heat to reduce the sauce and season, and you're done. While the pork belly simmered, Takumi cleaned the pot and began frying crayfish, preparing for the next wave of customers. Just then, Andre and the head witch, Mana, arrived. "Wow, that smells so good." Mana smiled. "How's business tonight?" "Very good," Takumi said cheerfully. "I was almost overwhelmed just now. This carnival is so fun. And that bonfire was beautiful too." Andre coughed lightly, and Mana's expression stiffened for a moment. Yes. Would you like some crayfish?" Takumi said enthusiastically. "They're delicious. If peeling the shells is too much trouble, you can add a nickel and enjoy the shelling magic service. Then, let's get a pound of shelled crayfish." Mana's smile was still a little stiff. She took out 3 silver coins and a nickel and placed them on the counter. It's just right. I'm a little tired from walking. I go sit over there. She found a seat at an empty table. Andre whispered, the bonfire was tampered with. Little Bone, thanks to you spotting the offending individual, we were able to act quickly and discover that the bonfire had been filled with a mind-altering powder. If it had been doused with kerosene to fuel the flames, the consequences would have been disastrous. Wow! Jiangyu took a breath, instantly understanding why Mana's expression was so stiff and strange. So that bonfire performance just now was. The witches in charge worked together to use a special magic to blow the powder into the air and instantly incinerate it. It's an emergency measure, Andre said. It's just so fancy that the tourists, like you, think it's a performance the witches have prepared long ago. So what are you doing now? Patrol, continue checking for suspicious individuals. Andre shrugged, moved to the stove, lifted the lid of the casserole, and took a deep breath. Smells good. The criminal we captured earlier was hired, solely to add kerosene. He has other accomplices, currently hiding among the tourists. The braised pork isn't cooked yet. Jiao replaced the lid of the casserole in Andre's hand. What are the characteristics of that accomplice? How do you plan to find him? The criminal said he was hired by a masked man in black and doesn't know the other accomplices. I suspect the accomplice was either hired by the man in black using the same method, or is his companion or even the man in black himself. Anyway, we haven't gotten any further clues from the criminal, but to have poured such a large amount of powder into the bonfire and escape unscathed. That accomplice must be very knowledgeable about potions. We're worried that if his plan fails, he continue to target various stalls. Do you need my help catching the criminal? Asked Jiangyu. Andre shook his head. We don't need you running around with us for now. In fact, I think you'd be more useful here. This group of criminals is clearly trying to stir up trouble at this carnival. Not only are they targeting crowded areas, they're also meticulously trying to make everything look like an incident at the witches' festival. In that case, their easiest targets right now are your food vendors and the beer sold by the witches. We're increasing patrols and issuing warnings to each vendor individually. Andre glanced at the crowd gathering nearby and lowered his voice. The more prosperous your business is, the more likely it is that criminals will target you. Little Bone, be careful. If we smell anyone with malicious intent, have Jericho apprehend him. All right. Jiao fried the crayfish, cast shelling magic to remove the meat, and then, as usual, performed another inspection before serving it to Mana, recording it on video. Andre stood by, his arms folded, pleased with her caution, and nodded slightly. Chapter 86. Mana held the small bamboo bowl in her left hand, skewering crayfish as she walked. The reserved head, which didn't say anything, but her slightly narrowed brows and expression of enjoyment spoke volumes. Time was running out, so the two didn't linger, but went to alert nearby merchants. Jiangyu rubbed her claws and walked back to the stove at the snack stand. She glanced at the bubbling braised pork, then lit another pot and continued cooking more crayfish. The people who had been dancing around the bonfire had now dispersed. Drenched in sweat, thirsty, and hungry after a long workout, they flocked to the surrounding food stalls. This was a prime time to do business. Larissa and the others joined the crowd, enthusiastically soliciting customers. The fragrant crayfish sautéing in the pot served as their perfect living sign. Trolls with caracal-like faces, their lower fangs jutting upward, pushed their way through the crowd and casually sat at the table. 10 pounds of crayfish, please. We want 6 pounds. The dwarves at another table chimed in. A group of beautiful women with bird-like claws and long feathers on their arms occupied the last table. Their voices were as melodious as sirens, their tones melodious and captivating, as if they were humming a ballad, yet the content was simple. Little Lich, bring us 10 pounds of crayfish, shelled. Here they come. The fried crayfish didn't need a long cooking time, they just needed to be seasoned. With the shelling magic, efficiency was greatly improved, and pot after pot of crayfish was quickly served. The guests sipped beer and devoured their food, watching Auntie Wolf's demonstration of chopsticks with great interest, seemingly treating it as a form of entertainment. Amidst the laughter and chatter, the words from another world, crawfish, casserole, and chopsticks, gradually became ingrained in everyone's minds. Jiangyu, the ambassador for promoting otherworldly food culture, was also delighted by this phenomenon of human-to-human transmission. See, delicious food can conquer even the most stubborn of palates. This also proved the validity of her business strategy. Of course, Jiangyu prepared more than just crawfish tonight. After more than 10 minutes, the braised pork emerged from the oven. As soon as the lid was lifted, The aroma of meat instantly filled the room. Standing, seated, and passing by, nearly all the guests simultaneously turned their heads to gaze at the pot emitting a mysterious aroma. "What's that? A new dish?" Tux, the dwarf craftsman, who happened to be at the front of the line, asked, chewing a large chicken drumstick. "It's braised pork. Tonight's gift with purchase," Takumi announced with a smile. "Anyone who buys 10 bottles of soy sauce will receive a free braised pork. It's a new product, limited quantities. First come, first served." "How big is a serving of braised pork?" Tux asked curiously. Takumi plucked a large, palm-sized piece of braised pork from the pot, and cut it into 4 small portions on the chopping board. Each portion was just the right size for 1 or 2 bites, perfect for customers to savor the flavor without feeling greasy and nauseous from overeating. Braised pork is like modern instant noodles and cola. The first bite is irreplaceable, the second abruptly worse, and by the third, you never want to see it again. Some delicacies are meant to be savored only briefly. Distance and scarcity create beauty. She placed a portion of braised pork on a small bamboo dish and drizzled it with bright red sauce. "Here, that's all." The dwarf craftsman took one look and exclaimed, "That's too little." "It's a little, but it's free." Jianyu smiled, but remained undeterred. "This is top-notch pork belly, seasoned with soy sauce, various herbs, and, most importantly, sugar. You can enjoy this delicacy by buying only 10 bottles of soy sauce. It's totally worth it. Would you like to try our soy sauce?" She glanced at the giant chicken drumstick the dwarf craftsman held and asked, "Do you think it's delicious?" Tux shrugged nonchalantly, and took another bite of the chicken. Everyone knows that boiled giant bird legs taste ordinary, but they're incredibly juicy. In this day and age, juicy is a compliment to food, especially for dwarves, craftsmen who do manual labor every day. They greatly appreciate foods high in protein, fat, or sugar, as they provide a good source of energy. As for taste, that's secondary. Even if it doesn't taste good, as long as it fills your stomach, it's fine. Don't get me wrong, this doesn't mean dwarves don't care about texture and flavor. Even these rough guys who usually eat boiled meat have the right to pursue delicious food during the carnival. Jianyu confidently took out a small bamboo dish, poured soy sauce into it, and handed it to Tux. "Here, this is the soy sauce. Try dipping your chicken leg in it. This is a sampler, free. You don't have to buy it, just try it first." The dwarf craftsman's eyes lit up at the word free. Clearly, the simple people of this era haven't yet realized that free is the most expensive thing. He shrugged again, dipped the half-eaten giant bird leg in soy sauce, and took another bite. His eyes slowly widened in disbelief. He took a look at the giant bird leg in his hand, chewed it again, took another bite of the white meat, chewed it again, and finally dipped it in soy sauce again, taking another big bite. After repeating this several times, Tux finally said, "How many bottles of soy sauce did you say you get a free gift with a purchase?" 10 bottles. Each one is this big, so convenient for home use, work, or travel. "Give me 20 bottles." The dwarf craftsman said decisively. He pulled out a handful of silver coins, spread them out generously on the counter, and counted them out one by one to Jianyu. "Jianyu, that's very dwarven." Jianyu gave him 20 bottles of soy sauce, and placed 2 small portions of braised pork on small plates. He displayed and recorded the test results as usual. The dwarf craftsman Tux said that although he didn't understand much about test magic, he found Jianyu very reliable. Then, clumsily, he took the bamboo chopsticks Takuya had given him, and slid the 2 small pieces of braised pork into his abyssal maw, chewing, chewing, chewing. "Ah!" He suddenly erupted in a dwarven war cry, startling Takuya and the surrounding customers. "This is so delicious!" The dwarf craftsman shouted, "I'd do anything you ask. Just please, sell me the whole portion of braised pork." "Ah. No, the braised pork is a special giveaway for our soy sauce promotion. Each customer is limited to 20 bottles, so more people can enjoy this delicious soy sauce. Please understand." Takuya handed over his flyer in time. "Of course, after our shop officially opens, we frequently have new and delicious dishes like this. If you like, please come back often." Chapter 87. The dwarf craftsman Tux's spontaneous yet over-the-top performance instantly piqued the interest of the customers in line behind him. They rushed to buy soy sauce and the braised pork, pushing Tux aside. "Jianyu, wow! Don't worry, everyone. Line up and come one by one." Led by the braised pork, the number of customers wanting soy sauce increased dramatically. Jianyu had no choice but to ask Matilda to bring in another small table and set up a small counter in front of the warehouse, offering soy sauce tastings, selling soy sauce, and giving away braised pork. This scene reminded Jiangyu of comic conventions in the past. She suddenly recalled the image of her brother borrowing her wheelchair to take her to that long-awaited comic convention, and returning with him muttering about how he was breaking his legs from walking so much. She couldn't help but chuckle. Tonight, the little-known Lich stall was destined to be the most bustling attraction at the Witch Forest Midsummer Carnival. Even in this age without the internet, people's gossip skills were still undeniable. The discovery of a delicious little shop was a fresh and exciting topic of conversation for most people in this dull era. Those leaving the stall, those grabbing takeout crayfish and eating on the go, or those buying a generous portion of soy sauce for their braised pork, were all eagerly telling their friends, family, and even strangers about this small stall selling all sorts of novel delicacies. Surprisingly, the stall owner was a skeleton capable of making all sorts of amusing expressions. That alone was worth the trip. Leodor, a young dragon who had just reached adulthood, wasn't about to miss this opportunity to fully demonstrate his knowledge. It's hard to imagine a skeleton making all sorts of expressions, right? But in reality, that's the Lich's unique magical power. A Lich's soul actually resides within its phylactery, normally possessing its body through a soul connection. The magical energy within its soul clings to the entire body, allowing the inanimate object to exhibit various unusual behaviors. You thought you heard their words and saw their expressions, but in reality, your soul, in the netherworld, sensed the magical energy released by their souls. Thus, you understood their message. This is incredibly fascinating, isn't it? Skeleton liches are incredibly rare, and just seeing them is worth it. Not to mention, the crayfish they sell are truly delicious. He watched with satisfaction as passers-by expressed sudden enlightenment. Not only were they fascinated by the Lich, but they also admired his extensive knowledge. Xiaolong's sense of accomplishment was practically overflowing. Come! For a little dragon, this was a novel and delightful experience. In the tribe, the other dragons had lived longer than him, and knew more, leaving him no chance to show off. Shelling magic. Want to easily eat shelled crayfish? Learn my shelling magic. Hello, I'm Edward Van Plomus, a scholar of household magic, at your service. By 100 most common household magical spells now, and I teach you the shelling magic. It's only 1 silver coin. Hey, don't go. For 1 silver coin, you can not only buy the book, but also learn the shelling magic. Just think about how much shelling money you can save. Just eat crayfish 10,000 times, and you earn it all back. The green-haired magician, also deeply inspired by Takuyu's braised pork sales method, actively promoted his own book, but for some reason, it seemed that not many customers were interested. Is this soy sauce? Not far away, a group of dwarves gathered, each holding a giant bird leg. Their small eyes fixed on Tux, as he poured soy sauce from a bottle into a basin. Yes, dip it, Tux said excitedly. Try it. This lousy bird leg is finally delicious. The dwarves, half believing, followed his instructions, then exclaimed in amazement. Delicious. The flavor has become richer. And a little sweet. It's even better than boiling it in salt water. Buy 10 bottles now, and get a piece of braised pork for free. Tux closed his eyes, savoring the wonderful taste, his wrinkled face brimming with happiness. That taste, oh sweet, soft, like a whole piece of fat melting on your tongue, yet you don't feel sick, you just want another piece. Oh! It's so delicious. When he opened his eyes again, his companions and the pot of soy sauce had vanished. Confused, to looked up to see them rushing towards the Lich's stall, carrying the pot of soy sauce and the giant bird's leg. Hey! Wait for me. It had to be said that Takuyu's braised pork sales method had indeed boosted soy sauce sales. Previously, most customers who visited the stall were drawn to the crayfish. Those who bought this unknown black liquid were likely bored dragons, curious about novelty, more interested in joining in the fun than truly appreciating the deliciousness of soy sauce. The advent of braised pork gave more customers an opportunity to understand something new. If they wanted to taste the delicacy that had made the dwarven artisans roar in battle, they had to shell out 10 bottles of soy sauce. Buying something you don't need simply for a freebie makes you look like a sucker. If the freebie is attractive enough, then being a sucker is fine. However, the meat the Lich gave away was just a small piece, and buying 10 bottles of soy sauce costs 10 silver coins. That's 1,000 copper coins. People subconsciously feel it's not worth it. Except for dragons. No one would be so wealthy as to casually buy so many useless things for that tiny piece of meat. So, to resolve this logical impasse, most people would choose to learn more about soy sauce before giving up. What if they really need it? If they do need it, then the transaction will shift from buying 10 bottles of soy sauce you don't need for a freebie to buying 10 bottles of soy sauce you desperately need and the free pork belly. The price remains the same, but the consumer's mindset is completely different. To better appreciate the soy sauce's flavor, Jiangyu peeled a plate of unseasoned crayfish, deep-fried them at high temperature to retain the flesh, then de-smelled them with ginger water to remove the fishy smell. This allowed people to more clearly experience the difference the soy sauce brought to the food. After the tasting, many people's expressions shifted from skepticism to relief, and they rushed to buy. Jiangyu observed the buyers and found that most were travelers, merchants, and craftsmen. In terms of ethnicity, humans and dwarves were the majority, with fewer orcs. Chapter 88. Perhaps I should consider doing a customer survey. Takumi pondered as he simmered his second pot of braised pork. After all, many customs and habits in other worlds differ greatly from my understanding. A better understanding of customers' perspectives will allow me to better cater to their needs and sell products. From what she's observed so far, aside from those wealthy, fantasy races who seem to be just there for the fun, the main customers for soy sauce are those who travel frequently, those who live outdoors, and those who often skip meals when working. These people must have discovered how much a delicious and versatile liquid sauce can improve their quality of life. In other words, they discovered the value of soy sauce as a dipping sauce. But why didn't she see anyone resembling a chef? Is this world's culinary culture really so barren? Jiangyu sighed deeply. She wanted to eat more delicious food. Eating home-cooked dishes all the time can get boring sometimes. Food, for example, is about diversity and contention. Jiangyu has always had a tolerant attitude toward food. She's not the kind of dogmatist who insists on strictly adhering to recipes without changing a single detail. To her, good taste is justice. When practical conditions don't allow, she makes improvements when necessary, and finds solutions wherever possible. Could a person starve to death in a house full of food if they were missing just one or two ingredients or tools, from ancient times to the present: corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, peppers, chili peppers? A vast array of Western ingredients have crossed the oceans from the other side of the globe, gradually becoming part of people's daily diets. And just as these delicacies have traveled across the oceans, they have also captured Western tastes. Fortune cookies, General Tso's chicken, roast duck with sweet orange sauce. After the Cantonese first arrived in San Francisco in the 19th century, they adapted many dishes, which have now flourished throughout the Americas, becoming a lifeline for many immigrants who can't cook. This other world holds many species similar to those of her past life, as well as many unknown surprises. Jiangyu not only wants to bring the knowledge and cuisine of her own world, but also wants to see the magnificent spectacle created by the collision of these two cultures. Thus, she doesn't intend to hide many common-sense things. Take all the knowledge acquired during her previous life's 9 years of compulsory education for personal gain and profit, which is nothing but the arrogance of a time traveler. Going it alone is not the right way to do business. As the saying goes, possessing a treasure is a sin. If one is petty and tries to claim all knowledge and benefits that don't belong to him, he will often become a target of public criticism, and sooner or later, he will hit a wall and die without knowing how. When it's time to demonstrate one's abilities, one must demonstrate them. When making partners, one must also learn to give appropriately. After all, no one is willing to risk their lives for someone who is stingy and wary of them. Only sincerity can be rewarded with sincerity. Jiangyu's cousin and brother had both taught her that to run a successful business, one must learn to make friends, upstream supply chains, downstream distributors, investors, shareholders, consumers, even high-ranking officials. The more friends one has, the smoother the business path will be. Whenever difficulties arise, there's always someone to lend a hand, to connect with, and to resolve urgent issues. One shouldn't be short-sighted, focusing only on immediate profits and losses. Temporary concessions often yield greater benefits. Making friends is more important than making a business deal. The former can bring endless business opportunities, while the latter is a one-time transaction. Of course, one must still be self-reliant and maintain a firm grasp on the family's core technologies. As for those recipes that are widely circulated online, it's no big deal for others to learn them. Jiangyu really wants to try out other people's cooking techniques. Now, that's what Jiangyu is doing. She's roped Holly in as a supplier and partner, Andre in as an investor and protector, and Auntie Wolf as a helper and gossip monger. A crucial source of information. And now, the witches have gradually realized Jiangyu's value, and are volunteering to help her run her stall. Dwarven craftsmen and printers have become her loyal customers. Her little boat, drifting alone in another world, has been surrounded by numerous other ships, both large and small. Even the slightest wind or wave is sure to lend a hand. If these people don't help her? That's fine. The undead Lich will just have to go bankrupt and use the magic rice to pay off her debts. The others who actually provide the money, ingredients, and labor, and eagerly wait to feast on her delicious creations, will have more to consider. Takumi watched with delight as Aunt Wolf graciously greeted customers, Jericho absorbed in his magic lobsters, Matilda beamed as she sold soy sauce, and Larissa flitted among the customers like a butterfly, selling beer. And many more people from the Witch Forest commune occasionally helped transport the magic lobsters and pick up any leftover ingredients. These were all her new companions. They didn't even need Takumi to tell them, they found work on their own. Coins tinkled and clattered into the cash register, and the air was filled with the sweet aroma of satisfied and happy customers, like the finest honey, with a hint of alluring floral notes. Takumi couldn't help but think about what to make for her friends when she closed the stall tonight. Braised pork was a must. Everyone seemed quite craving it. How about braised sweet potatoes as well? Her mind raced, her spatula whirring, her hands bustling with activity. Suddenly, amidst the rich aroma of nectar, Jianyu detected a strange odor. A repulsive stench, mingled with a pungency of anger, and a hint of bitter tension. The scent was both pungent and distinct, reminiscent of the fishman that Jianyu had loathed in his past life, making it impossible for the Lich to ignore it. I can't alert the enemy, Jianyu thought, suppressing his curiosity. Pretending to serve the food, he casually glanced toward the source of the smell. The source of the odor was a shifty, ordinary human with dull, dry, straw-like yellow hair. His face was pockmarked, his teeth were yellow, and a long scar ran down his right eye. He didn't look like a good person. The man wasn't in the line, but rather stood stealthily in the alley not far away, eyeing her stall with malicious intent, his plans unclear. It seemed Andre was right. Her brisk business tonight had indeed attracted the culprit, who was intent on causing trouble. Chapter 89. Jericho, Jianyu called softly, bring me the shrimp. Okay. Xiaohu, never suspicious, agreed and moved the deveined basin of crayfish to the Lich. The Lich leaned over and whispered, there's something fishy about that pockmarked, scarred, blond man standing at the entrance of the alley. Jericho understood instantly. To avoid alerting the enemy, he didn't immediately look towards the blonde. Instead, he shouted, okay, I get it from the warehouse. He walked to the sink to wash his hands, casually glancing up at the crowd and immediately identifying his target. He then slipped into the warehouse and disappeared behind the door. Jiao scratched her chin. She figured Xiao Hutsong had already climbed out the back window. So, she didn't need to worry about what was happening next, the kingdom's knights would handle it. The lobsters in the pot were served to the guests on plates, and a new pot was added to the pot to continue cooking. The satisfied guests departed happily, and Loris gathered the prawn shells and dumped them into the empty basket. The table was polished, sterilized, and disinfected once more, and a new group of guests took their seats. The pockmarked man observed for a moment, then suddenly walked toward the front of the group, pulling something from his pocket as he walked. The next moment, his hand was grabbed. He looked up suddenly, only to see two towering kingdom knights, one on each side, sandwiching him. Excuse me. Andre smiled harmlessly, his large hand firmly grasping the pockmarked man's wrist. With a deft touch, he flinched in pain and pulled his hand from his pocket. The kingdom knights are investigating a case. Please come with us. What gives you the right to take me away? The pockmarked man frantically asked, looking at the crowd as if he wanted to shout and attract their attention. But Andre remained unmoved and pulled a potion bottle from his pocket. The bottle hadn't even been opened yet. Andre cast an identification spell, narrowing his eyes at the result. Trying to poison? Take him back for questioning. He nodded to Jianyu from a distance, and together with Gorman, he escorted the pockmarked man away. He's quite reliable after all. Jianyu muttered, turning to the customer in front of her with a wide, 32-2 smile, handing over a takeout bowl of shelled crayfish. Thank you for your patronage. It's 9 silver coins and a nickel. The carnival lasted until 3 in the morning before gradually winding down. The weary patrons vanished from the square and the streets, but the shopkeeper's work was still going on. Larissa, Matilda, and Aunt Wolf spontaneously cleaned up the messy stall, setting up tables, sweeping the floor, and taking out the trash. 4 or 5 baskets filled with crayfish shells were neatly stacked in the alley next to the warehouse. We just take this trash to the bonfire tomorrow morning and burn it. Larissa stretched and yawned. I've been busy for so long. I'm a little hungry and sleepy. Jianyu was well prepared. She put the remaining 8 pounds of crayfish into the pot, and brought out the clay pot rice and braised pork, setting them neatly on the table. Everyone's tired. Let's have the staff meal. Huh? There's food? Matilda was overjoyed. She took a deep breath. What a nice smell. I've been smelling this aroma all night. Finally, I can taste it. They hurried to the table, and Andre and Jericho arrived just in time. Andre was holding a large fish. Wow! Something delicious? Here, the head witch's fish. Let's see how it's cooked, and make a dish for everyone. Auntie Wolf and the little witches clapped their hands. The two little witches exchanged glances, and each took out their remaining beer. Come on, let's drink together. Since we have beer, I make grilled fish. Jianyu pondered for a moment. What better way to prepare fish than grilled fish for a late-night snack with beer? The crayfish arrived, and the large fish Andre had brought was cleaned, gills and scales removed, and gutted. Then, it was split in half and marinated with salt, sliced ginger, chopped scallions, and a little beer. While the fish was marinating, Jianyu began to stir-fry the base. Pour peanut oil into a large wok, add sliced ginger, minced garlic, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns, and saute over low heat until fragrant. We don't have any ready-made dubanjiang. She thought for a moment, and scooped a large spoonful of the sauce residue from the ceramic jar. This stuff was very similar to fermented black beans and soybean paste. With the addition of chili peppers, it should be able to be used as dubanjiang. The flavor, while slightly different, wouldn't be too far off. After the sauce was sautéed until fragrant, she added an appropriate amount of water, light and dark soy sauce, and a little malt sugar for flavor and flavor. While waiting for the pot of broth to boil, Jianyu started another pot and boiled water. Before closing the stall, she asked Matilda to help her buy some new pork belly and sweet potatoes. The pork belly and half of the sweet potatoes were now braised pork and potatoes, and the remaining sweet potatoes were perfect as a side dish for the fish. Thinly slice the sweet potatoes, shred the bell peppers and onions, blanch them, and add them to the boiling sauce. Cook for 3 to 5 minutes before transferring them to the heated casserole. After cleaning the empty wok, pour in fresh peanut oil, heat it, add the marinated fish, and fry until crispy and fragrant. Normally, this kind of grilled fish is grilled, but Jianyu didn't have a grill or oven, so he resorted to a clever method, deep frying the fish until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside before adding it to the bubbling casserole. The fried fish soaked in the casserole, fully absorbing the delicious sauce. Jianyu sprinkled some chopped green onions and cilantro on top, and poured a spoonful of hot oil on top. The aroma instantly filled the air. Little Bone, come on! Andre called her. Jianyu cheerfully brought the large casserole to the table, and was surprised to find that everyone hadn't started eating yet, waiting for her. Hey, why aren't you eating first? She asked in surprise. Of course, we can't begin our celebration until the main character takes the stage. Larissa filled her beer glass. Thanks to you, Matilda, and I sold a lot of beer tonight. Several times more than last year. Thanks to you, we also apprehended a criminal with bad intentions. Andre also raised his glass. This is the first time we stopped a criminal before danger strikes. Not to mention you cooked so many delicious dishes for us. Auntie Wolf said lovingly, waiting for our chef to join us is basic etiquette. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Yu. Hee hee. Xiaoyu scratched her head, smiled shyly, and raised her glass. Let's celebrate tonight's success together. Chapter 90. Actually, Takumi said, I really want to thank you all for your help tonight. Without any of you, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish this. She was a soul from another world, arriving here naively and cluelessly. Without Aunt Wolf's guidance, she wouldn't have met Holly, much less come to the Witch Forest and conduct her trial run at this beer festival. Without Jericho, Lolisa, and Matilda, Takumi would have been overwhelmed, unable to manage the counter, the stove, and the customers simultaneously, much less spare time to transport the magic lobsters or restock the meat and vegetable stalls. Thanks to the witches and the villagers they called in, business was running smoothly tonight, with pot after pot of lobster and bowl after bowl of braised pork being served without interruption. Jianyu had originally wanted to treat the villagers, who had helped transport the crayfish to a late-night snack, but they were polite, accepting only the few nickels from Lolisa before leaving without a second thought. Jianyu had no choice but to wait until he had some free time during the day to contact cook Jasmine and improve her cooking skills, thereby improving the villagers' daily diet. Andre, who had invested in her and painstakingly helped her move all the equipment into the room, also played an important role. Furthermore, he had successfully stopped the criminals tonight, ensuring the safety of everyone present. While these collaborations could be considered mutually beneficial, Jianyu had undoubtedly benefited greatly from them, as evidenced by the nearly overflowing cash register. Hundreds of pounds of crayfish were almost all sold, and the last few pounds went into the stomachs of his friends. In addition, most of the soy sauce was sold. Jiang Yu was very sure that he had earned enough money to pay Holly and Andre's investment dividends, and even had more funds for turnover. Of course, making money now didn't mean the partnerships she previously negotiated were a loss. No, a small share of the profits could tie both the local tyrants of the Axe family and the powerful dragon of the royal family to her chariot. That was the most long-term benefit. Jiang Yu had already prepared their dividends, intending to keep this partnership going for the long term. This was the only way for him, a little lich with no money, no power, no influence, no backing, and even a questionable background, to gain a secure foothold in this alien world. Everyone raised their glasses happily, clinking the six together. Cheers! Jiang Yu lifted the glass, and took a deep sip through the spiritual wood. A yellow soul fire, like beer, with white bubbles rising from it, floated out. The taste was unmistakably like light beer, refreshing with a hint of bitterness and a bubbling fizz. The cool soul fire of beer seeped into his soul, and Jiang Yu shuddered and burped. Wow, so refreshing! After a busy day, a summer night beer awaits, along with crayfish, braised pork, clay pot rice, and grilled fish. There's even a cash register to count coins later. What a blessing! After a toast, everyone reached out for their favorite dishes with their chopsticks. Yes, after a night of demonstrations on how to use chopsticks, almost everyone present had already mastered this novel and unique cutlery. Although they felt awkward at first, once they got the hang of it, they found it far superior to any knife, fork, or spoon. Matilda arrived late, and her chopsticks were still a bit clumsy. But Andre, who had only watched from the side of the stall, had learned quickly, and was already able to pick up a piece of braised pork and place it in his own bowl. Takumi, truly a foodie's power. Jericho, who missed the clay pot rice last night, has already scooped himself a large bowl. Aunt Wolf, fed up with the shells of crayfish, prefers the rich yet not greasy braised pork and the sauce-soaked grilled fish. Matilda and Larissa have been sniffing at the aroma of the braised pork and crayfish for most of the night, unable to resist the urge to taste them. Andre, on the other hand, has been equally pampered, savoring every bowl. The black-haired, blue-eyed knight has been busy most of the night, patrolling the food stalls and catching criminals. The constant aromas have already whetted his appetite, but it has to be said that the dishes made with these small bones are the best for him. Last night's clay pot rice was delicious. The crayfish we had before were also delicious. This braised pork has absorbed the flavor of the soy sauce perfectly, without any of the pungent pork smell, but instead is sweet and soft. With a gentle bite, his teeth sliced through the soft yet slightly springy pig skin, easily parting the fat that melted with a single sip, and sinking into the still tender lean meat. Skin, fat, meat. 5 distinct textures intertwined, seasoned with the same delicious sauce, yet each tasted distinctly different. The sweet and salty flavor of the sauce dispelled the excess greasiness, leaving behind a sliver that perfectly satisfied his craving for fat. Andre subconsciously took a mouthful of rice, and continued chewing, only to discover that the meat paired perfectly with the rice. People rarely eat indica rice, not only because it's more expensive than wheat, but also because it lacks the aroma and flavor when cooked. It always tastes bland and lacks the texture, leaving a disappointing, almost insipid feeling. If cost were ignored, Andre preferred glutinous rice. The sweet texture of magic rice. But now it seems that this indica rice isn't unpalatable, they simply never mastered the proper way to enjoy it. Whether it's clay pot rice or plain white rice with braised pork, Andre thoroughly enjoys it. It's as if the soy sauce has truly imbued this bland rice with life, imbuing it with a unique aroma. He took another bite of grilled fish. Although Little Bone called it grilled fish, Andre clearly saw it fried first and then boiled. Regardless, whatever the chef says is what's due. In short, this grilled fish has once again overturned his understanding of fish. Earlier, the head witch saw that their kingdom's knights had captured 2 criminals. She was grateful for their timely discovery and prevention of the crisis, but also worried that word of this would affect the subsequent midsummer carnival in the Witch Forest, so she offered them a generous reward. Officially offering money was a complete no-no. It would be considered a bribe to the kingdom's knights. Giving wine wasn't an option either. The case hadn't been fully investigated, and getting the knights drunk would only lead to further scandal. So, Mana sent over a large amount of food, both raw and cooked, fearing the knights might be unsure or dislike Jasmine's cooking, so she simply offered them an alternative. The other 2 knights and Winchester's clerk all selected their favorites, and Andre didn't refuse, grabbing a large fish at random. Chapter 91. This fish was a grass carp caught from the river, weighing 7 or 8 pounds. Its flesh was, unsurprisingly, tough and tender. Andre used to simply skewer this kind of fish and roast it over the campfire, eating half until it was half crispy and half burnt, then throwing away the rest. He had just seen the Lich cooking, so he improvised. He hadn't expected the result to be so delicious. The grass carp, fried to a crispy skin, flesh, and delicate bones, didn't taste rough, tough, or inedible at all. Instead, it had a crispy, firm texture that made you want more and more, simply unable to stop. The dried fish, soaked in the broth, absorbed the moisture again, and instead of feeling dry, it felt soft and juicy like a sponge. The broth had an incredibly rich and complex flavor, with just the right balance of saltiness and lightness, fragrant, spicy, and fresh, with a rich, fragrant bean aroma. The fish was so large that the clay pot seemed a bit small, preventing the fish from being fully submerged. As a result, the head and tail, which protruded from the edge of the pot, had a completely different flavor and texture. The parts not immersed in the broth remained crispy and dry from the deep frying process. Even the once annoying bones were crisp to a crisp, making them easy to chew and swallow. The aroma permeated the air without irritating the palate, a true delight for those who love fish but hate fish bones. The most wonderful part was the delicate spot, where the crispy skin, slightly dampened by the broth but not softened, was soft yet crispy, creating a beauty that straddled two worlds. The head and tail were crispy, the meat was firm, and the belly was soft, soaking up the broth. Every part had a distinct texture and flavor, making the fish seem like several different dishes. Even more amazing was the absence of the characteristic earthy smell of grass carp. It was neither bitter nor fishy, nor smelly. It was delicious no matter how you ate it. The side dishes were equally astonishing. The sweet potato starch was soft and fluffy, absorbing the flavor of the broth. Each bite revealed the sweetness of the onions, and the fragrance of the green peppers. The onion sweetness was tinged with a crisp, charred aroma, while the green peppers were fragrant and slightly spicy. Eating a few bites of fish followed by a few more vegetables provided a refreshing experience, making it impossible to get tired of them. Andre even thought that adding a variety of vegetables and mushrooms would make this grilled fish even more substantial and delicious. Well, next time I get fish, I add more vegetables. The group, initially chattering, quickly gave way to a frantic dining scene. The table fell silent, with only the clinking of bowls and chopsticks, the clinking of glasses, and the occasional murmur of praise and sighs of satisfaction. Jianyu slurped his soul fire, admiring the rapt expressions of the others as they ate. A sense of accomplishment nearly surged through his ribs. The delicious dishes were devoured, leaving the tables bare, as if swept by a tornado. Everyone sighed with relief, their bellies full. Ah, it's so delicious. It was late at night, and everyone helped clean up the mess before leaving. Andre stretched and approached Jianyu, who was tidying up the snack stand, as if he had something to say. "What's going on?" the Lich asked with a smile. "The two criminals captured tonight were hired by the same person." Andre looked around, seeing no one around. He lowered his voice. "That person hasn't been found yet, but I have a suspicion. This might be the work of Augustine von Neumann, the Lord of Eston West." "Huh?" Jiangyu's eyes sparkled with gossip. "Why?" "Several reasons," Andre slurred. "First, the witch forest lies just outside his territory, and the witch's beer is one of the most profitable industries nearby. I heard from Mother Manna that many surrounding lords are scheming to seize control of the witch's industry, Baron Neumann among them. If the witch's midsummer carnival is disrupted, and people believe the bonfires, alcohol, and food here are hallucinogenic and dangerous, the witch's sales will plummet. Without the support of the beer industry, the entire witch forest will lose its economic source and political backing. They will inevitably seek a new way out, even if it means agreeing to the harsh terms of those malicious lords nearby." "Hiss," Jianyu gasped. "Such vicious lords." "Yes. And I doubt Baron Neumann's intentions in sending me here." Andre frowned. "I think he's trying to kill two birds with one stone. If a major incident occurs during the Witch Forest's Midsummer Carnival, we, the security staff, will bear the brunt of the blame and become the target of public criticism." Jiao thought for a moment and nodded in approval. The two criminals, mingling among so many bizarre tourists of varying appearances and races, all carrying all sorts of strange magical items, would have been difficult for the kingdom's knights to detect. If it weren't for the Lich, a human disaster would have been inevitable. At such a crowded carnival, whether potions or kerosene were added to the bonfire, it would have had a significant impact on the surrounding crowds. If the crowd becomes confused or panicked, a shoving and trampling situation could ensue, leading to widespread bloodshed and casualties. If a second culprit poisons her stall, or any other stall, it would be even worse. The shops here are all honorary members of the Witch Forest, and have close ties to it. If a customer is killed or injured, it would be a disaster for both the happy visitors, who came to enjoy themselves and then suffered misfortune, as well as for the unlucky shopkeepers. Of course, accidents involving shops and diners wouldn't necessarily affect the kingdom's knights. But there are countless possibilities for manipulation. For example, if the knights, specifically Andre, let their guard down, drank a few beers, danced, or ate something they shouldn't at the beer festival, thus ignoring the culprit's presence, they could fabricate any number of charges they want, making it impossible to prevent them. Just for a little gain, they do anything they want. Jiang Yu felt his fists stiffen again. How abhorrent. The busiest day of the Midsummer Carnival is over, but there are still 2 days before the guests leave. Andre warned, don't let your guard down. We don't know how many enemies are still lurking in the shadows. If the local lords are behind this, then they can hire as many troublemakers as they want. If you smell something amiss, tell us immediately. I don't care if it's just ordinary people quarreling or someone deliberately doing it. It's best to be cautious. Arrest the offending ones first, and we can investigate the rest later. Andre pondered. Well, just to be safe, I have to get you an amulet. Jiang Yu tilted his head. Amulet? What's that? A magic item? Chapter 92. Andre didn't say anything, he seemed preoccupied. He waved to Jiang Yu and left. Jiang Yu scratched his skull, opened the cash register, and placed all the coins into a small leather bag, stuffing it into his head. She made sure all the stoves were turned off, and locked all her belongings in the storage room. Then, happily, she skipped back to her room. The Witch Forest commune, bustling for most of the night, finally began to quiet down. Along the way, many vendors were packing up or setting up camp. Jiang Yu greeted them friendly, and took note of their offerings. Potions, herbs, and magic props occupied half the stalls, with the remaining half being game stalls and half food stalls. This showed how important magic and potions were to the people here. Jiang Yu had heard from Larissa before that the demographics of visitors shifted slightly over the 3 days of the Midsummer Carnival. The first night was the true carnival night, with the vast majority of guests being fantastical races, who had come from far and wide to dance and drink beer under the red devil moon. Most of these guests preferred to play at night and sleep during the day. Among them were many sophisticated individuals who loved to stir up trouble, enjoy the fun, and appreciate novelty. There were also many wealthy individuals who weren't afraid to spend lavishly on their favorite things, and these wealthy individuals were the primary target of merchants. The following day, during the daytime, housewives from surrounding towns would arrive to take advantage of the carnival's popularity. As a result, there would also be many vendors selling both daily necessities and magical supplies. Due to household chores, these housewives would rush home in the afternoon, coinciding with the resting schedules of the fantasy races. On the third day, the returning guests would begin their final round of shopping, and the merchants would seize the opportunity to close another deal. As the number of remaining customers dwindled, the merchants would begin to slash prices. Both parties wanted to close a deal before returning home. The guests didn't want to leave empty-handed, and the merchants even less willing to carry heavy goods. However, whether a deal was concluded depended not only on price, but also on chemistry. This was often the best time to find a bargain. Larissa and her friends loved going out shopping at this time. They always found great bargains. Jiang Yu reflected on this information and began to make plans. She sold soy sauce and snacks, which should appeal to housewives. She planned to work hard during the day to open a shop, then go prawn fishing in the Beaver's Lake in the afternoon. This should be enough to handle tomorrow night's guests. Luckily, liches are immortal magical creatures and don't actually need much sleep. Otherwise, she wondered if she'd die from overwork from such intense labor. It seems being an immortal lich has its perks. Jiang Yu hummed a little tune as she returned to her room. The first thing she did upon entering was lock the door and close the window. Then, she pulled her small wallet from the skull and happily began counting the money. She hadn't carefully weighed the crayfish when she caught them, but she did weigh them all when she sold them. Larissa had brought the scales, saying they were distributed uniformly throughout the Witch Forest, so they couldn't be tampered with, ensuring transparency. She sold a total of 319 kilograms, and her friends devoured the remaining 8 kilograms. Of course, there were some small changes, like the shrimp used for the shelling demonstration, but these can be ignored. In total, The crayfish sold tonight alone brought in 957 silver coins. Thanks to the braised pork, soy sauce sales were also quite strong. To get a taste of the delicious braised pork, customers bought in batches of 10 or 20 bottles. She also sold more than half of her 400 or 500 bottles of soy sauce, a full 273. 1228, 1229, 1230. That's right. Jiangyu held up a pile of gold and silver coins. His pupils ignited into the shape of money. That's the equivalent of 1230 silver coins. Convert that, that's 12.3 gold coins. A huge profit, a real one. The ingredients are stored soybeans from the warehouse, and the discarded crayfish from the beavers. Add a few spices, ingredients, and a bit of craftsmanship, and it sells for a whopping price. Jiangyu picked up the coins, and deliberately let them clatter between his fingers. Awesome, absolutely amazing. Of course, these aren't pure profits, just income. Running a brewery requires many expenses: repairing furniture, remodeling the house, purchasing raw materials, and upgrading equipment, all of which cost a considerable amount. Jiangyu only counted out 100 silver coins to pay Holly's future dividends, and 4 gold coins as Andre's investment dividend. The rest of the money was reinvested into the brewery's operating costs. Opening a shop is usually the most difficult during the first 3 months. You need to cultivate and retain customers, and with all the operating costs, it's still a question whether you can break even. She muttered, as long as I leave a little more than the bottom line in dividends, I can guarantee that my investors will continue to work happily with me. Holly's requirement was 60 silver coins to continue the partnership, and Andre needed a monthly income of 3 to 4 gold coins. While the partnership could continue even if they kept within the bottom line, it wouldn't be a pleasant experience for everyone. Jiangyu felt there was no need to be stingy in a place like this. Giving investors a bit more than they expected would make it easier for her to ask for other things later. Of course, the return expectations couldn't be raised too high all at once, otherwise it would be difficult to go from extravagant to frugal, and future business would be difficult. She happily sorted the coins into small leather bags, tied them with colorful ribbons, and put them back into her head. Done, bed. I have work to do tomorrow. There were only a little over 200 bottles of brewed soy sauce left, and she figured she'd have to find time to brew another batch tomorrow. Plus, there's the need to find the beavers, catch demon crayfish, and restock the disposable tableware. Oh, there's so much to do. I feel like I'm overwhelmed. Perhaps she needs to recruit some help. Apprentices? Internships? I wonder if those kids in the witch forest are any good at catching demon crayfish. As her thoughts raced, the soul fire in the Lich's deep eye sockets gradually dimmed. Jiao fell into a deep sleep, even a snot bubble rising from her nose, rhythmically growing and shrinking with her non-existent breathing. Chapter 93. Jiangyu was awakened by a series of hurried footsteps. Someone hurried in, knocking loudly on the door next door. Then the wooden door creaked open, and after a burst of indistinct, low whispers, it slammed shut again. More chaotic footsteps followed, clattering past her door and gradually receding. The skeleton, half asleep, sat up in bed and yawned long and hard. The soul fire in her eyes gradually brightened. She asked confusedly, "What's going on?" The little skeleton opened the window and glanced at the sky outside. It was just beginning to lighten, not yet fully daylight. "Too early," she muttered, before falling back into bed and falling into a deep sleep. He slept until 9 in the morning, and Larissa was already calling for help. "Ayu! Get up and set up the stall. The customers are coming." Gio sat up with a jerk, his eyes ablaze. "I'm awake. Where are the customers?" Today's daytime customers were all residents of the nearby towns and villages, naturally still on their way to the witch forest. The vast majority of them were housewives. A customer base the witches had worked hard to attract. These women weren't particularly interested in beer, but they had other needs. Everyday utensils, oats, wheat, maltose, vegetables, fruit, meat, all the essentials for household necessities drew these women in, who hurried in, stocked up, and then left in a hurry. "Daytime is for the ladies," Larissa said with a smile. "Get up. Everyone's setting up their stalls." After a quick tidy, Jiangyu hurried out, catching up with Lalisa. The little witch spoke with great relish about the customs of the witch forest. Despite the large number of guests yesterday, there are actually quite a few who fear the red devil moon. They fear the increased magical power it brings, and even more so the resulting loss of control. These people are reluctant to go out at night, let alone participate in our carnival. The most devout among them form a sect called the Disciplined Sect. They adhere to many inexplicable ancient rituals. For example, they don't drink, don't revel, and don't allow themselves to lose their minds. Even their smiles are restrained. Lolisa flashed a standard, 8-toothed smile. Well, they can only laugh this way, they can't laugh heartily. At first, these people were very opposed to our midsummer carnival, Lolisa said. They even protested for a long time. However, their rules require everyone to return home before sunset, so they can't really affect our carnival. So someone started to instigate us to wait until we finished the carnival the night before, and then come the next morning to smash up the stalls. Mother Mana heard the news and ordered the merchants to display their wares in a manner that suited the Vinaya's tastes the next morning. Sure enough, they showed up, but couldn't find anything wrong. Some even thought our wares were excellent, and bought a ton of them for no apparent reason. Over time, this new morning market was born. With business as a bond and a bridge, everyone tacitly avoided topics they didn't like. After all, our nighttime revelry won't bother them, right? Sometimes, the disciplined members will bring things they want to sell, peddling them to vendors or customers. It's just that these disciplined men are more dogmatic, and most can't bring themselves to come to the Witch Forest. But what's even more interesting is that they're also reluctant to part with our wares. So, most of the people participating in this morning market are the women of these families. The more men like to talk about the strict rules of ancient rituals, the more they like to hide behind women. It's really interesting. Jiangyu scratched his head. Although Larissa's words were very lighthearted, she could hear the bloody storm hidden behind them. Alas, no matter what world, people are always full of similar conflicts. Mother Mana is indeed very skilled at maneuvering, able to avoid the sharp edges and turn hostility into peace, transforming bloody conflicts into lively morning markets. The witches in charge have made an invaluable contribution to the witches' success here. Sure enough, the decorations in the square and on the streets had changed again, transforming from a Halloween carnival atmosphere into a Sunday farmer's market. The stalls that once sold magic potions were now selling vegetables, fruits, and oatmeal. Jianyu couldn't help but wonder, don't those disciplined people use magic and potions? Larissa laughed. How could that be? Who wouldn't? It's just that these people have so many rules, requiring only certain spells and potions, and only a few vendors have mastered their customs. Other vendors, unsure of the situation, prefer not to sell these items. After all, if they cause a conflict and their stalls get vandalized, they lose a lot. I see. Jiangyu noticed that today's stalls were quite different from what she noted last night. So there was this consideration. You're selling soy sauce, that's fine. Larissa patted the skeleton's shoulder with a smile. But what dish are you planning to serve to attract customers today? Jiangyu walked over to Uncle Wolf's meat stall, scanning the array of meats until his gaze finally stopped on a bucket of chicken and duck offal, claws, and wing tips, unable to move away. Uncle, how much is this bucket? Jiangyu asked. Huh? Uncle Duoluo glanced at him in confusion, his wolf ears twitching. What? That bucket of scraps? That's the scraps I'm taking back for feed. Well, no, if you want it, 2 nickels? Larissa, do people here have any taboos about eating offal and claws? Jiangyu inquired. There aren't any taboos. Larissa wrinkled her nose. It's just, nobody would eat this kind of thing, right? It's fishy, filthy, and all bones. As Loris spoke, she suddenly remembered how the skeleton before her always managed to transform decay into something magical. However, she glanced again at the bucket of entrails and claws, and couldn't quite connect it with delicious food. After confirming that the people here had no taboos, Jiangyu paid 2 nickels, and took the remaining scraps from the large wooden barrel. As she happily walked with Loris to her stall, she saw Andre, leaning against the warehouse door, waiting for her with a serious expression. What's going on? Jiangyu asked curiously. The 2 criminals we arrested yesterday were found dead this morning. Both committed suicide by taking poison. Andre sighed. Before they died, they bit their fingers and left bloody letters on the ground, claiming that they committed the crimes on impulse and without anyone's instructions. The clues are broken again. Is this? They were silenced? Jiangyu speculated. Probably. Andre shrugged. Since the person behind this went to such great lengths to kill the criminal and clean up the mess, they're either planning a major repercussions later, or they're trying to completely disappear before I'm exposed. Anyway, be alert and careful these few days. Chapter 94. The attack on the Witch Forest Midsummer Carnival ended with much fanfare and little action, thanks to the skeleton's inexplicable intervention. Jiangyu felt a bit bewildered, but after careful consideration, he realized that nothing was wrong. Isn't it precisely because there are always those who carry the burden in the shadows that ordinary people can live peacefully and happily? If you see anyone suspicious again, Remember to call me immediately, Andre said, pulling out a small metal token. By the way, take this. What is this? Jiang Yu took the token and examined it. Written on the front were a few earthworm characters, specially authorized investigator of the Kingdom Knights. On the back, in tiny characters, it read, Lich Jian Yu is authorized to consume the emotional memories and other soul energy of suspects while assisting the Kingdom Knights in their investigations. The small characters were written in a very neat handwriting and looked vaguely familiar. At the bottom, there was a magical signature engraved into the metal. Jiang Yu took a closer look. King Mayberry Huntington. Wow. Jian Yu's bony claws, gripping the token, trembled slightly. Is this from His Majesty? Ahem. Andre coughed softly, his eyes evasive. The token is? You don't need to worry about it. Just know that it's genuine and effective. This will be your amulet. If anyone questions you for inhaling soul fire, shove this token in their face. Remember, don't lose it. Alright. Jian Yu touched the token happily and tucked it into his head. Are you still going on duty? Well, I'm just here to give you the token and a reminder. Andre said, I have to go back and continue investigating the scene where those 2 prisoners died. He leaned over to Jiang Yu's skull and whispered, Be careful of Winchester. He's probably a close confidant of Baron Newman. Oh! Jiang Yu suddenly realized, could it be him? She gestured at her neck bones. The one who snapped those 2 prisoners? I have no evidence, only a faint suspicion. Andre lowered his voice. Those 2 prisoners died while Pasha was guarding them. But before Pasha took over, Winchester, the clerk, was in charge of guarding and questioning them. In short, be careful, and don't deliberately approach him. Even if he did it, we can't do anything to him now, and it would only bring disaster upon ourselves. Jiang Yu understood. Who knows when the Lich's passive ability will activate, and what scent it might be able to detect? What if the murderer who killed those 2 criminals is indeed the clerk, and they lack sufficient evidence and support to bring him down? The more they know, the faster they die. While it's unlikely the Lich will die again, there's no need to make enemies. Jiang Yu's goal is simply to make money running a small business. As for investigating the case, that's Andre's job. She can help where she can, but she won't risk her life and property for it. Andre left after saying this. Larissa, who had tactfully wandered off to another stall, came back bouncing with a basket full of vegetables. Look what I brought you. The little witch said excitedly, I see you use these vegetables often. Take a look. Did I choose the right ones? Jiang Yu looked down and saw sweet potatoes, ginger, scallions, garlic, bay leaves, Sichuan peppercorns, and several juicy spring greens and cabbages in the basket. She said happily, That's right. Let's make something delicious with these. The snack stand was set up again. Jiang Yu carefully washed the chicken and duck giblets, duck necks, claws, and wing tips she had bought cheaply from Uncle Wolf. She removed the nails, skin, feathers, and fat from the internal organs, quickly blanched them, and set them aside. She pulled out a large soup pot and a clean gauze bag. She filled it with a variety of marinade ingredients, star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorns, bay leaves, licorice, scallion slices, and a few slices of ginger. She tied the bag and dropped it into the pot. She then prepared the marinade with light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, sugar, and water, making it just enough to cover the bucket of chicken and duck giblets, claws, and other ingredients. How many chickens and ducks did Uncle Wolf kill today? She muttered. This bucket is huge, must be around 100? Hee hee, what a steal. A large pot of marinade simmered on the stove. This was the signature dish of today's morning market. What better way to highlight the delicious flavor of soy sauce than with braised food? However, speaking of soy sauce, the stock was running low. Thinking of the influx of customers expected both day and night, Jiang Yu steamed a large pot of soybeans on another stove, intending to brew more soy sauce for sale. She had just gotten busy when she saw the dwarf craftsman Tux Lynx approaching again. It was said that dwarves often wander freely between countries, and don't follow the custom of the Principality of Huntington to give themselves middle names. Hey! Lich! Tux greeted. What delicious food are you selling today? Braised food. Jiang Yu said with a smile, It's not ready yet. You have to wait if you want to eat. Oh, Tux replied, pointing to a nearby spot. I be setting up a stall over there today. Come to me if you have anything you like made. Oh, that's true. Jiang Yu said quickly, Can you make a metal lobster trap? Just put bait in it, and you can trap those crayfish like yesterday, and they'd be able to get in and stay there. They'd be able to withstand claws and wind blades. Tux immediately removed his sketchpad from his back. He propped it up, half his height, opened a blank page, took out a stick of charcoal, and began to sketch. Soon, a rough sketch of a metal lobster trap appeared before Jinyo's eyes. It was an octagonal cylinder with a top and bottom, and small holes in the sides covered with wire mesh, allowing the crayfish to easily enter the cage. However, as for traversing the dense mesh back out, one could only assume the crayfish weren't smart enough to find the entrance. The bottom of the cage was welded shut, but the octagonal lid on top could be lifted, allowing the user to easily empty the crayfish. The cage itself is made of a metal frame and wire mesh, so it's foldable, Tuck said. To protect against wind blades, it must be made of a special metal that protects against magic. It's more expensive, but the quality is good and it won't break down for 10 years. As for weight capacity, a single cage can handle 400 to 500 kilograms. But based on volume, it can only hold 30 to 40 kilograms of shrimp. How much does a cage like this cost? Jianyu asked cautiously, somewhat tempted. Well, if you need special metals, smaller quantities won't be cost effective. So, 20 silver coins each, minimum order of 20. If you order 20, I give you 3 gold coins. Tuk said, great deal. Chapter 95. Jianyu had made a killing yesterday, and knowing Tux's craftsmanship well, she didn't waste time haggling. She simply made one request. 3 gold coins is fine, but I need these lobster traps this afternoon. How quickly can you get them? Very quickly. The dwarf shook his beard and held out his palm to her. Everything's easy once the money's in place. Full payment. I need to buy the materials and ask the brothers for help. Okay. Jianyu pulled out a photocrystal, recorded the deal, and counted out 3 gold coins, placing them in Tux's palm. Deliver on time, and we have lobster tonight. The dwarf craftsman smacked his lips, as if reminiscing about last night's delicious meal. He then hurried off, calling to the dwarves nearby, brothers, time to work. Get to work. A large group of dwarves dashed off. Jianyu couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless of nationality, if interests don't align, it's easy to cheat each other. But if interests align, then things become easier. The dwarves are now craving the soy sauce and food she makes, and they're all eager to help, unfazed by the thought that they might take the money and not do the job. 20 lobster pots, only 15 silver coins each after the discount, meaning the dwarf craftsmen have already given them a 25% discount, making it a great bargain. And these lobster pots only need to be handed over to the beavers, and they'd be able to catch a steady supply of magic crayfish, without even having to do anything. After the carnival is over, Jianyu will stay here for a few more days to discuss business with the witches, then plan to return to the workshop. By then, there will be no waterway between the beaver lake and the workshop, and transporting the crayfish all the way back would cost a fortune, which is definitely not cost-effective. Takumiyu didn't plan to continue the lobster business at the workshop, but he could sell the lobster traps to the witches and make some extra money. The witch forest, on the other hand, had the right timing and location. The witches could collaborate with the beavers on a long-term basis, solving the ecological problem of the devil crayfish infestation in the upstream beaver lake while also developing a new food industry. Most importantly, if they wanted to make delicious crayfish, they had to keep buying soy sauce from Takumiyu. This was a lifelong business. Some profits you can't make yourself, so it's better to give them to your partners for mutual benefit. Of course, making it clear to your partners that this was a mutually beneficial relationship, not just your own ability to make money, was another skill in dealing with people. As for what the workshop would sell in the future besides soy sauce, Takumiyu had a plan in mind. Uncle Doralang's meat was high quality and affordable, and even the scraps were cleanly processed, free of insects and flies. Jianyu felt that while the locals hadn't yet discovered the value of chicken, duck, and pig offal, she could make a killing. However, considering that people here didn't really eat these things, and the morning customers were all eccentric, monastic people, Jianyu planned to try selling them for a morning. Even if things went wrong, it would only be a loss of a couple of nickels. The marinade could be reused, so tonight, she could make some giant bird legs or crayfish. Eccentric customers were everywhere, and making money from them wasn't necessarily easy. Jianyu didn't plan to invest too much in this unknown customer base. If the soy sauce sold, she would sell it. If it didn't, it wouldn't cost her much, and she could sell it to the carnival guests that night, so it wouldn't be a loss at all. The braised food in the pot was cooked to perfection. Jianyu stirred it with a long spoon to ensure it was evenly soaked. Then he turned off the stove, covered the pot, and let the marinade slowly seep into the food. Suddenly, a commotion arose nearby. The vendors peeked out, whispering to their neighbors, "Here they come! Here they come! The customers are coming!" Jianyu also peeked out from behind the food stall. He saw a group of women in plain dresses, wearing small straw hats and carrying large straw bags or small baskets, approaching in groups of 3 or 5. Each of their baskets was filled with short, shiny, white sticks of maltose. This was the crystallization of the maltose, formed by the constant stirring, stretching, and mixing with air. Clearly, the witch's maltose played a vital role in the existence of this morning market. In Jiangyu's knowledge, maltose is normally made from sprouted wheat and glutinous rice. This is because sprouted wheat, barley, wheat, etc., contains amylase, which breaks down starch into maltose. However, due to the special magical properties of glutinous rice and its sky-high price, the witches naturally wouldn't choose it as their starch source. No, the witches used millet, which they grew themselves. Jianyu also recognized this rice. It was the millet used in his previous life to make rice wine and yellow rice cakes, and it was one of the 5 grains passed down from our ancestors. Millet also has a high starch content and, in ancient times, was one of the raw materials used by our ancestors to make maltose. Millet can be grown in temperate zones and is highly adaptable, tolerant of drought and salinity, and has low soil requirements. The witches planted a large amount of it in the mountains and forests, specifically for sugar production. However, the production process of maltose is complex, starting with soaking the wheat, then germinating and growing it to the desired state, steaming and gelatinizing the starch source, mixing in the malt, saccharifying and fermenting, filtering the juice, boiling the sugar, and pulling the sugar. These steps take anywhere from 4 to 15 days. The most time-consuming and variable part is naturally the germination of the wheat. When the temperature is right, it's fast. When it's not, you have to wait. Magic is certainly useful, but when it comes to plant growth, its role is far less significant than people imagine. Even if temperature and humidity can be controlled magically, plants can still die at the slightest sign of a careless mistake by the grower. Grown in a greenhouse is always inferior to plants grown directly in a suitable natural environment. Even the slightest change, imperceptible to humans, can cause them to perish suddenly. The witches had now mastered the art of making maltose, but it was still laborious and time-consuming. Only by producing their own raw materials and eliminating transportation costs could they manage to keep the price down to within the acceptable range for the average middle class. Although it was teetering on the edge of the upper limit, how could it not be considered acceptable? Judging from the candy in their baskets, these members of the disciplined sect seemed quite wealthy. Well, at least they were before they bought the candy. But the fact that they could spare so much money for candy showed that, despite their austere nature, these members of the disciplined sect still had certain tastes in food. Jianyu rubbed his jaw and decided on the price of the braised food. As the woman at the front of the line was about to reach her stall, she lifted the lid of the pot of braised food and said with a smile, "Braised food. Delicious braised food. 5 nickels a portion, with your choice of 10 meats and vegetables." Chapter 96. As soon as the lid of the pot was lifted, the aroma wafted through the air. The line of women paused. The few standing in front of Jiangyu's stall swallowed and inquired, "Braised food? What is this? I never heard of it before." "It's delicious." Jiangyu took out a pair of long bamboo chopsticks and scooped each item from the pot onto a bamboo plate, presenting it to them. Braised chicken hearts, chicken livers, chicken intestines, duck necks, duck hearts, duck livers, duck intestines, chicken wing tips, duck wing tips, chicken feet, and duck feet. Every one is delicious. Sweet and savory, and full of meat. For only 5 nickels, you can choose 10 items. Jianyu had already cleaned the chicken and duck intestines and cut them into small pieces. He also cut the duck necks into sections. Each item was perfectly edible, and the prices were very even. If you're interested in marinade, you can also buy our soy sauce. Whether you use it in a marinade or just dipping it in, it's absolutely delicious. Jiangyu sensed the women's curiosity and continued her sales pitch. For just 5 nickels, you can try these novel dishes, all meat. Don't miss out. 5 nickels, you won't be cheated, only boundless deliciousness. Aren't these chicken and duck offal and feet? A woman asked uncertainly. These leftovers are awfully smelly. We used to throw them away. Jiangyu was prepared. She performed the poison detection and spirit detection and appearance spell and boldly displayed the results to the women. Clean, non-toxic and harmless. Safe and delicious. As for the smell, she lifted the bamboo tray and fanned it with a reed fan. Do you think it smells good or bad? I have one, the other woman said eagerly. It's cheap anyway, give me one of each. Jiangyu indeed chose one of each for her and handed her a pair of bamboo skewers. The Lich smiled and said, since you're our first customer, I'm giving you a special offer. I give you an extra braised dish. You can try them all, and see which you like. There's a seat over there where you can rest for a while. The duck necks, wing tips, and claws contain bones, so please be careful when eating. Some braised dishes contain marinade, so be careful not to splash on your clothes. Oh, there's a gift. The woman was a little pleased. She gave a subtle smile, placed 5 nickels on the counter, and carefully carried the bamboo tray and skewers to choose a seat. Her companions gathered around her, chattering and urging her on. Come and try it. Is it delicious? It smells delicious. What does it taste like? The woman poked a chicken heart with a bamboo skewer and carefully took a bite. Sure enough, warm marinade slowly oozes out from the heart. She sighed, quickly sucked on it, and then narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. Delicious. The texture of this meat is very special, unlike the chicken we usually eat. It's soft, yet very springy. The marinade is so fragrant, with saltiness, sweetness, and umami, a blend of flavors, and all sorts of wonderful aromas. I can't tell. Let me try a little more. Once she tried, she devoured most of the plate, bite after bite, only slowing down when she started nibbling on the duck neck. Her companions watched for a while, but before they could hear her comment, they suddenly sensed something was wrong. This person's mouth was stuffed full. She wasn't even reviewing the food, she was clearly enjoying it so much that she couldn't even talk. Some clever friends. Or perhaps just plain greedy ones. Rushed to Jiangyo's stall. I want some too. Okay. I don't want the bones. I want them, I want them. I want to try them all. I just want to try a little. Let's buy a portion together and share. No problem. Having someone familiar sample the food in person is much better than having a stranger sample it. Those with more money and curiosity to spare had already started eating, while the still hesitant women found their friends, either to share a bite or to group together and buy a portion. Soon, Jiangyo's stall was filled with customers clutching bamboo plates, devouring the food, and the line for the braised food grew longer and longer. Those who had tried it once couldn't resist the urge to try it again. Their previous hesitation turned into an impulsive desire to buy more, and some even went from buying 1 portion per person to buying 4 or 5. As those in the back of the line watched the crowds ahead buy more and more, they suddenly began to worry about whether the braised food would sell out. Thinking that after this line, there might not be another, they secretly increased their purchases. Soon, the entire pot of braised food was gone, with nothing left to be found. Oops, sorry, we're out of braised food. Jiangyu smiled apologetically. Would you like to see our soy sauce? If you buy now, I give you a free basic marinade recipe. The customer in front of her hesitated for a moment and asked, Are you selling the marinade in this pot? No, wouldn't it be better to make your own? Why buy a ready-made marinade? Huh? The Lich paused for a moment. She glanced down at the marinade in the pot, then back at the empty bottles in the warehouse. Her mind raced, and she made a decision. For sale, filling on site. 2 silver coins per bottle. You can take it home and use it as a dipping sauce. If you want to braise food. She quickly calculated. I probably need at least 3 bottles of marinade for 1 small pot. I want it. Give me 3 bottles. 6 bottles. 9 bottles. Jiangyu was at a loss for words. Looking at the group of guests who were almost turning into bandits, he quickly said, Don't worry, everyone. I fill your bottles right away. Thankfully, the filling machine and bottles were already available. Jiangyo's large French soup pot held a full 50 liters, and after pouring half the marinade into the machine, it filled over 100 bottles, barely satisfying the guests' wishes. After the last bottle of marinade was sold, the customers behind him sighed regretfully. Just as they were about to leave, Jiangyu laid out 2 more bottles, light and dark soy sauce set. 2 silver coins each, plus a basic marinade recipe. You can customize your marinade to your taste. The customers hesitated, unsure of what they were worried about. Just then, Larissa suddenly appeared from the side again, this time bringing the vegetable stall owner along with her. She said cooperatively, We sell basic marinade packets. Come by if you want some. The customers who had been about to leave perked up and gathered around again, saying, I want to buy. I want to buy. Jiangyu scratched his head, confused. What's going on? They won't buy the recipe, but they buy the ready-made marinade packets? What kind of local specialty is this? Chapter 97. Jiangyu was confused. Once again, she felt a cultural gap between herself and this alien world. In her previous life, when people ate delicious food, they would often ask how it was made after taking photos and sharing them. Even if she couldn't learn it, It would be good to write down the recipe. What if one day she suddenly mastered it? If she truly had no talent, she still had her family, relatives, and friends to rely on. Even if no one else was reliable, and she could only eat at a restaurant, typing in the recipe on her phone would bring her the comfort of knowing that her eyes could understand even though her hands couldn't. Foodies are always happy to learn, and even more so to share. Jiangyu herself has many recipes, learned by listening to the village elders and women's passionate descriptions of their recipes during holidays and trips back home to bask in the sun. She didn't think sharing a basic marinade recipe was a big deal. To promote a product, people have to learn how to use it. If they don't even know how to use it, how can they develop a reliance on her soy sauce? Not to mention the myriad variations in marinade recipes. From north to south, there are salty, sweet, spicy, spicy numbing, and fragrant spicy flavors. Even within a village, each household can create 1,000 different variations. Today, less soy sauce, tomorrow more rock sugar, the day after tomorrow, just because I have all the ingredients on hand, I throw in a few bay leaves and star anise. Cooking is just that casual, every day. After all, for most adults, cooking is just a daily task. They use whatever they have on hand, and whatever works, the taste will still be good. Occasionally, making a change on a whim can lead to unexpected surprises. Of course, if the recipe turns out to be a disaster, all the family will do is sit around the table and mutter a few words. It's not tasty. And that's it. A mere basic marinade recipe wouldn't threaten Jiangyu's braised food business. On the contrary, the more people recognize this unique delicacy, the more customers she attracts. Besides, she can also create a variety of advanced spicy, sweet, and sweet marinades, ensuring she captured the hearts of diners. However, these customers clearly weren't very interested in the recipe. But judging by their expressions, it didn't seem like they weren't interested in trying it. Jiangyu scratched his head, bewildered. I used to think these awful claws, wingtips, they were fishy and smelly, so I always threw them away. Two women were chatting, while holding the marinade they had just bought. Just think, if we could use this marinade to make dishes, how much money we save on meat. Oh, my heart aches when I think about how all those parts one once threw away can become such delicious food. Jiangyu, yeah, that's a normal reaction, right? But why don't you want the recipe? Me too. Those offal are so delicious. And can you feel it? The fat and nutrients in them. I feel like I could hatch another clutch of eggs after eating all of this. Jiangyu, Wait, hatch. Hatch what? Perhaps sensing Jianyu's confusion, Lolisa pulled the Lich aside and whispered, giving the recipe is useless. They can't read, let alone identify herbs. They think it's the work of witches. The disciplined cult is very particular about how they use magic, and they're also afraid of violating the rules. Huh? Jiao was even more confused. Simply put, they can use sauces, medicine bags, and premixed potions, but they can't or don't mix them from scratch. They're uneducated, incompetent, and the risks are too great. Larissa sighed. Some people have cooked unfloured daffodils as garlic, and others stewed monkshood as taro. After so many deaths, they learn their lesson. They never forage for herbs themselves, but buy our premixed ones. Huh? Jiao hadn't expected that reason, but as Loris continued to explain, she gradually understood. The writing in this world is itself a record of magic. In ancient times, when there was no written language, people gradually established names for things through babbling and gesture, gradually developing a spoken language. After that, the wisest among humans discovered the existence of magic. Simply drawing specific symbols and placing them within a magic circle would connect and mobilize magical elements to achieve specific effects. Over the following hundreds and thousands of years, people continued to study these magical symbols and apply them in their lives, gradually giving rise to writing. Unless placed within a magic circle, magical symbols are simply words. However, within a magic circle, they become part of a spell. For example, the word fire written in a book is just a single word, but within a magic circle, it can mobilize the magical element of fire. There's no difference in the writing method, it's only the placement and medium of writing that creates completely different effects. Because of this consistency, countless novice magic apprentices cause accidents every year due to writing in strange places, a common joke for beginners in magic. It is precisely because of this that, upon arriving in this world, the licksmith Yuichi was able to understand the language through magical affinity. Magic and writing are inextricably linked here. The disciplined cult fears the loss of control and madness that magic can bring, and therefore fears magic itself. They avoid using it if possible, and even when they do, they adhere to numerous precepts and rules. As a result, It's naturally impossible for them to learn the writing system so closely related to magic. It can be said that all men and women are illiterate, unable to read a single word. So, even if you give them a recipe, they won't understand it at all. Plus, the same herb has so many different names, and there are so many similar-looking herbs that they can't tell them apart. Instead of trying to mix each ingredient individually, it's better to just buy ready-made marinade packets. Larissa said confidently, I saw through this a long time ago, which is why I quickly approached the guy at the vegetable stall to work with me. Let's split today's profits. Jianyu was still a little confused, but why do the discipline think magic represents madness? Race. Characteristics, there's nothing we can do. Their magic resistance is so low, and once affected, they transform into unconscious giant spiders, devouring everything they find, even their own kind. Wait! Wait! Jiao's soul fire burned brighter, and she sensed she might have missed something crucial. What giant spider? Huh? Didn't I tell you that? Larissa propped her chin up on her index finger and said endearingly, the discipline cult is a devoted follower of the eight-eyed spider goddess, a crane. These ladies are all half-human, half-spider weavers. Chapter 98. Case solved. Jianyu muttered. All the vague sense of dissonance that had been there before suddenly fell into place. Fear of magic, inability to read, avoidance of anything that could cause them to lose control, erratic behavior, and the suspicious mention of hatching eggs in their conversations. It turns out these women of the disciplined sect aren't ordinary people, but spider spirits, spider brides. They're afraid of magic because they have low magic resistance. Losing their sanity will transform them into giant, crazed spiders. This isn't just a personal choice of whether to eat pork or beef, but a real-world safety issue that truly affects everyone. No wonder none of these disciplined sect members looked puzzled when they saw their own skeletons. They themselves were spider spirits, so another bone spirit wouldn't be surprising, right? Ah, was she just telling another cold joke in her head? This isn't the world of Journey to the West. But then again, why does the same character design, when applied to ordinary humans, seem so strange and whiny, looking for trouble? Aura. But once she transformed into a spider spirit, she felt all these oddities were explained, and the mood instantly returned to normal. Could it be that she subconsciously harbored racial discrimination against ordinary humans? Xiaoyo couldn't help but reflect on his own, perhaps non-existent, discrimination against ordinary humans, repeatedly reminding himself that they were already in a magical world teeming with fantastical races. Since there were creatures like her who were so attuned to magic, there were also races like spider spirits, with incredibly low magic resistance, who could easily lose control and transform into giant, all-consuming spiders. Wait a minute, does this mean these guests actually have incredibly voracious appetites, are incredibly gluttonous, and are all potential foodies? Hiss. They can even peacefully trade with these spider spirits, yet the witches are so terrifying. How do the discipline cult make a living? Jianyu continued to inquire of Larissa. Cicadas, their greatest talents are, of course, weaving and tailoring. Larissa pointed at her skirt. We have them make ours. But their daily expenses are said to be quite high, so they live quite frugally. Every morning at the market, they buy a lot of candy and meat. Uncle Wolf alone killed over 100 chickens for them today. Jianyu glanced at his completely empty stew pot, and instantly understood the meaning of those fresh, clean scraps. How did it come about? In short, despite some minor common-sense blunders caused by their differing worldviews, Takumi and Larissa successfully sold quite a few soy sauce and marinated combination sets. Thankfully, the novel marinades and dishes didn't cause the spider spirits to go berserk, and they were perfectly content to eat them. The humanoid species in this world have evolved incredibly powerful digestive organs and physical abilities, vastly different from those of ordinary animals, and can't even be considered the same species. For example, the wolf ant can devour all sorts of fruits and vegetables with impunity, while ordinary wolves would find those foods completely unacceptable. Despite their low magic defense and susceptibility to frenzy, these disciplined katydids clearly took well to the food and sauces provided by Takumi. They even took quite a few flyers, seemingly showing the potential to become regular customers. Perhaps the extra expenses from Takumi, who had emptied their wallets prematurely, but the weavers arrived and left just as quickly. Just after noon, they disappeared, apparently having completed their monthly shopping trip. With the guests gone, Takumi finally had some time to brew a few more jars of soy sauce, while Larissa settled accounts with the vegetable vendor. When Takumi finished filling another 500 bottles of soy sauce and came out of the warehouse, Larissa handed her a bag of silver coins. Here, I used your recipe, and this is your share. The marinade packets cost twice as much as each ingredient sold individually. This double the price difference represents the net profit, which is split among Takumi, Lolisa, and the vegetable vendor. The vendor takes 20%, Lolisa, who came up with the idea of setting up the intermediary, takes 20%, and Takumi takes 60%. The same star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorns, bay leaves, licorice, and ginger, combined in a simple way, could yield 1.2 times the profit. The vegetable stall owner was very pleased with the deal, and offered to continue his partnership with Jiangyu. Jiangyu also thought it was a great idea. The weavers had to come to the witch forest every month to purchase goods, so this long-term business needed to continue. Lorisa said with a smile, "Then I continue to be the matchmaker. I send you the monthly profits when I go to the city." "That's great." Jiangyu weighed the heavy silver coin in his bony claws, his eyes flashing again. "By the way, Lolisa, do you want to start a crayfish business with me?" "Huh? Is that possible?" Lorisa said happily, Sure. But I can't cook." "Hey, I have an idea. Wait a minute, I go get someone." Jiangyu chuckled and watched Lolisa scamper off again. This little witch has a sharp business acumen, is smart and honest, and has a wide network of contacts. She could definitely be recruited as a partner. Before Lorisa returned, the dwarf craftsman Tux appeared, grunting, dragging a small cart. "Bone boss, here's the goods." Jiangyu rubbed his bone claws impatiently, not paying any attention to Tux's strange address. He walked over to the cart, where he saw a pile of octagonal metal pieces, each as big as her wok. Confused, he asked, "Is this a lobster trap?" Tux picked up a piece of metal and examined it, front and back. He found the hook in the center of the front, gently pinched it with his chubby fingers, and shook it. With a swish, the metal frame popped out, and the piece instantly transformed into a hollow lobster trap, as tall as Tux. A layer of soft metal mesh was sandwiched within the hollow metal frame, and mesh openings on the side walls were designed to lure shrimp in. Large on the outside and small on the inside, it was a surefire way for shrimp to get in but not out. "Wow! This is amazing!" Jiangyu took the lobster cage and examined it carefully. The top octagonal lid opened, and underneath, it was a hook for hanging bait. Of course, simply dropping bait into the cage would also work perfectly. "How's it?" "Quick and well done," Tux said proudly. Dwarven craftsmanship, absolutely flawless. The metal frame is made of orichalcum steel, and the wire mesh is made of mithril. It has excellent magic resistance, protecting it from most magical and physical attacks. A magic lobster's claws won't be able to cut it. Jiangyu was very satisfied. Now she could go lobster fishing with her new cage. Chapter 99. When Lorisa returned with her men, she saw the skeleton Lich crouched by the warehouse, chuckling eerily over a pile of metal. She couldn't help but slow down her pace, and the girl beside her clutched her arm tightly. "Is this skeleton okay?" "It's fine." Lorisa patted her friend's hand soothingly. "It is a pretty cute Lich, although she does look a little strange sometimes." "Hey, Lorisa." Jiangyu looked up at the two of them, his eyes ablaze. The ground erupted in joy. "Come and take a look at this lobster cage." Lorisa followed his instructions, and quickly ran over, squatting beside the skeleton. "Wow, what a gem! All a steel frame, mithril wire mesh. This stuff is not cheap. Hey, 20 lobster cages for 3 gold coins. It's pricey, but how many pounds of lobster can one cage catch? I make it all back in one night. 10 pounds of crayfish are worth 2 lobster cages. No matter how you calculate it, this deal is a win-win. Although the dwarf's price is high, the product is excellent. The time and energy saved will allow her to stock more goods, negotiate more deals, and make more money. In business, you have to learn how to invest. Be frugal when you should, and don't skimp when you shouldn't. These lobster cages came just in time, Loris. Are you ready to start a crayfish business with me? Jiangyu asked with a grin. Ready! Lorisa was also full of energy. She pulled the shy little friend behind her and said, This is Meili, Aunt Jasmine's daughter. She's just started learning how to be a good cook. If I were to ask you, her cooking is even better than Aunt Jasmine's. Oh, that's great. Jiangyu beamed. As long as you have the right sauce, crayfish are delicious no matter how you cook them. Don't worry, if you study hard, I definitely teach you in a few days. Meili, somewhat reserved and gentle, nodded shyly. The three of them sat down at the stall, and quickly finalized the terms of their partnership. Jiangyu wouldn't stay in the witch's forest for long. Her base was the brewing workshop in the western part of Eston. Due to the current poor transportation conditions, the crayfish business could only be done in the tourist attraction of the witch's forest. The Midsummer Carnival was an annual event, but the market after the Red Devil's Moon was held monthly. Since guests from surrounding towns, including the Spider Spirit, needed daily supplies, small night and morning markets were still held. Of course, weekdays wouldn't attract as many tourists as during the holidays, and the atmosphere wouldn't be as lively, but the marinade packets and crayfish would definitely sell well. Naturally, Jiangyu wouldn't make a big trip every month just for such a small number of customers. No, once her brewing workshop is up and running, she'd be too busy managing her own shop. Crayfish are a summer staple, and who knows how long the shrimp in the lake can survive if they continue to eat them like this. Jiangyu had originally planned to make a quick buck, and then sell the entire lobster stall to the witches. But since the little witch Lolisa is a natural business genius, speaks beaver, and, judging by their interactions over the past few days, seems down to earth, Jiangyu didn't mind making a little more steady income. The former offers less worry, and a guaranteed return on investment. The latter, while a little more involved, will only yield more, as long as you have a reliable partner. Jiangyu patted the expensive custom-made shrimp cages. With these, even beavers can catch magic crayfish. Let's go to the beaver dam and give it a try. She went to Uncle Wolf again and, for a few nickels, bought a large pile of awful scraps. This time, she skipped the claws, specifically asking for some bloody organs. Using these as shrimp bait would definitely attract the carnivorous magic crayfish. Larissa and Mei Li diligently helped Jiangyu load the foldable shrimp cages and several large buckets of awful bait onto the beaver raft. The skeleton held up the bamboo pole, its eyes dancing with joy. Let's go! This time, the raft was going upstream. As the saying goes, if you don't advance, you retreat. The bamboo pole provided the propulsion, which required far more effort than simply going downstream. Fortunately, the waterway didn't have much of a drop in elevation, and the current was quite gentle. With the help of Larissa's weight-reducing magic, the two of them, one skeleton, only spent a little more time and effort before successfully reaching the beaver dam. The beavers had been waiting eagerly on the shore, their necks stretched out, their bodies erect. Upon seeing them, they waved their small hats and handkerchiefs, as if at some grand wedding reception. Marie, witnessing this scene for the first time, opened her mouth in surprise, seemingly filled with questions, but unsure where to begin. After a moment's struggle, she closed her mouth firmly. Jiao leaped off the raft, clutching a stack of lobster pots. Look what I brought you. Lobster pots. With these, you can catch your own lobsters. Larissa smiled and helped translate, and the beavers were instantly overjoyed, chirping and howling. Every beaver's face lit up with delight. They eagerly gathered around Jiangyo's bony claws, tilting their heads as they watched her open the foldable lobster trap, lift the lid, and hang a handful of offal inside. The bait was placed, the trap was tied to a vine, and lowered into the water. Jiangyu conveniently tied the vine to a thick branch on the shore, and called out to the witch and the beavers, "All right, everyone come and try it." The dwarven craftsman's craftsmanship proved valuable for a reason. The various components of the lobster trap were so delicate and user-friendly that even a beaver could easily open and close them and release the bait with their tiny claws. The mithril used to forge the trap net possessed excellent magical conductivity. Like a lightning rod, it easily absorbed all kinds of magical elements. When the magic lobster's wind blades struck the mithril net, they were absorbed and directed toward the nearby orichalcum steel frame. Orichalcum steel possesses a magical defense property that negates magic. Any wind element guided by the mithril net is transformed into harmless air the moment it strikes the orichalcum steel. Both precious metals are extremely tough and offer no resistance to the claws of the magic lobsters. As long as the magic lobsters are inside the prawn cages, they are powerless to harm the beavers and witches. Even if the beavers and witches lack Takumi's prawn-catching agility, they can safely lower the cages, no longer worrying about being attacked while catching prawns. The magic lobsters are also voracious and mindless monsters. Even after many of their companions have been captured, they are drawn to the bloody offal and continue to rush into the cages. In less than 5 minutes, they can harvest a full cage of prawns. Chapter 100. The beavers and the witches quickly mastered the art of catching lobsters, and Takumi hauled up a basket full of them. This basket of magic lobsters served as their late lunch for the day. Takumi set up the stove and called Mei Li to his side, teaching her how to handle the magic lobsters, how to clean and devein them, and how to make delicious crayfish. Although Mei Li was shy and reserved with others, she was not afraid of the ingredients at all. She had a natural talent for handling lobsters and worked efficiently, perhaps even doing more than Lolisa, who screamed and ran around from time to time. Jiangyu first set aside a pot of steamed crayfish. To be a good cook, The first step is to understand the ingredients. So for this first pot, we simply steam them in water, adding only ginger to remove the fishy smell. As Meili watched in horror, she pulled a small bottle of soy sauce from the skull. Of course, a cook needs to be familiar with the flavor of the sauce. Steaming crayfish with soy sauce allows you to enjoy both at once. It's the most refreshing and natural way to eat them. With one cook and one apprentice, cooking efficiency increased dramatically. In a short while, the first pot of steamed crayfish emerged from the oven, their bright red shells pristine and particularly tempting. Meili, imitating Jiangyu, peeled a shrimp, licked the roe, then took a bite of the flesh, and finally dipped the tail in soy sauce, savoring the various flavors of crayfish. So delicious. She was instantly captivated by the delicious shrimp. The shrimp, with its naturally sweet flavor, is delicious on its own, and dipping it in soy sauce makes it even more delicious. I can't stop eating it. It would actually taste even better with some rice vinegar. Jianyu said with some regret, "Too bad I haven't made the rice vinegar yet." In addition to rice vinegar, there's also rice wine. These two seasonings are essential to Chinese cuisine, and she had to work hard to get the sauce together. After teaching the normal way to peel shrimp, Jianyu also taught the two little witches the magic of peeling shrimp. Lolisa was even more talented at this magic, having mastered it after just 2 viewings. After finishing the first pot of shrimp, Jianyu watched the pot, turned the heat back on, and taught Meili how to make braised crayfish. Meili studied very diligently, meticulously recording the exact amounts and timings of all the seasonings in her little notebook. Seeing her eagerness to learn, Jiangyu became more interested and explained several common seasonings and their variations in detail, concluding with a final remark: cooking is incredibly varied. As the saying goes, it's difficult to please everyone. Some people may find the same recipe delicious, while others may not. This is perfectly normal. Some people prefer sweet, some salty, some can't handle spicy food without it, and some can't handle any spice at all. Some people prefer sweet, some prefer salty, some can't handle spicy food at all. Sometimes, the same dish can have completely different flavors in 2 different places depending on people's tastes. The basic recipe is just the beginning, not the end. Keep the basics in mind, then continually refine the flavor to make it more appealing to more customers. That's what a chef should do. If a customer has any dietary restrictions or preferences, you can ask them when they order and make corresponding changes during cooking. By the way, Larissa knows the purification spell. Don't forget to test each dish before serving it, and record it with the photo crystal. This is a good tradition. We should preserve it to prevent any customers from causing trouble. This pot of shrimp was devoured clean, and Mary carefully memorized the flavors. For the next pot, Mary was the cook. This was the pre-job test. Fortunately, the young woman was indeed talented in cooking, and her shrimp were about 80% similar to Takumiyu's, which was considered a passing grade. Everything was ready, and the next step was to divide the profits. The 3 of them quickly reached a consensus. Takumiyu would provide the recipes and business guidance and signage, while Larissa and Mary would run Takumiyu's brewing workshop, Witch Forest branch, in the Witch Forest. Larissa would be the branch manager, and Mary would be the head chef. The beavers would serve as unpaid contractors, specifically helping to catch the shrimp. Although the beavers wanted to catch all the magic crayfish, the shrimps, there were simply too many to catch them all in just 1 or 2 trips. Larissa and Mr. Beaver agreed that on the day the branch opened, the beavers would swim to the witch village of Ranchallo in the morning, haul back the rafts loaded with prawn pots, and then return the prawns to Ranchallo. This way, the beavers could work on their own, gradually eliminating the dreaded prawn problem, freeing up the 2 little witches to focus on opening the branch. The net profit, after deducting costs from the branch's revenue, was returned to Takumiyu, who would split the remaining 50% between Larissa and Meili, without Takumiyu's interference. For the branch's subsequent operations, any soy sauce and condiments needed for sales would be considered expenses and purchased from the main store at cost, ensuring clearer accounting and easier calculations. Currently, the branch's main products are soy sauce and crayfish. Ouyang Takumi will need to come up with new recipes to attract customers once the crayfish season is over. The branch has already been operating at a frenzy before the main store has officially opened. This approach may seem a bit absurd, but making money is paramount, and there's no need to worry about other things. After the 3 of them had discussed their plans and caught most of the lobsters, they decided to return to the village to have Andre witness the signing of the agreement. Ouyang Takumi also planned to inquire about how to obtain a license and sign for the branch. After bidding farewell to the happy beavers, the return trip was quick and easy. The raft, laden with 20 cages of lobster, quickly landed at the Lancialo dock. Takumi also spotted Andre at the witch's coven. Huh? Opening a branch? So soon? Even Andre, accustomed to the swift and impulsive style of the skeleton, was slightly startled by Jiang Yu's words. He thought for a moment and said, "The branch procedures aren't difficult. I take care of it for you, while I escort the two bodies back to the city." "Oh, how's the investigation going?" Jiang Yu asked casually. "Not much progress." Andre shrugged. "Those dead were small-time thugs, not particularly influential. Once they died, all the clues were gone. Honestly, I think this whole thing reeks of improvisation, a casual experiment." He looked toward the west side of Eston. "It's like someone came up with this idea on the spur of the moment to test my abilities. If it works, he benefit. If it doesn't, that's fine. With one move, he have a clear understanding of the situation. I don't think his target is really the witch forest, but me." Chapter 101. Andre's words weren't without basis. His intuition had always been sharp, and he was adept at deciphering the true intentions of the perpetrator from the slightest hint of clues. Like a cheetah, able to accurately discern the prey's specific details from a single scent. Weak or powerful, fearful or fearless, reckless or cunning. People's personalities, goals, and thoughts were always reflected in their actions and plans. Even if a skilled criminal could temporarily conceal their actions, or even mislead their pursuers in other directions, they could never completely erase all traces of their actions. These actions and plans stemmed from their careful consideration, the fruits of their character, their thinking, and their true inner heart. Even if a suspect diligently erased his footprints and erased his scent, the vanished traces would still speak of his cautious nature. Andre was adept at detecting these invisible traces and listening to these silent confessions. His teacher, Count Sokka, was the first to discover his innate, exceptional perception and spent a long time guiding and training him. The Count honed his senses, trained his body, and allowed his talents to flourish. He taught him how to locate hidden clues and discern the correct one from the chaotic information presented by those clues. Andre rubbed his temple, as if returning to the chessboard with his teacher. "Oh, we all lie. Andre." Count Sokka had just completed a feint and captured Andre's queen with a meaningful gesture. Although most people would rather not admit it, lies are human disguise. It's merely a human tool, not necessarily good or evil. It's true that criminals use lies to mislead investigators, frame others, and thus escape punishment. Incompetent individuals use lies to garner favor from royalty, the public, and even suitors. But ordinary people also use white lies to protect their loved ones, alleviate their worries and anxieties, and ease interpersonal tensions. Even, as we do, we use a bit of deception and scheming to enhance the fun of a chess game. Don't treat lies as a scourge, recognize them, see through them, and exploit them. Everyone's words and actions may be deceptive, but the motives behind them cannot be false. Everyone has their own goals, and lies are merely a shortcut. No matter how I try to divert attention, my goal is clear. Checkmate. You lose. The silver-haired Earl smiled slyly, like a silver-haired old fox, but his eyes revealed a loving and earnest admonition for his disciple. Don't just focus on what people do or don't do. You must take a long-term view and consider the larger picture. To see the truth, you must infer people's ultimate destination. People will try to take longer routes, add more stops along the way, to obscure their tracks and hide their true purpose. Count Sokka pushed Andre's king chess piece, but no matter how much you try to hide, the starting point and the end point cannot be changed. Andre, you simply need to wait for them at the end point. What if they change their destination? Andre remembered asking. Then, Count Sokka stood up and patted his disciple on the shoulder. Didn't you successfully prevent them from committing further crimes? The scene in his memory shifted in an instant, and the next second, Andre's eyes flashed back to the lingering bloody scene. His beloved teacher's head had been severed, placed on a silver platter, like a dish on the desk. The familiar silver hair was stained with blood, and the wise old man's mouth was slightly open, with dried blood leaving a brown mark at the corner of his mouth. The silver eyes had lost their luster, becoming cloudy and dim, with a fly crawling around in them. "Are you okay?" A familiar voice brought Andre back from the nightmare. The black-haired, blue-eyed knight started, taking a step back at the sudden appearance of the enormous skull. He gently pushed Takumi's large head away. "It's okay, I just remembered some things." Takumi took a step back. The knight, whom she had thought was a tasteless, white-steamed bun, now exuded a sour, sad smell. This was the first time she ever sensed emotion in Andre. Why? Was it because the emotion was so intense, even shattering the so-called protection of the moon goddess? Andre quickly calmed down, returning to his bland, white bun-like form. The routine guarding of the witch forest is a joke. If they were the killer's only, true target, he have countless opportunities to strike. Why choose this midsummer carnival night? The presence of a lich and a team of kingdom knights here is clearly a very eye-catching sight, yet the killer shows no sign of changing his plans. That only means we were already part of the plan, or perhaps we are the real target. This case was just a simple probing attempt. It seemed like they were targeting the witch forest, but in reality, they were just using it as an opportunity. Oh, their ulterior motives lie elsewhere. Jiao nodded, feeling Andre's speculation made sense. You're returning to the city? Will anyone be on guard here tonight? I'll be back soon. Andre said, the Winchester clerk will go back with me, Pasha and Gorman will continue patrolling, and Jericho will be there too. He leaned over to Jianyu and instructed, if something really happens before I return, and the Kingdom Knights, and the head which are unable to handle it, you can always ask the dragons for help. Leodoro may be a young man, but Melando is quite experienced and reliable. I already contacted him, and asked them to help look after this place. Hey, you have connections with the dragons? Gio asked with great interest. We have a connection. Andre didn't elaborate, changing the subject. Is there anything else I can do? Nothing. Jiangyu scratched the back of his bald head. Well, what would you like for dinner? Anything with meat is fine. Knights aren't picky at all. They're quite easy to feed. Okay. Jiangyu thought about visiting Uncle Wolf's meat stall later. Speaking of braised dishes to pair with beer on a summer night, braised beef shank and tendon are also excellent choices. Maybe I could even see if they have beef brisket. Beef brisket stewed with potatoes, sweet potatoes, is also a super delicious dish that goes really well with rice. Add it to a pot of white rice, and wow, it's simply delicious. Chapter 102. After conversing with the vice-captain of the knights, the Bone Lich, accompanied by 2 young witches, hurriedly carried the lobster cages to the warehouse to prepare for the evening's opening. Since they were planning to open a branch in the witch forest, they needed to train Meili, the branch's head chef. Jianyu planned to have Meili cook alongside him for the next 2 nights. The branch's main dish was crayfish, a simple yet complex dish with many variations. Jianyu felt Meili was quite talented, and with 2 days of hands-on instruction, she would normally be able to handle the restaurant on her own. Maybe this way, Jianyu could even find some time to have some fun at the night market. As soon as they returned to the warehouse, the vegetable stall owner came over eagerly, offering Jianyu a selection of vegetables. Among them were many juicy, crispy green cucumbers. Jianyu broke off one, absorbed his soul fire, and tasted it. Her eyes lit up. Delicious. Sweet, thirst-quenching, and crispy. Perfect as a side dish for braised crayfish or smashed cucumbers. She immediately bought the cucumbers, and also picked out a number of bright red tomatoes and plump sweet potatoes. After paying, she slapped her forehead and said, "Oh, smashed cucumbers are not good without vinegar." Jianyu didn't make rice vinegar, but he did brew a good amount of green plum vinegar at home, with several jars stored in the workshop kitchen. It was just that it was heavy, and Jianyu, preoccupied with selling soy sauce, didn't bother bringing it along. Now that I think about it, stir-fried shredded potatoes with plum vinegar might not taste good, but the fruity aroma of the plum vinegar mixed with the cucumber is simply a perfect summer dish. At this thought, Jianyu suddenly looked up toward the village entrance. Seeing Andre about to mount his horse, he immediately broke free and galloped off. Wait, wait! Andre! Andre, with his sharp ears and eyes, heard Jianyu's shouts from afar. He pulled on the reins and said seriously, "What's going on? Has something happened again?" The lithe skeleton came running over quickly, shouting, "Vinegar! Green plum vinegar! Bring me a few jars for cucumber salad tonight." Andre couldn't help but wipe his face. "No, you rushed over here just for this? What do you mean just for this? Vinegar is very important." The Lich said righteously, "The green plum vinegar is in the kitchen. It's easy to spot. It's the one that smells sour. Bringing a jar here should be enough. It's ready." "Okay." Andre glanced at the sky. It was still afternoon, and the night market still had several hours to go before it opened, plenty of time for them to make the round trip. "Then I'd be leaving. Come back soon. Remember to be jealous." The word sounded so subtle that passers-by, unaware of the situation, couldn't help but give him a subtle look. The skeleton, oblivious, turned and happily hummed as he went to stock up on the meat stall, beef shank, tendon, brisket. "I wonder if there's any fat callous dragon with 5-flowered toes." "Hey!" The Lich had arrived and left so quickly that he didn't notice the Winchester clerk, who was riding a chestnut mare beside the knight. The Winchester clerk chuckled softly. "What an interesting girl. Andre glanced at him warningly, leaving. His calves gently squeezed the horse's belly, and Diego understood. With effortless strides, he stretched out his long legs, pulling the cart behind him, carrying the prisoners' bodies. That morning, Andre and the kingdom's knights had already inspected the scene of the two prisoners' suicides and conducted preliminary examinations of the bodies. However, according to investigative procedures, the two bodies had to be quickly sent to the coroner in Eston West City for an autopsy. In this era, coroners were mostly local doctors or magicians in each city, but their skills varied widely. Some, like Charles Denami, had already discovered the existence of microorganisms like bacteria and viruses, and had a thorough understanding of the human body, while others were still at the stage of practicing shamanism, burning incense, and praying. Luckily, the coroner in Eston West City was also a veteran doctor and magician, a bold and meticulous man who was very reliable in his work. The two bodies of the criminals had been wrapped in clean white cloth by the apprentice knights, forming human-shaped cocoons. These were then wrapped several times in waterproof cloth and placed on a cart, ensuring that the evidence would not be lost along the way and would arrive intact at the coroner's clinic. According to procedure, the transport of the bodies required the presence of a leading knight of the kingdom and a witness, so this task fell to Andre and the Winchester clerk. The two apprentice knights would remain on patrol to prevent further crimes from occurring in the witch village. Andre had no objection. He and the Winchester clerk were the only two living people on the return trip, making it convenient for him to interrogate them indirectly. Ever since Andre arrived at Eston West City to report, the Winchester clerk's attitude towards him has been very strange. He was overly attentive to Andre, but was also highly valued by Baron Newman, so this inexplicable and sudden attentiveness seemed to have other intentions. In addition, the two prisoners suddenly died in the early morning after being interrogated by the Winchester clerk last night. All these signs were enough to arouse Andre's suspicion. As soon as the two prisoners died, Andre began to suspect a mole within his own knightly orders. After all, the entire incident seemed to be the work of Baron Augustine van Neumann, so it was only natural that someone would clean up the mess for the Baron. Andre had previously eliminated several corrupted members of the royal family for His Majesty the King, and while accepting this mission from His Majesty, he learned a great deal about Baron Augustine van Neumann's deeds. This Baron was different from the frivolous royal scions Andre had previously dealt with, who were full of flaws. Augustine van Neumann was a venomous snake that lay dormant. He was meticulous and cautious, never taking risks, and would not rashly break ranks unless he was absolutely certain of victory. He only wears a mask of kindness, pretending to be a good friend on the surface, but secretly orders his disposable subordinates to constantly test him. No matter how much trouble arises, he can always cleanly extricate himself and stay out of the conflict. And once he finds his opponent's fatal weakness, this venomous snake will pounce with lightning speed, hitting the target with one blow, determined to win, leaving his opponent no chance. The Baron is sinister and treacherous, hiding a dagger behind his smile. But if Andre is careful enough, he can gather sufficient evidence to incriminate the enemy during the initial period of peace, before the Baron reveals his fangs. Yes, evidence. Andre accepted the mission assigned by His Majesty the King because he had discovered the many unclear connections between Baron Augustine von Neumann and Evil Eye Moon. As long as Andre can uncover the Baron's hidden secrets, he can follow the clues to find Evil Eye Moon and avenge his teacher, Count Sokka, who was tragically killed by Evil Eye Moon. Chapter 103. Andre's long investigation into the Evil-Eyed Moon wasn't without results. Although Evil-Eyed Moon's movements were erratic, and their actions cruel and treacherous, their goals were always clear. They opposed the popularization of magic and the ascension of Grand Duke Huntington to the throne. Their aims clearly aligned them with the former nobles of the Delman royal family. There were even rumors that King Delman's direct lineage had not truly died out. When King Delman visited a neighboring country, he spent a night with singing girls gifted by the ruler of that country, thus perpetuating the bloodline. As for the whereabouts of the illegitimate child, there were also many different theories. Some said the child died at birth. Others said the child had long been well protected and carefully raised by King Huntington, waiting for the day when he would become a wise ruler and return the country to his own. Some say that this child, hunted by King Huntington since childhood, has now been rescued by the Evil Eye Moon and is now one of the sect's leaders. People are incredibly fascinated by royal gossip. This story is so detailed and accurate that it seems to have actually happened. King Derman's last visit to a neighboring kingdom occurred a year before his death. After his death, the queen and the prince passed away within the next year. After more than a year of stalemate and wrangling between the royal family and the parliament, Grand Duke Huntington was finally appointed to the throne. He has reigned for 24 years. If this child truly survived, he would have grown up by now, around 27 or 28, roughly the same age as Andre. King Huntington had indeed adopted many orphans from his army, treating them as his own collateral descendants, and bestowing upon them all the titles of Viscount. Andre was well aware of this, having grown up alongside these brothers and sisters in the army. Many of these children were rescued by Count Sokka from villages destroyed by the Iron Giants. They considered Count Sokka their adopted parent, and many even applied to join Count Sokka's shadow army upon reaching adulthood, becoming spies for the king. The eldest child became Count Sokka's adopted son, and is now the head of the shadow army's spies. Andre hadn't heard from him in a while, and wondered where he was, or what he was doing. But the idea that King Huntington would adopt King Delman's child was probably absurd. After all, while King Delman was still enjoying himself in his 70s and 80s, whether he could actually father an heir was another matter entirely. Andre believed these rumors were deliberately spread by Evil Eye Moon, intended to destabilize King Huntington's rule and enhance its own aura of legitimacy. Andre couldn't yet confirm whether the former members of the Delman clan had created the evil organization, Evil Eye Moon, and were using rumors of the former king's illegitimate child to sow discontent among the people, or whether Evil Eye Moon, with its alleged illegitimate child, and its own ulterior motives, had clung to the clan nobles. However, the connection between the two was undeniable. Baron Augustine von Neumann was a member of the royal family who secretly supported and financed Evil Eye Moon. Andre followed the clues along the way, not only seeking to eliminate another poisonous member of the royal family for his majesty, but also to find evidence, unearth Evil Eye Moon, and avenge his teacher. The two men had reached the edge of the forest on horseback. There was no village or shop nearby, and the only sound in the quiet forest was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Andre appeared to be pacing at a leisurely pace, but in reality, his nerves were tense, wary of ambushes and sudden attacks from those around him. The Winchester clerk did indeed move. He suddenly chuckled, "It's been so long, and you're still the same, Adler." Suddenly hearing his childhood nickname, which hadn't been called in a long time, Andre yanked the reins and turned to look at the Winchester clerk. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and tossed something to him. Andre caught it, looked down, and his pupils shrank. "You are?" The Winchester clerk took off his glasses and pulled a bottle of medicine from his pocket. He gently tapped it around his eyes and near the bridge of his nose. After counting 10 seconds, he took out a cloth and wiped his face. In the next second, the middle-aged man's face instantly transformed into that of a young man. "Remember me, Andre?" The Winchester clerk chuckled, and even his voice became a little younger. Andre's green eyes slowly widened. "Brother? We haven't seen each other for over a decade, haven't we, since Father's death?" The man laughed. "Didn't His Majesty tell you I was hiding here?" "Indeed he didn't. He just said someone would pick me up." Andre narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. That old fox. The man posing as the middle-aged Winchester clerk wasn't Andre's biological brother, but Winston de Mordo, Count Sokka de Mordo's adopted son. As children, he and Andre had always had a close relationship, always going about together like brothers. Andre's nickname, Adler, came from Winston's slurred speech as a child. After Count Sokka de Mordo was assassinated by Moon of the Evil Eyes, he inherited the Earl's title and became a Shadow Army spy. While publicly feigning illness and remaining secluded within his domain, he was actually traveling the world, completing mission after mission, investigating clue after clue, all in his quest to uncover the Earl's killer. "How long have you been here?" Andre watched as Winston produced another set of makeup tools and redressed himself as the middle-aged clerk. "Is there really a Winchester clerk? Or was this all a lie?" "I've been here for 3 years," Winston said. "There is indeed a Winchester clerk. He was indeed a subordinate of Baron Neumann, but he only handled minor matters for the Baron on a daily basis, and wasn't considered a capable person. 3 years ago, when we were investigating the Baron, we also happened to send someone to track down Winchester clerk. It just so happened that Winchester clerk was robbed and murdered on his way home to visit his family. We rescued him, but we didn't release him. So, 10 days later, the Winchester clerk who returned home was replaced by me." Andre stroked the Shadow Army token in his hand. Just like they used to playfully do when they were little, he gently punched Winston on the shoulder and slipped the important item back into Winston's hand. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was always following the wrong path. I thought Winchester's clerk was the Baron's trusted confidant?" Winston interrupted. "Yes, that person is indeed highly trusted by the Baron now." Chapter 104. Over the past few years, I worked so hard to gain the Baron's trust. It took so much effort to get him to consider him one of his own, someone he could trust. Winston said, but you can't blame me for not contacting you. As soon as you entered the order's gates, I made you a cup of Earl Grey tea. Don't even mention that you can't even taste the tea I was used to drinking as a child. Andre, unable to taste the tea at all, choked and cleared his throat awkwardly after a moment. Ahem. You know I'm not good at tea tasting. TSK, what a fool. Winston shook his head, feigning regret. That was the last of my good tea. Besides, later in the carriage, I did my best to remind you, but you completely ignored me. Andre couldn't tell him that it was the Winchester clerk's inexplicable overtures that had aroused his vigilance. But he also knew that Winston, lurking in Baron Newman's domain, needed to conceal his identity, and only in this deserted wilderness could he confess his mistake. He could only rub his nose and continue the conversation about tea. Next time, I ask someone to bring me some more. Never mind. Your money isn't much, so you better be frugal. His Majesty is in financial trouble lately, and everyone's struggling to make ends meet. Winston put on his clerk's gold-rimmed glasses again. That scoundrel Augustine loves to use high-sounding slogans, while secretly sabotaging others. Even though you've been transferred here, the order's salary expenditures haven't changed much. Is he planning to deduct your salary? If you're short on money, tell me. While I can't do anything with the accounts, I can still support you privately. No, not yet. Andre refused. You got as many places to spend money on as I do, and I figured out how to do it. Based on the number of customers Andre saw at a quick glance last night, his investment in Little Bone was a sure win, and might even far exceed his expectations. Aha, that interesting Lich. Winston patted Andre's shoulder. She's so perceptive, I barely dare get close to her, afraid she'd take a deep breath and blow my cover. Honestly, is her cooking really that good? I really want to try it. I take you there tonight. Andre glanced at the sky. Let's go, it's getting late. After the two of them talked it out, on the way back to the city, Andre inquired about the two thugs' deaths. Probably to silence them, Winston replied. I wasn't responsible for their deaths, but in some way, I was involved. I think whoever hired them must have placed some kind of curse on them. The moment they saw me, it was as if some preset condition had been triggered. Their eyes instantly glazed over, their minds lost, and they mumbled something repetitive. I tried to record and decipher it, but the syllables were so blurry that no matter how I tried to organize them, I couldn't piece them together. He handed over a piece of paper. Andre took it and looked at it. It was filled with strange syllables. He tried to read it, but stumbled so hard that he almost bit his tongue. It's awkward. It doesn't form a sentence, nor is it a magic spell. It feels like the random mumblings of a madman. Winston nodded. But just because these two thugs are dead doesn't mean the clue is gone. Your deduction is actually only a hair's breadth away from the truth. This incident in the Witch Forest was indeed a spur-of-the-moment act of that Augustine. However, there's one thing you don't fully understand. The Witch Forest has been closed to the Dragon Clan lately. Even if those thugs manage to cause some trouble, it won't cause them any serious damage. Of course, it will certainly cause some inconvenience to tourists and tarnish the witches' reputation. But to completely defeat the witches, seize their beer business, or even turn them to the Baron's side, this small move alone is likely far from enough. However, as you said, if you fail the first mission the Baron has given you, he have more opportunities to exploit it later. This incident is a test of your abilities, and appearing too weak or too strong right now would be a bad sign. Andre understood his intention. If it's too weak, Baron Newman will think he has a one-hit kill and attempt to attack Andre, causing unnecessary trouble. If it's too strong, it will alert the Baron, making the investigation more difficult. This level is appropriate now. Although you prevented these two thugs from committing crimes, you couldn't prevent them from committing suicide. For now, we can only hastily close the case and move the matter into a covert investigation. With me covering for the Baron, it shouldn't be difficult. Winston pondered. I conceal the role of the Lich lady in the report. She may be of great use in the future, but we can't let the Baron notice her existence yet. Andre let out a slow breath. Thank you. We're brothers, why be polite? We're all working towards the same goal. Winston said, according to the leads I gathered, Baron Newman's accounts are highly suspicious. Every so often, he secretly smuggles a sum of gold and silver treasure out of the city lord's mansion to an unknown destination. I suspect that's the funding he provides for Evil Eye Moon's activities. It's just that the Baron is too cautious. I haven't been able to successfully track the whereabouts of that money yet. He only trusts his own people, making it difficult to compromise them. The resources we can mobilize in the city are ultimately too limited. There's nothing we can do. The internal and external troubles of recent years, coupled with the lurking evil Amun, have consumed an inordinate amount of manpower, financial resources, and material resources. Your Majesty is stretched to the limit, Andre said helplessly. We can only find a solution on our own. As they chatted, the walls of Eston West loomed in their view. Winston spoke faster, admonishing, the Baron previously instructed Clerk Winchester to get close to you, and I continue to do so in public. Just maintain your previous demeanor. Be cold and suspicious of me. I understand. Although Clerk Winchester's position was not high, it was extremely important. He had access to many of the core secrets of the Kingdom Knights in Eston West. If the Baron were to use the Kingdom Knights for personal purposes, he could conceal it from Andre, but not from the clerk. Winston had spent 3 years undercover, achieving his current position and the Baron's trust. Naturally, Andre had to cooperate with him. As the saying goes, having someone in the court makes things easier. With Clerk Winchester, a close associate, helping him from behind the scenes, Andre would have greater freedom of movement within the city. Chapter 105. As soon as the west city of Eston came into view, Andre and Winchester's clerk resumed their previous unfamiliarity, distant, silent, and never even eye contact. Their destination was the infirmary in the east of the city. This gray-black building, constructed entirely of brick and stone, could almost be called a rare masterpiece of grandeur in this era. Although, if the Lich from another world saw it, he would probably think it was inferior to even a small hospital in a rural county. In this magical medieval world, it was still a major architectural achievement. With 3 floors above ground and 2 below, it was solid and sturdy, yet exuded a cold and solemn air. The above-ground section was the infirmary for treating patients, while the underground section housed the Kingdom Knights Forensic Institute, where autopsies were performed, the morgue, and a medical black magic laboratory. The main door also had 2 doors, one front and one back. The front door led to the upstairs area dedicated to the healing and treatment of the dying, while the back door led underground, the final stop before the deceased's demise into endless solitude. Here, on the dissection table, the traces left on their bodies would silently deliver their final accusations to the living. Tall, heavy draft horses stopped in the backyard of the infirmary, and were immediately greeted by the station knights of the kingdom. The knights respectfully led the deputy commander's horse, unloaded the cart, carried the body, and filled out the handover forms. Their disciplined and well-trained behavior was a world apart from the idle and incompetent men of the larger group. Andre, lost in thought, glanced at Winchester, who was chatting happily with the knights. A moment later, Easton West City's official coroner, Duckett Van Mello, emerged from the back door. This coroner also wore the garb of a bird-beaked doctor, but Dr. Mello's outfit was made of white canvas covered in a glossy wax, giving him the appearance of a white dove. He removed his bird-beak mask, revealing a square, aged, yet elegant face. "Ah, Winchester clerk, what problem have you brought me today?" The white-haired old gentleman nodded politely to the clerk he knew well, then turned to the somewhat unfamiliar knight. If I'm not mistaken, you must be our new vice-master of the order. Andre Lou Huntington, at your service. Andre saluted the old doctor. Could you please perform a routine autopsy on these 2 bodies? Our preliminary diagnosis suggests the cause of death is poisoning. Okay. Leave it to me. Dr. Mello glanced at the signed handover form. I believe you're most interested in the poison test report? You really understand me. Winchester smiled. As usual, I have it on your desk in 2 days. The old gentleman nodded to them both. See you later. And so the matter was settled. I must return to the regiment to file a report, Winchester said. I returned to Rancholo later on my own. Okay, Andre said coolly. In reality, he had already read Winston's report. It was concise, describing the story of 2 clumsy thieves who, caught with arson, committed suicide by poisoning out of fear of punishment. It made no mention of a single, meritorious individual. The 2 parted ways. Andre, holding the reins, turned to watch his sworn brothers back as he headed north. He quickly suppressed the worry in his eyes, and spurred his horse southward. The brewery remained the same, its door jammed in its frame, dusty and deserted. As a legal tenant, Andre had long since obtained a spare key from the Lich. He opened the back door with familiarity, and quickly found the vinegar jar in the kitchen. 1 jar isn't easy to carry. Let's just move 2. He weighed the jars, found a long strong rope, and tied them together. This way, the 2 jars could be tied to the horse's back, one on each side, balancing the weight and allowing the horse to gallop more smoothly. Andre had previously rented the cart from the knights. This was one of the perks of the kingdom's knights. They could also rent it for a low fee when not on official business. Since the return trip involved official business and the transport of a corpse, this trip could be considered a business trip. Even rent was waived. After filling out the handover form, the vehicle was considered returned, and a dedicated person would naturally collect and clean it, freeing Andre from any further worries. Back at the witch village of Lancelo, Diego no longer had to pull the cart. He only had to carry 2 vinegar jars. This small weight was nothing for a heavy draft horse, so the black horse broke loose and galloped away, dashing into the forest under the setting sun. He arrived just in time. Jiang Yi had purchased supplies for the branch store from the dwarf craftsman Tux that afternoon and was preparing to start cooking. Andre, carrying the 2 vinegar jars, reached the familiar warehouse and saw the Lich's snack stand, like a slime multiplying, expanding from 1 to 2. Large pots simmered on each of the 4 stoves. Jiang Yu oversaw the snack kiosk on the right, while the little witch, Mei Li, looked after the one on the left. "Has the store expanded?" he asked. "Since we're opening a branch in the witch forest, we have to be ready for operations." The Lich said with a grin, "This kiosk is very convenient. I love it. I'm planning to take one back to the workshop. It just so happens that we have a lot of customers at night, and we're running out of stoves. The best solution is to add another kiosk specifically for the branch. A craftsman's tools are essential for good work." Jiang Yu, now flush with cash, naturally wanted to continue investing and expanding production. This afternoon, she not only bought a lot of beef, but also bought another kiosk from Tux and ordered 2 sets of cookware and knives, all made of adamantium. Tux worked tirelessly all afternoon and just finished the job. Now, on Jiang Yu's cutting board, there lay an adamantium Chinese kitchen knife and an adamantium boning knife. She had drawn them herself, based on the drawings from her past life. According to the dwarf craftsman Tux, adamantium is an exceptionally durable and indestructible metal, even withstanding the intense heat of dragonfire. Its excellent thermal conductivity makes it ideal for pots. As for kitchen knives, while a bit heavy, they're sturdy and easy to use. You can chop anything with them without worrying about the blade breaking, giving you complete peace of mind. Of course, the material is excellent, and the price is quite attractive. It cost Jiang Yu 2 gold coins. It's a painful expense, but holding this thing is incredibly comfortable and practical. Jiang Yu even asked Lolisa to visit Mr. Beaver again, and have them make 2 sturdy tree stump chopping boards. The same reliable chopping blocks that every household used to chop meat and bones in the old days. Chapter 106. Jiang Yu spent a lot of money that afternoon, but she also earned a lot of money from the spider spirit of the discipline sect that morning, so after offsetting the 2, she still had a profit. This small amount of money could be exchanged for various upgraded props and equipment, so Jiang Yu felt it was still a good deal. An increase in fixed assets equals an increase in total assets. Cash flow, flowing in and out, hasn't changed much and remains ample, yet the kitchen has nearly doubled in size. Tonight, the snack stand managed by Mei Li specializes in crayfish, while Jiang Yu's stall sells braised dishes and cold dishes, sure to capture even more customers' appetites and hearts. Andre didn't comment much on the Lich's business strategy. He simply diligently placed 2 large jars of vinegar on Jiang Yu's stall. "Here, the green plum vinegar you requested. I brought 2 jars to make it easier for Diego to carry. If it's too much, you can still sell it." "Oh, just in time." Jiang Yu immediately opened a jar of vinegar. "I was just about to make some cucumber dressing." The juicy cucumbers had been washed, cracked, cut into appropriate pieces, and lightly salted and maltose coated, then marinated briefly. Jiang Yu preferred cucumbers with a crispy texture, so he didn't marinate them for too long. She minced garlic, added chili peppers and toasted sesame seeds, and poured a tablespoon of peanut oil over a large spoonful. The aroma of sesame and chili peppers instantly filled the air. "Wow, what smells so good? Skullblazer is making something delicious again. Get in line." Jiang Yu added light soy sauce, malt sugar, a pinch of salt, and a spoonful of green plum vinegar to the sauce. He looked at the knight and asked, "Want some cilantro?" "Yes." Andre nodded. The bone Lich, with a smile on his face, grabbed a handful of cilantro, washed it, cut it into small pieces, added it to the sauce, and mixed it with the cucumbers. He then placed it on a bamboo plate. The lush green cilantro, crisp cucumber, and red chili pepper complemented each other beautifully, looking particularly tempting. Jiang Yu picked up a pair of long bamboo chopsticks, swished in the broth, and pulled out a large piece of beef shank. "Want some beef?" "Yes." "Where's the tendon?" She fished out another piece of tendon. It was almost simmered to a pulp, and the slightest movement of the chopsticks caused it to tremble. Andre couldn't help but swallow. "Even so." The knight, who wasn't picky about food, was already eyeing the beef and tendon on the chopping board with eager eyes. Jiangyu stopped asking questions and picked up the adamantine kitchen knife. With a flourish, he sliced the beef, which had absorbed the flavor of the marinade, into slices of the perfect thickness. This thing can't be sliced too thin. While thinning the cut saves costs, it doesn't give the customer a good impression. Customers are after that bite of meat, but if it's sliced too thin, it won't taste satisfying, and they definitely stay away. Slicing it too thick isn't a good idea either. It affects the texture, strains the tongue and teeth, and makes it difficult to eat. Jiangyu gets the cut just right. After cutting, he picks up a slice and reveals the transparent tendons, dyed amber by the marinade. When held up to the light, a faint shimmer filters through them, seemingly gilding the amber. The shank is sliced, the tendons cut into small pieces, and neatly arranged on a bamboo plate. Topped with a little cilantro and a spoonful of marinade, the beef seems imbued with a soul, gleaming brightly under the oil lamps of the night. Jiangyu placed a plate of braised beef tendon and shank, along with a plate of smashed cucumber, on a tray. He then filled a small bowl of indica rice and handed it to Andre. Here, thanks to your help. Come, try the smashed cucumber with green plum vinegar and the braised combination. These are tonight's specials. Either the marinade or the smashed cucumber sauce is delicious with rice. If it's not enough, bring more. Andre, having only nibbled on some bread and biscuits for lunch, was already hungry. He eagerly picked up the tray, found a seat, and picked up the bamboo chopsticks on the tray and scooped the braised beef tendon from the plate, coating the meat in the marinade before tucking it into his mouth. Andre, wow! The beef tendon was cooked to perfection. The once firm and tough muscles had become tender after the long simmering, while the tendons in the middle were soft yet still slightly springy. It wasn't too chewy or difficult to chew, but it didn't completely lose its texture or firmness. It was tender yet still had a hint of springiness, just the way he liked it. After stewing, the beef had cooled. Perhaps even been chilled. The slightly cool slices of meat, drizzled with the still warm sauce, brought a refreshing coolness to this summer night, the heat of sunset still lingering. Andre couldn't help but take a bite of rice, savoring the coolness of the beef wrapped around the warm rice, the gravy mingling with the fragrance of the rice, soothing his rumbling stomach. How wonderful it would be to have an ice-cold beer right now. Andre wiped the sweat from his forehead and took another piece of smashed cucumber. With this bite, he felt as if a breeze carrying the scent of green plums blew by. The cucumber, icy and sweet, burst with sweet juice as he chewed it, a crisp, refreshing coolness. Coriander, sesame seeds, and chili peppers were mixed in a casual manner, each bite revealing a slightly different flavor, sometimes fragrant, sometimes spicy, and sometimes with a rich plum aroma, which made his mouth water and his appetite grow. Piece of cucumber after piece, bite of beef after bite, occasionally paired with hot white rice, the interplay of coolness and warmth made the taste more and more delicious with each bite. Andre picked up another piece of beef tendon. The moment his chopsticks touched it, he felt its unusual chewiness, and the taste was indescribably delicious. The outer layer of the tendon was stewed to a melt-in-your-mouth consistency. With just a gentle lift of the chopsticks, the amber-colored tendon could be seen jiggling with the movement. Of course, Andre didn't actually hear any sound, but his brain inexplicably automatically filled in the sound effects of the scene. The outer layer of the tendon was extremely soft, almost gelatinous, and easily yielded with just a touch of his tongue. The center, however, is like soft candy. Even when biting into it, you can still sense a hint of resistance within its softness. The flavor of the marinade has been fully absorbed by the beef tendons and shanks, creating a perfectly balanced saltiness with a subtle sweetness. Eat it alone, it possesses a delicate beauty, like gazing at distant mountains and rivers amidst a hazy mist. But when coated in the marinade, it's like a violent storm dispersing the shrouded fog, allowing the overbearing aroma to fully bloom and dance across the tongue, assaulting every sense. Salty, sweet, and even a hint of numbing spiciness. If you can't resist the overwhelming onslaught, you can always seek help from rice or beer. It goes well with both rice and beer. Andre couldn't put his chopsticks down. With this combination of meat and vegetables, he finished his bowl of rice, and he still wanted another. Chapter 107. One bowl of rice certainly couldn't fill Andre's bottomless stomach. In fact, 2 bowls wouldn't be enough. And just as he was reaching for his third, Winchester's clerk and 2 apprentice knights joined him at the table. "Hey, what's the deputy captain having for dinner tonight?" Pasha looked over curiously, then turned to Jiangyu and said, "Little Lich, we want the same thing as the deputy captain. 10 more pounds of crayfish, shelled, please." "Okay." Jiangyu responded, and soon after, Jericho, and Larissa arrived with the dishes. A bowl of shelled crayfish piled atop a bed of lush cucumbers, a bowl of braised beef shank and tendon, and a wooden barrel of rice, filling the table perfectly. 50 silver coins, thank you. Larissa said with a smile. Would the knights like some beer? No need for beer. Each of them pulled out a handful of silver coins, gathered them together, and counted out 50, handing them to Larissa. After everyone left, Gorman couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is so expensive. But it's really delicious." Pasha couldn't wait to shovel the crayfish and smashed cucumber into his bowl, taking a delicious bite and moaning with bliss, "Oh my God, this is such a delicious way to eat. This is what money tastes like." Gorman said this, but he wasn't slowing down at all as he picked up the food. The Winchester clerk looked up at the Lich and saw that Jianyu was completely engrossed in cooking and serving customers, with no intention of joining him. He guessed that Andre had already communicated with her. He continued to play the middle-aged clerk trying to curry favor with his new boss, and a slight smile curled his lips as he watched his brother-in-law's somewhat clumsy and awkward response. With the delicious food as a welcome start, the knights quickly warmed up to each other. The two apprentice knights eagerly inquired about Andre's past exploits, and Andre readily shared these stories. The kingdom's knights were frequently reassigned, and every knight would have a few friends and colleagues far away. Even if Andre didn't reveal them himself, these stories could easily be learned from others. Furthermore, Andre wanted to take this opportunity to speak with his elder brother, Winston, who was disguised as the Winchester clerk. After Earl Sokka's unfortunate death, Winston had been depressed for a while, but upon receiving His Majesty's order, he regrouped and took over what Earl Sokka had left behind. Andre, as the first person to discover the Earl's death, was deeply shocked. His mother took him to the moon worship cult for a long time to recuperate, and it was several years later that he joined His Majesty's army for training. Thinking about it now, today was the first time the two had met in over a decade since Earl Sokka's funeral. The two occasionally kept in touch through letters. However, in recent years, Winston and Andre have been on missions in various locations. To protect their identities and facilitate their movements, all mail could only be delivered to their respective homes, with long intervals between checks, practically cutting off contact. The knights chatted happily, while Jianyos was bustling with guests. Last night, Jianyu had successfully established his reputation, and today not only had many repeat customers, but they also attracted even more new ones. Both the crayfish and tonight's new braised dishes and smashed cucumbers were popular with both old and new customers. Only a few dwarves expressed dissatisfaction with the lack of braised pork tonight, but Jianyu, who hadn't been able to buy any pork belly, was also frustrated. Today, all the pork, beef brisket, and most of the chicken at Uncle Wolf's place were snapped up by the katydids. Under the circumstances, being able to buy so much high-quality beef shank and tendon was quite a stroke of luck. Perhaps it's because the meat isn't fatty enough for the katydids to appreciate. So, fried foods must be quite popular here. Take fried chicken, for example. It's high in fat, energy, and crispy. You can even mix it with garlic soy sauce or amber fried chicken sauce to make Korean-style fried chicken nuggets. Jiayo began to think about her future business ventures. Fried fries would be delicious too. I just don't know if they have ketchup. I guess I have to make it fresh. She was muttering to herself when Aunt Wolf, who had disappeared all day, reappeared in a vibrant aqua dress with a matching bow in her hair. She looked radiant. Shall you? I met a seamstress today. Take a look at my new dress. Does it look good? I also bring you some. The gift's back. It looks beautiful. Jiang, could smell Auntie Wolf's joyful soul fire from afar. It was sweet and delightful. This skirt looks perfect for summer. Yes, yes. Auntie Wolf was in high spirits. The cicadas are so skilled. I spent the entire afternoon in their village. Oh yes, this is my gift for you. She opened her large bag, rummaged in, and pulled out a white chef's uniform. Clang, clang, clang. Chef's uniform. Even though you're a skinny person and don't need clothes much, opening a shop always requires some formality. Here. This chef's uniform comes with an apron and a chef's hat. It even comes with a blank name tag. As soon as I said I wanted to make you some clothes, but didn't know your size, the older woman immediately said she bought soy sauce from you that morning and could roughly estimate your size. Auntie Wolf tucked the chef's coat into Jiangyo's arms. Try it on to see if it fits. If it doesn't, we can ask the weavers to alter it tomorrow morning. Jiangyo's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Auntie Wolf to be so popular, to have established a connection with the weavers so quickly. She happily touched the snow-white chef's coat. Hey, so soft and smooth. This fabric is so fine. This is made by the weavers themselves. It's waterproof, fireproof, and doesn't get greasy. Even if there's a stain, it disappears with a gentle wipe. Auntie Wolf explained, describing it like a treasure trove. Even if you chop it with a knife, it won't break. Physical defense is maxed out. Jiangyu, Isn't it true that this is a Western fantasy magic world? Races with low magic defense generally have incredibly high physical defense. It seems this fabric is also in the same vein. Is this clothing made of spider silk? She rubbed the fabric carefully. It didn't feel sticky at all. In the light of the oil lamp, the clothing even shone with a faint iridescent hue, like the reflection of sliced beef at a certain angle. It was both strange and beautiful, and gave off a strange feeling of awesomeness. I go try it on. She asked Mary to help watch her stove, then took her chef's uniform, and went into the warehouse. A moment later, a skeleton dressed in a full white chef's uniform, complete with scarf, chef's hat, and apron, emerged from the warehouse and swung confidently in front of Auntie Wolf. How is it? Chapter 108. Looks great. Auntie Wolf clapped her hands. That's what a chef looks like. Hee hee. Jiangyu adjusted her chef's hat. Although she had no hair and wasn't afraid of it getting in her food, as Auntie Wolf had said, life sometimes needs a little ritual. After donning the full uniform, she felt as if her cooking skills had inexplicably improved, or perhaps it was just a bit more impressive. They say clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. After Jiangyu donned the chef's uniform, this little-known stall gradually began to take on the appearance of a proper restaurant. Andre glanced up at the business license hanging above the snack bar and rubbed his chin. It's still missing a prominent sign. Despite this, thanks to its delicious food, flyers, and the constant buzz of customers, this little stall had managed to make a name for itself. The knights, refreshed and contented, rose to resume their evening patrol. Winchester clerk and Andre deliberately lagged behind. Winston, bearing the Winchester clerk's face, thrust the branch license he had obtained that afternoon into Andre's hands. There, it's done. Having connections in the court made things easier. With the clerk personally on the scene, Andre didn't have to show up, which in turn helped to conceal Andre's relationship with the little Lich and prevent the Baron from prematurely noticing the small shop. The two sworn brothers tacitly completed the handover. Andre summoned Jericho, handed the branch license to his squire, and then caught up with the trainee knights to resume their duties. A few minutes later, Jiangyu saw Jericho had also hung a branch license on Mary's stall. Wow! So efficient, Jiangyu said happily. She thought Andre had forgotten about it, but he'd taken care of it so quietly. So reliable, but... She tilted her bony head in confusion. Hadn't Andre previously said that Winchester's clerk was a close confidant of the Baron? How come their relationship seemed to have improved after just one afternoon? The thought flashed through her mind for a moment, then vanished in the jingling of silver coins. The crisp, lingering sound of silver coins hitting each other as they fell into the cash register was so melodious that Jiangyu loved it the more she listened, never getting tired of it. Let the knight worry about the complicated, scheming interpersonal relationships in the officialdom. For Jiangyu, the immediate income was far more important than any friendly relationship. The air was filled with the aroma of food, and the cheerful laughter of the people emanated the sweet fragrance of the joyful soul fire. The night breeze gradually dissipated the lingering warmth of the evening, bringing with it bursts of cool air. Silver coins and wine glasses mingled, creating a cheerful tune. The dwarves sang rustic folk tunes, and occasionally, the sirens, in high spirits, broke into song. Jiangyu took a deep breath, feeling that this was the proper way to enter another world. Tonight's business was not interrupted by anyone with ulterior motives. Only two groups of drunken dwarves nearly got into a fight after a disagreement, and were chased out of the stall by Jericho. Late in the evening, the bustling market gradually quieted as the customers gradually dispersed. As usual, Jiangyu gathered the remaining ingredients and prepared a staff meal. Tonight's braised combination of ingredients and the crayfish were equally popular. Mei's cooking skills are quite impressive. Not only does she learn quickly, but she also memorizes them well. She consistently produces excellent crayfish throughout the night, and her cooking speed has even improved significantly as her proficiency improves. However, Jiangyu also noticed that Mei is extremely meticulous in her cooking, even carefully weighing the ingredients on a small scale, as rigorous as German chemists. Of course, this isn't a big deal. Jiangyu knows that many foreigners and Chinese cuisine beginners don't understand the meaning of moderate amounts. They prefer standardized and quantified ingredients, as long as the taste is roughly the same, and the quality of the finished product is guaranteed. After all, Chinese cuisine is not like Western baking. In Western baking, every recipe must be measured down to the gram and milliliter. The slightest change can cause physical and chemical reactions to fail, leading to unsuccessful fermentation, inability to whip egg whites and cream, and a host of other problems. Chinese cuisine emphasizes moderate adjustments. Of course, there are recipes, such as 1 pound of flour for 1 pound of water, 1 pound of beans for 1 pound of salt. While the general principles are established, the details are subject to local conditions and individual adjustments, tailored to the changing ingredients and the tastes of both the chef and the diners. To create truly delicious dishes, a chef's years of experience, judgment, and adaptability are essential. Take the basics of dough kneading, for example. Novices often encounter the odd situation where they follow the recipe exactly, but the dough turns out either dry or watery. This is actually due to the varying water absorption properties of flours. To solve this problem, we must follow the ancient wisdom. If there's too much flour, add water. If there's too much water, add flour. While experienced chefs often require meticulous fine-tuning, newbies can end up with 2 bowls of noodles, or the dough can end up as a dumpling soup. The final product can be drastically different from expectations. But Jiang Yu felt that, as long as the flavors were well balanced, dumpling soup would be quite delicious too. Mei Li had studied cooking, but she was a complete novice in Chinese cuisine. She wasn't adept at tweaking recipes herself, but she was perfectly suited to recreating the dishes Jiang Yu taught her. From this perspective, she was indeed a perfect fit for the branch's head chef position. The branch just needed a steady output, not a daily surprise with incredibly delicious crayfish one day and awful the next. Jiang Yu didn't need Mei Li to run R&D anyway. Simply focusing on consistently producing high-quality crayfish and simple braised dishes was the key to the branch's future success. And tonight, to Jiang Yu's surprise, the dish that won MVP honors was the smashed cucumber. Many customers were so satisfied with their meals that they even went to other stalls to buy glass jars, ceramic pots, and other containers, and had Jiang Yu prepare a special sauce to take away. Some people particularly enjoyed the flavor of green plum vinegar and ordered a separate bottle. Thanks to Andre's fortuitous move, he brought over 2 jars of green plum vinegar. Jiang Yu already used up 1.5 jars tonight alone. These customers' spending power is truly astonishing. There wasn't much crayfish or beef left over from dinner, so Jiang Yu prepared 2 extra vegetarian dishes, one of pickled green plums with candied tomatoes, and the other of shredded lettuce salad sprinkled with sesame seeds. As for the main course, the rice was sold out tonight, so Jiang Yu cut some sweet potatoes into strips and fried them into French fries. Paired with freshly made tomato sauce, they served as the perfect carbohydrate for tonight's staff meal, soothing the weary colleagues. Chapter 109. After another busy night, the team members were tired and sleepy. After a satisfying staff meal, they dispersed and went back to their rooms. Mei Li and Lolisa agreed with Jiang Yu to go together to select a new location for the branch after waking up from a nap. Tomorrow was the 3rd day of the Midsummer Carnival, and all the merchants would be packing up and going home that day. This was a good time to pick up some bargains and buy some supplies for the branch. They all agreed to use the profits from tonight's crayfish sale as startup capital for tomorrow's branch. If the branch wanted to remain open for a long time, it would need to rent a storefront, buy tables and chairs, and purchase seasonings. Although the branch wouldn't brew the soy sauce, only selling the finished products shipped by Jiang Yu and dishes like crayfish, there would still be some initial expenses. Although Jiang Yu was the owner, the 2 little witches felt that since they were running the business together and sharing the profits, they should also share the costs. They truly didn't have much money on hand, so the most logical option was to use the profits from the branch's recent holiday season as startup capital and reinvest it in future operations. Sharing good times and bad times together, these 2 little witches might not understand the fundamental principles of business, but they were incredibly loyal. Jiang Yu simply loved collaborating with such easygoing partners. Whether or not they could make money was another matter. The most important thing was having fun. When looking for a partner, one must first consider both ability and character. Neither could be lacking. Mei Li excelled at recreating dishes. Lolisa was quick-witted, adept at networking, skilled at identifying business opportunities, and possessed a wide network of contacts. Both of them clearly possessed the necessary skills, and now, combined with their proven character, Jiang Yu was even more determined. The chef's uniform Auntie Wolf gave her tonight also reminded Jiang Yu that she wanted to make 2 sets of work clothes for Mary and Larissa. To gradually establish her own brand in this alternate world, a unified brand, decor, and uniforms are crucial to customer perception, and these details must be carefully planned. It's a bit of a headache to consider the style of the branch store before the main store is even finished. However, since the two stores' core businesses differ slightly, a generally similar style is sufficient. They don't need to be completely identical. She pondered. Although both stores primarily serve local residents, there's no reason to rule out the possibility that some travelers might want to visit the main store after visiting the Witch's Forest branch. If the two stores were completely identical, it would be a bit boring for these customers. However, if the general style remains consistent, while each store possesses its own unique characteristics and ingenuity, it would create a sense of novelty for customers. Jiangyu plans to standardize the signage, employee uniforms, and product packaging. This will create a stronger branding effect as the business grows, allowing customers to instantly recognize the familiar storefront. As for the interior furnishings, he's considering choosing consistent or similar color schemes, not aiming for exact replicas, but simply aiming to create a common atmosphere for customers. After all, store decoration and furnishings are greatly influenced by the actual environment, so achieving complete uniformity would require significant effort and would inevitably incur significant renovation costs. Tonight's sales were still impressive. 20 shrimp cages were nearly half filled, selling a total of 411 kilograms of crayfish, bringing in a profit of 1,233 silver coins, not including the cost of shelling. The smashed cucumbers, braised food, green plum vinegar, and cold dressing sauces were slightly less expensive, bringing in a total of 326 silver coins. Adding the two together, they totaled 15 gold and 59 silver. Adding in the remaining cash Jiangyu had, that came to nearly 28 gold coins. Except for the Midsummer Carnival, which rivaled the peak tourist season, the actual prices in the Witch village of Lanchelo were relatively low on weekdays. According to Lolice's estimate, the village's shop rent, furnishings, and renovation costs were only about one-third of those in West Eston. Perhaps once everything was purchased, the pots, knives, and shrimp cages that Jiangyu had custom-made by the dwarves would still be the shop's most expensive fixed assets. But Jiangyu didn't feel like she was losing out. Just look at the profit from the shrimp cages today. She easily caught more shrimp than yesterday, saving her time from setting up her stall in the morning, brewing new soy sauce, making braised dishes, and expanding her branch. The cost of the shrimp cages had already been recouped many times over today. In a world brimming with business opportunities, time itself is money. The hefty wallet also gave Jiangyu more confidence, allowing for a more restful sleep. Shortly after sunrise, she woke refreshed, her mind full of designs and ideas for the new store. Larissa and Meili didn't let her wait long. The two excited little witches were still at an age where they could still be energetic after a late night. Moreover, if everything went well today, they could own a store in which they had a stake. This realization filled them with excitement, their anticipation practically skyrocketing. We discussed the location of the store last night, and currently have several options. Larissa excitedly tugged at Genio's bone claw. The warehouse isn't a long-term solution. We picked out 5 available locations, and we think the 2 most promising are one next to the cafeteria and one next to the brewery. The Witch village of Lanciaro isn't large, but there are 2 places nearly everyone visits, the cafeteria and the brewery. The cafeteria is one of the few places where ordinary villagers can get steaming hot, freshly cooked food outside of holidays, while the brewery is the primary destination for brewers and beer-loving tourists. In comparison, the other 3 locations, near farmland, rivers, and residential areas, seem far less attractive. I recommend the cafeteria, Meili whispered shyly. I'm recommending it not because it's close to home, but because my mom's cooking isn't very good. Jiangyu scratched his head, bewildered. What do you mean? Larissa pulled her into the cafeteria. Well, it's hard to describe. You understand if you see it for yourself. Jiangyu had been to the Witch village cafeteria once before. That day, to curry favor with the head witch, especially Paulina, she had come early to borrow the kitchen to make pancakes. But she had never eaten in the cafeteria, let alone seen it in full operation. As the only public cafeteria in the Witch Forest commune, it was strategically located just north of the village's central square, with both major traffic routes passing through it. At mealtimes, this place was the busiest place in the village. Jiangyu felt that the system of this public canteen was somewhat similar to the big pot meals that her elders had talked about when she was a child. Commune members could eat here for free, and tourists only needed to buy a meal ticket to eat at will. However, the food didn't taste very good. Chapter 110. The food wasn't very good, which was directly related to the cooking skills of the cafeteria's head chef, Jasmine. However, Takumi had a vague feeling that the witches in charge hired Jasmine to manage the cafeteria because they were attracted by her cooking skills, though her cooking wasn't particularly good. After all, this commune provided unlimited meals to its members, both for dine-in and take-out. If the food were too delicious, some members might take advantage of the Witch Forest commune's kindness and turn this benefit into a waste of resources. When scalpers steal food and sell it, they force themselves to eat until they vomit even after they finish eating. This kind of thing is common in buffets. Takumi, an idle person like him, had heard of many such cases in his previous life, not to mention that this world is a magical medieval world where most people are uneducated. Human nature, as such, cannot withstand any temptation. The Witch Forest's establishment of a public dining hall wasn't some groundbreaking innovation or a design based on some advanced system. It was simply a legacy left by its founders, who harbored a vision of a utopia. Originally, the founders, who migrated from the ruined East City of Eston, cultivated farmland, supported each other, and achieved self-sufficiency. Due to a shortage of manpower and extremely harsh living conditions, even food was a challenge. It took a long time for the cultivated fields to produce crops, forcing people to survive by hunting wild animals and gathering wild vegetables and fruits in the mountains and forests. Whenever they saw something they could do, they did it without discrimination, sharing all the results. These once strangers became best friends and the closest of family. Some gathered food, some sewed clothes, some taught magic, and some defended the homestead. Everyone worked hard for this new home, contributing what they could, even if some of the work seemed unrelated to making a living. This way, when the field yielded, it was difficult to distinguish one person's contribution by the amount of work they'd done. Everyone lived in a small village, knew each other well, and saw each other everywhere. There was no need to worry about who worked more or ate more oats. People's appetites varied, so how could anyone go hungry? So they simply put all the produce into a common warehouse, and everyone ate in the communal dining hall until they were full, eliminating the troublesome and cumbersome task of distributing the benefits. This custom was passed down from generation to generation. Several generations later, life in the Witch Forest is much more affluent than before. With a lucrative winemaking business to rely on, they no longer live the moneyless existence of the past. However, the people still maintain the custom of bringing the vegetables, rice, and flour they grow, and the meat, fish, and shrimp they raise and catch, to the canteen and dining together there. Of course, if commune members want to eat out or cook for themselves, that's fine. The head witches have their own kitchens, and commune members can even go directly to the canteen kitchen to get ingredients. But first, cooking for themselves is very troublesome. Second, few commune members are willing to spend the extra money to buy a magic stove from the dwarves. Third, their own cooking skills are quite difficult to describe. If they were to compete with Jasmine's cook, they would probably be defeated. Most of the people of the Witch Forest were victims of persecution, war, and plague in the outside world. Their families torn apart, their names and faces utterly lost, and even enemies everywhere, ultimately drifting here. For these people, simply filling their stomachs was enough, taste was truly unimportant. At most, when they felt like vomiting from their oatmeal, they complained to their friends and family or to Jasmine the cook, only to then succumb to Jasmine's contemptuous "you can you up" stare. The able-bodied would venture out of the village for a quick bite, while the less able would ask for snacks and a few more beers, and so on. The days passed. The dining hall was large, with rows of long wooden tables and benches in the center for diners to sit at their leisure. At one end, near the kitchen, stood a stone table. At mealtime, the heat-keeping charm inscribed on the stone table would illuminate, and the table would be filled with a variety of food for diners to enjoy. Takumi, I see. The cafeteria looks like a university cafeteria, but the dining experience is a buffet. Members and honorary members of the commune can eat freely in and out of the cafeteria, while outsiders need to purchase meal tickets at the table. Only after purchasing the tickets can they receive their own plates, cutlery, or other utensils for takeout. The person in charge of selling meal tickets and distributing cutlery is Eleanor, a little witch who is said to have an exceptional memory and can recognize every face without error. She is a sweet girl with long golden hair, a lovely face, and a beautiful red butterfly tied in her hair. When she saw Takumi, she smiled and waved at her. The variety of meals served in the witch's cafeteria depends largely on the ingredients brought in by the villagers. The staples are always oatmeal porridge, baked sweet potatoes, and rye bread. The oatmeal porridge is thick and unseasoned, but maltose, coarse salt, and milk are provided on the table for customers to season as they wish. The baked sweet potatoes are baked whole in the oven. The skin looks charred, but once peeled, they are steaming hot and fragrant. A sprinkle of salt, black pepper, or a layer of butter makes them even more delicious. The sweet potatoes are in short supply, so only those who arrive early or are lucky enough can get one. The rest of the group can only resign themselves to oatmeal porridge or rye bread. The rye bread is freshly baked by Chef Jasmine herself. It is a naturally fermented sourdough bread made from rye, wheat, and oats grown in the Wych forest itself, making it a very pure whole grain bread. In terms of texture, while it may not be as soft and smooth as modern breads, it is still a delicious hard European bread. Furthermore, the Wyches are self-sufficient in everything from raw material production to baking, and wheat is plentiful. There are no unscrupulous merchants who use sawdust, stones, or other impurities to counterfeit goods. The bread is even sterilized and tested with purification magic, guaranteeing it is free of hallucinogenic bacteria like ergot, making it incredibly safe to eat. As a result, the Wych Forest's homegrown black bread tastes much richer and softer than those sold outside. Many customers even buy it in bulk as a Wych Forest specialty. The only drawback is that, due to the relatively underdeveloped fermentation technology of the era, the black bread is often over-fermented by the time it reaches a soft texture, resulting in a strong sour taste. Some people enjoy this taste, while others detest it. Takumi himself enjoys it, especially when paired with freshly baked sourdough bread, jam, or various cheeses. The steaming hot bread is crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. The heat makes the cheese and jam wrapped inside melt slightly. One bite is full of happiness. It is indeed a bit hard on the palate to eat, but it is still a kind of happiness.